1833 or 1834, and 1835, 1836. Narrative. We have been able to procure so few early letters of any general interest that we put these first years together. Charles Dickens was then living as a bachelor in Furnival's Inn and was engaged as a parliamentary reporter on the Morning Chronicle. The sketches by Bars were written during these years, published first in the monthly magazine and continued in the Evening Chronicle. He was engaged to be married to Catherine Hogarth in 1835. The marriage took place on the 2nd April, 1836, and he continued to live in Furnival's Inn with his wife for more than a year after their marriage. They passed the summer months of that year in a lodging at Chalk, near Gravesend, in the neighborhood associated with all his life, from his childhood to his death. The two letters which we publish, addressed to his wife as Miss Hogarth, have no date, but were written in 1835. The first of the two refers to the offer made to him by Chapman and Hall to edit a monthly periodical, The Emolument, which he calls too tempting to resist, to be £14 a month. The bargain was concluded, and this was the starting of the Pickwick Papers. The first number was published in March 1836. The second letter to Miss Hogarth was written after he had completed 3 numbers of Pickwick, and the character who is to make a decided hit is Jingle. The first letter of this book is addressed to Henry Austen, a friend from his boyhood, who afterwards married his second sister Letitia. It bears no date, but must have been written in 1833 or 1834, during the early days of his reporting for the Morning Chronicle, the journey on which he was ordered being for that paper. Mr. Henry Austen. Furnival's Inn, Wednesday night past 12. Dear Henry, I have just been ordered on a journey, the length of which is at present uncertain. I may be back on Sunday very probably and start again on the following day. Should this be the case, you shall hear from me before. Don't laugh, I am going alone in a gig, and to quote the eloquent inducement which the proprietors of Hampstead Chaise hold out to Sunday riders, the gentleman drives himself. I am going into Essex and Suffolk. It strikes me I shall be spilt before I pay a turnpike. I have a presentiment I shall run over an only child before I reach Chelmsford, my first stage. Let the evident haste of this specimen of the polite letter writer be its excuse, and believe me, dear Henry, most sincerely yours. Signature, Charles Dickens. Note, to avoid the monotony of a constant repetition, we propose to dispense with the signature at the close of each letter, excepting to the first and last letters of our collection. Charles Dickens's handwriting altered so much during these years of his life that we have thought it advisable to give a facsimile of his autograph to this our first letter, and we reproduce in the same way his latest autograph. Miss Hogarth. Furnival's Inn, Wednesday evening, 1835. My dearest Kate, the house is up, but I am very sorry to say that I must stay at home. I have had a visit from the publishers this morning, and the story cannot be any longer delayed. It must be done tomorrow, as there are more important considerations than the mere payment for the story involved too. I must exercise a little self-denial and set to work. They, Chapman and Hall, have made me an offer of £14 a month to write and edit a new publication they contemplate, entirely by myself, to be published monthly, and each number to contain 4 woodcuts. I am to make my estimate and calculation, and to give them a decisive answer on Friday morning. The work will be no joke, but the emolument is too tempting to resist. The same. Sunday evening. I have at this moment got Pickwick and his friends on the Rochester coach, and they are going on swimmingly, in company with a very different character from any I have yet described, who I flatter myself will make a decided hit. I want to get them from the ball to the inn before I go to bed, and I think that will take me until 1 or 2 o'clock at the earliest. The publishers will be here in the morning, so you will readily suppose I have no alternative but to stick at my desk. 1837. Narrative. From the commencement of the Pickwick Papers and of Charles Dickens's married life dates the commencement of his literary life and his sudden worldwide fame. And this year saw the beginning of many of those friendships which he most valued, and of which he had most reason to be proud, and which friendships were ended only by death. The first letters which we have been able to procure to Mr. Macready and Mr. Harley will be found under this date. In January 1837, he was living in Furnival's Inn, where his first child, a son, was born. It was an eventful year to him in many ways. He removed from Furnival's Inn to Doughty Street in March, and here he sustained the first great grief of his life. His young sister-in-law, Mary Hogarth, to whom he was devotedly attached, died very suddenly at his house on the 7th May. In the autumn of this year he took lodgings at Broadstairs. This was his first visit to that pleasant little watering place, of which he became very fond, and whither he removed for the autumn months with all his household for many years in succession. Besides the monthly numbers of Pickwick, which were going on through this year until November, when the last number appeared, he had commenced Oliver Twist, which was appearing also monthly in the magazine called Bentley's Miscellany long before. Pickwick was completed, and during this year he had edited, for Mr. Bentley, the life of Grimaldi, the celebrated clown. To this book he wrote himself only the preface, and altered and rearranged the autobiographical MS, which was in Mr. Bentley's possession. The letter to Mr. Harley, which bears no date, but must have been written either in 1836 or 1837, refers to a farce called The Strange Gentleman, founded on one of the sketches, called The Great Wingleberry Duel, which he wrote expressly for Mr. Harley and which was produced at the St. James's Theatre under the management of Mr. Braham. The only other piece which he wrote for that theatre was the story of an operetta called The Village Coquettes, the music of which was composed by Mr. John Huller. Mr. J. P. Harley, 48 Doughty Street, Saturday morning. My dear Sir, I have considered the terms on which I could afford just now to sell Mr. Braham the acting copyright in London of an entirely new piece for the St. James's Theatre, and I could not sit down to write one in a single act of about 1 hour long, under £100. For a new piece in 2 acts, £150 would be the sum I should require. I do not know whether, with reference to arrangements that were made with any other writers, this may or may not appear a large item. I state it merely with regard to the value of my own time and writings at this moment, and in so doing I assure you I place the remuneration below the mark rather than above it. As you begged me to give you my reply upon this point, perhaps you will lay it before Mr. Braham. If these terms exceed his inclination or the ability of the theatre, there is an end of the matter and no harm done. Believe me, ever faithfully yours, Mr. W. C. Macready, 48 Doughty Street, Wednesday evening. My dear Sir, there is a semi-business, semi-pleasure little dinner which I intend to give at the Prince of Wales, in Leicester Place, Leicester Square, on Saturday at 5 for half past precisely, at which only Talfourd, Forster, Ainsworth, Jerdan, and the publishers will be present. It is to celebrate, that is too great a word, but I can think of no better, the conclusion of my Pickwick labours, and so I intend, before you take that roll upon the grass you spoke of, to beg your acceptance of one of the first complete copies of the work. I shall be much delighted if you would join us. I know too well the many anxieties that press upon you just now to seek to persuade you to come, if you would prefer a night's repose and quiet. Let me assure you, notwithstanding, most honestly and heartily, that there is no one I should be more happy or gratified to see, and that among your brilliant circle of well-wishers and admirers, you number none more unaffectedly and faithfully yours than, my dear Sir, yours most truly. 1838. Narrative. In February of this year, Charles Dickens made an expedition with his friend, and the illustrator of most of his books, Mr. Hablot K. Brown, Phys., to investigate for himself the real facts as to the condition of the Yorkshire schools, and it may be observed that portions of a letter to his wife, dated Greta Bridge, Yorkshire, which will be found among the following letters, were reproduced in Nicholas Nickleby. In the early summer, he had a cottage at Twickenham Park. In August and September, he was again at Broadstairs, and in the late autumn he made another bachelor excursion, Mr. Brown being again his companion, in England, which included his first visit to Stratford-on-Avon and Kenilworth. In February appeared the first number of Nicholas Nickleby, on which work he was engaged all through the year, writing each number ready for the following month, and never being in advance, as was his habit with all his other periodical works, until his very latest ones. The first letter which appears under this date from Twickenham Park is addressed to Mr. Thomas Mitten, a schoolfellow at one of his earliest schools, and afterwards for some years his solicitor. The letter contains instructions for his first will, the friend of almost his whole life, Mr. John Forster, being appointed executor to this will as he was to the last, to which he was called upon to act only 3 years before his own death. The letter which we give in this year to Mr. Justice Talfourd is, unfortunately, the only one we have been able to procure to that friend, who was, however, one with whom he was most intimately associated, and with whom he maintained a constant correspondence. The letter beginning, "Respected Sir," was an answer to a little boy, Master Hastings Hughes, who had written to him as Nicholas Nickleby approached completion, stating his views and wishes as to the rewards and punishments to be bestowed on the various characters in the book. The letter was sent to him through the Rev. Thomas Barham, author of the Ingoldsby Legends. The 2 letters to Mr. Macready at the end of this year refer to a farce which Charles Dickens wrote, with an idea that it might be suitable for Covent Garden Theatre, then under Mr. Macready's management. Mrs. Charles Dickens. Greta Bridge, Thursday, Feb. 1st, 1838. My dearest Kate, I am afraid you will receive this later than I could wish, as the mail does not come through this place until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, I have availed myself of the very first opportunity of writing, so the fault is that mail's and not this. We reached Grantham between 9 and 10 on Thursday night, and found everything prepared for our reception in the very best inn I have ever put up at. It is odd enough that an old lady, who had been outside all day and came in towards dinner time, turned out to be the mistress of a Yorkshire school returning from the holiday stay in London. She was a very queer old lady, and showed us a long letter she was carrying to one of the boys from his father, containing a severe lecture, enforced and aided by many texts of Scripture, on his refusing to eat boiled meat. She was very communicative, drank a great deal of brandy and water, and towards evening became insensible, in which state we left her. Yesterday we were up again shortly after 7 a.m., came on upon our journey by the Glasgow mail, which charged us the remarkably low sum of £6 fare for 2 places inside. We had a very droll male companion until 7 o'clock in the evening, and a most delicious lady's maid for 20 miles, who implored us to keep a sharp lookout at the coach windows, as she expected the carriage was coming to meet her, and she was afraid of missing it. We had many delightful vauntings of the same kind, but in the end it is scarcely necessary to say that the coach did not come, but a very dirty girl did. As we came further north, the mire grew deeper. About 8 o'clock it began to fall heavily, and as we crossed the wild heaths hereabout, there was no vestige of a track. The mail kept on well, however, and at 11 we reached a bare place with a house standing alone in the midst of a dreary moor, which the guard informed us was Greta Bridge. I was in a perfect agony of apprehension, for it was fearfully cold, and there were no outward signs of anybody being up in the house. But to our great joy we discovered a comfortable room, with drawn curtains and a most blazing fire. In half an hour they gave us a smoking supper and a bottle of mulled port, in which we drank your health, and then we retired to a couple of capital bedrooms, in each of which there was a rousing fire halfway up the chimney. We have had for breakfast toast, cakes, a Yorkshire pie, a piece of beef about the size and much the shape of my portmanteau, tea, coffee, ham and eggs, and are now going to look about us. Having finished our discoveries, we start in a post-chaise for Barnard Castle, which is only 4 miles off, and there I deliver the letter given me by Mitten's friend. All the schools are round about that place, and a dozen old abbeys besides, which we shall visit by some means or other tomorrow. We shall reach York on Saturday, I hope, and God willing, I trust I shall be at home on Wednesday morning. I wish you would call on Mrs. Bentley and thank her for the letter. You can tell her when I expect to be in York. 1,000 loves and kisses to the darling boy, whom I see in my mind's eye crawling about the floor of this Yorkshire inn. Bless his heart, I would give 2 sovereigns for a kiss. Remember me too to Frederick, who I hope is attentive to you. Is it not extraordinary that the same dreams which have constantly visited me since poor Mary died follow me everywhere? After all the change of scene and fatigue, I have dreamt of her ever since I left home, and no doubt shall till I return. I should be sorry to lose such visions, for they are very happy ones, if it be only the seeing her in one's sleep. I would fain believe, too, sometimes, that her spirit may have some influence over them, but their perpetual repetition is extraordinary. Love to all friends. Ever, my dear Kate, your affectionate husband, Mr. Thomas Mitton. Twickenham Park, Tuesday night. Dear Tom, I sat down this morning and put on paper my testamentary meaning. Whether it is sufficiently legal or not is another question, but I hope it is. The rough draft of the clauses which I enclose will be preceded by as much of the fair copy as I send you, and followed by the usual clause about the receipts of the trustees being a sufficient discharge. I also wish to provide that if all our children should die before 21, and Kate married again, half the surplus should go to her and half to my surviving brothers and sisters, share and share alike. This will be all, except a few lines I wish to add which there will be no occasion to consult you about, as they will merely bear reference to few tokens of remembrance and 1 or 2 slight funeral directions. And so pray God that you may be grey and Forster bald long before you are called upon to act as my executors. I suppose I shall see you at the water party on Thursday. We will then make an appointment for Saturday morning, and if you think my clauses will do, I will complete my copy, seal it up, and leave it in your hands. There are some other papers which you ought to have. We must get a box. Ever yours, Mr. Sergeant Talford, MP. Twickenham Park, Sunday, July 15th, 1838. My dear Talford, I cannot tell you how much pleasure I have derived from the receipt of your letter. I have heard little of you, and seen less, for so long a time, that your handwriting came like the renewal of some old friendship, and gladdened my eyes like the face of some old friend. If I hear from Lady Holland before you return, I shall, as in duty bound, present myself at her bidding. But between you and me and the General Post, I hope she may not renew her invitation until I can visit her with you, as I would much rather avail myself of your personal introduction. However, whatever her ladyship may do I shall respond to, and anyway shall be only too happy to avail myself of what I am sure cannot fail to form a very pleasant and delightful introduction. Your kind invitation and reminder of the subject of a pleasant conversation in one of our pleasant rides has thrown a gloom over the brightness of Twickenham, for here I am chained. It is indispensably necessary that Oliver Twist should be published in 3 volumes in September next. I have only just begun the last one, and having the constant drawback of my monthly work, shall be sadly harassed to get it finished in time, especially as I have several very important scenes, important to the story I mean, yet to write. Nothing would give me so much pleasure as to be with you for a week or so. I can only imperfectly console myself with the hope that when you see Oliver, you will like the close of the book, and approve my self-denial in staying here to write it. I should like to know your address in Scotland when you leave town, so that I may send you the earliest copy if it be produced in the vacation, which I pray heaven it may. Meanwhile, believe that though my body is on the banks of the Thames, half my heart is going the Oxford circuit. Mrs. Dickens and Charlie desire their best remembrances. The latter expresses some anxiety, not unmixed with apprehension, relative to the copyright bill, in which he conceives himself interested, with hearty wishes that you may have a fine autumn, which is all you want, being sure of all other means of enjoyment that a man can have. I am, my dear Talford, ever faithfully yours. P.S. I hope you are able to spare a moment now and then to glance at Nicholas Nickleby, and that you have as yet found no reason to alter the opinion you formed on the appearance of the first number. You know, I suppose, that they elected me at the Athen Aum. Pray thank Mr. Sergeant Storks for me. Mrs. Charles Dickens. Lion Hotel, Shrewsbury, Thursday, Nost, 1838. My dearest love, I received your welcome letter on arriving here last night, and am rejoiced to hear that the dear children are so much better. I hope that in your next but one, I shall learn that they are quite well. 1,000 kisses to them. I wish I could convey them myself. We found a roaring fire, an elegant dinner, a snug room, and capital beds all ready for us at Leamington, after a very agreeable but very cold ride. We started in a post-chaise next morning for Kenilworth, with which we were both enraptured, and where I really think we must have lodgings next summer. Please God that we are in good health and all goes well. You cannot conceive how delightful it is. To read among the ruins in fine weather would be perfect luxury. From here we went on to Warwick Castle, which is an ancient building, newly restored, and possessing no very great attraction beyond a fine view and some beautiful pictures, and thence to Stratford-upon-Avon, where we sat down in the room where Shakespeare was born, and left our autographs and read those of other people, and so forth. We remained at Stratford all night, and found to our unspeakable dismay that father's plan of proceeding by Bridgenorth was impracticable, as there were no coaches. So we were compelled to come here by way of Birmingham and Wolverhampton, starting at 8 o'clock through a cold, wet fog, and travelling, when the day had cleared up, through miles of cinder paths and blazing furnaces and roaring steam engines, and such a mass of dirt, gloom, and misery as I never before witnessed. We got pretty well accommodated here when we arrived at 4:30, and are now going off in a post-chaise to Llangollen, 30 miles, where we shall remain tonight, and where the Bangor mail will take us up tomorrow. Such are our movements up to this point, and when I have received your letter at Chester, I shall write to you again and tell you when I shall be back. I can say positively that I shall not exceed the fortnight, and I think it very possible that I may return a day or two before it expires. We were at the play last night. It was a bespeak, the Love Chase, a ballet with a phenomenon, divers songs, and a Roland for an Oliver. It is a good theatre, but the actors are very funny. Brown laughed with such indecent heartiness at one point of the entertainment that an old gentleman in the next box suffered the most violent indignation. The bespeak party occupied 2 boxes, the ladies were full dressed, and the gentlemen, to a man, in white gloves with flowers in their buttonholes. It amused us mightily, and was really as like the Miss Sneverlick's business as it could well be. My side has been very bad since I left home, although I have been very careful not to drink much, remaining to the full as abstemious as usual, and have not eaten any great quantity, having no appetite. I suffered such an ecstasy of pain all night at Stratford that I was half dead yesterday, and was obliged last night to take a dose of henbane. The effect was most delicious. I slept soundly, and without feeling the least uneasiness, and am a great deal better this morning. Neither do I find that the henbane has affected my head, which, from the great effect it had upon me, exhilarating me to the most extraordinary degree, and yet keeping me sleepy, I feared it would. If I had not got better, I should have turned back to Birmingham, and come straight home by the railroad. As it is, I hope I shall make out the trip. God bless you, my darling. I long to be back with you again, and to see the sweet Babs. Your faithful and most affectionate husband, Master Hastings Hughes. Doughty Street, London, death, 1838. Respected Sir, I have given Squeers 1 cut on the neck and 2 on the head, at which he appeared much surprised and began to cry, which, being a cowardly thing, is just what I should have expected from him, wouldn't you? I have carefully done what you told me in your letter about the lamb and the 2 sheeps for the little boys. They have also had some good ale and porter and some wine. I am sorry you didn't say what wine you would like them to have. I gave them some sherry, which they liked very much, except one boy, who was a little sick and choked a good deal. He was rather greedy, and that's the truth, and I believe it went the wrong way, which I say served him right, and I hope you will say so too. Nicholas had his roast lamb, as you said he was too, but he could not eat it all, and says, if you do not mind his doing so, he should like to have the rest hashed tomorrow with some greens, which he is very fond of, and so am I. He said he did not like to have his porter hot, for he thought it spoilt the flavor, so I let him have it cold. You should have seen him drink it. I thought he never would have left off. I also gave him £3 of money, all in sixpences, to make it seem more, and he said directly that he should give more than half to his mamma and sister, and divide the rest with poor Smike. And I say he is a good fellow for saying so, and if anybody says he isn't, I am ready to fight him whenever they like. There. Fanny Squeers shall be attended to, depend upon it. Your drawing of her is very like, except that I don't think the hair is quite curly enough. The nose is particularly like hers, and so are the legs. She is a nasty, disagreeable thing, and I know it will make her very cross when she sees it, and what I say is that I hope it may. You will say the same, I know, at least I think you will. I meant to have written you a long letter, but I cannot write very fast when I like the person I am writing to, because that makes me think about them, and I like you, and so I tell you. Besides, it is just 8 o'clock at night, and I always go to bed at 8 o'clock, except when it is my birthday, and then I sit up to supper. So I will not say anything more besides this, and that is my love to you and Neptune, and if you will drink my health every Christmas Day, I will drink yours. Come. I am, respected sir, your affectionate friend. P.S. I don't write my name very plain, but you know what it is, you know, so never mind. Mr. W. C. Macready. Doughty Street, Monday morning. My dear Macready, I have not seen you for the past week, because I hoped when we next met to bring the lamplighter in my hand. It would have been finished by this time, but I found myself compelled to set to work first at the Nickleby, on which I am at present engaged, and which I regret to say, after my close and arduous application last month, I find I cannot write as quickly as usual. I must finish it at latest by the 24th, a doubtful comfort, and the instant I have done so I will apply myself to the farce. I am afraid to name any particular day, but I pledge myself that you shall have it this month, and you may calculate on that promise. I send you with this a copy of a farce I wrote for Harley when he left Drury Lane, and in which he acted for some 70 nights. It is the best thing he does. It is barely possible you might like to try it. Any local or temporary allusions could be easily altered. Believe me that I only feel gratified and flattered by your inquiry after the farce, and that if I had as much time as I have inclination, I would write on and on and on, farce after farce and comedy after comedy, until I wrote you something that would run. You do me justice when you give me credit for good intentions, but the extent of my goodwill and strong and warm interest in you personally and your great undertaking you cannot fathom nor express. Believe me, my dear Macready, ever faithfully yours. P.S. For heaven's sake, don't fancy that I hold the strange gentleman in any estimation or have a wish upon the subject. Mr. W. C. Macready. 48 Doughty Street, December 13th, 1838. My dear Macready, I can have but one opinion on the subject. Withdraw the farce at once, by all means. I perfectly concur in all you say, and thank you most heartily and cordially for your kind and manly conduct, which is only what I should have expected from you, though under such circumstances I sincerely believe there are few but you, if any, who would have adopted it. Believe me that I have no other feeling of disappointment connected with this matter, but that arising from the not having been able to be of some use to you. And trust me that, if the opportunity should ever arrive, my ardor will only be increased, not damped, by the result of this experiment. Believe me always, my dear Macready. Faithfully yours. 1839. Narrative. Charles Dickens was still living in Doughty Street, but he removed at the end of this year to 1 Devonshire Terrace, Regent's Park. He hired a cottage at Petersham for the summer months, and in the autumn took lodgings at Broadstairs. The cottage at Alphington, near Exeter, mentioned in the letter to Mr. Mitten, was hired by Charles Dickens for his parents. He was at work all through this year on Nicholas Nickleby. We have now the commencement of his correspondence with Mr. George Cattermole. His first letter was written immediately after Mr. Cattermole's marriage with Miss Elderton, a distant connection of Charles Dickens, hence the allusions to cousin, which will be found in many of his letters to Mr. Cattermole. The bride and bridegroom were passing their honeymoon in the neighborhood of Petersham, and the letter refers to a request from them for the loan of some books, and also to his having lent them his pony, carriage, and groom during their stay in this neighborhood. The first letter in this year to Mr. Macready is in answer to one from him, announcing his retirement from the management of Covent Garden Theatre. The portrait by Mr. Maclise, mentioned to Mr. Harley, was the now well-known one, which appeared as a frontispiece to Nicholas Nickleby. Mr. W. C. Macready. Doughty Street, Sunday. My dear Macready, I will have, if you please, 3 dozen of the extraordinary champagne, and I am much obliged to you for recollecting me. I ought not to be sorry to hear of your abdication, but I am, notwithstanding, most heartily and sincerely sorry, for my own sake and the sake of thousands, who may now go and whistle for a theatre, at least such a theatre as you gave them. And I do now in my heart believe that for a long and dreary time that exquisite delight has passed away. If I may jest with my misfortunes, and quote the Portsmouth critic of Mr. Crummles's company, I say that, as an exquisite embodiment of the poet's visions and a realization of human intellectuality, gilding with refulgent light our dreamy moments, and laying open a new and magic world before the mental eye, the drama is gone, perfectly gone. With the same perverse and unaccountable feeling which causes a heartbroken man at a dear friend's funeral to see something irresistibly comical in a red-nosed or one-eyed undertaker, I receive your communication with ghostly facetiousness, though on a moment's reflection I find better cause for consolation in the hope that, relieved from your most trying and painful duties, you will now have leisure to return to pursuits more congenial to your mind, and to move more easily and pleasantly among your friends. In the long catalogue of the latter, I believe that there is not one prouder of the name, or more grateful for the store of delightful recollections you have enabled him to heap up from boyhood, than. My dear Macready, yours always faithfully, Mr. Thomas Merton. New London Inn, Exeter. Wednesday morning, March 6th, 1839. Dear Tom, perhaps you have heard from Kate that I succeeded yesterday in the very first walk, and took a cottage at a place called Alphington, 1 mile from Exeter, which contains on the ground floor a good parlour and kitchen, and above a full-sized country drawing-room and 3 bedrooms. In the yard behind, coal-holes, fowl-houses, and meat-safes out of number. In the kitchen, a neat little range. In the other rooms, good stoves and cupboards, and all for £20 a year, taxes included. There is a good garden at the side, well stocked with cabbages, beans, onions, celery, and some flowers. The stock belonging to the landlady, who lives in the adjoining cottage. There was some question whether she was not entitled to half the produce, but I settled the point by paying 5 shillings and becoming absolute master of the whole. I do assure you that I am charmed with the place and the beauty of the country round about, though I have not seen it under very favorable circumstances, for it snowed when I was there this morning and blew bitterly from the east yesterday. It is really delightful, and when the house is to rights and the furniture all in, I shall be quite sorry to leave it. I have had some few things second-hand, but I take it £70 will be the mark, even taking this into consideration. I include in that estimate glass and crockery, garden tools, and such like little things. There is a spare bedroom, of course, that I have furnished too. I am on terms of the closest intimacy with Mrs. Samuel, the landlady, and her brother and sister-in-law, who have a little farm hard by. They are capital specimens of country folks, and I really think the old woman herself will be a great comfort to my mother. Coals are dear just now, 26 shillings a ton. They found me a boy to go 2 miles out and back again to order some this morning. I was debating in my mind whether I should give him 18p or 2 shillings when his fee was announced, 2p. The house is on the high road to Plymouth, and though in the very heart of Devonshire, there is as much long stage and posting life as you would find in Piccadilly. The situation is charming. Meadows in front, an orchard running parallel to the garden hedge, richly wooded hills closing in the prospect behind, and away to the left, before a splendid view of the hill on which Exeter is situated, the cathedral towers rising up into the sky in the most picturesque manner possible. I don't think I ever saw so cheerful or pleasant a spot. The drawing room is nearly, if not quite, as large as the outer room of my old chambers in Furnival's Inn. The paint and paper are new, and the place clean as the utmost excess of snowy cleanliness can be. You would laugh if you could see me powdering away with the upholsterer and endeavoring to bring about all sorts of impracticable reductions and wonderful arrangements. He has by him 2 second-hand carpets. The important ceremony of trying the same comes off at 3 this afternoon. I am perpetually going backwards and forwards. It is 2 miles from here, so I have plenty of exercise, which so occupies me and prevents my being lonely that I stopped at home to read last night, and shall tonight, although the theatre is open. Charles Keene has been the star for the last 2 evenings. He was stopping in this house and went away this morning. I have got his sitting room now, which is smaller and more comfortable than the one I had before. You will have heard, perhaps, that I wrote to my mother to come down tomorrow. There are so many things she can make comfortable at a much less expense than I could, that I thought it best. If I had not, I could not have returned on Monday, which I now hope to do, and to be in town at 8:30. Will you tell my father that if he could devise any means of bringing him down, I think it would be a great thing for him to have dash, if it be only to keep down the trampers and beggars. The cheque I send you below. Mr. George Cattermole. Elm Cottage, Petersham, Wednesday morning. My dear Cattermole, why is Peveril lingering on my dusty shelves in town, while my fair cousin and your fair bride remains in blissful ignorance of his merits? There he is, I grieve to say, but there he shall not be long, for I shall be visiting my other home on Saturday morning, and will bring him bodily down and forward him the moment he arrives. Not having many of my books here, I don't find any among them which I think more suitable to your purpose than a carpet-bagful sent herewith, containing the Italian and German novelists, convenient as being easily taken up and laid down again. And I suppose you won't read long at a sitting, Leigh Hunt's Indicator and Companion, which have the same merit, Hood's Own Complete, A Legend of Montrose, and Kenilworth, which I have just been reading with greater delight than ever, and so I suppose everybody else must be equally interested in. I have Goldsmith, Swift, Fielding, Smollett, and the British essayists handy, and I need not say that you have them on hand too, if you like. You know all I would say from my heart and soul on the auspicious event of yesterday, but you don't know what I could say about the delightful recollections I have of your good lady's charming looks and bearing, upon which I discoursed most eloquently here last evening, and at considerable length. As I am crippled in this respect, however, by the suspicion that possibly she may be looking over your shoulder while you read this note, I would lay a moderate wager that you have looked round twice or thrice already. I shall content myself with saying that I am ever heartily, my dear Cattermole, hers and yours. P.S. My man, who with his charge is your man while you stay here, waits to know if you have any orders for him. Mr. J. P. Harley. Elm Cottage, Petersham, near Richmond. June 28, 1839. My dear Harley, I have left my home and been here ever since the end of April, and shall remain here most probably until the end of September, which is the reason that we have been such strangers of late. I am very sorry that I cannot dine with you on Sunday, but some people are coming here, and I cannot get away. Better luck next time, I hope. I was on the point of writing to you when your note came, to ask you if you would come down here next Saturday, tomorrow week, I mean, and stop till Monday. I will either call for you at the theatre at any time you name, or send for you, punctual, and have you brought down. Can you come if it's fine? Say yes, like a good fellow as you are, and say it per post. I have countermanded that face. Maclise has made another face of me, which all people say is astonishing. The engraving will be ready soon, and I would rather you had that, as I am sure you would if you had seen it. In great haste to save the post, I am, my dear Harley, faithfully yours, Mr. William Longman. Doughty Street, Monday morning. My dear sir, on Friday I have a family dinner at home. Uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, cousins, an annual gathering. By what fatality is it that you always ask me to dine on the wrong day? While you are tracing this non-consequence to its cause, I wish you would tell Mr. Sidney Smith that of all the men I ever heard of and never saw, I have the greatest curiosity to see and the greatest interest to know him. Begging my best compliments at home. I am, my dear sir, faithfully yours, Mr. W. C. Macready. Petersham, July 26, 1839. My dear Macready, fix your visit for whenever you please. It can never give us anything but delight to see you, and it is better to look forward to such a pleasure than to look back upon it, as the last gratification is enjoyable all our lives, and the first for a few short stages in the journey. I feel more true and cordial pleasure than I can express to you in the request you have made. Anything which can serve to commemorate our friendship and to keep the recollection of it alive among our children is, believe me, and ever will be, most deeply prized by me. I accept the office with hearty and fervent satisfaction, and to render this pleasant bond between us the more complete, I must solicit you to become godfather to the last and final branch of a genteel small family of 3, which I am told may be looked for in that auspicious month, when Lord Mayors are born and guys prevail. This I look upon as a bargain between us, and I have shaken hands with you in spirit upon it. Family topics remind me of Mr. Kenwig's. As the weather is wet, and he is about to make his last appearance on my little stage, I send Mrs. Macready an early proof of the next number, containing an account of his baby's progress. I am going to send you something else on Monday, a tragedy. Don't be alarmed. I didn't write it, nor do I want it acted. A young Scotch lady whom I don't know, but she is evidently very intelligent and accomplished, has sent me a translation of a German play, soliciting my aid and advice in the matter of its publication. Among a crowd of Germanisms, there are many things in it which are so very striking that I am sure it will amuse you very much. At least I think it will. It has me. I am going to send it back to her. When I come to Elstree will be time enough, and meantime, if you bestow a couple of hours upon it, you will not think them thrown away. It's a large parcel, and I must keep it here till somebody goes up to town and can book it by the coach. I warrant it, large as it looks, readable in 2 hours, and I very much want to know what you think of the first act, and especially the opening, which seems to me quite famous. The meter is very odd and rough, but now and then there's a wildness in it which helps the thing very much, and altogether it has left a something on my mind which I can't get rid of. Mrs. Dickens joins with me in kindest regards to yourself, Mrs. and Miss Macready, and I am always, my dear Macready, faithfully and truly yours. P.S. A dreadful thought has just occurred to me that this is a quadruple letter, and that Elstree may not be within the twopenny post. Pray heaven my fears are unfounded. Mr. W. C. Macready. 40 Albion Street, Broadstairs. September 21st, 1839. My dear Macready, I am so anxious to prefer a request to you which does not admit of delay that I send you a double letter, with the one redeeming point, though of having very little in it. Let me prefix to the last number of Nickleby, and to the book, a duplicate of the leaf which I now send you. Believe me that there will be no leaf in the volume, which will afford me in times to come more true pleasure and gratification, than that in which I have written your name as foremost among those of the friends whom I love and honor. Believe me, there will be no one line in it conveying a more honest truth or a more sincere feeling than that which describes its dedication to you as a slight token of my admiration and regard. So let me tell the world by this frail record that I was a friend of yours, and interested to no ordinary extent in your proceedings at that interesting time when you showed them such noble truths in such noble forms, and gave me a new interest in and associations with the labors of so many months. I write to you very hastily and crudely, for I have been very hard at work, having only finished today, and my head spins yet. But you know what I mean. I am then always. Believe me, my dear Macready. Faithfully yours. P.S. Proof of dedication enclosed. To W.C. Macready, Esquire, the following pages are inscribed as a slight token of admiration and regard by his friend, the author. Mr. W.C. Macready. Doughty Street, Friday night, Oct. 25th, 1839. My dear Macready. The book, the whole book, and nothing but the book, except the binding, which is an important item, has arrived at last, and is forwarded herewith. The red represents my blushes at its gorgeous dress, the gilding, all those bright professions which I do not make to you, and the book itself, my whole heart for 20 months, which should be yours for so short a term, as you have it always. With best regards to Mrs. and Miss Macready, always believe me. My dear Macready. Your faithful friend. The same. Doughty Street, Thursday, North, 1839. My dear Macready. Tom Lancier, that is, the deaf one, whom everybody quite loves for his sweet nature under a most deplorable infirmity, Tom Lancier asked me if I would present to you from him the accompanying engraving, which he has executed from a picture by his brother Edwin, submitting it to you as a little tribute from an unknown but ardent admirer of your genius, which speaks to his heart, although it does not find its way there through his ears. I readily undertook the task, and send it herewith. I urged him to call upon you with me and proffer it boldly, but he is a very modest and delicately minded creature, and was shy of intruding. If you thank him through me, perhaps you will say something about my bringing him to call, and so gladden the gentle artist and make him happy. You must come and see my new house when we have it to rights. By Christmas Day we shall be, I hope, your neighbors. Kate progresses splendidly, and with me, sends her best remembrances to Mrs. Macready and all your house. Ever believe me. Dear Macready. Faithfully yours. 1840. Narrative. Charles Dickens was at Broadstairs with his family for the autumn months. During all this year, he was busily engaged with the periodical entitled Master Humphrey's Clock, in which the story of the old curiosity shop subsequently appeared. Nearly all these letters to Mr. George Cattermole refer to the illustrations for this story. The one dated March 9th alludes to short papers written for Master Humphrey's Clock prior to the commencement of the old curiosity shop. We have in this year Charles Dickens's first letter to Mr. Daniel Maclise, this and one other being, unfortunately, the only letters we have been able to obtain addressed to this much-loved friend and most intimate companion. Mr. George Cattermole. 1 Devonshire Terrace. Monday, January 13th, 1840. My dear Cattermole, I am going to propound a mightily grave matter to you. My now periodical work appears, or I should rather say the first number does, on Saturday, the 28th of March, and as it has to be sent to America and Germany and must therefore be considerably in advance, it is now in hand, I having in fact begun it on Saturday last. Instead of being published in monthly parts at £1 each only, it will be published in weekly parts at 3d and monthly parts at £1, my object being to baffle the imitators and make it as novel as possible. The plan is a new one, I mean the plan of the fiction, and it will comprehend a great variety of tales. The title is Master Humphrey's Clock. Now, among other improvements, I have turned my attention to the illustrations, meaning to have woodcuts dropped into the text and no separate plates. I want to know whether you would object to make me a little sketch for a woodcut. In Indian ink would be quite sufficient, about the size of the enclosed scrap. The subject, an old quaint room with antique Elizabethan furniture, and in the chimney corner, an extraordinary old clock, the clock belonging to Master Humphrey, in fact, and no figures. This I should drop into the text at the head of my opening page. I want to know besides, as Chapman and Hall are my partners in the matter, there need be no delicacy about my asking or your answering the question, What would be your charge for such a thing, and whether, if the work answers our expectations, you would like to repeat the joke at regular intervals, and if so, on what terms? I should tell you that I intend to ask Maclise to join me likewise, and that the copying, the drawing on wood, and the cutting will be done in first-rate style. We are justified by past experience in supposing that the sale would be enormous and the popularity very great, and when I explain to you the notes I have in my head, I think you will see that it opens a vast number of very good subjects. I want to talk the matter over with you, and wish you would fix your own time and place, either here or at your house or at the Athenaeum, though this would be the best place, because I have my papers about me. If you would take a chop with me, for instance, on Tuesday or Wednesday, I could tell you more in 2 minutes than in 20 letters, albeit I have endeavored to make this as businesslike and stupid as need be. Of course, all these tremendous arrangements are as yet a profound secret, or there would be 50 Humphreys in the field. So write me a line like a worthy gentleman and convey my best remembrances to your worthy lady. Believe me always, my dear Catamole. Faithfully yours, Mr. George Catamole. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday afternoon. My dear Catamole, I think the drawing most famous, and so do the publishers to whom I sent it today. If Brown should suggest anything for the future which may enable him to do you justice in copying, on which point he is very anxious, I will communicate it to you. It has occurred to me that perhaps you will like to see his copy on the block before it is cut, and I have therefore told Chapman and Hall to forward it to you. In future, I will take care that you have the number to choose your subject from. I ought to have done so, perhaps, in this case, but I was very anxious that you should do the room. Perhaps the shortest plan will be for me to send you, as enclosed, regularly, but if you prefer keeping account with the publishers, they will be happy to enter upon it when, where, and how you please. Faithfully yours always, Mr. George Catamole. 1 Devonshire Terrace, Monday, March 9th, 1840. My dear Catamole, I have been induced, on looking over the works of the clerk, to make a slight alteration in their disposal, by virtue of which the story about John Podgers will stand over for some little time, and that short tale will occupy its place which you have already by you, and which treats of the assassination of a young gentleman under circumstances of peculiar aggravation. I shall be greatly obliged to you if you will turn your attention to this last morsel as the feature of number 3, and still more if you can stretch a point with regard to time, which is of the last importance just now, and make a subject out of it, rather than find one in it. I would neither have made this alteration nor have troubled you about it, but for weighty and cogent reasons which I feel very strongly, and into the composition of which caprice or fastidiousness has no part. I should tell you, perhaps, with reference to Chapman and Hall, that they will never trouble you as they never trouble me, but when there is real and pressing occasion, and that their representations in this respect, unlike those of most men of business, are to be relied upon. I cannot tell you how admirably I think Master Humphrey's room comes out, or what glowing accounts I hear of the second design you have done. I had not the faintest anticipation of anything so good, taking into account the material and the dispatch. With best regards at home, believe me, dear Catamole, heartily yours. P.S. The new number 3 tale begins. I hold a lieutenant's commission in His Majesty's army and served abroad in the campaigns of 1677, and it has at present no title. Mr. S. A. Deasman. 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park, London, 10th March, 1840. My dear Sir, I will not attempt to tell you how much gratified I have been by the receipt of your first English letter, nor can I describe to you with what delight and gratification I learn that I am held in such high esteem by your great countrymen, whose favorable appreciation is flattering indeed. To you who have undertaken the laborious, and often, I fear, very irksome task of clothing me in the German garb, I owe a long arrear of thanks, I wish you would come to England and afford me an opportunity of slightly reducing the account. It is with great regret that I have to inform you, in reply to the request contained in your pleasant communication, that my publishers have already made such arrangements and are in possession of such stipulations relative to the proof sheets of my new works, that I have no power to send them out of England. If I had, I need not tell you what pleasure it would afford me to promote your views. I am too sensible of the trouble you must have already had with my writings to impose upon you now a long letter. I will only add, therefore, that I am, my dear sir, with great sincerity, faithfully yours, Mr. Daniel Maclise. Broadstairs, June 2nd, 1840. My dear Maclise, my foot is in the house. My bath is on the sea. And before I take a souse, here's a single note to thee. It merely says that the sea is in a state of extraordinary sublimity, that this place is, as the guidebook most justly observes, unsurpassed for the salubrity of the refreshing breezes which are wafted on the ocean's pinions from far distant shores. That we are all right after the perils and voyages of yesterday. That the sea is rolling away in front of the window at which I indite this epistle, and that everything is as fresh and glorious as fine weather and a splendid coast can make it. Bear these recommendations in mind, and shunning Talfordian pledges, come to the bower which is shaded for you in the one-pair front, where no chair or table has 4 legs of the same length, and where no drawers will open till you have pulled the pegs off, and then they keep open and won't shut again. Come, I can no more. Always faithfully yours, Mr. George Catamole. Devonshire Terrace, December 21st. My dear George, Kit, the single gentleman, and Mr. Garland go down to the place where the child is, and arrive there at night. There has been a fall of snow. Kit, leaving them behind, runs to the old house, and with a lanthorn in one hand and the bird in its cage in the other, stops for a moment at a little distance with a natural hesitation before he goes up to make his presence known. In a window, supposed to be that of the child's little room, a light is burning, and in that room the child, unknown, of course, to her visitors, who are full of hope, lies dead. If you have any difficulty about Kit, never mind about putting him in. The 2 others tomorrow. Faithfully always, Mr. George Catamole. Devonshire Terrace, Friday morning. My dear Catamole, I sent the MS of the enclosed proof mark up to Chapman and Hall from Devonshire, mentioning a subject of an old gateway, which I had put in expressly with a view to your illustrious pencil. By a mistake, however, it went to Brown instead. Chapman is out of town, and such things have gone wrong in consequence. The subject to which I wish to call your attention is in an unwritten number to follow this one, but it is a mere echo of what you will find at the conclusion of this proof mark. I want the cart, gaily decorated, going through the street of the old town, with the wax brigand displayed to fierce advantage, and the child seated in it also dispersing bills. As many flags and inscriptions about Jarley's wax work fluttering from the cart as you please. You know the wax brigands, and how they contemplate small oval miniatures. That's the figure I want. I send you the scrap of MS, which contains the subject. Will you, when you have done this, send it with all speed to Chapman and Hall, as we are mortally pressed for time, and I must go hard to work to make up for what I have lost by being dutiful and going to see my father. I want to see you about a frontispiece to our first clock volume, which will come out, I think, at the end of September, and about other matters. When shall we meet and where? I say nothing about our cousin or the baby, for Kate bears this, and will make me a full report, and convey all loves and congratulations. Could you dine with us on Sunday at 6 o'clock sharp? I'd come and fetch you in the morning, and we could take a ride and walk. We shall be quite alone, unless Macready comes. What say you? Don't forget dispatch. There's a dear fellow, and ever believe me. Heartily yours, Mr. George Catamole. December 22nd, 1840. Dear Georgie, the child lying dead in the little sleeping room, which is behind the open screen. It is winter time, so there are no flowers, but upon her breast and pillow, and about her bed, there may be strips of holly and berries and such free green things. Window overgrown with ivy. The little boy who had that talk with her about angels may be by the bedside, if you like it so, but I think it will be quieter and more peaceful if she is quite alone. I want it to express the most beautiful repose and tranquility, and to have something of a happy look, if death can. 2. The child has been buried inside the church, and the old man, who cannot be made to understand that she is dead, repairs to the grave and sits there all day long, waiting for her arrival to begin another journey. His staff and knapsack, her little bonnet and basket, etc., lie beside him. She'll come tomorrow, he says when it gets dark, and goes sorrowfully home. I think an hourglass running out would help the notion, perhaps her little tilings upon his knee or in his hand. I am breaking my heart over this story and cannot bear to finish it. Love to Mrs. Ever and always heartily. 1841. Narrative. In the summer of this year, Charles Dickens made, accompanied by Mrs. Dickens, his first visit to Scotland, and was received in Edinburgh with the greatest enthusiasm. He was at Broadstairs with his family for the autumn, and at the close of the year, he went to Windsor for change of air after a serious illness. On the 17th January, the old curiosity shop was finished. In the following week, the first number of his story of Barnaby Rudge appeared in Master Humphrey's Clock, and the last number of this story was written at Windsor in November of this year. We have the first letters to his dear and valued friends, the Rev. William Harness and Mr. Harrison Ainsworth, also his first letter to Mr. Monckton Milnes, now Lord Houghton. Of the letter to Mr. John Tomlin, we would only remark that it was published in an American magazine, edited by Mr. E. A. Poe in the year 1842. The new first-rate, first letter to Mr. Harrison Ainsworth must, we think, be an allusion to the outside cover of Bentley's Miscellany, which first appeared in this year, and of which Mr. Ainsworth was editor. The two letters to Mr. Lovejoy are in answer to a requisition from the people of Reading that he would represent them in Parliament. The letter to Mr. George Cattermole, 26 June, refers to a dinner given to Charles Dickens by the people of Edinburgh on his first visit to that city. The pour-overs, mentioned in the letter to Mr. Macready of 24th August, was a carpenter dying of consumption, to whom Dr. Eliotson had shown extraordinary kindness. When pour-overs was dying, wrote Charles Dickens to Mr. Forster, he suddenly asked for a pen and ink and some paper, and made up a little parcel for me, which it was his last conscious act to direct. She, his wife, told me this and gave it me. I opened it last night. It was a copy of his little book, in which he had written my name with his devotion. I thought it simple and affecting of the poor fellow. The saloon, alluded to in our last letter of this year, was an institution at Drury Lane Theatre during Mr. Macready's management. The original purpose for which this saloon was established having become perverted and degraded, Charles Dickens had it much at heart to remodel and improve it. Hence this letter to Mr. Macready. Rev. William Harness. Devonshire Terrace, Saturday morning, Jan. 2nd, 1841. My dear Harness, I should have been very glad to join your pleasant party, but all next week I shall be laid up with a broken heart, for I must occupy myself in finishing the curiosity shop, and it is such a painful task to me that I must concentrate myself upon it tooth and nail, and go out nowhere until it is done. I have delayed answering your kind note in a vague hope of being heart-whole again by the 7th. The present state of my work, however, Christmas not being a very favorable season for making progress in such doings, assures me that this cannot be, and that I must heroically deny myself the pleasure you offer. Always believe me. Faithfully yours, Mr. George Cattermole. Devonshire Terrace, Thursday, Jan. 14th, 1841. My dear Catamole, I cannot tell you how much obliged I am to you for altering the child, or how much I hope that my wish in that respect didn't go greatly against the grain. I saw the old inn this morning. Words cannot say how good it is. I can't bear the thought of its being cut, and should like to frame and glaze it in statu quo for ever and ever. Will you do a little tailpiece for the curiosity story? Only one figure if you like, giving some notion of the etherealized spirit of the child, something like those little figures in the frontispiece. If you will, and can dispatch it at once, you will make me happy. I am, for the time being, nearly dead with work and grief for the loss of my child. Always, my dear George. Heartily yours. The same. Devonshire Terrace, Thursday night, Jan. 28th, 1841. My dear George, I sent to Chapman and Hall yesterday morning about the second subject for number 2 of Barnaby, but found they had sent it to Brown. The first subject of number 3 I will either send to you on Saturday or, at latest, on Sunday morning. I have also directed Chapman and Hall to send you proofs of what has gone before, for reference if you need it. I want to know whether you feel ravens in general and would fancy Barnaby's raven in particular. Barnaby being an idiot, my notion is to have him always in company with a pet raven who is immeasurably more knowing than himself. To this end, I have been studying my bird and think I could make a very queer character of him. Should you like the subject when this raven makes his first appearance? Faithfully always, Mr. George Catamole. Devonshire Terrace, Saturday evening, Jan. 30th, 1841. My dear George, I send you the first 4 slips of number 48, containing the description of the locksmith's house, which I think will make a good subject, and one you will like. If you put the prentice in it, show nothing more than his paper cap, because he will be an important character in the story, and you will need to know more about him as he is minutely described. I may as well say that he is very short. Should you wish to put the locksmith in, you will find him described in number 2 of Barnaby, which I told Chapman and Hall to send you. Brown has done him in one little thing, but so very slightly that you will not require to see his sketch, I think. Now I must know what you think about the raven, my buck. I otherwise am in this fix. I have given Brown no subject for this number, and time is flying. If you would like to have the raven's first appearance, and don't object to having both subjects, so be it. I shall be delighted. If otherwise, I must feed that hero forthwith. I cannot close this hasty note, my dear fellow, without saying that I have deeply felt your hearty and most invaluable co-operation in the beautiful illustrations you have made for the last story, that I look at them with a pleasure I cannot describe to you in words, and that it is impossible for me to say how sensible I am of your earnest and friendly aid. Believe me that this is the very first time any designs for what I have written have touched and moved me, and caused me to feel that they expressed the idea I had in my mind. I am most sincerely and affectionately grateful to you, and am full of pleasure and delight. Believe me, my dear Catamole, always heartily yours, Mr. John Tomlin. 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. London, Tuesday, Feb. 23rd, 1841. Dear Sir, you are quite right in feeling assured that I should answer the letter you have addressed to me. If you had entertained a presentiment that it would afford me sincere pleasure and delight to hear from a warm-hearted and admiring reader of my books in the backwoods of America, you would not have been far wrong. I thank you cordially and heartily both for your letter and its kind and courteous terms. To think that I have awakened a fellow feeling and sympathy with the creatures of many thoughtful hours among the vast solitudes in which you dwell is a source of the purest delight and pride to me. And believe me that your expressions of affectionate remembrance and approval, sounding from the green forests on the banks of the Mississippi, sink deeper into my heart and gratify it more than all the honorary distinctions that all the courts in Europe could confer. It is such things as these that make one hope one does not live in vain, and that are the highest reward of an author's life. To be numbered among the household gods of one's distant countrymen and associated with their homes and quiet pleasures. To be told that in each nook and corner of the world's great mass there lives one well-wisher who holds communion with one in the spirit, is a worthy fame indeed, and one which I would not barter for a mine of wealth. That I may be happy enough to cheer some of your leisure hours for a very long time to come, and to hold a place in your pleasant thoughts, is the earnest wish of Boz. And with all good wishes for yourself, and with a sincere reciprocation of all your kindly feeling, I am, dear sir, faithfully yours, Mr. R. Monckton Milnes. Devonshire Terrace, Wednesday, March 10th, 1841. My dear Milnes, I thank you very much for the Nickleby correspondence, which I will keep for a day or two and return when I see you. Poor fellow, the long letter is quite admirable and most affecting. I'm not quite sure either of Friday or Saturday, for, independently of the clock, which forever wants winding, I am getting a young brother off to New Zealand just now, and have my mornings sadly cut up in consequence. But knowing your ways, I know I may say that I will come if I can, and that, if I can't, I won't. That Nellicide was the act of heaven, as you may see any of these fine mornings when you look about you. If you knew the pain it gave me, but what am I talking of? If you don't know, nobody does. I am glad to shake you by the hand again autographically. And am always faithfully yours, Mr. George Catamole. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday, February 9th. My dear George, my notes tread upon each other's heels. In my last, I quite forgot business. Will you for number 49 do the locksmith's house, which was described in number 48, I mean the outside. If you can, without hurting the effect, shut up the shop as though it were night, so much the better. Should you want a figure, an ancient watchman in or out of his box, very sleepy, will be just the thing for me. I have written to Chapman and requested him to send you a block of a long shape, so that the house may come upright as it were. Faithfully ever, the same. Old Ship Hotel, Brighton, Feb. 26th, 1841. My dear Kittenmoles, I passed your house on Wednesday, being then atop of the Brighton era, but there was nobody at the door, saving a solitary poulterer, and all my warm-hearted aspirations lodged in the goods he was delivering. No doubt you observed a peculiar relish in your dinner. That was the cause. I send you the MS. I fear you will have to read all the 5 slips, but the subject I think of is at the top of the last, when the guest, with his back towards the spectator, is looking out of window. I think, in your hands, it will be a very pretty one. Then, my boy, when you have done it, turn your thoughts, as soon as other engagements will allow, first to the outside of the Warren, see number 1. Secondly, to the outside of the locksmith's house, by night, see number 3, put a penny pistol to Chapman's head and demand the blocks of him. I have addled my head with writing all day, and have barely wit enough left to send my love to my cousin, and there's a genealogical poser. What relation of mine may the dear little child be? At present, I desire to be commended to her clear blue eyes. Always, my dear George, faithfully yours. Signature, Boz. Mr. William Harrison, Ainsworth. Devonshire Terrace, Apeth, 1841. My dear Ainsworth, with all imaginable pleasure, I quite look forward to the day. It is an age since we met, and it ought not to be. The artist has just sent home your Nickleby. He suggested variety, pleading his fancy and genius. As an artful binder must have his way, I put the best face on the matter and gave him his. I will bring it together with the Pickwick to your house swarming with me. The old Royal George went down in consequence of having too much weight on one side. I trust the new first rate won't be heavy anywhere. There seems to me to be too much whisker for a shilling, but that's a matter of taste. Faithfully yours always, Mr. G. Lovejoy, 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. Monday evening, May 31st, 1841. Sir, I am much obliged and flattered by the receipt of your letter, which I should have answered immediately on its arrival, but for my absence from home at the moment. My principles and inclinations would lead me to aspire to the distinction you invite me to seek, if there were any reasonable chance of success, and I hope I should do no discredit to such an honor if I won and wore it. But I am bound to add, and I have no hesitation in saying plainly, that I cannot afford the expense of a contested election. If I could, I would act on your suggestion instantly. I am not the less indebted to you and the friends to whom the thought occurred for your good opinion and approval. I beg you to understand that I am restrained solely and much against my will by the consideration I have mentioned, and thank both you and them most warmly. Yours faithfully. The same. Devonshire Terrace, June 10th, 1841. Dear Sir, I am favored with your note of yesterday's date and lose no time in replying to it. The sum you mention, though small I am aware in the abstract, is greater than I could afford for such a purpose, as the mere sitting in the House and attending to my duties, if I were a member, would oblige me to make many pecuniary sacrifices, consequent upon the very nature of my pursuits. The course you suggest did occur to me when I received your first letter, and I have very little doubt indeed that the government would support me, perhaps to the whole extent. But I cannot satisfy myself that to enter Parliament under such circumstances would enable me to pursue that honorable independence without which I could neither preserve my own respect nor that of my constituents. I confess, therefore, it may be from not having considered the point sufficiently or in the right light, that I cannot bring myself to propound the subject to any member of the administration whom I know. I am truly obliged to you nevertheless, and am, dear Sir, faithfully yours, Mr. George Cattermole. Devonshire Terrace, Wednesday evening, July 28th, 1841. My dear George, can you do for me by Saturday evening? I know the time is short, but I think the subject will suit you, and I am greatly pressed. A party of rioters, with Hugh and Simon Tappertit conspicuous among them, in old John Willet's bar, turning the liquor taps to their own advantage, smashing bottles, cutting down the grove of lemons, sitting astride on casks, drinking out of the best punch bowls, eating the great cheese, smoking sacred pipes, etc., etc. John Willet, fallen backward in his chair, regarding them with a stupid horror, and quite alone among them, with none of the Maypole customers at his back. It's in your way, and you'll do it 100 times better than I can suggest it to you, I know. Faithfully always, Mr. George Cattermole. Broadstairs, Friday, August 6th, 1841. My dear George, here is a subject for the next number. The next to that, I hope to send you the MS of very early in the week, as the best opportunities of illustration are all coming off now, and we are in the thick of the story. The rioters went, sir, from John Willet's bar, where you saw them to such good purpose, straight to the Warren, which house they plundered, sacked, burned, pulled down as much of as they could, and greatly damaged and destroyed. They are supposed to have left it about half an hour. It is night, and the ruins are here, and they're flaming and smoking. I want, if you understand, to show one of the turrets laid open, the turret where the alarm bell is, mentioned in number 1, and among the ruins, at some height if possible, Mr. Haredale just clutching our friend, the mysterious file, who is passing over them like a spirit. Solomon Daisy, if you can introduce him, looking on from the ground below. Please to observe that the MF wears a large cloak and a slouched hat. This is important, because Brown will have him in the same number, and he has not changed his dress meanwhile. Mr. Haredale is supposed to have come down here on horseback, pell-mell, to be excited to the last degree. I think it will make a queer picturesque thing in your hands. I have told Chapman and Hull that you may like to have a block of a peculiar shape for it. One of them will be with you almost as soon as you receive this. We are very anxious to know that our cousin is out of her trouble and you free from your anxiety. Mind you write when it comes off. and when she is quite comfortable come down here for a day or two, like a bachelor, as you will be. It will do you a world of good. Think of that. Always, dear Catamole. Heartily yours. P.S. When you have done the subject, I wish you'd write me one line and tell me how, that I may be sure we agree. Loves from Kate. Mr. George Catamole. Devonshire Terrace, Thursday, August 13th. My dear Catamole, will you turn your attention to frontispiece for our first volume, to come upon the left-hand side of the book as you open it, and to face a plain printed title. My idea is some scene from the curiosity shop, in a pretty border or scrollwork or architectural device. It matters not what, so that it be pretty. The scene even might be a fanciful thing, partaking of the character of the story, but not reproducing any particular passage in it, if you thought that better for the effect. I ask you to think of this, because, although the volume is not published until the end of September, there is no time to lose. We wish to have it engraved with great care and worked very skillfully, and this cannot be done unless we get it on the stocks soon. They will give you every opportunity of correction, alteration, revision, and all other ations and issions connected with the fine arts. Always believe me. Faithfully yours, Mr. George Catamole. Broadstairs, August 19th, 1841. My dear George, when Hugh and a small body of the rioters cut off from the Warren Beacon to their pals, they forced into a very remarkable post-chaise Dolly Varden and Emma Haredale, and bore them away with all possible rapidity, one of their company driving and the rest running. Beside the chaise, climbing up behind, sitting on the top, lighting the way with their torches, etc., etc. If you can express the women inside without showing them, as by a fluttering veil, a delicate arm, or so forth appearing at the half-closed window, so much the better. Mr. Tappertit stands on the steps, which are partly down, and hanging on to the window with one hand, and extending the other with great majesty, addresses a few words of encouragement to the driver and attendants. Hugh sits upon the bar in front, the driver sitting postillion-wise, and turns round to look through the window behind him at the little doves within. The gentlemen behind are also anxious to catch a glimpse of the ladies. One of those who are running at the side may be gently rebuked for his curiosity by the cudgel of Hugh. So they cut away, sir, as fast as they can. Always faithfully. P.S. John Willett's bar is noble. We take it for granted that cousin and baby are hearty, our loves to them. Mr. W. C. Macready. Broadstairs, Tuesday, August 24th, 1841. My dear Macready, I must thank you most heartily and cordially for your kind note relative to poor Overs. I can't tell you how glad I am to know that he thoroughly deserves such kindness. What a good fellow Eliotson is. Kept him in his room a whole hour, and has gone into his case as if he were Prince Albert, laying down all manner of elaborate projects and determining to leave his friend Wood in town when he himself goes away, on purpose to attend to him. Then he writes me 4 sides of paper about the man and says he can't go back to his old work, for that requires muscular exertion, and muscular exertion he mustn't make. What are we to do with him? He says, here's £5 for the present. I declare before God that I could almost bear the Joneses for 5 years out of the pleasure I feel in knowing such things, and when I think that every dirty speck upon the fair face of the Almighty's creation, who writes in a filthy, beastly newspaper, every rotten-hearted pander who has been beaten, kicked, and rolled in the kennel, yet struts it in the editorial once a week, every vagabond that an honest man's gorge must rise at, every live emetic in that noxious drug-shop the press, can have his fling at such men and call them knaves and fools and thieves. I grow so vicious that with bearing hard upon my pen, I break the nib down, and with keeping my teeth set, make my jaws ache. I have put myself out of sorts for the day, and shall go and walk, unless the direction of this sets me up again. On second thoughts, I think it will. Always, my dear Macready, your faithful friend, Mr. George Catamole. Broadstairs, Sunday, September 12th, 1841. My dear George, Here is a business letter, written in a scramble just before post time, whereby I dispose of loves to cousin in a line. Firstly, will you design, upon a block of wood, Lord George Gordon, alone and very solitary in his prison in the Tower, the chamber as ancient as you please, and after your own fancy, the time, evening, the season, summer. Secondly, will you ditto upon a ditto, a sword duel between Mr. Haredale and Mr. Chester in a grove of trees. No one close by. Mr. Haredale has just pierced his adversary, who has fallen, dying, on the grass. He, that is, Chester, tries to staunch the wound in his breast with his handkerchief, has his snuff-box on the earth beside him, and looks at Mr. Haredale, who stands with his sword in his hand, looking down on him with most supercilious hatred, but polite to the last. Mr. Haredale is more sorry than triumphant. Thirdly, will you conceive and execute, after your own fashion, a frontispiece for Barnaby? Fourthly, will you also devise a subject representing Master Humphrey's clock as stopped, his chair by the fireside empty, his crutch against the wall, his slippers on the cold hearth, his hat upon the chairback, the MSS of Barnaby and the curiosity shop heaped upon the table, and the flowers you introduced in the first subject of all withered and dead, Master Humphrey being supposed to be no more. I have a fifthly, sixthly, seventhly, and eighthly, for I sorely want you as I approach the close of the tale, but I won't frighten you, so will take breath. Always, my dear Catamole. Heartily yours. P.S. I have been waiting until I got to subjects of this nature, thinking you would like them best. Mr. George Catamole. Broadstairs, September 21st, 1841. My dear George, will you, before you go on with the other subjects I gave you, do one of Hugh, bareheaded, bound, tied on a horse, and escorted by horse soldiers to jail? If you can add an indication of Old Fleet Market, and bodies of foot soldiers firing at people who have taken refuge on the tops of stalls, bulkheads, etc., it will be all the better. Faithfully yours always, Miss Mary Talford. Devonshire Terrace, December 16th, 1841. My dear Mary, I should be delighted to come and dine with you on your birthday, and to be as merry as I wish you to be always. But as I am going, within a very few days afterwards, a very long distance from home, and shall not see any of my children for 6 long months, I have made up my mind to pass all that week at home for their sakes, just as you would like your papa and mamma to spend all the time they possibly could spare with you if they were about to make a dreary voyage to America, which is what I am going to do myself. But although I cannot come to see you on that day, you may be sure I shall not forget that it is your birthday, and that I shall drink your health and many happy returns in a glass of wine filled as full as it will hold. And I shall dine at 5:30 myself, so that we may both be drinking our wine at the same time. And I shall tell my Mary, for I have got a daughter of that name, but she is a very small one as yet, to drink your health too. And we shall try and make believe that you are here, or that we are in Russell Square, which is the best thing we can do, I think, under the circumstances. You are growing up so fast that by the time I come home again, I expect you will be almost a woman, and in a very few years we shall be saying to each other, "Don't you remember what the birthdays used to be in Russell Square? And how strange it seems, and how quickly time passes, and all that sort of thing, you know. But I shall always be very glad to be asked on your birthday, and to come if you will let me, and to send my love to you, and to wish that you may live to be very old and very happy, which I do now with all my heart. Believe me always, my dear Mary, yours affectionately, Mr. W. C. Macready. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday, Death, 1841. My dear Macready, this note is about the saloon. I make it as brief as possible. Read it when you have time. As we were the first experimentalists last night, you will be glad to know what it wants. First, the refreshments are preposterously dear. A glass of wine is 1 shilling, and it ought to be 6pence. Secondly, they were served out by the wrong sort of people, 2 most uncomfortable drabs of women, and a dirty man with his hat on. Thirdly, there ought to be a box-keeper to ring a bell or give some other notice of the commencement of the overture to the afterpiece. The promenaders were in a perpetual fret and worry to get back again. And fourthly, and most important of all, if the plan is ever to succeed, you must have some notice up to the effect that as it is now a place of resort for ladies, gentlemen are requested not to lounge there in their hats and greatcoats. No ladies will go there, though the conveniences should be 10,000 times greater, while the sort of swells who have been used to kick their heels there do so in the old sort of way. I saw this expressed last night more strongly than I can tell you. Hearty congratulations on the brilliant triumph. I have always expected one, as you know, but nobody could have imagined the reality. Always, my dear Macready. Affectionately yours. 1842. Narrative. In January of this year, Charles Dickens went, with his wife, to America, the house in Devonshire Terrace being let for the term of their absence, 6 months, and the 4 children left in a furnished house in Osnaburg Street, Regent's Park, under the care of Mr. and Mrs. Macready. They returned from America in July, and in August went to Broadstairs for the autumn months as usual, and in October Charles Dickens made an expedition to Cornwall, with Mr. Forster, Mr. Maclise, and Mr. Stanfield for his companions. During his stay at Broadstairs, he was engaged in writing his American Notes, which book was published in October. At the end of the year, he had written the first number of Martin Chuzzlewit, which appeared in January 1843. An extract from a letter addressed to Messrs. Chapman and Hall before his departure for America is given as a testimony of the estimation in which Charles Dickens held the firm with whom he was connected for so many years. His letters to Mr. H.P. Smith, for many years actuary of the Eagle Insurance Office, are a combination of business and friendship. Mr. Smith gives us, as an explanation of a note to him, dateth July, that he alluded to the stamp of the office upon the check, which was, as he described it, almost a work of art, a truculent-looking eagle seated on a rock and scattering rays over the whole sheet. Of letters written by Charles Dickens in America, we have been able to obtain very few. One to Dr. F. H. Dean, Cincinnati, complying with his request to write him an epitaph for the tombstone of his little child, has been kindly copied for us from an album by Mrs. Fields of Boston. Therefore, it is not directly received, but as we have no doubt of its authenticity, we give it here, and there is one to Mr. Halleck, the American poet. At the close of the voyage to America, a very bad and dangerous one, a meeting of the passengers, with Lord Mulgrave in the chair, took place, and a piece of plate and thanks were voted to the captain of the Britannia, Captain Hewitt. The vote of thanks, being drawn up by Charles Dickens, is given here. We have letters in this year to Mr. Thomas Hood, Miss Pardoe, Mrs. Trollope, and Mr. W.P. Frith, the last-named artist, then a very young man, had made great success with several charming pictures of Dolly Varden. One of these was bought by Charles Dickens, who ordered a companion picture of Kate Nickleby from the young painter, whose acquaintance he made at the same time, and the 2 letters to Mr. Frith have reference to the purchase of the one picture and the commission for the other. The letter to Mr. Cattermole is an acknowledgment also of a completed commission of 2 watercolor drawings, from the subjects of 2 of Mr. Cattermole's illustrations to the Old Curiosity Shop. A note to Mr. Macready at the close of this year refers to the first representation of Mr. Westland Marston's play, The Patrician's Daughter. Charles Dickens took great interest in the production of this work at Drury Lane. It was, to a certain extent, an experiment of the effect of a tragedy of modern times and in modern dress, and the prologue, which Charles Dickens wrote and which we give, was intended to show that there need be no incongruity between plain clothes of this century and high tragedy. The play was quite successful. Messrs. Chapman and Hall. Having disposed of the business part of this letter, I should not feel at ease on leaving England if I did not tell you once more with my whole heart that your conduct to me on this and all other occasions has been honorable, manly, and generous, and that I have felt it a solemn duty, in the event of any accident happening to me while I am away, to place this testimony upon record. It forms part of a will I have made for the security of my children, for I wish them to know it when they are capable of understanding your worth and my appreciation of it. Always believe me. Faithfully and truly yours, Mr. Thomas Merton. Adelphi Hotel, Liverpool, Monday, Jan. 3rd, 1842. My dear Merton, this is a short note, but I will fulfill the adage and make it a merry one. We came down in great comfort. Our luggage is now aboard. Anything so utterly and monstrously absurd as the size of our cabin, no gentleman of England who lives at home at ease can for a moment imagine. Neither of the portmanteaus would go into it. There. These Cunard packets are not very big, you know, actually, but the quantity of sleeping berths makes them much smaller, so that the saloon is not nearly as large as in one of the Ramsgate boats. The ladies' cabin is so close to ours that I could knock the door open without getting off something they call my bed, but which I believe to be a muffin-beaten flat. This is a great comfort, for it is an excellent room, the only good one in the ship, and if there be only one other lady besides Kate, as the stewardess thinks, I hope I shall be able to sit there very often. They talk of 70 passengers, but I can't think there will be so many. They talk besides, which is even more to the purpose, of a very fine passage, having had a noble one this time last year. God send it so. We are in the best spirits and full of hope. I was dashed for a moment when I saw our cabin, but I got over that directly and laughed so much at its ludicrous proportions that you might have heard me all over the ship. God bless you. Write to me by the first opportunity. I will do the like to you, and always believe me. Your old and faithful friend. Narrative. At a meeting of the passengers on board the Britannia steamship, traveling from Liverpool to Boston, held in the saloon of that vessel, on Friday, the 21st January, 1842, it was moved and seconded that the Earl of Mulgrave do take the chair. The motion having been carried unanimously, the Earl of Mulgrave took the chair accordingly. It was also moved and seconded and carried unanimously that Charles Dickens, Esquire, be appointed Secretary and Treasurer to the meeting. The three following resolutions were then proposed and carried nem. Con. First, that, gratefully recognizing the blessing of divine providence by which we are brought nearly to the termination of our voyage, we have great pleasure in expressing our high appreciation of Captain Hewitt's nautical skill and of his indefatigable attention to the management and safe conduct of the ship during a more than ordinarily tempestuous passage. Secondly, that a subscription be opened for the purchase of a piece of silver plate, and that Captain Hewitt be respectfully requested to accept it, as a sincere expression of the sentiments embodied in the foregoing resolution. Thirdly, that a committee be appointed to carry these resolutions into effect, and that the committee be composed of the following gentlemen: Charles Dickens, Esquire, E. Dunbar, Esquire, and Solomon Hopkins, Esq. The committee, having withdrawn and conferred with Captain Hewitt, returned and informed the meeting that Captain Hewitt desired to attend and express his thanks, which he did. The amount of the subscription was reported at £50, and the list was closed. It was then agreed that the following inscription should be placed upon the testimonial to Captain Hewitt. This piece of plate was presented to Captain John Hewett of the Britannia steamship by the passengers on board that vessel in a voyage from Liverpool to Boston in the month of January 1842, as a slight acknowledgement of his great ability and skill under circumstances of much difficulty and danger, and as a feeble token of their lasting gratitude. Thanks were then voted to the chairman and to the secretary, and the meeting separated. Mr. Thomas Merton. Tremont House, Boston, January 31st, 1842. My dear Merton, I am so exhausted with the life I am obliged to lead here that I have had time to write but one letter which is at all deserving of the name, as giving any account of our movements. Forster has it, in trust, to tell you all its news, and he has also some newspapers which I had an opportunity of sending him, in which you will find further particulars of our progress. We had a dreadful passage, the worst, the officers all concur in saying, that they have ever known. We were 18 days coming, experienced a dreadful storm which swept away our paddle boxes and stove our lifeboats, and ran aground besides, near Halifax, among rocks and breakers, where we lay at anchor all night. After we left the English Channel, we had only one fine day, and we had the additional discomfort of being 86 passengers. I was ill 5 days, Kate 6, though indeed she had a swelled face and suffered the utmost terror all the way. I can give you no conception of my welcome here. There never was a king or emperor upon the earth so cheered and followed by crowds, and entertained in public at splendid balls and dinners, and waited on by public bodies and deputations of all kinds. I have had one from the far west, a journey of 2,000 miles. If I go out in a carriage, the crowd surround it and escort me home. If I go to the theater, the whole house, crowded to the roof, rises as one man, and the timbers ring again. You cannot imagine what it is. I have 5 great public dinners on hand at this moment, and invitations from every town and village and city in the States. There is a great deal afloat here in the way of subjects for description. I keep my eyes open pretty wide, and hope to have done so to some purpose by the time I come home. When you write to me again, I say again, hoping that your first letter will be soon upon its way here, direct to me to the care of David Colden, Esquire, New York. He will forward all communications by the quickest conveyance, and will be perfectly acquainted with all my movements. Always your faithful friend, Mr. Fitzgreen Halleck. Carlton House, February 14th, 1842. My dear Sir, will you come and breakfast with me on Tuesday, the 22nd, at 10:30? Say yes. I should have been truly delighted to have a talk with you tonight, being quite alone, but the doctor says that if I talk to man, woman, or child this evening, I shall be dumb tomorrow. Believe me, with true regard, faithfully your friend, Mr. W. C. Macready. Baltimore, March 22nd, 1842. My dear friend, I beg your pardon, but you were speaking of rash leaps at hasty conclusions. Are you quite sure you designed that remark for me? Have you not, in the hurry of correspondence, slipped a paragraph into my letter which belongs of right to somebody else? When did you ever find me leap at wrong conclusions? I pause for a reply. Pray, sir, did you ever find me admiring Mr. On the contrary, did you never hear of my protesting through good, better, and best report that he was not an open or a candid man, and would one day, beyond all doubt, displease you by not being so? I pause again for a reply. Are you quite sure, Mr. Macready, and I address myself to you with the sternness of a man in the pit, are you quite sure, sir, that you do not view America through the pleasant mirage which often surrounds a thing that has been, but not a thing that is? Are you quite sure that, when you were here, you relished it as well as you do now when you look back upon it? The early spring birds, Mr. Macready, do sing in the groves that you were, very often, not over well pleased with many of the new country's social aspects. Are the birds to be trusted? Again, I pause for a reply. My dear Macready, I desire to be so honest, and just to those who have so enthusiastically and earnestly welcomed me, that I burned the last letter I wrote to you, even to you to whom I would speak as to myself, rather than let it come with anything that might seem like an ill-considered word of disappointment. I preferred that you should think me neglectful, if you could imagine anything so wild, rather than I should do wrong in this respect. Still, it is of no use. I am disappointed. This is not the republic I came to see. This is not the republic of my imagination. I infinitely prefer a liberal monarchy, even with its sickening accompaniments of court circulars, to such a government as this. The more I think of its youth and strength, the poorer and more trifling in 1,000 aspects it appears in my eyes. In everything of which it has made a boast, excepting its education of the people and its care for poor children, it sinks immeasurably below the level I had placed it upon. And England, even England, bad and faulty as the old land is, and miserable as millions of her people are, rises in the comparison. You live here, Macready, as I have sometimes heard you imagining. You, loving you with all my heart and soul, and knowing what your disposition really is, I would not condemn you to a year's residence on this side of the Atlantic for any money. Freedom of opinion, where is it? I see a press more mean and paltry and silly and disgraceful than any country I ever knew. If that is its standard, here it is. But I speak of Bancroft, and am advised to be silent on that subject, for he is a black sheep, a Democrat. I speak of Bryant, and am entreated to be more careful, for the same reason. I speak of international copyright, and am implored not to ruin myself outright. I speak of Miss Martineau and all parties, slave upholders and abolitionists, Whigs, Tyler Whigs, and Democrats showered down upon me a perfect cataract of abuse. But what has she done? Surely she praised America enough. Yes, but she told us of some of our faults, and Americans can't bear to be told of their faults. Don't split on that rock, Mr. Dickens. Don't write about America. We are so very suspicious. Freedom of opinion. Macready, if I had been born here and had written my books in this country, producing them with no stamp of approval from any other land, it is my solemn belief that I should have lived and died poor, unnoticed, and a black sheep to boot. I never was more convinced of anything than I am of that. The people are affectionate, generous, open-hearted, hospitable, enthusiastic, good-humored, polite to women, frank and candid to all strangers, anxious to oblige, far less prejudiced than they have been described to be, frequently polished and refined, very seldom rude or disagreeable. I have made a great many friends here, even in public conveyances, whom I have been truly sorry to part from. In the towns, I have formed perfect attachments. I have seen none of that greediness and indecorousness on which travelers have laid so much emphasis. I have returned frankness with frankness, met questions not intended to be rude, with answers meant to be satisfactory, and have not spoken to one man, woman, or child of any degree who has not grown positively affectionate before we parted. In the respects of not being left alone, and of being horribly disgusted by tobacco chewing and tobacco spittle, I have suffered considerably. The sight of slavery in Virginia, the hatred of British feeling upon the subject, and the miserable hints of the impotent indignation of the South have pained me very much. On the last head, of course, I have felt nothing but a mingled pity and amusement, on the other sheer distress. But however much I like the ingredients of this great dish, I cannot but come back to the point upon which I started, and say that the dish itself goes against the grain with me, and that I don't like it. You know that I am truly a liberal. I believe I have as little pride as most men, and I am conscious of not the smallest annoyance from being hail fellow well met with everybody. I have not had greater pleasure in the company of any set of men among the thousands I have received. I hold a regular levee every day, you know, which is duly heralded and proclaimed in the newspapers, than in that of the Carmen of Hertford, who presented themselves in a body in their blue frocks, among a crowd of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen, and bade me welcome. Through their spokesman, they had all read my books, and all perfectly understood them. It is not these things I have in my mind when I say that the man who comes to this country a radical and goes home again with his opinions unchanged must be a radical on reason, sympathy, and reflection, and one who has so well considered the subject that he has no chance of wavering. We have been to Boston, Worcester, Hertford, New Haven, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, Fredericksburg, Richmond, and back to Washington again. The premature heat of the weather, it was 80 yesterday in the shade, and Clay's advice, how you would like Clay, have made us determine not to go to Charleston, but having got to Richmond, I think I should have turned back under any circumstances. We remain at Baltimore for 2 days, of which this is one. Then we go to Harrisburg. Then by the canal boat and the railroad over the Allegheny Mountains to Pittsburgh, then down the Ohio to Cincinnati, then to Louisville, and then to St. Louis. I have been invited to a public entertainment in every town I have entered, and have refused them, but I have accepted St. Louis as the farthest point of my travels. My friends there have passed some resolutions which Forster has, and will show you. From St. Louis we crossed to Chicago, traversing immense prairies, thence by the lakes and Detroit to Buffalo, and so to Niagara. A run into Canada follows, of course, and then, let me write the blessed word in capitals, we turn towards home. Kate has written to Mrs. Macready, and it is useless for me to thank you, my dearest friend, or her, for your care of our dear children, which is our constant theme of discourse. Forster has gladdened our hearts with his account of the triumph of Assis and Galatea, and I am anxiously looking for news of the tragedy. Forrest breakfasted with us at Richmond last Saturday. He was acting there, and I invited him, and he spoke very gratefully and very like a man of your kindness to him when he was in London. David Colden is as good a fellow as ever lived, and I am deeply in love with his wife. Indeed, we have received the greatest and most earnest and zealous kindness from the whole family, and quite love them all. Do you remember one Greenhow, whom you invited to pass some days with you at the hotel on the Catskill Mountains? He is translator to the state office at Washington, has a very pretty wife, and a little girl of 5 years old. We dined with them and had a very pleasant day. The president invited me to dinner, but I couldn't stay for it. I had a private audience, however, and we attended the public drawing room besides. Now don't you rush at the quick conclusion that I have rushed at a quick conclusion. Pray, be upon your guard. If you can by any process estimate the extent of my affectionate regard for you, and the rush I shall make when I reach London to take you by your true right hand, I don't object. But let me entreat you to be very careful how you come down upon the sharp-sighted individual who pens these words, which you seem to me to have done in what Wilmot would call one of Mr. Macready's rushes. As my pen is getting past its work, I have taken a new one to say that. I am ever, my dear Macready, your faithful friend, Mr. Thomas Mitton. Baltimore, United States, March 22nd, 1842. My dear friend, we have been as far south as Richmond in Virginia, where they grow and manufacture tobacco, and where the labor is all performed by slaves. But the season in those latitudes is so intensely and prematurely hot that it was considered a matter of doubtful expediency to go on to Charleston. For this unexpected reason, and because the country between Richmond and Charleston is but a desolate swamp the whole way, and because slavery is anything but a cheerful thing to live amidst, I have altered my route by the advice of Mr. Clay, the great political leader in this country, and have returned here previous to diving into the far west. We start for that part of the country, which includes mountain traveling and lake traveling and prairie traveling, the day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, and shall be in the west, and from there going northward again until the 30th of April or 1st of May, when we shall halt for a week at Niagara, before going further into Canada. We have taken our passage home, God bless the word, in the George Washington packet ship from New York. She sails on the 7th of June. I have departed from my resolution not to accept any more public entertainments. They have been proposed in every town I have visited, in favor of the people of St. Louis, my utmost western point. That town is on the borders of the Indian Territory, a trifling distance from this place, only 2,000 miles. At my second halting place, I shall be able to write to fix the day. I suppose it will be somewhere about the 12th of April. Think of my going so far towards the setting sun to dinner. In every town where we stay, though it be only for a day, we hold a regular levee or drawing room, where I shake hands on an average with 500 or 600 people, who pass on from me to Kate, and are shaken again by her. Maclise's picture of our darlings stands upon a table or sideboard the while, and my traveling secretary, assisted very often by a committee belonging to the place, presents the people in due form. Think of 2 hours of this every day, and the people coming in by hundreds, all fresh and piping hot, and full of questions, when we are literally exhausted and can hardly stand. I really do believe that if I had not a lady with me, I should have been obliged to leave the country and go back to England. But for her they never would leave me alone by day or night, and as it is, a slave comes to me now and then in the middle of the night with a letter, and waits at the bedroom door for an answer. It was so hot at Richmond that we could scarcely breathe, and the peach and other fruit trees were in full blossom. It was so cold at Washington next day that we were shivering, but even in the same town, you might often wear nothing but a shirt and trousers in the morning, and 2 greatcoats at night, the thermometer very frequently taking a little trip of 30 degrees between sunrise and sunset. They do lay it on at the hotels in such style. They charge by the day, so that whether one dines out or dines at home makes no manner of difference. T'other day, I wrote to order our rooms at Philadelphia to be ready on a certain day, and was detained a week longer than I expected in New York. The Philadelphia landlord not only charged me half rent for the rooms during the whole of that time, but board for myself and Kate and Anne during the whole time too, though we were actually boarding at the same expense during the same time in New York. What do you say to that? If I remonstrated, the whole virtue of the newspapers would be aroused directly. We were at the president's drawing room while we were in Washington. I had a private audience besides and was asked to dinner, but couldn't stay. Parties, 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 of course, every day and night. But it's not all parties. I go into the prisons, the police offices, the watch houses, the hospitals, the workhouses. I was out half the night in New York with two of their most famous constables, started at midnight and went into every brothel, thieves' house, murdering hovel, sailor's dancing place, and abode of villainy, both black and white, in the town. I went incog. Behind the scenes to the little theater where Mitchell is making a fortune. He has been rearing a little dog for me and has called him Baz. I am going to bring him home. In a word, I go everywhere, and a hard life it is. But I am careful to drink hardly anything and not to smoke at all. I have recourse to my medicine chest whenever I feel at all bilious, and am, thank God, thoroughly well. When I next write to you, I shall have begun, I hope, to turn my face homeward. I have a great store of oddity and whimsicality, and am going now into the oddest and most characteristic part of this most queer country. Always direct to the care of David Colden, Esquire, 28, Late Street, Hudson Square, New York. I received your Caledonia letter with the greatest joy. Kate sends her best remembrances. And I am always. P.S. Richmond was my extreme southern point, and I turn from the south altogether the day after tomorrow. Will you let the Britannia know of this change, if needful? Dr. F. H. Dean. Cincinnati, Ohio, Apeth, 1842. My dear sir, I have not been unmindful of your request for a moment, but have not been able to think of it until now. I hope my good friends, for whose Christian names I have left blanks in the epitaph, may like what I have written, and that they will take comfort and be happy again. I sail on the 7th of June, and purpose being at the Carlton House, New York, about the 1st. It will make me easy to know that this letter has reached you. Faithfully yours. This is the grave of a little child, whom God in his goodness called to a bright eternity, when he was very young. Hard as it is for human affection to reconcile itself to death in any shape, and most of all, perhaps, at first in this, his parents can even now believe that it will be a consolation to them throughout their lives, and when they shall have grown old and gray, always to think of him as a child in heaven. And Jesus called a little child unto him, and set him in the midst of them. He was the son of Q and M. Thornton, christened Charles Jerking. He was born on the 20th day of January, 1841. And he died on the 12th day of March, 1842. Having lived only 13 months and 20 days. Mr. Henry Austin. Niagara Falls, English Side. Sunday, May 1st, 1842. My dear Henry, although I date this letter as above, it will not be so old a one as at first sight it would appear to be when it reaches you. I shall carry it on with me to Montreal, and dispatch it from there by the steamer which goes to Halifax, to meet the Cunard boat at that place, with Canadian letters and passengers. Before I finally close it, I will add a short postscript, so that it will contain the latest intelligence. We have had a blessed interval of quiet in this beautiful place, of which, as you may suppose, we stood greatly in need, not only by reason of our hard traveling for a long time, but on account of the incessant persecutions of the people, by land and water, on stage-coach, railway car, and steamer, which exceeds anything you can picture to yourself, by the utmost stretch of your imagination. So far we have had this hotel nearly to ourselves. It is a large square house, standing on a bold height, with overhanging eaves like a Swiss cottage and a wide handsome gallery outside every story. These colonnades make it look so very light that it has exactly the appearance of a house built with a pack of cards, and I live in bodily terror lest any man should venture to step out of a little observatory on the roof and crush the whole structure with one stamp of his foot. Our sitting room, which is large and low like a nursery, is on the second floor and is so close to the falls that the windows are always wet and dim with spray. 2 bedrooms open out of it, one our own, one Anne's. The secretary slumbers near at hand, but without these sacred precincts. From the 3 chambers, or any part of them, you can see the falls rolling and tumbling and roaring and leaping all day long, with bright rainbows making fiery arches down 100 feet below us. When the sun is on them, they shine and glow like molten gold. When the day is gloomy, the water falls like snow, or sometimes it seems to crumble away like the face of a great chalk cliff, or sometimes again to roll along the front of the rock like white smoke. But it all seems gay or gloomy, dark or light, by sun or moon. From the bottom of both falls, there is always rising up a solemn, ghostly cloud, which hides the boiling cauldron from human sight, and makes it in its mystery 100 times more grand than if you could see all the secrets that lie hidden in its tremendous depth. One fall is as close to us as York Gate is to number 1 Devonshire Terrace. The other, the Great Horseshoe Fall, may be perhaps about half as far off as Creedy's. One circumstance in connection with them is in all the accounts greatly exaggerated. I mean the noise. Last night was perfectly still. Kate and I could just hear them at the quiet time of sunset a mile off. Whereas, believing the statements I had heard, I began putting my ear to the ground, like a savage or a bandit in a ballet 30 miles off, when we were coming here from Buffalo. I was delighted to receive your famous letter and to read your account of our darlings, whom we long to see with an intensity it is impossible to shadow forth ever so faintly. I do believe, though I say it as shouldn't, that they are good uns, both to look at and to go. I roared out this morning, as soon as I was awake, next month, which we have been longing to be able to say ever since we have been here. I really do not know how we shall ever knock at the door, when that slowest of all impossibly slow hackney coaches shall pull up, at home. I am glad you exult in the fight I have had about the copyright. If you knew how they tried to stop me, you would have a still greater interest in it. The greatest men in England have sent me out, through Forster, a very manly and becoming and spirited memorial and address, backing me in all I have done. I have dispatched it to Boston for publication, and am coolly prepared for the storm it will raise, but my best rod is in pickle. Is it not a horrible thing that scoundrel booksellers should grow rich here from publishing books, the authors of which do not reap 1 farthing from their issue by scores of thousands, and that every vile, blackguard, and detestable newspaper, so filthy and bestial, that no honest man would admit one into his house for a scullery doormat, should be able to publish those same writings side by side, cheek by jowl, with the coarsest and most obscene companions with which they must become connected, in course of time, in people's minds? Is it tolerable that besides being robbed and rifled, an author should be forced to appear in any form, in any vulgar dress, in any atrocious company, that he should have no choice of his audience, no control over his own distorted text, and that he should be compelled to jostle out of the course? The best men in this country who only ask to live by writing, I vow before high heaven that my blood so boils at these enormities that when I speak about them, I seem to grow 20 feet high and to swell out in proportion. Robbers that ye are, I think to myself when I get upon my legs, here goes. The places we have lodged in, the roads we have gone over, the company we have been among, the tobacco spittle we have wallowed in, the strange customs we have complied with, the packing cases in which we have traveled, the woods, swamps, rivers, prairies, lakes, and mountains we have crossed, are all subjects for legends and tales at home. Choirs, reams wouldn't hold them. I don't think Anne has so much as seen an American tree. She never looks at a prospect by any chance or displays the smallest emotion at any sight whatever. She objects to Niagara that it's nothing but water, and considers that there is too much of that. I suppose you have heard that I am going to act at the Montreal Theatre with the officers. Farce books being scarce, and the choice consequently limited, I have selected Keeley's part in 2 o'clock in the morning. I wrote yesterday to Mitchell, the actor and manager at New York, to get and send me a comic wig, light flaxen, with a small whisker halfway down the cheek. Over this, I mean to wear 2 nightcaps, one with a tassel and one of flannel. A flannel wrapper, drab tights and slippers will complete the costume. I am very sorry to hear that business is so flat, but the proverb says it never rains but it pours, and it may be remarked with equal truth upon the other side that it never don't rain but it holds up very much indeed. You will be busy again long before I come home, I have no doubt. We purpose leaving this on Wednesday morning. Give my love to Letitia and to Mother, and always believe me, my dear Henry. Affectionately yours, Mr. Henry Austen. Montreal, Canada, May 12, 1842. All well, though with the exception of one from Fred, we have received no letters whatever by the Caledonia. We have experienced impossible to be described attentions in Canada. Everybody's carriage and horses are at our disposal, and everybody's servants, and all the government boats and boats' crews. We shall play, between the 20th and the 25th, A. Rowland for an Oliver, 2 o'clock in the morning, and deaf as a post. Mr. Thomas Longman. Athen Elm, Friday afternoon. My dear Sir, if I could possibly have attended the meeting yesterday, I would most gladly have done so, but I have been up the whole night, and was too much exhausted even to write and say so before the proceedings came on. I have fought the fight across the Atlantic with the utmost energy I could command, have never been turned aside by any consideration for an instant, am fresher for the fray than ever, will battle it to the death, and die game to the last. I am happy to say that my boy is quite well again. From being in perfect health, he fell into alarming convulsions with the surprise and joy of our return. I beg my regards to Mrs. Longman, and am always faithfully yours, Miss Pardoe. Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. July 19th, 1842. Dear Madam, I beg to set you right on one point in reference to the American robbers, which perhaps you do not quite understand. The existing law allows them to reprint any English book without any communication whatever with the author or anybody else. My books have all been reprinted on these agreeable terms. But sometimes, when expectation is awakened there about a book before its publication, one firm of pirates will pay a trifle to procure early proofs of it, and get so much the start of the rest as they can obtain by the time necessarily consumed in printing it. Directly it is printed, it is common property, and may be reprinted 1,000 times. My circular only referred to such bargains as these. I should add that I have no hope of the states doing justice in this dishonest respect, and therefore do not expect to overtake these fellows, but we may cry, "Stop thief," nevertheless, especially as they wince and smart under it. Faithfully yours always, Mr. H. P. Smith. Devonshire Terrace, Thursday, July 14th, 1842. My dear Smith, the check safely received. As you say, it would be cheap at any money. My devotion to the fine arts renders it impossible for me to cash it. I have therefore ordered it to be framed and glazed. I am really grateful to you for the interest you take in my proceedings. Next time I come into the city, I will show you my introductory chapter to the American book. It may seem to prepare the reader for a much greater amount of slaughter than he will meet with, but it is honest and true. Therefore my hand does not shake. Best love and regards, certainly to the Richmondian intentions. Always faithfully, your friend, Mr. Harrison Ainsworth. Broadstairs, Kent, September 14th, 1842. My dear Ainsworth, the enclosed has been sent to me by a young gentleman in Devonshire, of whom I know no more than that I have occasionally, at his request, read, and suggested amendments in some of his writings, with a special petition that I would recommend it to you for insertion in your magazine. I think it very pretty, and I have no doubt you will also, but it is poetry and may be too long. He is a very modest young fellow and has decided ability. I hope when I come home at the end of the month we shall foregather more frequently. Of course you are working tooth and nail, and of course I am. Kate joins me in best regards to yourself and all your house, not forgetting, but especially remembering, my old friend Mrs. Touchett, and I am always, my dear Ainsworth, heartily yours, Mr. Henry Austen. Broadstairs, Sunday, September 25th, 1842. My dear Henry, I enclose you the Niagara letter, with many thanks for the loan of it. Pray tell Mr. Chadwick that I am greatly obliged to him for his remembrance of me, and I heartily concur with him in the great importance and interest of the subject, though I do differ from him to the death on his crack topic, the New Poor Law. I have been turning my thoughts to this very item in the condition of American towns, and had put their present aspects strongly before the American people. Therefore, I shall read his report with the greater interest and attention. We return next Saturday night. If you will dine with us next day or any day in the week, we shall be truly glad and delighted to see you. Let me know, then, what day you will come. I need scarcely say that I shall joyfully talk with you about the Metropolitan Improvement Society, then or at any time, and with love to Laetitia, in which Kate and the babies join, I am always, my dear Henry, affectionately yours. P.S. The children's present names are as follows: Katie, from a lurking propensity to fieriness, Lucifer Box. Mamie, as generally descriptive of her bearing, mild Gloucester. Charlie, as a corruption of Master Toby, Flaster Floby. Walter, suggested by his high cheekbones, young Skull. Each is pronounced with a peculiar howl, which I shall have great pleasure in illustrating. Rev. William Harness. Devonshire Terrace, November 8, 1842. My dear Harness, some time ago you sent me a note from a friend of yours, a barrister, I think, begging me to forward to him any letters I might receive from a deranged nephew of his at Newcastle. In the midst of a most bewildering correspondence with unknown people on every possible and impossible subject, I have forgotten this gentleman's name, though I have a kind of hazy remembrance that he lived near Russell Square. As the post office would be rather puzzled, perhaps, to identify him by such an address, may I ask the favor of you to hand him the enclosed, and to say that it is the second I have received since I returned from America. The last, I think, was a defiance to mortal combat, with best remembrances to your sister, in which Mrs. Dickens joins, believe me, my dear Harness. Always faithfully yours, Mr. W. C. Macready. Devonshire Terrace, Saturday, North, 1842. My dear Macready, you pass this house every day on your way to or from the theatre. I wish you would call once as you go by, and soon, that you may have plenty of time to deliberate on what I wish to suggest to you. The more I think of Marston's play, the more sure I feel that a prologue to the purpose would help it materially, and almost decide the fate of any ticklish point on the first night. Now I have an idea, not easily explainable in writing but told in 5 words, that would take the prologue out of the conventional dress of prologues, quite, get the curtain up with a dash, and begin the play with a sledgehammer blow. If on consideration you should think with me, I will write the prologue heartily. Faithfully yours ever. Prologue to Mr. Marston's play of The Patrician's Daughter. No tale of streaming plumes and harness bright dwells on the poet's maiden harp tonight. No trumpet's clamor and no battle's fire breathes in the trembling accents of his lyre. Enough for him if in his lowly strain he wakes one household echo not in vain. Enough for him, if in his boldest word the beating heart of man be dimly heard. Its solemn music which, like strains that sigh, through charmed gardens all who hearing die. Its solemn music he does not pursue to distant ages out of human view, nor listen to its wild and mournful chime in the dead caverns on the shore of time, but musing with a calm and steady gaze before the crackling flames of living days, he hears it whisper through the busy roar of what shall be and what has been before. Awake the present shall no scene display the tragic passion of the passing day. Is it with man as with some meaner things, that out of death his single purpose springs? Can his eventful life no moral teach, until he be, for aye, beyond its reach? Obscurely shall he suffer, act, and fade, dubbed noble only by the sexton's spade. Awake the present, though the steel-clad age find life alone within the storied page. Iron is worn at heart by many still. The tyrant custom binds the serf-like will. If the sharp rack and screw and chain be gone, these later days have tortures of their own. The guiltless writhe while guilt is stretched in sleep, and virtue lies too often dungeon deep. Awake the present, what the past has sown be in its harvest garnered, reaped, and grown. How pride breeds pride, and wrong engenders wrong. Read in the volume truth has held so long, assured that, where life's flowers freshest blow, the sharpest thorns and keenest briars grow. How social usage has the power to chain good thoughts to evil in its highest range, to cramp the noble soul and turn to ruth, the kindling impulse of our glorious youth, crushing the spirit in its house of clay. Learn from the lessons of the present day, not light its import and not poor its mean. Yourselves the actors and your homes the scene. Mr. W. C. Macready. Saturday morning. My dear Macready, one suggestion, though it be a late one, do have upon the table, in the opening scene of the second act, something in a velvet case or frame that may look like a large miniature of Mabel, such as one of Ross's, and eschew that picture. It haunts me with a sense of danger. Even a titter at that critical time, with the whole of that act before you, would be a fatal thing. The picture is bad in itself, bad in its effect upon the beautiful room, bad in all its associations with the house. In case of your having nothing at hand, I send you by bearer what would be 1,000,000 times better. Always, my dear Macready. Faithfully yours. P.S. I need not remind you how common it is to have such pictures in cases lying about elegant rooms. Mr. W. P. Frith. 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. November 15th, 1842. My dear sir, I shall be very glad if you will do me the favor to paint me 2 little companion pictures. One, a Dolly Varden, whom you have so exquisitely done already, the other, a Kate Nickleby. Faithfully yours always. P.S. I take it for granted that the original picture of Dolly with the bracelet is sold. The same. Devonshire Terrace, November 17th, 1842. My dear sir, pray consult your own convenience in the matter of my little commission. Whatever suits your engagements and prospects will best suit me. I saw an unfinished proof of Dolly at Mitchell's some 2 or 3 months ago. I thought it was proceeding excellently well then. It will give me great pleasure to see her when completed. Faithfully yours, Mr. Thomas Hood. Devonshire Terrace, November 30th, 1842. My dear Hood, In asking your and Mrs. Hood's leave to bring Mrs. D. sister who stays with us on Tuesday, let me add that I should very much like to bring at the same time a very unaffected and ardent admirer of your genius, who has no small portion of that commodity in his own right, and is a very dear friend of mine and a very famous fellow, to wit Maclise, the painter, who would be glad, as he has often told me, to know you better, and would be much pleased, I know, if I could say to him, Hood wants me to bring you. I use so little ceremony with you, in the conviction that you will use as little with me, and say, my dear D, convenient, or my dear D, ill-convenient, as the popular phrase is, just as the case may be. Of course, I have said nothing to him. Always heartily yours. Bars. Mrs. Trollope. 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. December 16th, 1842. My dear Mrs. Trollope, let me thank you most cordially for your kind note, in reference to my notes, which has given me true pleasure and gratification. As I never scrupled to say in America, so I can have no delicacy in saying to you that, allowing for the change you worked in many social features of American society, and for the time that has passed since you wrote of the country, I am convinced that there is no writer who has so well and accurately, I need not add so entertainingly, described it, in many of its aspects, as you have done, and this renders your praise the more valuable to me. I do not recollect ever to have heard or seen the charge of exaggeration made against a feeble performance, though in its feebleness it may have been most untrue. It seems to me essentially natural and quite inevitable that common observers should accuse an uncommon one of this fault, and I have no doubt that you were long ago of this opinion, very much to your own comfort. Mrs. Dickens begs me to thank you for your kind remembrance of her, and to convey to you her best regards. Always believe me. Faithfully yours, Mr. George Cattermole. Devonshire Terrace, December 20th, 1842. My dear George, it is impossible for me to tell you how greatly I am charmed with those beautiful pictures, in which the whole feeling and thought and expression of the little story is rendered to the gratification of my inmost heart, and on which you have lavished those amazing resources of yours with a power at which I fairly wondered when I sat down yesterday before them. I took them to Mac straightway in a cab, and it would have done you good if you could have seen and heard him. You can't think how moved he was by the old man in the church, or how pleased I was to have chosen it before he saw the drawings. You are such a queer fellow, and hold yourself so much aloof, that I am afraid to say half I would say touching my grateful admiration, so you shall imagine the rest. I enclose a note from Kate, to which I hope you will bring the only one acceptable reply. Always, my dear Cattermole. Faithfully yours. Book 2, 1857. 1843. Narrative. We have, unfortunately, very few letters of interest in this year, but we are able to give the commencement of Charles Dickens's correspondence with his beloved friends, Mr. Douglas Jerrold and Mr. Clarkson Stanfield, with Lord Morpeth, afterwards Lord Carlisle, for whom he always entertained the highest regard, and with Mr. Charles Babbage. He was at work upon Martin Chuzzlewit until the end of the year, when he also wrote and published the first of his Christmas stories, The Christmas Carol. He was much distressed by the sad fate of Mr. Elton, a respected actor, who was lost in the wreck of the Pegasus, and was very eager and earnest in his endeavors to raise a fund on behalf of Mr. Elton's children. We are sorry to be unable to give any explanation as to the nature of the Cockspur Street Society mentioned in this first letter to Mr. Charles Babbage, but we publish it notwithstanding, considering it to be one of general interest. The little history of England was never finished, not, that is to say, the one alluded to in the letter to Mr. Jerrold. Mr. David Dixon kindly furnishes us with an explanation of the letter dateth May. It was, he says, in answer to a letter from me pointing out that the shepherd in Pickwick was apparently reflecting on the scriptural doctrine of the new birth. The beginning of the letter to Mr. Jerrold, 15th June, is, as will be readily understood, an imaginary cast of a purely imaginary play. A portion of this letter has already been published in Mr. Blanchard Gerald's Life of his father. It originated in a proposal of Mr. Webster's, the manager of the Haymarket Theatre, to give £500 for a prize comedy by an English author. The opera referred to in the letter to Mr. R. H. Horne was called The Village Coquettes, and the farce was The Strange Gentleman, already alluded to by us in connection with a letter to Mr. Harley. Mr. Charles Babbage, Devonshire Terrace, Apeth, 1843. My dear Sir, I write to you, confidentially, in answer to your note of last night, and the tenor of mine will tell you why. You may suppose, from seeing my name in the printed letter you have received, that I am favorable to the proposed society. I am decidedly opposed to it. I went there on the day I was in the chair, after much solicitation, and being put into it, opened the proceedings by telling the meeting that I approved of the design in theory, but in practice considered it hopeless. I may tell you, I did not tell them, that the nature of the meeting, and the character and position of many of the men attending it, cried failure trumpet-tongued in my ears. To quote an expression from Tennyson, I may say that if it were the best society in the world, the grossness of some natures in it would have weight to drag it down. In the wisdom of all you urge in the notes you have sent me, taking them as statements of theory, I entirely concur. But in practice, I feel sure that the present publishing system cannot be overset until authors are different men. The first step to be taken is to move as a body in the question of copyright, enforce the existing laws, and try to obtain better. For that purpose, I hold that the authors and publishers must unite, as the wealth, business habits, and interest of that latter class are of great importance to such an end. The Longmans and Murray have been with me proposing such an association, that I shall support. But having seen the Cockspur Street Society, I am as well convinced of its invincible hopelessness as if I saw it written by a celestial penman in the Book of Fate. My dear Sir, always faithfully yours, Mr. Douglas Gerald, Devonshire Terrace, May 3rd, 1843. My dear Gerald, let me thank you most cordially for your books, not only for their own sakes, and I have read them with perfect delight, but also for this hearty and most welcome mark of your recollection of the friendship we have established, in which light I know I may regard and prize them. I am greatly pleased with your opening paper in the Illuminated. It is very wise and capital, written with the finest end of that iron pen of yours, witty, much needed, and full of truth. I vow to God that I think the parrots of society are more intolerable and mischievous than its birds of prey. If ever I destroy myself, it will be in the bitterness of hearing those infernal and damnably good old times extolled. Once, in a fit of madness, after having been to a public dinner which took place just as this ministry came in, I wrote the parody I send you enclosed for Fonblanc. There is nothing in it but wrath, but that's wholesome, so I send it you. I am writing a little history of England for my boy, which I will send you when it is printed for him, though your boys are too old to profit by it. It is curious that I have tried to impress upon him, writing, I dare say, at the same moment with you, the exact spirit of your paper, for I don't know what I should do if he were to get hold of any conservative or high church notions. And the best way of guarding against any such horrible result is, I take it, to wring the parrots' necks in his very cradle. Oh heaven, if you could have been with me at a hospital dinner last Monday. There were men there who made such speeches and expressed such sentiments as any moderately intelligent dustman would have blushed through his cindery bloom to have thought of. Sleek, slobbering, bow-paunched, overfed, apoplectic, snorting cattle, and the auditory leaping up in their delight. I never saw such an illustration of the power of purse, or felt so degraded and debased by its contemplation, since I have had eyes and ears. The absurdity of the thing was too horrible to laugh at. It was perfectly overwhelming. But if I could have partaken it with anybody who would have felt it as you would have done, it would have had quite another aspect, or would at least, like a classic mask, OD, that word, have had one funny side to relieve its dismal features. Supposing 50 families were to emigrate into the wilds of North America, yours, mine, and 48 others, picked for their concurrence of opinion on all important subjects, and for their resolution to found a colony of common sense, how soon would that devil, Cant, present itself among them in one shape or other? The day they landed, do you say, or the day after? That is a great mistake, almost the only one I know, in the Arabian Nights, when the princess restores people to their original beauty by sprinkling them with the golden water. It is quite clear that she must have made monsters of them by such a christening as that. My dear Gerald, faithfully your friend, Mr. David Dixon, 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park, May 10th, 1843. Sir, permit me to say, in reply to your letter, that you do not understand the intention, I dare say the fault is mine, of that passage in the Pickwick Papers, which has given you offence. The design of the shepherd, and of this and every other allusion to him, is to show how sacred things are degraded, vulgarized, and rendered absurd when persons who are utterly incompetent to teach the commonest things take upon themselves to expound such mysteries, and how, in making mere cant phrases of divine words, these persons miss the spirit in which they had their origin. I have seen a great deal of this sort of thing in many parts of England, and I never knew it lead to charity or good deeds. Whether the great Creator of the world and the creature of his hands, molded in his own image, be quite so opposite in character as you believe, is a question which it would profit us little to discuss. I like the frankness and candor of your letter, and thank you for it. That every man who seeks heaven must be born again in good thoughts of his Maker, I sincerely believe. That it is expedient for every hound to say so in a certain snuffling form of words, to which he attaches no good meaning, I do not believe. I take it there is no difference between us. Faithfully yours, Mr. Douglas Gerald. Devonshire Terrace, June 13th, 1843. My dear Gerald, yes, you have anticipated my occupation. Chuzzlewit B.D., D High Comedy, and £500 are the only matters I can think of. I call it the one thing needful, or a part is better than the whole. Here are the characters. Old Febrile Mr. Farron. Young Febrile his son, Mr. Howe. Jack Hessians his friend, Mr. W. Lacey. Chalks a landlord, Mr. Go. Hun Harry Staggers, Mr. Mellon. Sir Thomas Tip, Mr. Buckstone. Swig, Mr. Webster. The Duke of Lades, Mr. Coutts. Sir Smivin Growler, Mr. Macready. Servants, gamblers, visitors, etc. Mrs. Febrile, Mrs. Gallot. Lady Tip, Mrs. Humby. Mrs. Sour, Mrs. W. Clifford. Fanny, Miss A. Smith. One scene where old Febrile tickles Lady Tip in the ribs, and afterwards dances out with his hat behind him, his stick before and his eye on the pit, I expect will bring the house down. There is also another point, where old Febrile, at the conclusion of his disclosure to Swig, rises and says, "And now, Swig, tell me, have I acted well?" And Swig says, "Well, Mr. Febrile, have you ever acted ill?" which will carry off the piece. Herne Bay, I suppose it's no worse than any other place in this weather, but it is watery rather, isn't it? In my mind's eye, I have the sea in a perpetual state of smallpox, and the chalk running downhill like town milk. I know the comfort of getting to work in a fresh place, and proposing pious projects to oneself, and having the more substantial advantage of going to bed early and getting up ditto and walking about alone. I should like to deprive you of the last-named happiness, and to take a good long stroll, terminating in a public house, and whatever they chance to have in it. But fine days are over, I think. The horrible misery of London in this weather, with not even a fire to make it cheerful, is hideous. But I have my comedy to fly to, my only comfort. I walk up and down the street at the back of the theatre every night and peep in at the green room window, thinking of the time when Dickens will be called for by excited hundreds and won't come till Mr. Webster, half Swig and half himself, shall enter from his dressing-room, and quelling the tempest with a smile, beseech that wizard, if he be in the house, Here he looks up at my box, to accept the congratulations of the audience and indulge them with a sight of the man who has got £500 in money, and it's impossible to say how much in laurel. Then I shall come forward and bow once, twice, thrice, roars of approbation, bravo, bravo, hooray, hurrah, horror, one cheer more, and asking Webster home to supper, shall declare eternal friendship for that public-spirited individual. They have not sent me the illustrated magazine. What do they mean by that? You don't say your daughter is better, so I hope you mean that she is quite well. My wife desires her best regards. I am always, my dear Gerald, faithfully your friend. The Congreve of the 19th century, which I mean to be called in the Sunday papers. P.S. I shall dedicate it to Webster, beginning, My dear sir, when you first proposed to stimulate the slumbering dramatic talent of England, I assure you I had not the least idea, etc., etc., etc. Mr. Clarkson Stanfey, Devonshire Terrace, July 26, 1843. My dear Stanfield, I am chairman of a committee whose object is to open a subscription and arrange a benefit for the relief of the 7 destitute children of poor Elton the actor, who was drowned in the Pegasus. They are exceedingly anxious to have the great assistance of your name, and if you will allow yourself to be announced as one of the body, I do assure you you will help a very melancholy and distressful cause. Faithfully always. P.S. The committee meet tonight at the Freemasons at 8 o'clock. Lord Morpeth, 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. August 3, 1843. Dear Lord Morpeth, in acknowledging the safe receipt of your kind donation in behalf of poor Mr. Elton's orphan children, I hope you will suffer me to address you with little ceremony, as the best proof I can give you of my cordial reciprocation of all you say in your most welcome note. I have long esteemed you and been your distant but very truthful admirer, and trust me that it is a real pleasure and happiness to me to anticipate the time when we shall have a nearer intercourse. Believe me, with sincere regard, faithfully your servant, Mr. William Harrison Ainsworth. Devonshire Terrace, October 13, 1843. My dear Ainsworth, I want very much to see you, not having had that old pleasure for a long time. I am at this moment deaf in the ears, hoarse in the throat, red in the nose, green in the gills, damp in the eyes, twitchy in the joints, and fractious in the temper from a most intolerable and oppressive cold, caught the other day, I suspect, at Liverpool, where I got exceedingly wet. But I will make prodigious efforts to get the better of it tonight by resorting to all conceivable remedies, and if I succeed so as to be only negatively disgusting tomorrow, I will joyfully present myself at 6 and bring my womankind along with me. Cordially yours, Mr. R. H. Horne. Devonshire Terrace, November 13, 1843. Pray tell that besotted to let the opera sink into its native obscurity. I did it in a fit of blee good nature long ago, for Hulla, who wrote some very pretty music to it. I just put down for everybody what everybody at the St. James's Theatre wanted to say and do, and that they could say and do best, and I have been most sincerely repentant ever since. The farce I also did as a sort of practical joke, for Harley, whom I have known a long time. It was funny, adapted from one of the published sketches called The Great Wingleberry Duel, and was published by Chapman and Hall. But I have no copy of it now, nor should I think they have. But both these things were done without the least consideration or regard to reputation. I wouldn't repeat them for £1,000 apiece, and devoutly wish them to be forgotten. If you will impress this on the waxy mind of, I shall be truly and unaffectedly obliged to you. Always faithfully yours. 1844. Narrative. In the summer of this year, the house in Devonshire Terrace was let, and Charles Dickens started with his family for Italy, going first to a villa at Albaro, near Genoa, for a few months, and afterwards to the Palazzo Pesce, Genoa. Towards the end of this year, he made excursions to the many places of interest in this country, and was joined at Milan by his wife and sister-in-law, previous to his own departure alone on a business visit to England. He had written his Christmas story, The Chimes, and was anxious to take it himself to England and to read it to some of his most intimate friends there. Mr. Macready went to America and returned in the autumn, and towards the end of the year he paid a professional visit to Paris. Charles Dickens's letter to his wife, 26th February, treats of a visit to Liverpool, where he went to take the chair on the opening of the Mechanics' Institution and to make a speech on education. The Fanny alluded to was his sister, Mrs. Burnet, the Britannia, the ship in which he and Mrs. Dickens made their outward trip to America, the Mrs. Bean, the stewardess, and Hewitt, the captain of that same vessel. The letter to Mr. Charles Knight was in acknowledgment of the receipt of a prospectus entitled Book Clubs for All Readers. The attempt, which fortunately proved completely successful, was to establish a cheap book club. The scheme was that a number of families should combine together, each contributing about 3 halfpennies a week, which contribution would enable them, by exchanging the volumes among them, to have sufficient reading to last the year. The publications, which were to be made as cheap as possible, could be purchased by families at the end of the year, on consideration of their putting by an extra penny a week for that purpose. Charles Dickens, who always had the comfort and happiness of the working classes greatly at heart, was much interested in this scheme of Mr. Charles Knight's, and highly approved of it. Charles Dickens and this new correspondent became subsequently true and fast friends. Martin Chuzzlewit was dramatized in the early autumn of this year at the Lyceum Theatre, which was then under the management of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Keeley. Charles Dickens superintended some rehearsals, but had left England before the play was acted in public. The man Roch, alluded to in his letter to Mr. Maclise, was the French courier engaged to go with the family to Italy. He remained as servant there, and was with Charles Dickens through all his foreign travels. His many excellent qualities endeared him to the whole family, and his master never lost sight of this faithful servant until poor Roch's untimely death in 1849. The Rev. Edward Taggart was a celebrated Unitarian minister, and a very highly esteemed and valued friend. The Chicken Stalker, letter to Mrs. Dickens, November 8th, is an instance of the eccentric names he was constantly giving to his children, and these names he frequently made use of in his books. In this year we have our first letter to Mr. afterwards Sir Edwin Landseer, for whom Charles Dickens had the highest admiration and personal regard. Mr. W. C. Macready. Devonshire Terrace, January 3rd, 1844. My very dear Macready, you know all the news, and you know I love you, so I no more know why I write than I do why I come round after the play to shake hands with you in your dressing-room. I say come, as if you were at this present moment the lessee of Drury Lane, and had, with a long face on one hand, elaborately explaining that everything in creation is a joint-stock company on the other, the inimitable bee by the fire, in conversation with. Well-a-day, I see it all, and smell that extraordinary compound of odd scents peculiar to a theatre, which bursts upon me when I swing open the little door in the hall, accompanies me as I meet perspiring supers in the narrow passage, goes with me up the 2 steps, crosses the stage, wins round the 3rd entrance PS as I wind, and escorts me safely into your presence, where I find you unwinding something slowly round and round your chest, which is so long that no man can see the end of it. Oh, that you had been at Clarence Terrace on Nina's birthday. Good God, how we missed you, talked of you, drank your health, and wondered what you were doing. Perhaps you are Falkland enough, I swear I suspect you of it, to feel rather sore, just a little bit, you know, the merest trifle in the world, on hearing that Mrs. Macready looked brilliant, blooming, young, and handsome, and that she danced a country dance with the writer hereof, acres to your Falkland, in a thorough spirit of becoming good humor and enjoyment. Now you don't like to be told that, nor do you quite like to hear that Forster and I conjured bravely, that a plum pudding was produced from an empty saucepan, held over a blazing fire, kindled in Stanfield's hat, without damage to the lining, that a box of bran was changed into a live guinea pig which ran between my godchild's feet, and was the cause of such a shrill uproar and clapping of hands that you might have heard it, and I dare say did, in America, that 3 half-crowns being taken from Major Burns and put into a tumbler glass before his eyes did then and there give jingling answers to the questions asked of them by me, and knew where you were and what you were doing, to the unspeakable admiration of the whole assembly. Neither do you quite like to be told that we are going to do it again next Saturday, with the addition of demoniacal dresses from the masquerade shop, nor that Mrs. Macready, for her gallant bearing always, and her best sort of best affection, is the best creature I know. Never mind, no man shall gag me, and those are my opinions. My dear Macready, the lecturing proposition is not to be thought of. I have not the slightest doubt or hesitation in giving you my most strenuous and decided advice against it. Looking only to its effect at home, I am immovable in my conviction that the impression it would produce would be one of failure, and a reduction of yourself to the level of those who do the like here. To us who know the Boston names and honor them, and who know Boston and like it, Boston is what I would have the whole United States to be. The Boston Requisition would be a valuable document, of which you and your friends might be proud. But those names are perfectly unknown to the public here, and would produce not the least effect. The only thing known to the public here is that they ask, when I say they I mean the people, everybody to lecture. It is one of the things I have ridiculed in Chuzzlewit. Lecture you, and you fall into the role of Lardners, Vandenhoffs, Eltons, Knowleses, Buckinghams. You are off your pedestal, have flung away your glass slipper, and changed your triumphal coach into a seedy old pumpkin. I am quite sure of it, and cannot express my strong conviction in language of sufficient force. Puff-ridden, why to be sure they are. The nation is a miserable Sindbad, and its boasted press the loathsome, foul old man upon his back, and yet they will tell you, and proclaim to the four winds for repetition here, that they don't need their ignorant and brutal papers, as if the papers could exist if they didn't need them. Let any two of these vagabonds, in any town you go to, take it into their heads to make you an object of attack, or to direct the general attention elsewhere, and what avail those wonderful images of passion which you have been all your life perfecting? I have sent you, to the charge of our trusty and well-beloved Colden, a little book I published on the 17th of December, and which has been a most prodigious success, the greatest, I think, I have ever achieved. It pleases me to think that it will bring you home for an hour or two, and I long to hear you have read it on some quiet morning. Do they allow you to be quiet, by the way? Some of our most fashionable people, sir, denounce me awfully for liking to be alone sometimes. Now that we have turned Christmas, I feel as if your face were directed homewards, Macready. The downhill part of the road is before us now, and we shall travel on to midsummer at a dashing pace. And please heaven, I will be at Liverpool when you come steaming up the Mersey, with that red funnel smoking out unutterable things, and your heart much fuller than your trunks, though something lighter. If I be not the first Englishman to shake hands with you on English ground, the man who gets before me will be a brisk and active fellow, and even then need put his best leg foremost. So I warn Forster to keep in the rear, or he'll be blown. If you shall have any leisure to project and put on paper the outline of a scheme for opening any theatre on your return, upon a certain list subscribed, and on certain understandings with the actors, it strikes me that it would be wise to break ground while you are still away. Of course, I need not say that I will see anybody or do anything, even to the calling together of the actors, if you should ever deem it desirable. My opinion is that our respected and valued friend Mr. will stagger through another season if he don't rot first. I understand he is in a partial state of decomposition at this minute. He was very ill, but got better. How is it that always do get better, and strong hearts are so easy to die? Kate sends her tender love. So does Georgie, so does Charlie, so does Mamie, so does Katie, so does Walter, so does the other one who is to be born next week. Look homeward always, as we look abroad to you. God bless you, my dear Macready. Ever your affectionate friend, Mr. Lamon Blanchard. Devonshire Terrace, January 4th, 1844. My dear Blanchard, I cannot thank you enough for the beautiful manner and the true spirit of friendship in which you have noticed my carol. But I must thank you because you have filled my heart up to the brim, and it is running over. You meant to give me great pleasure, my dear fellow, and you have done it. The tone of your elegant and fervent praise has touched me in the tenderest place. I cannot write about it, and as to talking of it, I could no more do that than a dumb man. I have derived inexpressible gratification from what I know was a labor of love on your part, and I can never forget it. When I think it likely that I may meet you, perhaps at Ainsworth's on Friday, I shall slip a carol into my pocket and ask you to put it among your books for my sake. You will never like it the less for having made it the means of so much happiness to me. Always, my dear Blanchard. Faithfully, your friend, Mrs. Charles Dickens. Liverpool, Radley's Hotel, Monday, Feb. 26, 1844. My dear Kate, I got down here last night after a most intolerably wet journey before 7 and found Thompson sitting by my fire. He had ordered dinner, and we ate it pleasantly enough and went to bed in good time. This morning, Mr. Yates, the great man connected with the institution and a brother of Ashton Yates, called. I went to look at it with him. It is an enormous place, and the tickets have been selling at 2 and even 3 guineas apiece. The lecture room, in which the celebration is held, will accommodate over 1,300 people. It was being fitted with gas after the manner of the Ring at Astley's. I should think it an easy place to speak in, being a semicircle with seats rising one above another to the ceiling, and will have 800 ladies tonight in full dress. I am rather shaky just now, but shall pull up, I have no doubt. At dinner-time tomorrow you will receive, I hope, a facetious document hastily penned after I returned tonight, telling you how it all went off. When I came back here, I found Fanny and Hewitt had picked me up just before. We all went off straight to the Britannia, which lay where she did when we went on board. We went into the old little cabin and the ladies' cabin, but Mrs. Bean had gone to Scotland, as the ship does not sail again before May. In the saloon we had some champagne and biscuits, and Hewitt had set out upon the table a block of Boston ice, weighing 50 pounds. Scott, of the Caledonia, lunched with us, a very nice fellow. He saw Macready play Macbeth in Boston and gave me a tremendous account of the effect. Poor Burroughs, of the George Washington, died on board on his last passage home. His little wife was with him. Hewitt dines with us today, and I have procured him admission tonight. I am very sorry indeed, and so was he, that you didn't see the old ship. It was the strangest thing in the world to go on board again. I had Bacon with me as far as Watford yesterday, and very pleasant. Shale was also in the train, on his way to Ireland. Give my best love to Georgie, and kisses to the darlings. Also affectionate regards to Mac and Forster. Ever affectionately. Out of the common, please. Dickens against the world. Charles Dickens, of No. 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park, in the county of Middlesex, gentleman, the successful plaintiff in the above cause, maketh oath and saith, that on the day and date hereof, to wit at 7 o'clock in the evening, he, this deponent, took the at a large assembly of the Mechanics' Institution at Liverpool, and that having been received with tremendous and enthusiastic plaudits, he, this deponent, did immediately dash into a vigorous, brilliant, humorous, pathetic, eloquent, fervid, and impassioned speech. That the said speech was enlivened by 1,300 persons, with frequent, vehement, uproarious, and deafening cheers, and to the best of this deponent's knowledge and belief, he, this deponent, did speak up like a man, and did, to the best of his knowledge and belief, considerably distinguish himself. That after the proceedings of the opening were over, and a vote of thanks was proposed to this deponent, he, this deponent, did again distinguish himself, and that the cheering at that time, accompanied with clapping of hands and stamping of feet, was in this deponent's case thundering and awful. And this deponent further saith, that his white and black or magpie waistcoat did create a strong sensation, and that during the hours of promenading, this deponent heard from persons surrounding him such exclamations as, "What is it? Is it a waistcoat? No, it's a shirt," and the like, all of which this deponent believes to have been complimentary and gratifying. But this deponent further saith that he is now going to supper, and wishes he may have an appetite to eat it. Charles Dickens. Sworn before me at the Adelphi. Bracket. Hotel, Liverpool, on the 26th. of February, 1844. S. Radley. Mr. Clarkson, Stanfield. Devonshire Terrace, Apeth, 1844. My dear Stanfield, the sanatorium or sick house for students, governesses, clerks, young artists, and so forth, who are above hospitals and not rich enough to be well attended in illness in their own lodgings, you know its objects, is going to have a dinner at the London Tavern on Tuesday, the 5th of June. The committee are very anxious to have you for a steward, as one of the heads of a large class, and I have told them that I have no doubt you will act. There is no steward's fee or collection whatever. They are particularly anxious also to have Mr. Etty and Edwin Landseer. As you see them daily at the Academy, will you ask them or show them this note? Sir Martin became one of the committee some few years ago at my solicitation, as recommending young artists struggling alone in London to the better knowledge of this establishment. The dinner is to comprise the new feature of ladies dining at the tables with the gentlemen, not looking down upon them from the gallery. I hope in your reply you will not only book yourself, but Mrs. Stanfield and Mary. It will be very brilliant and cheerful, I hope. Dick in the chair. Gentlemen's dinner tickets a guinea, as usual, ladies 12 shillings. I think this is all I have to say, except, which is nonsensical and needless, that I am always affectionately yours, Mr. Edwin Landseer. Athen Elm, Monday morning, May 27th, 1844. My dear Landseer, I have let my house with such delicious promptitude, or, as the Americans would say, with sich everlastin slickness and almighty spritum, that we turn out tonight, in favor of a widow lady, who keeps it all the time we are away. Wherefore if you, looking up into the sky this evening between 5 and 6, as possibly you may be in search of the spring, should see a speck in the air, a mere dot, which, growing larger and larger by degrees, appears in course of time to be an eagle chain and all in a light cart, accompanied by a raven of uncommon sagacity, curse that good nature which prompted you to say it, that you would give them house-room, and do it for the love of Bars. P.S. The writer hereof may be heard on by personal inquiry at No. 9, Osnaburg Terrace, New Road. Mr. Charles Knight. Devonshire Terrace, June 4th, 1844. My dear Sir, many thanks for your proof, and for your truly gratifying mention of my name. I think the subject excellently chosen, the introduction exactly what it should be, the allusion to the international copyright question most honorable and manly, and the whole scheme full of the highest interest. I had already seen your prospectus, and if I can be of the feeblest use in advancing a project so intimately connected with an end on which my heart is set, the liberal education of the people, I shall be sincerely glad. All good wishes and success attend you. Believe me always, faithfully yours, Mr. Dudley Costello. June 7th, 1844. Dear Sir, Mrs. Harris, being in that delicate state, just confined, and made comfortable, in fact, hears some sounds below, which she fancies may be the owls or howls of the husband to whom she is devoted. They ease her mind by informing her that these sounds are only organs. By they I mean the gossips and attendants. By organs, I mean instrumental boxes with barrels in them, which are commonly played by foreigners under the windows of people of sedentary pursuits, on a speculation of being bribed to leave the street. Mrs. Harris, being of a confiding nature, believed in this pious fraud, and was fully satisfied that his owls was organs. Faithfully yours, Mr. Robert Keeley. 9 Osnaburg Terrace, Monday evening, June 24th, 1844. My dear Sir, I have been out yachting for 2 or 3 days, and consequently could not answer your letter in due course. I cannot, consistently with the opinion I hold, and have always held, in reference to the principle of adapting novels for the stage, give you a prologue to Chuzzlewit. But believe me to be quite sincere in saying that if I felt I could reasonably do such a thing for anyone, I would do it for you. I start for Italy on Monday next, but if you have the piece on the stage, and rehearse on Friday, I will gladly come down at any time you may appoint on that morning, and go through it with you all. If you be not in a sufficiently forward state to render this proposal convenient to you, or likely to assist your preparations, do not take the trouble to answer this note. I presume Mrs. Keeley will do Ruth Pinch. If so, I feel secure about her, and of Mrs. Gamp I am certain. But a queer sensation begins in my legs and comes upward to my forehead when I think of Tom. Faithfully yours always, Mr. Daniel Maclise. Villa di Bagnarello, Albaro, Monday, July 22nd, 1844. My very dear Mac, I address you with something of the lofty spirit of an exile, a banished commoner, a sort of Anglopole. I don't exactly know what I have done for my country in coming away from it, but I feel it is something great, something virtuous and heroic. Lofty emotions rise within me when I see the sun set on the blue Mediterranean. I am the limpet on the rock. My father's name is Turner, and my boots are green. Apropos of blue, in a certain picture called The Serenade, you painted a sky. If you ever have occasion to paint the Mediterranean, let it be exactly of that color. It lies before me now, as deeply and intensely blue, but no such color is above me, nothing like it. In the south of France, at Avignon, at Aix, at Marseille, I saw deep blue skies, not so deep though, oh Lord, no, and also in America, but the sky above me is familiar to my sight. Is it heresy to say that I have seen its twin brother shining through the window of Jack Straw's, that down in Devonshire I have seen a better sky? I dare say it is, but like a great many other heresies, it is true. But such green, green, green as flutters in the vineyard down below the windows that I never saw, nor yet such lilac, and such purple as float between me and the distant hills, nor yet, in anything, picture, book, or verbal boredom, such awful, solemn, impenetrable blue as is that same sea. It has such an absorbing, silent, deep, profound effect that I can't help thinking it suggested the idea of Styx. It looks as if a draught of it, only so much as you could scoop up on the beach, in the hollow of your hand, would wash out everything else and make a great blue blank of your intellect. When the sun sets clearly, then, by heaven, it is majestic. From any one of 11 windows here, or from a terrace overgrown with grapes, you may behold the broad sea, villas, houses, mountains, forts, strewn with rose leaves, strewn with thorns, stifled in thorns. Dyed through and through and through, for a moment, no more, the sun is impatient and fierce, like everything else in these parts, and goes down headlong. Run to fetch your hat, and it's night. Wink at the right time of black night, and it's morning. Everything is in extremes. There is an insect here, I forget its name, and Fletcher and Roch are both out, that chirps all day. There is one outside the window now. The chirp is very loud, something like a Brobdingnagian grasshopper. The creature is born to chirp, to progress in chirping, to chirp louder, 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 till it gives one tremendous chirp and bursts itself. That is its life and death. Everything is in a concatenation accordingly. The day gets brighter, 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 till it's night. The summer gets hotter, 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 till it bursts. The fruit gets riper, 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 till it tumbles down and rots. Ask me a question or two about fresco, will you be so good? All the houses are painted in fresco hereabout, the outside walls I mean, the fronts and backs and sides, and all the color has run into damp and green seediness, and the very design has struggled away into the component atoms of the plaster. Sometimes, but not often, I can make out a virgin with a mildewed glory round her head, holding nothing in an indiscernible lap with invisible arms, and occasionally the leg or arms of a cherub, but it is very melancholy and dim. There are 2 old fresco-painted vases outside my own gate, one on either hand, which are so faint that I never saw them till last night, and only then because I was looking over the wall after a lizard, who had come upon me while I was smoking a cigar above, and crawled over one of these embellishments to his retreat. There is a church here, the Church of the Annunciation, which they are now, by they I mean certain noble families, restoring at a vast expense as a work of piety. It is a large church, with a great many little chapels in it, and a very high dome. Every inch of this edifice is painted, and every design is set in a great gold frame or border elaborately wrought. You can imagine nothing so splendid. It is worth coming the whole distance to see, but every sort of splendor is in perpetual enactment through the means of these churches. Gorgeous processions in the streets, illuminations of windows on festa nights, lighting up of lamps and clustering of flowers before the shrines of saints, all manner of show and display. The doors of the churches stand wide open, and in this hot weather great red curtains flutter and wave in their palaces. And if you go and sit in one of these to get out of the sun, you see the queerest figures kneeling against pillars, and the strangest people passing in and out, and vast streams of women in veils, they don't wear bonnets, with great fans in their hands, coming and going, that you are never tired of looking on. Except in the churches, you would suppose the city, at this time of year, to be deserted. The people keep so close within doors. Indeed, it is next to impossible to go out into the heat. I have only been into Genoa twice myself. We are deliciously cool here, by comparison, being high and having the sea breeze. There is always some shade in the vineyard, too, and underneath the rocks on the seashore, so if I choose to saunter I can do it easily, even in the hot time of the day. I am as lazy, however, as you are, and do little but eat and drink and read. As I am going to transmit regular accounts of all sightseeings and journeyings to Forster, who will show them to you, I will not bore you with descriptions, however. I hardly think you allow enough for the great brightness and brilliancy of color which is commonly achieved on the continent in that same fresco painting. I saw some, by a French artist and his pupil, in progress at the cathedral at Avignon, which was as bright and airy as anything can be, nothing dull or dead about it, and I have observed quite fierce and glaring colors elsewhere. We have a piano now, there was none in the house, and have fallen into a pretty settled, easy track. We breakfast about 9:30 or 10, dine about 4, and go to bed about 11. We are much courted by the visiting people, of course, and I very much resort to my old habit of bolting from callers and leaving their reception to Kate. Green figs I have already learnt to like. Green almonds, we have them at dessert every day, are the most delicious fruit in the world. And green lemons, combined with some rare Hollands that is to be got here, make prodigious punch, I assure you. You ought to come over, Mac, but I don't expect you, though I am sure it would be a very good move for you. I have not the smallest doubt of that. Fletcher has made a sketch of the house, and will copy it in pen and ink for transmission to you in my next letter. I shall look out for a place in Genoa, between this and the winter time. In the meantime, the people who come out here breathe delightedly, as if they had got into another climate. Landing in the city, you would hardly suppose it possible that there could be such an air within 2 miles. Write to me as often as you can, like a dear good fellow, and rely upon the punctuality of my correspondence. Losing you and Forster is like losing my arms and legs, and dull and lame I am without you. But at Broadstairs next year, please God, when it is all over, I shall be very glad to have laid up such a store of recollections and improvement. I don't know what to do with Timber. He is as ill adapted to the climate at this time of year as a suit of fur. I have had him made a lion dog, but the fleas flock in such crowds into the hair he has left that they drive him nearly frantic, and renders it absolutely necessary that he should be kept by himself. Of all the miserable, hideous little frights you ever saw, you never beheld such a devil. Apropos, as we were crossing the Seine within 2 stages of Paris, Roch suddenly said to me, sitting by me on the box, "The little dog Ave got a great lip." I was thinking of things remote and very different, and couldn't comprehend why any peculiarity in this feature on the part of the dog should excite a man so much. As I was musing upon it, my ears were attracted by shouts of hello, hola, hi, 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 le voilà, regardes, and the like. And looking down among the oxen, we were in the center of a numerous drove. I saw him, Timber, lying in the road, curled up, you know his way, like a lobster, only not so stiff, yelping dismally in the pain of his lip from the roof of the carriage, and between the aching of his bones, his horror of the oxen, and his dread of me, who he evidently took to be the immediate agent in and cause of the damage, singing out to an extent which I believe to be perfectly unprecedented, while every Frenchman and French boy within sight roared for company. He wasn't hurt. Kate and Georgina send their best loves, and the children add theirs. Katie, in particular, desires to be commended to Mr. Teese. She has a sore throat, from sitting in constant draughts, I suppose, but with that exception, we are all quite well. Ever believe me, my dear Mac. Your affectionate friend, Rev. Edward Taggart. Albaro, near Genoa, Friday, August 9th, 1844. My dear sir, I find that if I wait to write you a long letter, which has been the cause of my procrastination in fulfilling my part of our agreement, I am likely to wait some time longer. And as I am very anxious to hear from you, not the less so, because if I hear of you through my brother, who usually sees you once a week in my absence, I take pen in hand and stop a messenger who is going to Genoa. For my main object being to qualify myself for the receipt of a letter from you, I don't see why a 10-line qualification is not as good as one of 100 lines. You told me it was possible that you and Mrs. Taggart might wander into these latitudes in the autumn. I wish you would carry out that infant intention to the utmost. It would afford us the truest delight and pleasure to receive you. If you come in October, you will find us in the Palazzo Peschiere in Genoa, which is surrounded by a delicious garden and is a most charming habitation in all respects. If you come in September, you will find us less splendidly lodged, but on the margin of the sea and in the midst of vineyards. The climate is delightful even now, the heat being not at all oppressive, except in the actual city, which is what the Americans would call considerable fiery in the middle of the day. But the sea breezes out here are refreshing and cool every day, and the bathing in the early morning is something more agreeable than you can easily imagine. The orange trees of the Peschiere shall give you their most fragrant salutations if you come to us at that time, and we have a dozen spare beds in that house that I know of, to say nothing of some vast chambers here and there with ancient iron chests in them, where Mrs. Taggart might enact Ginevra to perfection and never be found out, to prevent which I will engage to watch her closely if she will only come and see us. The flies are incredibly numerous just now. The unsightly blot a little higher up was occasioned by a very fine one who fell into the inkstand and came out unexpectedly on the nib of my pen. We are all quite well, thank heaven, and had a very interesting journey here, of which, as well as of this place, I will not write a word, lest I should take the edge off those agreeable conversations with which we will beguile our walks. Pray tell me about the presentation of the plate, and whether was very slow or trotted at all, and if so, when. He is an excellent creature, and I respect him very much, so I don't mind smiling when I think of him as he appeared when addressing you and pointing to the plate, with his head a little on one side, and one of his eyes turned up languidly. Also let me know exactly how you are traveling, and when, and all about it, that I may meet you with open arms on the threshold of the city, if happily you bend your steps this way. You had better address me, post restant Genoa, as the Albaro postman gets drunk, and when he has lost letters and is sober sheds tears, which is affecting but hardly satisfactory. Kate and her sister send their best regards to yourself, and Mrs. and Miss Taggart, and all your family. I heartily join them in all kind remembrances and good wishes. As the messenger has just looked in at the door, and shedding on me a balmy gale of onions, has protested against being detained any longer, I will only say, which is not at all necessary, that I am ever faithfully yours. P.S. There is a little to see here in the church way, I assure you. Mr. Clarkson, Stanfield. Albaro, Saturday night, August 24th, 1844. My dear Stanfield, I love you so truly, and have such pride and joy of heart in your friendship, that I don't know how to begin writing to you. When I think how you're walking up and down London in that portly surtout, and can't receive proposals from Dick to go to the theatre, I fall into a state between laughing and crying, and want some friendly back to smite. G.M. Your Honour, is in my ears every time I walk upon the seashore here, and the number of expeditions I make into Cornwall in my sleep, the springs of flies I break, the songs I sing, and the bowls of punch I drink, would soften a heart of stone. We have had weather here since 5 o'clock this morning, after your own heart. Suppose yourself the Admiral in Black-Eyed Susan after the acquittal of William, and when it was possible to be on friendly terms with him. I am T.P. My trousers are very full at the ankles, my black neckerchief is tied in the regular style, the name of my ship is painted round my glazed hat, I have a red waistcoat on, and the seams of my blue jacket are paid. Permit me to dig you in the ribs when I make use of this nautical expression, with white. In my hand, I hold the very box connected with the story of San Domingo Billy. I lift up my eyebrows as far as I can on the T.P. model, take a quid from the box, screw the lid on again, chewing at the same time, and looking pleasantly at the pit, brush it with my right elbow, take up my right leg, scrape my right foot on the ground, hitch up my trousers, and in reply to a question of yours, namely, indeed, what weather, William? I deliver myself as follows. Lord love your honour, weather, such weather as would set all hands to the pumps aboard one of your freshwater cockboats, and set the purser to his wits' ends to stow away, for the use of the ship's company, the casks and casks full of blue water as would come powering in over the gunwale. The dirtiest night, your honour, as ever you see, atween Spithead at Gunfire, and the Bay of Biscay. The wind sou-west, and your house dead in the wind's eye. The breakers running up high upon the rocky beads, the lightest no more looking through the fog than Davy Jones's saucer eye through the blue sky of heaven in a calm, or the blue toplights of your honour's lady cast down in a modest overhauling of her catheads. Avast! Whistling, my dear eyes, here am I a-goin' head on to the breakers, bowing. Admiral smiling. No, William, I admire plain speaking, as you know, and so does Old England, William, and Old England's Queen. But you were saying. William, your honour, scratching his head. I've lost my reckoning. Damn, I asked pardon, but won't your honour throw a hen coop or any old end of tow-line to a man as is overboard? Admiral smiling still. You were saying, William, that the wind. William again cocking his leg and slapping the thighs very hard. Avast heaving, your honour. I see your honour's signal fluttering in the breeze without a glass. As I was a-saying, your honour, the wind was blowin' from the sou-west, due sou-west, your honour, not a pint to larboard nor a pint to starboard. The clouds gatherin' in the distance for all the world like Beachy Head in a fog, the sea rowling in heaps of foam, and making higher than the mainyard arm, the craft scuddin' by all taut and under stormsills for the harbour, not a blessed star winklin' out aloft, your honour, in the little cherub's native country, and the spray is flying like the white foam from the Jolly's lips when Pole of Portsea took him for a tailor. Laughs. Admiral laughing also. You have described it well, William, and I thank you, but who are these? Enter supers in calico jackets to look like cloth, some in brown holland petticoat trousers and big boots, all with very large buckles. Last super rolls on a cask and pretends to keep it. Other supers apply their mugs to the bunghole and drink, previously holding them upside down. William, after shaking hands with everybody, who are these, your honour, messmates as staunch and true as ever broke biscuit, ain't you, my lads? All eyes, William, that we are. Admiral much affected. O England, what wonder that? But I will no longer detain you from your sports, my humble friends. Admiral speaks very low and looks hard at the orchestra, this being the cue for the dance. From your sports, my humble friends, farewell. All hurrah, hurrah, in for a real hearty picnic, and each had brought its own relations to the general festivity. I don't know whether you are acquainted with the Coast Guard and men in these parts. They are extremely civil fellows, of a very amiable manner and appearance, but the most innocent men in matters you would suppose them to be well acquainted with, in virtue of their office, that I ever encountered. One of them asked me only yesterday if it would take a year to get to England in a ship, which I thought for a Coast Guardman was rather a tidy question. It would take a long time to catch a ship going there if he were on board a pursuing cutter, though. I think he would scarcely do it in 12 months, indeed. So you were at Astley's t'other night. Now, Mr. Stickney, sir, what can I come for, to go for, to do for, to bring for, to fetch for, to carry for you, sir? He, oh, I say, sir. Well, sir, Miss Woolford knows me, sir. She laughed at me. I see him run away after this, not on his feet, but on his knees and the calves of his legs alternately, and that smell of sawdusty horses, which was never in any other place in the world, salutes my nose with painful distinctness. What do you think of my suddenly finding myself a swimmer? But I have really made the discovery, and skim about a little blue bay just below the town here, like a fish in high spirits. I hope to preserve my bathing dress for your inspection and approval, or possibly to enrich your collection of Italian costumes on my return. Do you recollect Yarnold in Masaniello? I fear that I unintentionally dress at him before plunging into the sea. I enhanced the likeness very much last Friday morning by singing a barcarolle on the rocks. I was a trifle too flesh-colored, the stage knowing no medium between bright salmon and dirty yellow, but apart from that defect, not badly made up by any means. When you write to me, my dear Stanny, as I hope you will soon, address Poste Restante, Genoa. I remain out here until the end of September and send in for my letters daily. There is a postman for this place, but he gets drunk and loses the letters, after which he calls to say so and to fall upon his knees. About 3 weeks ago I caught him at a wine shop near here, playing bowls in the garden. It was then about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had been airing a newspaper addressed to me since 9 o'clock in the morning. Kate and Georgina unite with me in most cordial remembrances to Mrs. and Miss Stanfield and to all the children. They particularize all sorts of messages, but I tell them that they had better write themselves if they want to send any. Though I don't know that this writing would end in the safe deliverance of the commodities after all, for when I began this letter, I meant to give utterance to all kinds of heartiness, my dear Stanfield, and I come to the end of it without having said anything more than that I am, which is new to you, under every circumstance and everywhere, your most affectionate friend, Mr. W. C. Macready. Palazzo Peschiere, Genoa, October 14th, 1844. My very dear Macready, my whole heart is with you at home. I have not yet felt so far off as I do now when I think of you there and cannot fold you in my arms. This is only a shake of the hand. I couldn't say much to you if I were home to greet you, nor can I write much when I think of you, safe and sound and happy after all your wanderings. My dear fellow, God bless you 20,000 times. Happiness and joy be with you. I hope to see you soon. If I should be so unfortunate as to miss you in London, I will fall upon you with a swoop of love in Paris. Kate says all kind things in the language, and means more than are in the dictionary capacity of all the descendants of all the stonemasons that worked at Babel. Again and again and again, my own true friend, God bless you. Ever yours affectionately, Mr. Douglas Gerald. Cremona, Saturday night, October 16th, 1844. My dear Gerald, as half a loaf is better than no bread, so I hope that half a sheet of paper may be better than none at all, coming from one who is anxious to live in your memory and friendship. I should have redeemed the pledge I gave you in this regard long since, but occupation at one time and absence from pen and ink at another have prevented me. Forster has told you, or will tell you, that I very much wish you to hear my little Christmas book, and I hope you will meet me, at his bidding, in Lincoln's Inn Fields. I have tried to strike a blow upon that part of the brass countenance of wicked cant, when such a compliment is sorely needed at this time, and I trust that the result of my training is at least the exhibition of a strong desire to make it a staggerer. If you should think at the end of the 4 rounds, there are no more that the said cant, in the language of Bell's Life, comes up piping, I shall be very much the better for it. I am now on my way to Milan, and from thence, after a day or two's rest, I mean to come to England by the grandest Alpine pass that the snow may leave open. You know this place is famous of yore for fiddles. I don't see any here now, but there is a whole street of coppersmiths not far from this inn, and they throb so ably and fitfully that I thought I had a palpitation of the heart after dinner just now, and seldom was more relieved than when I found the noise to be none of mine. I was rather shocked yesterday, I am not strong in geographical details, to find that Romeo was only banished 25 miles. That is the distance between Mantua and Verona. The latter is a quaint old place, with great houses in it that are now solitary and shut up, exactly the place it ought to be. The former has a great many apothecaries in it at this moment, who could play that part to the life. For of all the stagnant ponds I ever beheld, it is the greenest and weediest. I went to see the old palace of the Capulets, which is still distinguished by their cognizance, a hat carved in stone on the courtyard wall. It is a miserable inn. The court was full of crazy coaches, carts, geese, and pigs, and was ankle-deep in mud and dung. The garden is walled off and built out. There was nothing to connect it with its old inhabitants, and a very unsentimental lady at the kitchen door. The Montagues used to live some 2 or 3 miles off in the country. It does not appear quite clear whether they ever inhabited Verona itself, but there is a village bearing their name to this day, and traditions of the quarrels between the two families are still as nearly alive as anything can be in such a drowsy neighborhood. It was very hearty and good of you, Gerald, to make that affectionate mention of the carol in Punch, and I assure you it was not lost on the distant object of your manly regard, but touched him as you wished and meant it should. I wish we had not lost so much time in improving our personal knowledge of each other, but I have so steadily read you, and so selfishly gratified myself in always expressing the admiration with which your gallant truths inspired me, that I must not call it time lost, either. You rather entertained a notion once of coming to see me at Genoa. I shall return straight on the 9th of December, limiting my stay in town to 1 week. Now couldn't you come back with me? The journey that way is very cheap, costing little more than £12, and I am sure the gratification to you would be high. I am lodged in quite a wonderful place, and would put you in a painted room, as big as a church and much more comfortable. There are pens and ink upon the premises, orange trees, gardens, battledores and shuttlecocks, rousing wood fires for evenings, and a welcome worth having. Come, letter from a gentleman in Italy to Bradbury and Evans in London. Letter from a gentleman in a country gone to sleep to a gentleman in a country that would go to sleep too, and never wake again, if some people had their way. You can work in Genoa. The house is used to it. It is exactly a week's post. Have that portmanteau looked to, and when we meet say, I am coming. I have never in my life been so struck by any place as by Venice. It is the wonder of the world, dreamy, beautiful, inconsistent, impossible, wicked, shadowy, able old place. I entered it by night, and the sensation of that night and the bright morning that followed is a part of me for the rest of my existence. And, oh God, the cells below the water, underneath the Bridge of Sighs, the nook where the monk came at midnight to confess the political offender, the bench where he was strangled, the deadly little vault in which they tied him in a sack, and the stealthy, crouching little door through which they hurried him into a boat and bore him away to sink him where no fisherman dare cast his net, all shown by torches that blink and wink, as if they were ashamed to look upon the gloomy theatre of sad horrors. Past and gone as they are, these things stir a man's blood, like a great wrong or passion of the instant. And with these in their minds, and with a museum there, having a chamber full of such frightful instruments of torture as the devil in a brain fever could scarcely invent, there are hundreds of parrots who will declaim to you in speech and print by the hour together on the degeneracy of the times in which a railroad is building across the water at Venice. Instead of going down on their knees, the drivellers, and thanking heaven that they live in a time when iron makes roads, instead of prison bars and engines for driving screws into the skulls of innocent men. Before God, I could almost turn bloody-minded and shoot the parrots of our island with as little compunction as Robinson Crusoe shot the parrots in his. I have not been in bed these 10 days after 5 in the morning, and have been traveling many hours every day. If this be the cause of my inflicting a very stupid and sleepy letter on you, my dear Gerald, I hope it will be a kind of signal at the same time of my wish to hail you lovingly even from this sleepy and unpromising state, and believe me as I am. Always your friend and admirer, Mr. Thomas Merton. Peschiera, Genoa, Tuesday, Noth, 1844. My dear Merton, the cause of my not having written to you is too obvious to need any explanation. I have worn myself to death in the month I have been at work. None of my usual reliefs have been at hand. I have not been able to divest myself of the story, have suffered very much in my sleep in consequence, and am so shaken by such work in this trying climate that I am as nervous as a man who is dying of drink and as haggard as a murderer. I believe I have written a tremendous book and knocked the carol out of the field. It will make a great uproar, I have no doubt. I leave here tomorrow for Venice and many other places, and I shall certainly come to London to see my proofs, coming by new ground all the way, cutting through the snow in the valleys of Switzerland, and plunging through the mountains in the dead of winter. I would accept your hearty offer with right good will, but my visit being one of business and consultation, I see impediments in the way and insurmountable reasons for not doing so. Therefore, I shall go to an hotel in Covent Garden, where they know me very well, and with the landlord of which I have already communicated. My orders are not upon a mighty scale, extending no further than a good bedroom and a cold shower bath. Bradbury and Evans are going at it, ding-dong, and are wild with excitement. All news on that subject, and on every other, I must defer till I see you. That will be immediately after I arrive, of course, most likely on Monday, 2nd December. Kate and her sister, who send their best regards, and all the children are as well as possible. The house is perfect. The servants are as quiet and well-behaved as at home, which very rarely happens here, and Roch is my right hand. There never was such a fellow. We have now got carpets down, burn fires at night, draw the curtains, and are quite wintry. We have a box at the opera, which is close by for nothing, and sit there when we please, as in our own drawing-room. There have been 3 fine days in 4 weeks. On every other the water has been falling down in one continual sheet, and it has been thundering and lightning every day and night. My hand shakes in that feverish and horrible manner that I can hardly hold a pen, and I have so bad a cold that I can't see. In haste to save the post. Ever faithfully. P.S. Charlie has a writing master every day and a French master. He and his sisters are to be waited on by a professor of the noble art of dancing next week. Mrs. Charles Dickens. Parma, Albergo della Posta, Friday, North, 1844. My dearest Kate, if Mrs. could see us tonight, what would she say? That was the brave Cease remark last night at midnight, and he had reason. We left Genoa, as you know, soon after 5 on the evening of my departure, and in company with the lady whom you saw, and the dog whom I don't think you did see, traveled all night at the rate of 4 miles an hour over bad roads, without the least refreshment until daybreak, when the brave and myself escaped into a miserable café while they were changing horses, and got a cup. That drink hot. That same day, a few hours afterwards, between 10 and 11, we came to, I hope, the best inn in the world, where in a vast chamber, rendered still more desolate by the presence of a most offensive specimen of what Disraeli calls the mosaic Arab, who had a beautiful girl with him, I regaled upon a breakfast, almost as cold and damp and cheerless as myself. Then in another coach, much smaller than a small fly, I was packed up with an old padre, a young Jesuit, a provincial avocado, a private gentleman with a very red nose and a very wet brown umbrella, and the brave sea. And I went on again at the same pace through the mud and rain until 4 in the afternoon, when there was a place in the coupé, 2 indeed, which I took, holding that select compartment in company with a very ugly but very agreeable Tuscan gent, who said Gia instead of C, and rung some other changes in this changing language, but with whom I got on very well, being extremely conversational. We were bound, as you know perhaps, for Piacenza, but it was discovered that we couldn't get to Piacenza, and about 10 o'clock at night we halted at a place called Stradella, where the inn was a series of queer galleries open to the night, with a great courtyard full of wagons and horses and velocifery and what not in the center. It was bitter cold and very wet, and we all walked into a bare room, mine, with 2 immensely broad beds on 2 deal dining tables, a third great empty table, the usual washing stand tripod, with a slop basin on it, and 2 chairs. And then we walked up and down for 3/4 of an hour or so, while dinner or supper, or whatever it was getting ready. This was set forth, by way of variety, in the old priest's bedroom, which had 2 more immensely broad beds on 2 more deal dining tables in it. The first dish was a cabbage boiled in a great quantity of rice and hot water, the whole flavored with cheese. I was so cold that I thought it comfortable, and so hungry that a bit of cabbage, when I found such a thing floating my way, charmed me. After that we had a dish of very little pieces of pork, fried with pig's kidneys, after that a fowl, after that something very red and stringy, which I think was veal, and after that 2 tiny little newborn baby-looking turkeys, very red and very swollen. Fruit, of course, to wind up, and garlic in one shape or another in every course. I made 3 jokes at supper, to the immense delight of the company, and retired early. The brave brought in a bush or 2 and made a fire, and after that a glass of screeching hot brandy and water, that bottle of his being full of brandy. I drank it at my leisure, undressed before the fire, and went into one of the beds. The brave reappeared about an hour afterwards and went into the other, previously tying a pocket handkerchief round his head in a strange fashion, and giving utterance to the sentiment with which this letter begins. At 5 this morning, we resumed our journey, still through mud and rain, and at about 11 arrived at Piacenza, where we fellow passengers took leave of one another in the most affectionate manner. As there was no coach on till 6 at night, and as it was a very grim, despondent sort of place, and as I had had enough of diligences for one while, I posted forward here in the strangest carriages ever beheld, which we changed when we changed horses. We arrived here before 6. The hotel is quite French. I have dined very well in my own room on the 2nd floor, and it has 2 beds in it, screened off from the room by drapery. I only use one tonight, and that is already made. I purpose posting on to Bologna, if I can arrange it, at 12 tomorrow, seeing the sights here first. It is dull work, this travelling alone. My only comfort is in motion. I look forward with a sort of shudder to Sunday, when I shall have a day to myself in Bologna, and I think I must deliver my letters in Venice in sheer desperation. Never did anybody want a companion after dinner so much as I do. There has been music on the landing outside my door tonight. 2 violins and a violoncello. One of the violins played a solo, and the others struck in as an orchestra does now and then very well. Then he came in with a small tin platter. Bella musica, said I, bellissima musica, signor, mi piace moltissimo. Sono felice, signoro, said he. I gave him a franc. O moltissimo generoso, tanto generoso, signor. It was a joke to laugh at when I was learning, but I swear unless I could stagger on, Zappa-wise, with the people, I verily believe I should have turned back this morning. In all other respects, I think the entire change has done me undoubted service already. I am free of the book, and am red-faced, and feel marvelously disposed to sleep. So for all the straggling qualities of this straggling letter, want of sleep must be responsible. Give my best love to Georgie, and my paternal blessing to Mamie, Katie, Charlie, Wally, and Chicken Stalker. P.S. Get things in their places. I can't bear to picture them otherwise. P.P.S. I think I saw Roch sleeping with his head on the lady's shoulder in the coach. I couldn't swear it, and the light was deceptive, but I think I did. Alias Signa. Signa Dickens. Palazzo Peschiere, Geneva. Mrs. Charles Dickens. Fribourg, Saturday night, November 23rd, 1844. My dearest Kate, for the first time since I left you I am sitting in a room of my own hiring, with a fire and a bed in it, and I am happy to say that I have the best and fullest intentions of sleeping in the bed, having arrived here at 4:30 this afternoon, without any cessation of travelling, night or day, since I parted from Mr. Bear's cheap firewood. The Alps appeared in sight very soon after we left Milan, by 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, and the brave C was so far wrong in his calculations that we began the ascent of the Simplon that same night, while you were travelling, as I would towards the Peschiere. Most favourable state of circumstances for journeying up that tremendous pass. The brightest moon I ever saw, all night, and daybreak on the summit, the glory of which, making great wastes of snow a rosy red, exceeds all telling. We sledged through the snow on the summit for 2 hours or so. The weather was perfectly fair and bright, and there was neither difficulty nor danger, except the danger that there always must be, in such a place, of a horse stumbling on the brink of an immeasurable precipice, in which case no piece of the unfortunate traveller would be left large enough to tell his story in dumb show. You may imagine something of the rugged grandeur of such a scene as this great passage of these great mountains, and indeed Glencoe, well sprinkled with snow, would be very like the ascent. But the top itself, so wild and bleak and lonely, is a thing by itself, and not to be likened to any other sight. The cold was piercing, the north wind high and boisterous, and when it came driving in our faces, bringing a sharp shower of little points of snow and piercing it into our very blood, it really was, what it is often said to be, cutting, with a very sharp edge too. There are houses of refuge here, bleak, solitary places, for travelers overtaken by the snow to hurry to as an escape from death, and one great house, called the hospital, kept by monks, where wayfarers get supper and bed for nothing. We saw some coming out and pursuing their journey. If all monks devoted themselves to such uses, I should have little fault to find with them. The cold in Switzerland since has been something quite indescribable. My eyes are tingling tonight, as one may suppose cymbals to tingle when they have been lustily played. It is positive pain to me to write. The great organ which I was to have had pleasure in hearing don't play on a Sunday, at which the brave is inconsolable. But the town is picturesque and quaint and worth seeing. And this inn, with a German bedstead in it about the size and shape of a baby's linen basket, is perfectly clean and comfortable. Butter is so cheap hereabouts that they bring you a great mass like the squab of a sofa for tea. And of honey, which is most delicious, they set before you a proportionate allowance. We start tomorrow morning at 6 for Strasbourg, and from that town, or the next halting place on the Rhine, I will report progress, if it be only in half a dozen words. I am anxious to hear that you reached Genoa quite comfortably, and shall look forward with impatience to that letter which you are to indite with so much care and pains next Monday. My best love to Georgie, and to Charlie, and Mamie, and Katie, and Wally, and Chickenstalker. I have treated myself to a new traveling cap tonight, my old one being too thin, and it is rather a prodigious affair, I flatter myself. Swiss towns and mountains, and the Lake of Geneva, and the famous suspension bridge at this place, and a great many other objects, with a very low thermometer conspicuous among them, are dancing up and down me strangely. But I am quite collected enough, notwithstanding, to have still a very distinct idea that this hornpipe traveling is uncomfortable, and that I would gladly start for my palazzo out of hand without any previous rest, stupid as I am and much as I want it. Ever, my dear love, affectionately yours. P.S. I hope the dancing lessons will be a success. Don't fail to let me know. Mr. W. C. Macready. Hotel Bristol, Paris, Thursday night. North 1844, 10:30. My dearest Macready, since I wrote to you what would be called in law proceedings the exhibit marked A, I have been round to the Hotel Brighton and personally examined and cross-examined the attendants. It is painfully clear to me that I shall not see you tonight, nor until Tuesday, the 10th of December, when, please God, I shall re-arrive here, on my way to my Italian bowers. I mean to stay all the Wednesday and all the Thursday in Paris. One night to see you act, my old delight, when you little thought of such a being in existence, and one night to read to you and Mrs. Macready, if that scamp of Lincoln's Inn Fields has not anticipated me, my little Christmas book, in which I have endeavored to plant an indignant right-hander on the eye of certain wicked cant that makes my blood boil, which I hope will not only cloud that eye with black and blue, but many a gentle one with crystal of the finest sort. God forgive me, but I think there are good things in the little story. I took it for granted you were, as your American friends say, in full blast here, and meant to have sent a card into your dressing room, with Mr. G. S. Hancock Mugridge, United States, upon it. But Paris looks coldly on me without your eye in its head, and not being able to shake your hand, I shake my own head dolefully, which is but poor satisfaction. My love to Mrs. Macready. I will swear to the death that it is truly hers, for her gallantry in your absence, if for nothing else, and to you, my dear Macready, I am ever a devoted friend. Mrs. Charles Dickens. Hotel Bristol, Paris, Thursday night, North 1844. My dearest Kate, with an intolerable pen and no ink, I am going to write a few lines to you to report progress. I got to Strasbourg on Monday night, intending to go down the Rhine, but the weather being foggy and the season quite over, they could not ensure me getting on for certain beyond Mayence, or are not being detained by unpropitious weather. Therefore I resolved, the mail-post being full, to take the diligence hither next day in the afternoon. I arrived here at 5:30 tonight, after 50 hours of it in a French coach. I was so beastly dirty when I got to this house that I had quite lost all sense of my identity, and if anybody had said, "Are you Charles Dickens?" I should have unblushingly answered, "No, I never heard of him." A good wash and a good dress and a good dinner have revived me, however, and I can report of this house, concerning which the brave was so anxious when we were here before, that it is the best I ever was in. My little apartment, consisting of 3 rooms and other conveniences, is a perfect curiosity of completeness. You never saw such a charming little baby house. It is infinitely smaller than those first rooms we had at Murris's, but for elegance, compactness, comfort, and quietude, exceeds anything I ever met with at an inn. The moment I arrived here, I inquired, of course, after Macready. They said the English theatre had not begun yet, that they thought he was at Murris's, where they knew some members of the company to be. I instantly dispatched the porter with a note to say that if he were there, I would come round and hug him as soon as I was clean. They referred the porter to the Hotel Brighton. He came back and told me that the answer there was, M. Macready's rooms were engaged, but he had not arrived. He was expected tonight. If we meet tonight, I will add a postscript. Wouldn't it be odd if we met upon the road between this and Boulogne tomorrow? I mean, as a recompense for my late sufferings, to get a hackney carriage if I can, and post that journey, starting from here at 8 tomorrow morning, getting to Boulogne sufficiently early next morning to cross at once, and dining with Forster that same day, to wit, Saturday. I have notions of taking you with me on my next journey, if you would like to go, and arranging for Georgie to come to us by steamer, under the protection of the English captain, for instance, to Naples. There I would top and cap all our walks by taking her up to the crater of Vesuvius with me, but this is dependent on her ability to be perfectly happy for a fortnight or so in our stately palace with the children and such foreign aid as the Simpsons. For I love her too dearly to think of any project which would involve her being uncomfortable for that space of time. You can think this over and talk it over, and I will join you in doing so, please God, when I return to our Italian bowers, which I shall be heartily glad to do. They tell us that the landlord of this house, going to London some week or so ago, was detained at Boulogne 2 days by a high sea in which the packet could not put out. So I hope there is the greater chance of no such bedevilment happening to me. Paris is better than ever. Oh dear, how grand it was when I came through it in that caravan tonight. I hope we shall be very hearty here, and able to say with Wally, "Hant it plassant." Love to Charlie, Mamie, Katie, Wally, and Chickenstalker. The last named, I take it for granted, is indeed prodigious. Best love to Georgie. Ever my dearest Kate. Affectionately yours. P.S. I have been round to Macready's hotel. It is now past 10, and he has not arrived, nor does it seem at all certain that he seriously intended to arrive tonight. So I shall not see him, I take it for granted, until my return. Mrs. Charles Dickens. Piazza Coffee House, Covent Garden. Monday, Dend, 1844. My dearest Kate, I received, with great delight, your excellent letter of this morning. Do not regard this as my answer to it. It is merely to say that I have been at Bradbury and Evans's all day, and have barely time to write more than that I will write tomorrow. I arrived about 7 on Saturday evening, and rushed into the arms of Mac and Forster. Both of them send their best love to you and Georgie, with a heartiness not to be described. Little book is now, as far as I am concerned, all ready. One cut of Doyle's and one of Leech's I found so unlike my ideas that I had them both to breakfast with me this morning, and with that winning manner which you know of, got them with the highest good humor to do both afresh. They are now hard at it. Stanfield's readiness, delight, wonder at my being pleased with what he has done is delicious. Mac's frontispiece is charming. The book is quite splendid. The expenses will be very great, I have no doubt. Anybody who has heard it has been moved in the most extraordinary manner. Forster read it, for dramatic purposes, to a Beckett. He cried so much and so painfully that Forster didn't know whether to go on or stop, and he called next day to say that any expression of his feeling was beyond his power, but that he believed it and felt it to be, I won't say what. As the reading comes off tomorrow night, I had better not dispatch my letters to you until Wednesday's post. I must close to save this, heartily tired I am, and I dine at Gore House today. So with love to Georgie, Mamie, Katie, Charlie, Wally, and Chickenstalker, ever believe me. Yours with true affection. P.S. If you had seen Macready last night, undisguisedly sobbing and crying on the sofa as I read, you would have felt, as I did, What a thing it is to have power. 1845. Narrative. At the beginning of this year, Charles Dickens was still living at the Palazzo Peschiere, Genoa, with his family. In February, he went with his wife to Rome for the carnival, leaving his sister-in-law and children at Genoa, Miss Hogarth joining them later on at Naples. They all returned to Rome for the Holy Week, and then went to Florence, and so back to Genoa. He continued his residence at Genoa until June of this year, when he returned to England by Switzerland and Belgium, the party being met at Brussels by Mr. Forster, Mr. Maclise, and Mr. Douglas Jerrold, and arriving at home at the end of June. The autumn months, until the 1st October, were again spent at Broadstairs. And in this September was the first amateur play at Miss Kelly's Theatre in Dean Street, under the management of Charles Dickens, with Messrs. Gerald, Mark Lemon, John Leach, Gilbert A. Beckett, Leigh, Frank Stone, Forster, and others as his fellow actors. The play selected was Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humour, in which Charles Dickens acted Captain Bobadil. The first performance was a private one, merely as an entertainment for the actors and their friends, but its success speedily led to a repetition of the same performance, and afterwards to many other performances for public and charitable objects. Every Man in His Humour was shortly after repeated at the same little theatre for a useful charity which needed help, and later in the year Beaumont and Fletcher's play of The Elder Brother was given by the same company at the same place for the benefit of Miss Kelly. There was a farce played after the comedy on each occasion, not always the same one, in which Charles Dickens and Mark Lemon were the principal actors. The letters which we have for this year refer, with very few exceptions, to these theatricals, and therefore need no explanation. He was at work at the end of this year on another Christmas book, The Cricket on the Hearth, and was also much occupied with the project of the daily newspaper, of which he undertook the editorship at its starting, which took place in the beginning of the following year, 1846. Miss Hogarth. Rome, Tuesday, February 4th, 1845. My dearest Georgie, this is a very short note, but time is still shorter. Come by the first boat by all means. If there be a good one a day or two before it, come by that. Don't delay on any account. I am very sorry you are not here. The carnival is a very remarkable and beautiful sight. I have been regretting the having left you at home all the way here. Kate says, will you take counsel with Charlotte about color? I put in my word, as usual, for brightness, and have the darlings' bonnets made at once, by the same artist as before. Kate would have written, but is gone with Black to a day performance at the opera to see Cerrito dance. At 2 o'clock each day we sally forth in an open carriage, with a large sack of sugar plums and at least 500 little nosegays to pelt people with. I should think we threw away, yesterday, 1,000 of the latter. We had the carriage filled with flowers 3 or 4 times. I wish you could have seen me catch a swell brigand on the nose with a handful of very large confetti every time we met him. It was the best thing I have ever done. The chimes are nothing to it. Anxiously expecting you, I am ever, dear Georgie, yours most affectionately, Mr. Thomas Merton. Naples, Monday, February 17th, 1845. My dear Merton, this will be a hasty letter, for I am as badly off in this place as in America, beset by visitors at all times and seasons, and forced to dine out every day. I have found, however, an excellent man for me, an Englishman who has lived here many years and is well acquainted with the people, whom he doctored in the bad time of the cholera, when the priests and everybody else fled in terror. Under his auspices, I have got to understand the low life of Naples, among the fishermen and idlers, almost as well as I understand the do of my own country, always excepting the language, which is very peculiar and extremely difficult, and would require a year's constant practice at least. It is no more like Italian than English is to Welsh, and as they don't say half of what they mean, but make a wink or a kick stand for a whole sentence, it's a marvel to me how they comprehend each other. At Rome, they speak beautiful Italian. I am pretty strong at that, I believe, but they are worse here than in Genoa, which I had previously thought impossible. It is a fine place, but nothing like so beautiful as people make it out to be. The famous bay is, to my thinking, as a piece of scenery, immeasurably inferior to the Bay of Genoa, which is the most lovely thing I have ever seen. The city, in like manner, will bear no comparison with Genoa, but there is none in Italy that will, except Venice. As to houses, there is no palace like the Peschiera for architecture, situation, gardens, or rooms. It is a great triumph to me, too, to find how cheap it is. At Rome, the English people live in dirty little 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, with not one room as large as your own drawing room, and pay commonly £7 or £8 a week. I was a week in Rome on my way here, and saw the carnival, which is perfectly delirious, and a great scene for a description. All the ancient part of Rome is wonderful and impressive in the extreme. Far beyond the possibility of exaggeration as to the modern part, it might be anywhere or anything, Paris, Nice, Boulogne, Calais, or one of 1,000 other places. The weather is so atrocious, rain, snow, wind, darkness, hail, and cold, that I can't get over into Sicily, but I don't care very much about it, as I have planned out 10 days of excursion into the neighboring country. One thing, of course, the ascent of Vesuvius, Herculaneum, and Pompeii, the two cities which were covered by its melted ashes and dug out in the first instance accidentally, are more full of interest and wonder than it is possible to imagine. I have heard of some ancient tombs, quite unknown to travelers, dug in the bowels of the earth and extending for some miles underground. They are near a place called Viterbo, on the way from Rome to Florence. I shall lay in a small stock of torches, etc., and explore them when I leave Rome. I return there on the 1st of March and shall stay there nearly a month. Saturday, February 22nd. Since I left off as above, I have been away on an excursion of 3 days. Yesterday evening, at 4 o'clock, we began a small party of 6, the ascent of Mount Vesuvius, with 6 saddle horses, an armed soldier for a guard, and 22 guides. The latter rendered necessary by the severity of the weather, which is greater than has been known for 20 years, and has covered the precipitous part of the mountain with deep snow, the surface of which is glazed with one smooth sheet of ice from the top of the cone to the bottom. By starting at that hour, I intended to get the sunset about halfway up, and night at the top, where the fire is raging. It was an inexpressibly lovely night without a cloud, and when the day was quite gone, the moon, within a few hours of the full, came proudly up, showing the sea and the Bay of Naples and the whole country in such majesty as no words can express. We rode to the beginning of the snow and then dismounted. Catherine and Georgina were put into 2 litters, just chairs with poles, like those in use in England on the 5th of November, and a fat Englishman, who was of the party, was hoisted into a 3rd, borne by 8 men. I was accommodated with a tough stick, and we began to plough our way up. The ascent was as steep as this line, very nearly perpendicular. We were all tumbling at every stop, and looking up and seeing the people in advance tumbling over one's very head, and looking down and seeing hundreds of feet of smooth ice below, was, I must confess, anything but agreeable. However, I knew there was little chance of another clear night before I leave this, and gave the word to get up, somehow or other. So on we went, winding a little now and then, or we should not have got on at all. By prodigious exertions we passed the region of snow, and came into that of fire, desolate and awful, you may well suppose. It was like working one's way through a dry waterfall, with every mass of stone burnt and charred into enormous cinders, and smoke and sulfur bursting out of every chink and crevice, so that it was difficult to breathe. High before us, bursting out of a hill at the top of the mountain, shaped like this handwritten A, the fire was pouring out, reddening the night with flames, blackening it with smoke, and spotting it with red-hot stones and cinders that fell down again in showers. At every step everybody fell, now into a hot chink, now into a bed of ashes, now over a mass of cindered iron. And the confusion in the darkness, for the smoke obscured the moon in this part, and the quarreling and shouting and roaring of the guides, and the waiting every now and then for somebody who was not to be found, and was supposed to have stumbled into some pit or other, made such a scene of it as I can give you no idea of. My ladies were now on foot, of course, but we dragged them on as well as we could. They were thorough game and didn't make the least complaint, until we got to the foot of that topmost hill I have drawn so beautifully. Here we all stopped, but the head guide, an English gentleman of the name of Legros, who has been here many years and has been up the mountain 100 times, and your humble servant, resolved, like jackasses, to climb that hill to the brink and look down into the crater itself. You may form some notion of what is going on inside it when I tell you that it is 100 feet higher than it was 6 weeks ago. The sensation of struggling up it, choked with the fire and smoke, and feeling at every step as if the crust of ground between one's feet and the gulf of fire would crumble in and swallow one up, which is the real danger, I shall remember for some little time, I think. But we did it. We looked down into the flaming bowels of the mountain and came back again, alight in half a dozen places and burnt from head to foot. You never saw such devils, and I never saw anything so awful and terrible. Rach had been tearing his hair like a madman and crying that we should all three be killed, which made the rest of the company very comfortable, as you may suppose. But we had some wine in a basket, and all swallowed a little of that and a great deal of sulphur before we began to descend. The usual way, after the fiery part is past, you will understand that to be all the flat top of the mountain, in the center of which, again, rises the little hill I have drawn, is to slide down the ashes, which, slipping from under you, make a gradually increasing ledge under your feet, and prevent your going too fast. But when we came to this steep place last night, we found nothing there but one smooth, solid sheet of ice. The only way to get down was for the guides to make a chain, holding by each other's hands, and beat a narrow track in it into the snow below with their sticks. My two unfortunate ladies were taken out of their litters again, with half a dozen men hanging on to each to prevent their falling forward, and we began to descend this way. It was like a tremendous dream. It was impossible to stand, and the only way to prevent oneself from going sheer down the precipice every time one fell was to drive one's stick into one of the holes the guides had made and hold on by that. Nobody could pick one up, or stop one, or render one the least assistance. Now conceive my horror when this Mr. Legros I have mentioned, being on one side of Georgina and I on the other, suddenly staggers away from the narrow path onto the smooth ice, gives us a jerk, lets go, and plunges headforemost down the smooth ice into the black night, 500 feet below. Almost at the same instant, a man far behind, carrying a light basket on his head with some of our spare cloaks in it, misses his footing and rolls down in another place. And after him, rolling over and over like a black bundle, goes a boy, shrieking as nobody but an Italian can shriek, until the breath is tumbled out of him. The Englishman is in bed today, terribly bruised, but without any broken bones. He was insensible at first and a mere heap of rags, but we got him before the fire, in a little hermitage there is halfway down, and he so far recovered as to be able to take some supper, which was waiting for us there. The boy was brought in with his head tied up in a bloody cloth, about half an hour after the rest of us were assembled, and the man who had had the basket was not found when we left the mountain at midnight. Became of the cloaks, mine was among them, I know as little. My ladies' clothes were so torn off their backs that they would not have been decent if there could have been any thought of such things at such a time. And when we got down to the guide's house, we found a French surgeon, one of another party who had been up before us, lying on a bed in a stable, with God knows what horrible breakage about him, but suffering acutely and looking like death. A pretty unusual trip for a pleasure expedition, I think. I am rather stiff today, but am quite unhurt, except a slight scrape on my right hand. My clothes are burnt to pieces, my ladies are the wonder of Naples, and everybody is open-mouthed. Address me as usual, all letters are forwarded, the children well and happy, best regards. Ever faithfully, Mr. W. C. Macready. Albion Hotel, Broadstairs, Sunday, Aug. 17th, 1845. My dear Macready, I have been obliged to communicate with the punch men in reference to Saturday, the 20th, as that day of the week is usually their business dinner day, and I was not quite sure that it could be conveniently altered. Gerald now assures me that it can for such a purpose, and that it shall, and therefore consider the play as being arranged to come off on Saturday, the 20th of next month. I don't know whether I told you that we have changed the farce, and now we are to act 2 o'clock in the morning, as performed by the inimitable B at Montreal. In reference to Bruce Castle School, I think the question set at rest most probably by the fact of there being no vacancy it is always full, until Christmas, when Howitt's 2 boys and Gerald's 1 go in and fill it up again. But after going carefully through the school, a question would arise in my mind whether the system, a perfectly admirable one, the only recognition of education as a broad system of moral and intellectual philosophy that I have ever seen in practice, do not require so much preparation and progress in the mind of the boy, as that he shall have come there younger and less advanced than Willie, or at all events, without that very different sort of school experience which he must have acquired at Brighton. I have no warrant for this doubt, beyond a vague uneasiness suggesting a suspicion of its great probability. On such slight ground, I would not hint it to anyone but you, who I know will give it its due weight, and no more and no less. I have the paper setting forth the nature of the higher classical studies and the books they read. It is the usual course, and includes the great books in Greek and Latin. They have a miscellaneous library, under the management of the boys themselves, of some 5,000 or 6,000 volumes, and every means of study and recreation, and every inducement to self-reliance and self-exertion that can easily be imagined. As there is no room just now, you can turn it over in your mind again, and if you would like to see the place yourself, when you return to town, I shall be delighted to go there with you. I come home on Wednesday. It is our rehearsal night, and of course the active and enterprising stage manager must be at his post. Ever, my dear Macready. Affectionately yours, Mr. George Cattermole. August 27th, 1845. My dear George, I write a line to tell you a project we have in view. A little party of us have taken Miss Kelly's theatre for the night of the 20th of next month, and we are going to act a play there, with correct and pretty costume, good orchestra, etc., etc. The affair is strictly private. The admission will be by cards of invitation. Every man will have from 30 to 35. Nobody can ask any person without the knowledge and sanction of the rest, my objection being final, and the expense to each, exclusive of the dress, which every man finds for himself, will not exceed 2 guineas. Forster plays, and Stone plays, and I play, and some of the Punch people play. Stanfield, having the scenery and carpenters to attend to, cannot manage his part also. It is downright, in every man in his humour, not at all long but very good. He wants you to take it, and so help me, we shall have a brilliant audience. The uphill part of the thing is already done. Our next rehearsal is next Tuesday, and if you will come in you will find everything to your hand, and all very merry and pleasant. Let me know what you decide, like a kitten-Molian Trojan, and with love from all here to all there. Believe me, ever, heartily yours, Mr. W. C. Macready. Devonshire Terrace, Thursday, Sept. 18th, 1845. My dear Macready, we have a little supper, sir, after the farce, at number 9, Powys Place, Great Ormond Street, in an empty house belonging to one of the company. There I am requested by my fellows to beg the favour of thy company and that of Mrs. Macready. The guests are limited to the actors and their ladies, with the exception of yourselves and D'Orsay and George Cattermole, or so. That sounds like Bobadil a little. I am going to adopt your reading of the 5th act with the worst grace in the world. It seems to me that you don't allow enough for Bobadil having been frequently beaten before, as I have no doubt he had been. The part goes down hideously on this construction, and the end is mere lees. But never mind, sir, I intend bringing you up with the farce in the most brilliant manner. Ever yours, affectionately. N.B. Observe, I think of changing my present mode of life, and am open to an engagement. N.B. Number 2. I will undertake not to play tragedy, though passion is my strength. N.B. Number 3. I consider myself a chained lion. Mr. Clarkson, Stanfield. Devonshire Terrace, October 2nd, 1845. My dear Stanny, I send you the claret jug, but for a mistake, you would have received the little remembrance almost immediately after my return from abroad. I need not say how much I should value another little sketch from your extraordinary hand in this year's small volume, to which Mac again does the frontispiece. But I cannot hear of it, and will not have it, though the gratification of such aid to me is really beyond all expression, unless you will so far consent to make it a matter of business as to receive, without asking any questions, a check in return from the publishers. Do not misunderstand me, though I am not afraid there is much danger of your doing so, for between us misunderstanding is, I hope, not easy. I know perfectly well that nothing can pay you for the devotion of any portion of your time to such a use of your art. I know perfectly well that no terms would induce you to go out of your way, in such a regard, for perhaps anybody else. I cannot, nor do I desire to, vanquish the friendly obligation which help from you imposes on me. But I am not the sole proprietor of those little books, and it would be monstrous in you if you were to dream of putting a scratch into a second one without some shadowy reference to the other partners. 10,000 times more monstrous in me if any consideration on earth could induce me to permit it, which nothing will or shall. So see what it comes to. If you will do me a favor on my terms, it will be more acceptable to me, my dear Stanfield, than I can possibly tell you. If you will not be so generous, you deprive me of the satisfaction of receiving it at your hands and shut me out from that possibility altogether. What a stony-hearted ruffian you must be in such a case. Ever affectionately yours, Mr. W. C. Macready. Devonshire Terrace, Friday evening, Oct. 17th, 1845. My dear Macready, you once, only once, gave the world assurance of a waistcoat. You wore it, sir, I think, in money. It was a remarkable and precious waistcoat, wherein certain broad stripes of blue or purple disported themselves as by a combination of extraordinary circumstances, too happy to occur again. I have seen it on your manly chest in private life. I saw it, sir, I think, the other day in the cold light of morning, with feelings easier to be imagined than described. Mr. Macready, sir, are you a father? If so, lend me that waistcoat for 5 minutes. I am bidden to a wedding where fathers are made, and my artist cannot, I find, how should he, imagine such a waistcoat? Let me show it to him as a sample of my tastes and wishes, and ha 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 ha, eclipse the bridegroom. I will send a trusty messenger at 9:30 precisely in the morning. He is sworn to secrecy. He durst not for his life betray us, or swells in ambuscade would have the waistcoat at the cost of his heart's blood. Thine, the unwaistcoated one, Viscount Morpeth. Devonshire Terrace, North, 1845. My dear Lord Morpeth, I have delayed writing to you until now, hoping I might have been able to tell you of our dramatic plans and of the day on which we purpose playing. But as these matters are still in abeyance, I will give you that precious information when I come into the receipt of it myself. And let me heartily assure you that I had at least as much pleasure in seeing you the other day as you can possibly have had in seeing me, and that I shall consider all opportunities of becoming better known to you among the most fortunate and desirable occasions of my life, and that I am with your conviction about the probability of our liking each other, and as Lord Lyndhurst might say, with something more. Ever faithfully yours. 1846. Narrative. In the spring of this year, Charles Dickens gave up the editorship of, and finally, all connection with the Daily News, and went again abroad with his family, the house in Devonshire Terrace being let for 12 months. He made his summer residence at Lausanne, taking a Villa Rosemont there from May till November. Here he wrote The Battle of Life and the first number of Damy and Son. In November he removed to Paris, where he took a house in the Rue de Courcelles for the winter, and where he lived and was at work upon Damy until March 1847. Among the English residents that summer at Lausanne he made many friendships, in proof of which he dedicated the Christmas book written there to his English friends in Lausanne. The especially intimate friendships which he formed were with M. de Surjat, who was always a resident of Lausanne with his family, Mr. Haldimand, whose name is identified with the place, and with the Hun, Richard and Mrs. Watson of Rockingham Castle. He maintained a constant correspondence with them, and to Mr. and Mrs. Watson he afterwards dedicated his own favorite of all his books, David Copperfield. M. de Surjat, from the time of Charles Dickens leaving Lausanne, began a custom, which he kept up almost without an interval to the time of his own death, of writing him a long letter every Christmas to which he returned answers, which will be given in this and the following years. In this year we have the commencement of his association and correspondence with Mr. W. H. Wills. Their connection began in the short term of his editorship of the Daily News, when he at once fully appreciated Mr. Wills' invaluable business qualities, and when, some time later, he started his own periodical, Household Words, he thought himself very fortunate in being able to secure Mr. Wills' cooperation as editor of that journal and afterwards of All the Year Round, with which Household Words was incorporated. They worked together on terms of the most perfect mutual understanding, confidence, and affectionate regard, until Mr. Wills' health made it necessary for him to retire from the work in 1868. Besides his first notes to Mr. Wills in this year, we have our first letters to his dear friends, the Rev. James White, Walter Savage Landor, and Miss Marian Ely, the niece of Lady Talfourd. Mr. W. H. Wills. Devonshire Terrace, February 18, 1846. My dear Mr. Wills, do look at the enclosed from Mrs. What's-her-name. For a surprising audacity, it is remarkable even to me, who am positively bullied and all but beaten by these people. I wish you would do me the favor to write to her in your own name and from your own address, stating that you answered her letter as you did, because if I were the wealthiest nobleman in England, I could not keep pace with 1/20th part of the demands upon me, and because you saw no internal evidence in her application to induce you to single it out for any especial notice, that the tone of this letter renders you exceedingly glad you did so, and that you decline, from me, holding any correspondence with her, something to that effect, after what flourish your nature will. Faithfully yours always, Rev. James White. 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. February 24, 1846. I cannot help telling you, my dear White, for I can think of no formal use of Mr. to such a writer as you, that I have just now read your tragedy, The Earl of Gowrie, with a delight which I should in vain endeavor to express to you. Considered with reference to its story, or its characters, or its noble poetry, I honestly regard it as a work of most remarkable genius. It has impressed me powerfully and enduringly. I am proud to have received it from your hand, and if I have to tell you what complete possession it has taken of me, that is, if I could tell you, I do believe you would be glad to know it. Always faithfully yours, Mr. W. H. Wills. Devonshire Terrace, Monday morning, March 2nd, 1846. My dear Mr. Wills, I really don't know what to say about the New Brunswicker. The idea will obtrude itself on my mind that he had no business to come here on such an expedition, and that it is a piece of the wild conceit for which his countrymen are so remarkable, and that I can hardly afford to be steward to such adventurers. On the other hand, your description of him pleases me. Then that purse which I could never keep shut in my life makes mouths at me, saying, see how empty I am. Then I fill it, and it looks very rich indeed. I think the best way is to say that if you think you can do him any permanent good with £5, that is, get him home again, I will give you the money. But I should be very much indisposed to give it him, merely to linger on here about town for a little time and then be hard up again. As to employment, I do in my soul believe that if I were Lord Chancellor of England, I should have been aground long ago for the patronage of a messenger's place. Say all that is civil for me to the proprietor of the Illustrated London News, who really seems to be very liberal. Other engagements, etc., etc., prevent me from entertaining, etc., etc. Faithfully yours ever, Mr. W. H. Wills. Devonshire Terrace, March 4, 1846. My dear Mr. Wills, I assure you I am very truly and unaffectedly sensible of your earnest friendliness, and in proof of my feeling its worth, I shall unhesitatingly trouble you sometimes, in the fullest reliance on your meaning what you say. The letter from Nelson Square is a very manly and touching one, but I am more helpless in such a case as that than in any other, having really fewer means of helping such a gentleman to employment than I have of firing off the guns in the tower. Such appeals come to me here in scores upon scores. The letter from Little White Lion Street does not impress me favorably. It is not written in a simple or truthful manner, I am afraid, and is not a good reference. Moreover, I think it probable that the writer may have deserted some pursuit for which he is qualified, for vague and laborious strivings which he has no pretensions to make. However, I will certainly act on your impression of him, whatever it may be, and if you could explain to the gentleman in Nelson Square that I am not evading his request, but that I do not know of anything to which I can recommend him, it would be a great relief to me. I trust this new printer is a Tartar, and I hope to God he will so proclaim and assert his Tartar breeding as to excommunicate from the chapel over which he presides. Tell Powell, with my regards, that he needn't deal with the American notices of the cricket. I never read one word of their abuse, and I should think it base to read their praises. It is something to know that one is righted so soon, and knowing that I can afford to know no more. Ever faithfully yours, Mr. Clarkson Stanfield. Devonshire Terrace, March 6, 1846. My dear Stanny, in reference to the damage of the candlesticks, I beg to quote from The Cricket on the Hearth, by the highly popular and deservedly so Dick, this reply. I'll damage you if you enquire. Ever yours. My block reeving. Main brace splicing. Lead heaving. Ship conning. Stunsail bending. Deck swabbing. Son of a sea cook. Henry Bluff. HMS Timber. Mr. Charles Knight. Devonshire Terrace, Saturday, Apeth, 1846. My dear sir, do you recollect sending me your biography of Shakespeare last autumn and my not acknowledging its receipt? I do, with remorse. The truth is that I took it out of town with me, read it with great pleasure as a charming piece of honest enthusiasm and perseverance, kept it by me, came home, meant to say all manner of things to you, suffered the time to go by, got ashamed, thought of speaking to you, never saw you, felt it heavy on my mind, and now fling off the load by thanking you heartily, and hoping you will not think it too late. Always believe me. Faithfully yours, Miss Ailey. Devonshire Terrace, Sunday, Apeth, 1846. My dear Miss Ailey, a mysterious emissary brought me a note in your always welcome handwriting at the Athen Elm last night. I inquired of the servant in attendance whether the bearer of this letter was of my vast establishment, to which he replied, Yesir. Then, said I, tell him not to wait. Maclise was with me. It was then 7:30. We had been walking and were splashed to the eyes. We debated upon the possibility of getting to Russell Square in reasonable time, decided that it would be in the worst taste to appear when the performance would be half over, and very reluctantly decided not to come. You may suppose how dirty and dismal we were when we went to the Thames Tunnel, of all places in the world, instead. When I came home here at midnight, I found another letter from you. I left off in this place to press it dutifully to my lips. Then my mind misgave me that you must have sent to the Athen Elm. At the apparent rudeness of my reply, my face, as Haji Baba says, was turned upside down, and 50 donkeys sat upon my father's grave, or would have done so, but for his not being dead yet. Therefore I send this humble explanation, protesting, however, which I do most solemnly, against being invited under such untoward circumstances, and claiming as your old friend and no less old admirer to be instantly invited to the next performance, if such a thing is ever contemplated. Ever, my dear Miss Ely. Faithfully yours, Mr. Douglas Gerald. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday, May 26, 1846. My dear Gerald, I send you herewith some books belonging to you. 1,000 thanks for The Hermit. He took my fancy mightily when I first saw him in the Illuminated, and I have stowed him away in the left-hand breast pocket of my travelling coat, that we may hold pleasant converse together on the Rhine. you see what confidence I have in him. I wish you would seriously consider the expediency and feasibility of coming to Lausanne in the summer or early autumn. I must be at work myself during a certain part of every day almost, and you could do twice as much there as here. It is a wonderful place to see, and what sort of welcome you would find I will say nothing about, for I have vanity enough to believe that you would be willing to feel yourself as much at home in my household as in any man's. Do think it over. I could send you the minutest particular of the journey. It is really all railroad and steamboat, and the easiest in the world. At Macready's on Thursday, we shall meet, please God. Always, my dear Gerald. Cordially yours, Mr. W. C. Macready. Geneva, Saturday, October 24th, 1846. My dear Macready, the welcome sight of your handwriting moves me, though I have nothing to say to show you mine, and if I could recollect the passage in Virginius, I would paraphrase it and say, does it seem to tremble, boy? Is it a loving autograph? Does it beam with friendship and affection? All of which I say, as I write with, O heaven, such a splendid imitation of you, and finally give you one of those grasps and shakes with which I have seen you make the young Icilius stagger again. Here I am, running away from a bad headache, as Tristram Shandy ran away from death, and lodging for a week in the Hotel de l'Écu de Genève, wherein there is a large mirror shattered by a cannonball in the late Revolution. A revolution, whatever its merits, achieved by free spirits, nobly generous and moderate, even in the first transports of victory, elevated by a splendid popular education, and bent on freedom from all tyrants, whether their crowns be shaven or golden. The newspapers may tell you what they please. I believe there is no country on earth but Switzerland in which a violent change could have been effected in the Christian spirit shown in this place, or in the same proud, independent, gallant style. Not one halfpennyworth of property was lost, stolen, or strayed. Not one atom of party malice survived the smoke of the last gun. Nothing is expressed in the government addresses to the citizens but a regard for the general happiness, and injunctions to forget all animosities, which they are practically obeying at every turn, though the late government, of whose spirit I had some previous knowledge, did load the guns with such material as should occasion gangrene in the wounds, and though the wounded do die, consequently, every day in the hospital, of sores that in themselves were nothing. You a mountaineer, you examine, I have seen you do it, the point of your young son's baton de Montagny before he went up into the snow, and you talk of coming to Lausanne in March. Why, Lord love your heart, William Tell, times are changed since you lived at Altorf. There is not a mountain pass open until June. The snow is closing in on all the panorama already. I was at the Great St. Bernard 2 months ago, and it was bitter cold and frosty then. Do you think I could let you hazard your life by going up any pass worth seeing in bleak March? Never shall it be said that Dickens sacrificed his friend upon the altar of his hospitality. Onward, to Paris. Cue for band. Dickens points off with truncheon. First entrance, P.S. Page delivers gauntlets on one knee. Dickens puts them on and gradually falls into a fit of musing. Mrs. Dickens lays her hand upon his shoulder. Business, procession, curtain. It is a great pleasure to me, my dear Macready, to hear from yourself, as I had previously heard from Forster, that you are so well pleased with Dami, which is evidently a great success and a great hit, thank God. I felt that Mrs. Brown was strong, but I was not at all afraid of giving as heavy a blow as I could to a piece of hot iron that lay ready at my hand. For that is my principle always, and I hope to come down with some heavier sledgehammers than that. I know the lady of whom you write, left there only yesterday. The story may arise only in her manner, which is extraordinarily free and careless. He was visiting her here when I was here last, 3 weeks ago. I knew her in Italy. It is not her fault if scandal ever leaves her alone, for such a braver of all conventionalities never wore petticoats. But I should be sorry to hear there was anything guilty in her conduct. She is very clever, really learned, very pretty, much neglected by her husband, and only 24 years of age. Kate and Georgie send their best loves to Mrs. and Miss Macready and all your house. Your most affectionate friend, Mr. Haldimand. Paris, November, 1846. Talking of which reminds me to say that I have written to my printers and told them to prefix to The Battle of Life a dedication that is printed in illuminated capitals on my heart. It is only this. This Christmas book is cordially inscribed to my English friends in Switzerland. I shall trouble you with a little parcel of 3 or 4 copies to distribute to those whose names will be found written in them, as soon as they can be made ready, and believe me that there is no success or approval in the great world beyond the Jura that will be more precious and delightful to me than the hope that I shall be remembered of an evening in the coming winter time at 1 or 2 friends I could mention near the Lake of Geneva. It runs with a spring tide that will always flow and never ebb through my memory, and nothing less than the waters of Lethe shall confuse the music of its running until it loses itself in that great sea for which all the currents of our life are desperately bent. Mr. Walter Savage Landor. Paris, Sunday, November 22nd, 1846. Young man, I will not go there if I can help it. I have not the least confidence in the value of your introduction to the devil. I can't help thinking that it would be of better use the other way, but I won't try it there either at present if I can help it. Your godson says is that your duty, and he begs me to enclose a blush newly blushed for you. As to writing, I have written to you 20 times and 20 more to that, if you only knew it. I have been writing a little Christmas book, besides, expressly for you, and if you don't like it, I shall go to the font of Marylebone Church as soon as I conveniently can and renounce you. I'm not to be trifled with. I write from Paris. I am getting up some French steam. I intend to proceed upon the longing for a lap of blood at last principle, and if you do offend me, look to it. We are all well and happy, and they send loves to you by the bushel. We are in the agonies of house hunting. The people are frightfully civil and grotesquely extortionate. One man, with a house to let, told me yesterday that he loved the Duke of Wellington like a brother. The same gentleman wanted to hug me round the neck with one hand and pick my pocket with the other. Don't be hard upon the Swiss. They are a thorn in the sides of European despots, and a good wholesome people to live near Jesuit-ridden kings on the brighter side of the mountains. My hat shall ever be ready to be thrown up, and my glove ever ready to be thrown down for Switzerland. If you were the man I took you for, when I took you, as a godfather, for better and for worse, you would come to Paris, and amaze the weak walls of the house I haven't found yet with that steady snore of yours, which I once heard piercing the door of your bedroom in Devonshire Terrace, reverberating along the bell wire in the hall, so getting outside into the street, playing Aeolian harps among the area railings, and going down the new road like the blast of a trumpet. I forgive you your reviling of me. There's a shovelful of live coals for your head. Does it burn? And am, with true affection, does it burn now? Ever yours. The Hun, Richard Watson. Paris, 48, Rue de Courcelles, Saint-Honoré. Friday, North, 1846. My dear Watson, we were housed only yesterday. I lose no time in dispatching this memorandum of our whereabouts, in order that you may not fail to write me a line before you come to Paris on your way towards England, letting me know on what day we are to expect you to dinner. We arrived here quite happily and well. I don't mean here, but at the Hotel Brighton in Paris on Friday evening between 6 and 7 o'clock. The agonies of house hunting were frightfully severe. It was one paroxysm for 4 mortal days. I am proud to express my belief that we are lodged at last in the most preposterous house in the world. The like of it cannot, and so far as my knowledge goes does not, exist in any other part of the globe. The bedrooms are like opera boxes. The dining rooms, staircases, and passages, quite inexplicable. The dining room is a sort of cavern, painted, ceiling, and all to represent a grove, with unaccountable bits of looking-glass sticking in among the branches of the trees. There is a gleam of reason in the drawing-room, but it is approached through a series of small chambers, like the joints in a telescope, which are hung with inscrutable drapery. The maddest man in Bedlam, having the materials given him, would be likely to devise such a suite, supposing his case to be hopeless and quite incurable. Pray tell Mrs. Watson, with my best regards, that the dance of the 2 sisters in the little Christmas book is being done as an illustration by Maclise, and that Stanfield is doing the battleground and the outside of the nutmeg grater in. Maclies is also drawing some smaller subjects for the little story, and they write me that they hope it will be very pretty, and they think that I shall like it. I shall have been in London before I see you, probably, and I hope the book itself will then be on its road to Lausanne to speak for itself, and to speak a word for me too. I have never left so many friendly and cheerful recollections in any place, and to represent me in my absence, its tone should be very eloquent and affectionate indeed. Well, if I don't turn up again next summer, it shall not be my fault. In the meanwhile, I shall often and often look that way with my mind's eye, and hear the sweet, clear, bell-like voice with the ear of my imagination. In the event of there being any change, but it is not likely, in the appearance of his cravat behind, where it goes up into his head, I mean, and frets against his wig, I hope some one of my English friends will apprise me of it, for the love of the great Saint Bernard. I have not seen Lord Normanby yet. I have not seen anything up to this time but houses and lodgings. There seems to be immense excitement here on the subject of, however, and a perfectly stupendous sensation getting up. I saw the king the other day coming into Paris. His carriage was surrounded by guards on horseback, and he sat very far back in it, I thought, and drove at a great pace. It was strange to see the prefect of police on horseback some hundreds of yards in advance, looking to the right and left as he rode, like a man who suspected every twig in every tree in the long avenue. The English relations look anything but promising, though I understand that the Count St. Aulaire is to remain in London, notwithstanding the newspaper alarms to the contrary. If there be anything like the sensation in England about that there is here, there will be a bitter resentment indeed. The Democratic Society of Paris have announced, this morning, their intention of printing and circulating 50,000 copies of an appeal in every European language. It is a base business beyond question, and comes at an ill time. Mrs. Dickens and her sister desire their best regards to be sent to you, and their best loves to Mrs. Watson, in which I join, as nearly as I may. Believe me, with great truth. Very sincerely yours. P.S. Mrs. Dickens is going to write to Mrs. Watson next week, she says. M. Surget. Paris 48, Rue de Courcelles, Saint-Honoré. Friday, 9th, 1846. My dear Surget, when we turned out of your view on that disconsolate Monday, when you so kindly took horse and rode forth to say goodbye, we went on in a very dull and drowsy manner, I can assure you. I could have borne a world of punch in the rumble and been none the worse for it. There was an uncommonly cool in that night, and quite a monstrous establishment at Auxonne the next night, full of flatulent passages and banging doors. The next night we passed at Montbard, where there is one of the very best little inns in all France. The next at Sens, and so we got here. The roads were bad, but not very for French roads. There was no deficiency of horses anywhere, and after Pontarlier, the weather was really not too cold for comfort. They weighed our plate at the frontier custom house, spoon by spoon and fork by fork, and we lingered about there, in a thick fog and a hard frost, for 3 long hours and a half, during which the officials committed all manner of absurdities and got into all sorts of disputes with my brave courier. This was the only misery we encountered, except leaving Lausanne, and that was enough to last us, and did last us all the way here. We are living on it now. I felt myself, much as I should think the murderer felt on that fair morning when, with his grey-haired victim, those unconscious grey hairs, soon to be bedabbled with blood, he went so far towards heaven as the top of that mountain of St. Bernard, without one touch of remorse. A weight is on my breast. The only difference between me and the murderer is that his weight was guilt, and mine is regret. I haven't a word of news to tell you. I shouldn't write at all if I were not the vainest man in the world, impelled by a belief that you will be glad to hear from me, even though you hear no more than that I have nothing to say. Dami is doing wonders. It went up, after the publication of the second number, over the 30,000. This is such a very large sale, so early in the story, that I begin to think it will beat all the rest. Keeley and his wife are making great preparations for producing the Christmas story, and I have made them, as an old stage manager, carry out 1 or 2 expensive notions of mine about scenery and so forth. In particular, a sudden change from the inside of the doctor's house, in the midst of the ball, to the orchard in the snow, which ought to tell very well. But actors are so bad in general, and the best are spread over so many theaters, that the cast is black despair and moody madness. There is no one to be got for Marion but a certain Miss, I am afraid, a pupil of Miss Kelly's, who acted in the private theatricals I got up a year ago. Macready took her afterwards to play Virginia to his Virginius, but she made nothing of it, great as the chance was. I have promised to show her what I mean, as near as I can, and if you will look into the English Opera House on the morning of the 17th, 18th, or 19th of next month, between the hours of 11 and 4, you will find me in a very hot and dusty condition, playing all the parts of the piece, to the immense diversion of all the actors, actresses, scene-shifters, carpenters, musicians, chorus people, tailors, dressmakers, scene-painters, and general ragamuffins of the theatre. Moore the poet is very ill, I fear dying. The last time I saw him was immediately before I left London, and I thought him sadly changed and tamed, but not much more so than such a man might be under the heavy hand of time. I believe he suffered severe grief in the death of a son some time ago. The first man I met in Paris was who took hold of me as I was getting into a coach at the door of the hotel. He hadn't a button on his shirt, but I don't think he ever has, and you might have sown what boys call mustard and cress in the dust on his coat. I have not seen Lord Normanby yet, as we have only just got a house, the queerest house in Europe, to lay our heads in, but there seems reason to fear that the growing dissensions between England and France and the irritation of the French king may lead to the withdrawal of the minister on each side of the Channel. Have you cut down any more trees, played any more rubbers, propounded any more teasers to the players at the game of yes and no? How is the old horse? How is the grey mare? How is Crab, to whom my respectful compliments? Have you tried the punch yet? If yes, did it succeed? If no, why not? Is Mrs. Surgett as happy and as well as I would have her, and all your house ditto? Does Haldimand play whist with any science yet? Ha ha ha, the idea of his saying I hadn't any. And are those damask-cheeked virgins, the Miss, still sleeping on dewy rose leaves near the English church? Remember me to all your house, and most of all to its other head, with all the regard and earnestness that a numble individual, as they always call it in the House of Commons, who once travelled with her in a car over a smooth country may charge you with. I have added 2 lines to the little Christmas book that I hope both you and she may not dislike. Haldimand will tell you what they are. Kate and Georgie send their kindest loves, and Kate is going to write next week. Believe me always, my dear Surgett, full of cordial and hearty recollections of this past summer and autumn, and your part in my part of them. Very faithfully, your friend, Mrs. Charles Dickens. 58 Lincoln's Inn Fields, Saturday, death, 1846. My dearest Kate, I really am bothered to death by this confounded dramatization of the Christmas book. They were in a state so horrible at Keeley's yesterday, as perhaps Forster told you when he wrote, that I was obliged to engage to read the book to them this morning. It struck me that Mrs. Lee Murray, Miss Darley, and Vining seemed to understand it best. Certainly Miss Darley knew best what she was about yesterday. At 8 tonight, we have a rehearsal with scenery and band, and everything but dresses. I see no possibility of escaping from it before 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I was at the theatre all day yesterday. Unless I had come to London, I do not think there would have been much hope of the version being more than just tolerated, even that doubtful. All the actors bad, all the business frightfully behindhand. The very words of the book confused in the copying into the densest and most insufferable nonsense. I must exempt, however, from the general slackness both the Keeleys. I hope they will be very good. I have never seen anything of its kind better than the manner in which they played the little supper scene between Clemency and Britain yesterday. It was quite perfect, even to me. The small manager, Forster, Talford, Stanny, and Mac dine with me at the piazza today before the rehearsal. I have already 1 or 2 uncommonly good stories of Mac. I reserve them for narration. I have also a dreadful cold, which I would not reserve if I could help it. I can hardly hold up my head and fight through from hour to hour, but had serious thoughts just now of walking off to bed. Christmas book published today, 23,000 copies already gone. Brown's plates for next Darmy, much better than usual. I have seen nobody yet, of course, but I sent Roch up to your mother this morning to say I am in town and will come shortly. There is a great thaw here today, and it is raining hard. I hope you have the advantage, if it be one, which I am not sure of a similar change in Paris. Of course I start again on Thursday. We are expecting, Roch and I, a letter from the Mal Post people to whom we have applied for places. The journey here was long and cold, 24 hours from Paris to Boulogne. Passage not very bad, and made in 2 hours. I find I can't write at all, so I had best leave off. I am looking impatiently for your letter on Monday morning. Give my best love to Georgie and kisses to all the dear children. And believe me, my love, most affectionately, Mrs. Charles Dickens. Piazza Coffee House, Covent Garden. Monday, Dest, 1846. My dearest Kate, in a quiet interval of half an hour before going to dine at Macready's, I sit down to write you a few words. But I shall reserve my letter for tomorrow's post, in order that you may hear what I hear of the going of the play tonight. Think of my being there on Saturday with a really frightful cold and working harder than ever I did at the amateur plays until 2 in the morning. There was no supper to be got, either here or anywhere else, after coming out, and I was as hungry and thirsty as need be. The scenery and dresses are very good indeed, and they have spent money on it liberally. The great change from the ballroom to the snowy night is most effective, and both the departure and the return will tell, I think, strongly on an audience. I have made them very quick and excited in the passionate scenes, and so have infused some appearance of life into those parts of the play. But I can't make a Marion, and Miss is awfully bad. She is a mere nothing all through. I put Mr. Lee Murray into such a state, by making him tear about, that the perspiration ran streaming down his face. They have a great let. I believe every place in the house is taken. Roch is going. Tuesday morning. The play went as well as I can make out. I hope to have had Stanley's report of it, but he is ill with great effect. There was immense enthusiasm at its close and great uproar and shouting for me. Forster will go on Wednesday and write you his account of it. I saw the Keeleys on the stage at 11 o'clock or so, and they were in prodigious spirits and delight. Mr. John Forster, 48 Rue de Courcelles, Paris. Sunday night, death, 1846. My very dear Forster, Amen, amen. Many Merry Christmases, many Happy New Years, unbroken friendship, great accumulation of cheerful recollections, affection on earth and heaven at last for all of us. I enclose you a letter from Geoffrey, which you may like to read. Bring it to me back when you come over. I have told him all he wants to know. Is it not a strange example of the hazards of writing in numbers that a man like him should form his notion of Dami and Miss Tox on 3 months' knowledge? I have asked him the same question and advised him to keep his eye on both of them as time rolls on. We had a cold journey here from Boulogne, but the roads were not very bad. The Mal Post, however, now takes the trains at Amiens. We missed it by 10 minutes and had to wait 3 hours, from 12 o'clock until 3, in which interval I drank brandy and water and slept like a top. It is delightful traveling for its speed, that Mal Post, and really for its comfort too. But on this occasion, it was not remarkable for the last-named quality. The director of the post at Boulogne told me a lamentable story of his son at Paris being ill, and implored me to bring him on. The brave doubted the representations altogether, but I couldn't find it in my heart to say no, so we brought the director, bodkin-wise, and being a large man in a great number of great coats, he crushed us dismally until we got to the railroad. For 2 passengers, and it never carries more, it is capital. For 3, excruciating. Write too what you have said to me. You need write no more. He is full of vicious fancies and wrong suspicions, even of Hardwicke, and I would rather he heard it from you than from me, whom he is not likely to love much in his heart. I doubt it may be but a rusty instrument for want of use, the ish heart. My most important present news is that I am going to take a jorum of hot rum and egg in bed immediately, and to cover myself up with all the blankets in the house. Love from all. I have a sensation in my head as if it were on edge. It is still very cold here, but the snow had disappeared on my return, both here and on the road, except within 10 miles or so of Boulogne. Ever affectionately. 1847. Narrative. At the beginning of the year, Charles Dickens was still living in Paris, Rue de Courcelles. His stay was cut shorter than he intended it to have been by the illness from scarlet fever of his eldest son, who was at school in London. Consequent upon this, he and his wife went to London at the end of February, taking up their abode at the Victoria Hotel, Euston Square, the Devonshire Terrace house being still occupied by its tenant, Sir James Duke, and the sick boy under the care of his grandmother, Mrs. Hogarth, in Albany Street. The children, with their aunt, remained in Paris until a temporary house had been taken for the family in Chester Place, Regent's Park, and Roch was then sent back to take all home. In Chester Place, another son was born, Sidney Smith Haldimand, his godfathers being Mr. Haldimand of Lausanne and Mr. H.P. Smith of the Eagle Life Assurance Office. He was christened at the same time as a daughter of Mr. Macready's, and the letters to Mr. Smith have reference to the postponement of the christening on Mr. Smith's account. In May, Charles Dickens had lodgings in Brighton for some weeks, for the recovery of Mrs. Dickens's health, going there first with his wife and sister-in-law and the eldest boy, now recovered from his fever, and being joined at the latter part of the time by his two little daughters, to whom there are some letters among those which follow here. He removed earlier than usual this summer to Broadstairs, which remained his headquarters until October, with intervals of absence for amateur theatrical tour, which Mr. Forster calls splendid strolling, in which he was usually accompanied by his wife and sister-in-law. Several new recruits had been added to the theatrical company from among distinguished literary men and artists, and it now included, besides those previously named, Mr. George Cruikshank, Mr. George Henry Lewes, and Mr. Augustus Egg, the supreme management and arrangement of everything being always left to Charles Dickens. Every man in his humour and farces were again played at Manchester and Liverpool for the benefit of Mr. Leigh Hunt and the dramatic author, Mr. John Poole. By the end of the Broadstairs holiday, the house in Devonshire Terrace was vacant, and the family returned to it in October. All this year, Charles Dickens had been at work upon the monthly numbers of Dami and Son, in spite of these many interruptions. He began at Broadstairs a Christmas book, but he found that the engrossing interest of his novel approaching completion made it impossible for him to finish the other work in time. So he decided to let this Christmas pass without a story and postpone the publication of The Haunted Man until the following year. At the close of the year, he went to Leeds to take the chair at a meeting of the Mechanics' Institute, and on the 28th December he presided at the opening of the Glasgow Athenaeum, he and his wife being the guests of the historian, then Mr. Sheriff, afterwards Sir Archibald Alison. From a letter to his sister-in-law, written from Edinburgh, it will be seen that Mrs. Dickens was prevented by sudden illness from being present at the demonstration. At the end of that letter, there is another illustration of the odd names he was in the habit of giving to his children, the last of the three, the Hosh and Peck, being a corruption of Ocean Spectre, a name which had afterwards a sad significance, as the boy, Sidney Smith, became a sailor and died and was buried at sea 2 years after his father's death. The letters in this year need very little explanation. In the first letter to Mrs. Watson, he alludes to a sketch which she had made from The Battle of Life, and had sent to Charles Dickens as a remembrance when her husband paid a short visit to Paris in this winter. And there are 2 letters to Miss Marguerite Power, the niece of the Countess of Blessington, a lady for whom he had then, and until her death, a most affectionate friendship and respect, for the sake of her own admirable qualities, and in remembrance of her delightful association with Gore House, where he was a frequent visitor. For Lady Blessington he had a high admiration and great regard, and she was one of his earliest appreciators, and Alfred, Count d'Orsay, was also a much-loved friend. His own Marchioness, alluded to in the second letter to Miss Power, was the younger and very charming sister of his correspondent. We much regret having been unable to procure any letters addressed to Mr. Egg. His intimacy with him began first in the plays of this year, but he became, almost immediately, one of the friends for whom he had an especial affection, and Mr. Egg was a regular visitor at his house and at his seaside places of resort for many years after this date. The letter to Mr. William Sandys has reference to an intention which Charles Dickens had entertained, of laying the scene of a story in Cornwall, Mr. Sandys, himself a Cornishman, having proposed to send him some books to help him as to the dialect. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Paris 48, Rue de Courcelles, Jan. 25th, 1847. My dear Mrs. Watson, I cannot allow your wandering lord to return to your, I suppose, arms is not improper, arms then, without thanking you in half a dozen words for your letter, and assuring you that I had great interest and pleasure in its receipt, and that I say amen to all you say of our happy past and hopeful future. There is a picture of Lausanne St. Bernard, the tavern by the little lake between Lausanne and Vevey, which is kept by that drunken dog whom Haldimand believes to be so sober, and of many other such scenes, within doors and without, that rises up to my mind very often, and in the quiet pleasure of its aspect rather daunts me, as compared with the reality of a stirring life. But please God, we will have some more pleasant days, and go up some more mountains, somewhere, and laugh together, at somebody, and form the same delightful little circle again, somehow. I quite agree with you about the illustrations to the little Christmas book. I was delighted with yours. Your good lord before mentioned will inform you that it hangs up over my chair in the drawing-room here, and when you come to England, after I have seen you again in Lausanne, I will show it you in my little study at home, quietly thanking you on the bookcase. Then we will go and see some of Turner's recent pictures and decide that question to Haldimand's utmost confusion. You will find Watson looking wonderfully well, I think. When he was first here, on his way to England, he took an extraordinary bath in which he was rubbed all over with chemical compounds and had everything done to him that could be invented for 7 francs. It may be the influence of this treatment that I see in his face, but I think it's the prospect of coming back to Élysée. All I can say is that when I come that way and find myself among those friends again, I expect to be perfectly lovely, a kind of glorious Apollo, radiant and shining with joy. Kate and her sister send all kinds of love in this hasty packet, and I am always, my dear Mrs. Watson, faithfully yours, Rev. Edward Taggart. Paris 48, Rue de Courcelles, St. Honoré. Thursday, Jan. 28th, 1847. My dear sir, before you read any more, I wish you would take those tablets out of your drawer, in which you have put a black mark against my name, and erase it neatly. I don't deserve it, on my word I don't, though appearances are against me, I unwillingly confess. I had gone to Geneva to recover from an uncommon depression of spirits consequent on too much sitting over Dami and the little Christmas book, when I received your letter as I was going out walking one sunshiny, windy day. I read it on the banks of the Rhone, where it runs, very blue and swift, between 2 high green hills, with ranges of snowy mountains filling up the distance. Its cordial and unaffected tone gave me the greatest pleasure, did me a world of good, set me up for the afternoon, and gave me an evening's subject of discourse. For I talked to them, that is, Kate and Georgie, about those bright mornings at the Pesquier until bedtime, and threatened to write you such a letter next day as would. I don't exactly know what it was to do, but it was to be a great letter, expressive of all kinds of pleasant things, and perhaps the most genial letter that ever was written. From that hour to this, I have again and again and again said, I'll write tomorrow, and here I am today full of penitence, really sorry and ashamed, and with no excuse but my writing life, which makes me get up and go out, when my morning work is done, and look at pen and ink no more until I begin again. Besides which, I have been seeing Paris, wandering into hospitals, prisons, dead houses, operas, theaters, concert rooms, burial grounds, palaces, and wine shops. In my unoccupied fortnight of each month, every description of gaudy and ghastly sight has been passing before me in a rapid panorama. Before that, I had to come here from Switzerland, over frosty mountains in dense fogs, and through towns with walls and drawbridges, and without population or anything else in particular but soldiers and mud. I took a flight to London for 4 days, and went and came back over 1 sheet of snow, sea excepted, and I wish that had been snow too. Then Forster, who is here now and begs me to send his kindest regards, came to see Paris for himself, and in showing it to him, away I was borne again, like an enchanted rider. In short, I have had no rest in my play, and on Monday I am going to work again. A fortnight hence the play will begin once more, a fortnight after that the work will follow round, and so the letters that I care for go unwritten. Do you care for French news? I hope not, because I don't know any. There is a melodrama called The French Revolution, now playing at the Cirque, in the first act of which there is the most tremendous representation of a people that can well be imagined. There are wonderful battles and so forth in the piece, but there is a power and massiveness in the mob which is positively awful. At another theatre, Clarissa Harlowe is still the rage. There are some things in it rather calculated to astonish the ghost of Richardson, but Clarissa is very admirably played and dies better than the original to my thinking, but Richardson is no great favourite of mine, and never seems to me to take his top boots off, whatever he does. Several pieces are in course of representation, involving rare portraits of the English. In one, a servant, called Tom Bob, who wears a particularly English waistcoat, trimmed with gold lace, and concealing his ankles, does very good things indeed. In another, a Prime Minister of England, who has ruined himself by railway speculations, hits off some of our national characteristics very happily, frequently making incidental mention of Westminster, Regent Street, and other places with which you are well acquainted. Sir Faxon is one of the characters in another play, English to the Core, and I saw a Lord Mayor of London at one of the small theatres the other night, looking uncommonly well in a stagecoachman's waistcoat, the Order of the Garter, and a very low-crowned, broad-brimmed hat, not unlike a dustman. I was at Geneva at the time of the Revolution. The moderation and mildness of the successful party were beyond all praise. Their appeals to the people of all parties, printed and pasted on the walls, have no parallel that I know of in history for their real good sterling Christianity and tendency to promote the happiness of mankind. My sympathy is strongly with the Swiss radicals. They know what Catholicity is. They see, in some of their own valleys, the poverty, ignorance, misery, and bigotry it always brings in its train wherever it is triumphant, and they would root it out of their children's way at any price. I fear the end of the struggle will be that some Catholic power will step in to crush the dangerously well-educated republics, very dangerous to such neighbors. But there is a spirit in the people, or I very much mistake them, that will trouble the Jesuits their many years and shake their altar steps for them. This is a poor return. I look down and see the end of the paper for your letter, but in its cordial spirit of reciprocal friendship, it is not so bad a one if you could read it as I do, and it eases my mind and discharges my conscience. We are coming home, please God, at the end of March. Kate and Georgie send their best regards to you, and their loves to Mrs. and Miss Taggart and the children. Our children wish to live too in your children's remembrance. You will be glad, I know, to hear that Dami is doing wonders and that the Christmas book shot far ahead of its predecessors. I hope you will like the last chapter of number 5. If you can spare me a scrap of your handwriting in token of forgiveness, do. If not, I'll come and beg your pardon on the 31st of March. Ever believe me. Cordially and truly yours, Miss Dickens. Victoria Hotel, Euston Square. Thursday, March 4th, 1847. My dearest Mamie, I have not got much to say, and that's the truth, but I cannot let this letter go into the post without wishing you many, many happy returns of your birthday and sending my love to Auntie and to Katie and to all of them. We were at Mrs. Macready's last night, where there was a little party in honor of Mr. Macready's birthday. We had some dancing, and they wished very much that you and Katie had been there. So did I and your mamma. We have not got back to Devonshire Terrace yet, but are living at an hotel until Sir James Duke returns from Scotland, which will be on Saturday or Monday. I hope when he comes home and finds us here he will go out of Devonshire Terrace and let us get it ready for you. Roch is coming back to you very soon. He will leave here on Saturday morning. He says he hopes you will have a very happy birthday, and he means to drink your health on the road to Paris. Always your affectionate Miss Hogarth. Chester Place, Tuesday night. My dearest Georgie, so far from having got through my agonies, as you benevolently hope, I have not yet begun them. No, on this 9th of the month, I have not yet written a single slip. What could I do, house hunting at first, and beleaguered all day today and yesterday by furniture that must be altered, and things that must be put away. My wretchedness just now is inconceivable. Tell Anne, by the by, not with reference to my wretchedness, but in connection with the arrangements generally, that I can't get on at all without her. If Kate has not mentioned it, get Katie and Mamie to write and send a letter to Charlie, of course not hinting at our being here. He wants to hear from them. Poor little Hall is dead, as you will have seen, I dare say, in the paper. This house is very cheerful on the drawing-room floor and above, looking into the park on one side and Albany Street on the other. Forster is mild. Maclise, exceedingly bald on the crown of his head. Roch has just come in to know if he may blow datter light. Love to all the darlings, regards to everybody else. Love to yourself. Ever affectionately, Miss Dickens and Miss Katie Dickens. 148, King's Road, Brighton, Monday, May 24, 1847. My dear Mamie and Katie, I was very glad to receive your nice letter. I am going to tell you something that I hope will please you. It is this: I am coming to London Thursday, and I mean to bring you both back here with me to stay until we all come home together on the Saturday. I hope you like this. Tell John to come with the carriage to the London Bridge Station on Thursday morning at 10 o'clock and to wait there for me. I will then come home and fetch you. Mama and Auntie and Charlie send their loves. I send mine too, to Wally, Spim, and Alfred, and Sydney. Always, my dears, your affectionate Papa, Mr. William Sandys. 1 Devonshire Terrace, June 13th, 1847. Dear Sir, many thanks for your kind note. I shall hope to see you when we return to town, from which we shall now be absent, with a short interval in next month, until October. Your account of the Cornishmen gave me great pleasure, and if I were not sunk in engagements so far that the crown of my head is invisible to my nearest friends, I should have asked you to make me known to them. The new dialogue I will ask you by and by to let me see. I have, for the present, abandoned the idea of sinking a shaft in Cornwall. I have sent your Shakespearean extracts to Collier. It is a great comfort to my thinking that so little is known concerning the poet. It is a fine mystery, and I tremble every day lest something should come out. If he had had a Boswell, society wouldn't have respected his grave, but would calmly have had his skull in the phrenological shop windows. Believe me, faithfully yours, Mr. H. P. Smith. Chester Place, June 14th, 1847. My dear Smith, Haldeman stayed at number 7, Connaught Place, Hyde Park, when I saw him yesterday, but he was going to cross to Boulogne today. The young pariah seems pretty comfortable. He is of a cosmopolitan spirit, I hope, and stares with a kind of leaden satisfaction at his spoons, without afflicting himself much about the established church. Affectionately yours. P.S. I think of bringing an action against you for a new sort of breach of promise, and calling all the bishops to estimate the damage of having our christening postponed for a fortnight. It appears to me that I shall get a good deal of money in this way. If you have any compromise to offer, my solicitors are Dodson and Fogg. Miss Power. Broadstairs, Kent, July 2nd, 1847. My dear Miss Power, let me thank you very sincerely for your kind note and for the little book. I read the latter on my way down here with the greatest pleasure. It is a charming story, gracefully told, and very gracefully and worthily translated. I have not been better pleased with a book for a long time. I cannot say I take very kindly to the illustrations. They are a long way behind the tale to my thinking. The artist understands it very well, I dare say, but does not express his understanding of it, in the least degree, to any sense of mine. Our Rosherville, that fated Rosherville, when shall we see it? Perhaps in one of those intervals when I am up to town from here, and suddenly appear at Gore House, somebody will propose an excursion there next day. If anybody does, somebody else will be ready to go. So this deponent maketh oath and saith. I am looking out upon a dark grey sea, with a keen northeast wind blowing it inshore. It is more like late autumn than midsummer, and there is a howling in the air, as if the latter were in a very hopeless state indeed. The very banshee of midsummer is rattling the windows drearily while I write. There are no visitors in the place but children, and they, my own included, have all got the whooping cough, and go about the beach choking incessantly. A miserable wanderer lectured in a library last night about astronomy, but being in utter solitude, he snuffed out the transparent planets he had brought with him in a box and fled in disgust. A white mouse and a little tinkling box of music that stops at "come" in the melody of the Buffalo Gals and can't play out tonight are the only amusements left. I beg from my solitude to send my love to Lady Blessington and your sister and Count d'Orsay. I think of taming spiders as Baron Trenck did. There is one in my cell with a speckled body and 22 very decided knees who seems to know me. Dear Miss Power, faithfully yours ever, Mr. H. P. Smith. Broadstairs, July 9th, 1847. My dear Smith, I am really more obliged to you for your kindness about the Eagle, as I always call your house, than I can say, but when I come to town tomorrow week, for the Liverpool and Manchester plays, I shall have Kate and Georgie with me. Moreover, I shall be continually going out and coming in at unholy hours. Item, the timid will come at impossible seasons to go over their parts with the manager. Item, 2 Jews with musty sacks of dresses will be constantly coming backwards and forwards. Item, sounds as of groans will be heard while the inimitable Bars is getting his words, which happens all day. Item, Forster will incessantly deliver an address by Bulwer. Item, 100 letters per diem will arrive from Manchester and Liverpool, and 5 actresses in very limp bonnets, with extraordinary veils attached to them, will be always calling, protected by 5 mothers. No, no, my actuary, some congenial tavern is the fitting scene for these things, if I don't get into Devonshire Terrace, whereof I have some spark of hope. Eagles couldn't look the sun in the face, and have such enormities going on in their nests. I am, for the time, that obscene thing, in short, now chronicled in the Marylebone Register of Births. A player, though still yours. Miss Power. Broadstairs, Kent, Tuesday, July 14th, 1847. My dear Miss Power, though I am hopeless of Rocherville until after the 28th, for am I not beckoned, by angels of charity and by local committees, to Manchester and Liverpool, and to all sorts of bedevilments, if I may be allowed the expression, in the way of managerial miseries in the meantime. Here I find myself falling into parenthesis within parenthesis, like Lord Brougham, yet will I joyfully come up to London on Friday, to dine at your house and meet the Dane, whose books I honour, and whose, to make the sentiment complete, I want something that would sound like Bones I love. But I can't get anything that unites reason with beauty. You, who have genius and beauty in your own person, will supply the gap in your kindness. An advertisement in the newspapers mentioning the dinner time will be esteemed a favour. Some wild beasts in cages have come down here and involved us in a whirl of dissipation. A young lady in complete armour, at least, in something that shines very much, and is exceedingly scaly, goes into the den of ferocious lions, tigers, leopards, etc., and pretends to go to sleep upon the principal lion, upon which a rustic keeper, who speaks through his nose, exclaims, "Behold the Abbasid power of Woobad," and we all applaud tumultuously. Seriously, she beats Van Amberg, and I think the Duke of Wellington must have her painted by Landseer. My penitent regards to Lady Blessington, Count d'Orsay, and my own Marchioness. Ever, dear Miss Power, very faithfully yours, Miss Dickens. Broadstairs, Wednesday, August 4th, 1847. My dearest Mamie, I am delighted to hear that you are going to improve in your spelling, because nobody can write properly without spelling well. But I know you will learn whatever you are taught, because you are always good, industrious, and attentive. That is what I always say of my Mamie. The note you sent me this morning is a very nice one, and the spelling is beautiful. Always, my dear Mamie. Your affectionate Papa, Mr. W. C. Macready. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday morning, Nord, 1847. My dear Macready, I am in the whirlwind of finishing a number with a crisis in it, but I can't fall to work without saying, in so many words, that I feel all words insufficient to tell you what I think of you after a night like last night. The multitudes of new tokens by which I know you for a great man, the swelling within me of my love for you, the pride I have in you, the majestic reflection I see in you of all the passions and affections that make up our mystery, throw me into a strange kind of transport that has no expression but in a mute sense of an attachment, which, in truth and fervency, is worthy of its subject. What is this to say? Nothing, God knows, and yet I cannot leave it unsaid. Ever affectionately yours. P.S. I never saw you more gallant and free than in the gallant and free scenes last night. It was perfectly captivating to behold you. However, it shall not interfere with my determination to address you as old par in all future time. Miss Hogarth. Edinburgh, Thursday, December 13th, 1847. My dear Georgie, I take up my pen, as the young ladies write, to let you know how we are getting on, and as I shall be obliged to put it down again very soon, here goes. We lived with very hospitable people in a very splendid house near Glasgow, and were perfectly comfortable. The meeting was the most stupendous thing as to numbers, and the most beautiful as to colors and decorations I ever saw. The inimitable did wonders. His grace, elegance, and eloquence enchanted all beholders. Kate didn't go, having been taken ill on the railroad between here and Glasgow. It has been snowing, sleeting, thawing, and freezing, sometimes by turns and sometimes all together, since the night before last. Lord Geoffrey's household are in town here, not at Craigcrook, and jogging on in a cozy, old-fashioned, comfortable sort of way. We have some idea of going to York on Sunday, passing that night at Alfred's, and coming home on Monday. But of this, Kate will advise you when she writes, which she will do tomorrow, after I shall have seen the list of railway trains. She sends her best love. She is a little poorly still, but nothing to speak of. She is frightfully anxious that her not having been to the great demonstration should be kept a secret. But I say that, like murder, it will out, and that to hope to veil such a tremendous disgrace from the general intelligence is out of the question. In one of the Glasgow papers she is elaborately described. I rather think Miss Allison, who is 17, was taken for her and sat for the portrait. Best love from both of us, to Charlie, Mamie, Katie, Wally, Chickenstalker, Skittles, and the Hosh and Peck. Last and not least to you. We talked of you at the Macready's party on Monday night. I hope came out lively, also that was truly amiable. Finally, that took everybody to their carriages, and that wept a good deal during the festivities. God bless you. Take care of yourself, for the sake of mankind in general. Ever affectionately, dear Georgie. 1848. Narrative. In March of this year, Charles Dickens went with his wife for 2 or 3 weeks to Brighton, accompanied by Mrs. Macready, who was in delicate health, and we give a letter to Mr. Macready from Brighton. Early in the year, Dombey and Son was finished, and he was again busy with an amateur play, with the same associates and some new adherents, the proceeds being, at first, intended to go towards the curatorship of Shakespeare's house, which post was to be given to Mr. Sheridan Knowles. The endowment was abandoned, upon the town and council of Stratford-on-Avon taking charge of the house, the large sum realized by the performances being handed over to Mr. Sheridan Knowles. The play selected was The Merry Wives of Windsor, the farce, Love, Law, and Physic. There were 2 performances at the Haymarket in April, at one of which Her Majesty and the Prince Consort were present, and in July there were performances at Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, Edinburgh, and Glasgow. Some ladies accompanied the strollers on this theatrical provincial tour, and Mrs. Dickens and her sister were of the party. Many of the following letters bear reference to these plays. In this summer, his eldest sister Fanny, Mrs. Burnet, died, and there are sorrowful allusions to her illness in several of the letters. The autumn months were again spent at Broadstairs, where he wrote The Haunted Man, which was illustrated by Mr. Frank Stone, Mr. Leach, and others. At the end of the year, and at the end of his work, he took another short holiday at Brighton with his wife and sister-in-law, and the letters to Mr. Stone on the subject of his illustrations to The Haunted Man are written from Brighton. The first letters which we have to Mr. Mark Lemon come here. We regret to have been unable to procure any letters addressed to Mr. Leach, with whom, as with Mr. Lemon, Charles Dickens was very intimately associated for many years. Also, we have the beginning of his correspondence with Mr. Charles Kent. He wrote an unusual thing for him to do to the editor of the Sun newspaper, begging him to thank the writer of a particularly sympathetic and earnest review of Dami and Son, which appeared in the Sun at the close of the book. Mr. Charles Kent replied in his proper person, and from that time dates a close friendship and constant correspondence. With the letter to Mr. Forster, we give, as a note, a letter which Baron Tauchnitz published in his edition of Mr. Forster's Life of Oliver Goldsmith. Mr. Peter Cunningham, as an important member of the Shakespeare's House Committee, managed the untheatrical part of this amateur provincial tour, and was always pleasantly connected with the plays. The book alluded to in the last letter for this year, to be dedicated to Charles Dickens's daughters by Mr. Mark Lemon, was called The Enchanted Doll. Mr. Charles Babbage. Devonshire Terrace, February 26, 1848. My dear Sir, pray let me thank you for your pamphlet. I confess that I am one of the unconvinced grumblers, and that I doubt the present or future existence of any government in England strong enough to convert the people to your income tax principles. But I do not the less appreciate the ability with which you advocate them, nor am I the less gratified by any mark of your remembrance. Faithfully yours always, Mr. W. C. Macready. Junction House, Brighton, March 2nd, 1848. My dear Macready, we have migrated from the Bedford and come here, where we are very comfortably, not to say gorgeously, accommodated. Mrs. Macready is certainly better already, and I really have very great hopes that she will come back in a condition so blooming as to necessitate the presentation of a piece of plate to the undersigned trainer. You mean to come down on Sunday and on Sunday week. If you don't, I shall immediately take the Victoria and start Mr. of the Theatre Royal, Haymarket, as a smashing tragedian. Pray don't impose upon me this cruel necessity. I think Lamartine, so far, one of the best fellows in the world, and I have lively hopes of that great people establishing a noble republic. Our court had best be careful not to overdo it in respect of sympathy with ex-royalty and ex-nobility. Those are not times for such displays, as it strikes me, the people in some of our great towns would be apt to express pretty plainly. However, we'll talk of all this on these Sundays, and Mr. shall not be raised to the pinnacle of fame. Ever affectionately yours, my dear Macready, editor of The Sun. Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. Friday, Apeth, 1848. Private. Mr. Charles Dickens presents his compliments to the editor of The Sun, and begs that gentleman will have the goodness to convey to the writer of the notice of Dami and Son, in last evening's paper, Mr. Dickens's warmest acknowledgments and thanks. The sympathy expressed in it is so very earnestly and unaffectedly stated that it is particularly welcome and gratifying to Mr. Dickens, and he feels very desirous indeed to convey that assurance to the writer of that frank and genial farewell. Mr. W. Charles M. Kent. 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. Apeth, 1848. Dear Sir, pray let me repeat to you personally what I expressed in my former note, and allow me to assure you, as an illustration of my sincerity, that I have never addressed a similar communication to anybody except on one occasion. Faithfully yours, Mr. John Forster. Devonshire Terrace, Saturday happened, 1848. My dear Forster, I finished Goldsmith yesterday, after dinner, having read it from the first page to the last with the greatest care and attention. As a picture of the time, I really think it impossible to give it too much praise. It seems to me to be the very essence of all about the time that I have ever seen in biography or fiction, presented in most wise and humane lights, and in 1,000 new and just aspects. I have never liked Johnson half so well. Nobody's contempt for Boswell ought to be capable of increase, but I have never seen him in my mind's eye half so plainly. The introduction of him is quite a masterpiece. I should point to that, if I didn't know the author, as being done by somebody with a remarkably vivid conception of what he narrated, and a most admirable and fanciful power of communicating it to another. All About Reynolds is charming, and the first account of the Literary Club and of Beauclerk as excellent a piece of description as ever I read in my life. But to read the book is to be in the time. It lives again in as fresh and lively a manner as if it were presented on an impossibly good stage by the very best actors that ever lived, or by the real actors come out of their graves on purpose. And as to Goldsmith himself and his life, and the tracing of it out in his own writings, and the manful and dignified assertion of him without any sobs, whines, or convulsions of any sort, it is throughout a noble achievement, of which, apart from any private and personal affection for you, I think and really believe I should feel proud, as one who had no indifferent perception of these books of his, to the best of my remembrance, when little more than a child. I was a little afraid in the beginning, when he committed those very discouraging imprudences, that you were going to champion him somewhat indiscriminately. But I very soon got over that fear, and found reason in every page to admire the sense, calmness, and moderation with which you make the love and admiration of the reader cluster about him from his youth, and strengthen with his strength, and weakness too, which is better still. I don't quite agree with you in two small respects. First, I question very much whether it would have been a good thing for every great man to have had his Boswell, inasmuch as I think that 2 Boswells, or 3 at most, would have made great men extraordinarily false, and would have set them on always playing a part, and would have made distinguished people about them forever restless and distrustful. I can imagine a succession of Boswells bringing about a tremendous state of falsehood in society, and playing the very devil with confidence and friendship. Secondly, I cannot help objecting to that practice, begun, I think, or greatly enlarged by Hunt, of italicizing lines and words and whole passages in extracts, without some very special reason indeed. It does appear to be a kind of assertion of the editor over the reader, almost over the author himself, which grates upon me. The author might almost as well do it himself, to my thinking, as a disagreeable thing, and it is such a strong contrast to the modest, quiet, tranquil beauty of the deserted village, for instance, that I would almost as soon hear the town crier speak the lines. The practice always reminds me of a man seeing a beautiful view, and not thinking how beautiful it is half so much as what he shall say about it. In that picture at the close of the 3rd book, a most beautiful one of Goldsmith sitting looking out of window at the temple trees, you speak of the grey-eyed rooks. Are you sure they are grey-eyed? The raven's eye is a deep lustrous black, and so, I suspect, is the rook's, except when the light shines full into it. I have reserved for a closing word, though I don't mean to be eloquent about it, being far too much in earnest, the admirable manner in which the case of the literary man is stated throughout this book. It is splendid. I don't believe that any book was ever written, or anything ever done or said, half so conducive to the dignity and honor of literature as the life and adventures of Oliver Goldsmith, by J.F. of the Inner Temple. The gratitude of every man who is content to rest his station and claims quietly on literature, and to make no feint of living by anything else, is your due for evermore. I have often said, here and there, when you have been at work upon the book, that I was sure it would be, and I shall insist on that debt being due to you, though there will be no need for insisting about it, as long as I have any tediousness and obstinacy to bestow on anybody. Lastly, I never will hear the biography compared with Boswell's except under vigorous protest. For I do say that it is mere folly to put into opposite scales a book, however amusing and curious, written by an unconscious coxcomb like that, and one which surveys and grandly understands the characters of all the illustrious company that move in it. My dear Forster, I cannot sufficiently say how proud I am of what you have done, or how sensible I am of being so tenderly connected with it. When I look over this note, I feel as if I had said no part of what I think, and yet if I were to write another, I should say no more, for I can't get it out. I desire no better for my fame, when my personal dustiness shall be past the control of my love of order, than such a biographer and such a critic. And again, I say most solemnly that literature in England has never had, and probably never will have, such a champion as you are in right of this book. Ever affectionately, Mr. Mark Lemon. Wednesday, May 3rd, 1848. My dear Lemon, do you think you could manage, before we meet tomorrow, to get from the musical director of the Haymarket, whom I don't know, a note of the overtures he purposes playing on our 2 nights? I am obliged to correct and send back the bill proofs tomorrow. They are to be brought to Miss Kelly's, and should like, for completeness' sake, to put the music in. Before the Merry Wives, it must be something Shakespearean. Before Animal Magnetism, something very telling and light, like Fra Diavolo. Wednesday night's music, in a concatenation accordingly, and jolly little polkas and quadrilles between the pieces, always beginning the moment the act drop is down. If any little additional strength should be really required in the orchestra, so be it. Can you come to Miss Kelly's by 3? I should like to show you bills, tickets, and so forth before they are worked. In order that they may not interfere with or confuse the rehearsal, I have appointed Peter Cunningham to meet me there at 3, instead of 1/2. Faithfully ever. P.S. If you should be disposed to chop together early, send me a line to the Athen Elm. I have engaged to be with Barry at 10 to go over the Houses of Parliament. When I have done so, I will go to the club on the chance of a note from you and would meet you where you chose. Rev. James White. Athen Elm, Thursday, May 4th, 1848. My dear White, I have not been able to write to you until now. I have lived in hope that Kate and I might be able to run down to see you and yours for a day, before our design for enforcing the government to make Knowles the first custodian of the Shakespeare House should come off. But I am so perpetually engaged in drilling the forces that I see no hope of making a pleasant expedition to the Isle of Wight until about the 20th. Then I shall hope to do so for one day, but of this I will advise you further in due course. My doubts about the house you speak of are twofold. First, I could not leave town so soon as May, having affairs to arrange for a sick sister. And secondly, I fear Bonchurch is not sufficiently bracing for my chickens, who thrive best in breezy and cool places. This has set me thinking, sometimes of the Yorkshire coast, sometimes of Dover. I would not have the house at Bonchurch reserved for me, therefore, but if it should be empty, we will go and look at it in a body. I reserve the more serious part of my letter until the last, my dear White, because it comes from the bottom of my heart. None of your friends have thought and spoken oftener of you and Mrs. White than we have these many weeks past. I should have written to you, but was timid of intruding on your sorrow. What you say, and the manner in which you tell me I am connected with it in your recollection of your dear child, now among the angels of God, gives me courage to approach your grief, to say what sympathy we have felt with it, and how we have not been unimaginative of these deep sources of consolation to which you have had recourse. The traveler who journeyed in fancy from this world to the next was struck to the heart to find the child he had lost, many years before, building him a tower in heaven. Our blessed Christian hopes do not shut out the belief of love and remembrance still enduring there, but irradiate it and make it sacred. Who should know that better than you, or who more deeply feel the touching truths and comfort of that story in the older book, where, when the bereaved mother is asked, "Is it well with the child?" she answers, "It is well." God be with you. Kate and her sister desire their kindest love to yourself and Mrs. White, in which I heartily join. Being ever, my dear White, your affectionate friend, Mr. W. C. Macready. Devonshire Terrace, Wednesday, May 10th, 1848. My dear Macready, we are rehearsing at the Haymarket now, and Lemon mentioned to me yesterday that Webster had asked him if he would sound Forster or me as to your intention of having a farewell benefit before going to America, and whether you would like to have it at the Haymarket, and also as to its being preceded by a short engagement there. I don't know what your feelings may be on this latter head, but thinking it well that you may know how the land lies in these seas, send you this. The rather, excuse Elizabethan phrase, but you know how indispensable it is to me under existing circumstances. The rather that I am thereto encouraged by thy consort, who is just come a-visiting here, with thy fair daughters, Mistress Nina and the little Kate. Wherefore, most selected friend, perpend at thy leisure, and so God speed thee. And no more at present from thine ever, from my tent in my garden. Another BOBADIL note. I must tell you this, sir, I am no general man, but for William Shakespeare's sake, you may embrace it at what height of favor you please. I will communicate with you on the 21st, and do esteem you to be a gentleman of some parts, of a good many parts in truth. I love few words. Signature, Bobadil. At Cobb's, a water-bearer. October 11th. Mr. Peter Cunningham. Devonshire Terrace, Thursday morning, June 22nd, 1848. My dear Cunningham, I will be at Miss Kelly's tomorrow evening from 7 to 8, and shall hope to see you there for a little conversation touching the railroad arrangements. All preparations completed in Edinburgh and Glasgow. There will be a great deal of money taken, especially at the latter place. I wish I could persuade you seriously to come into training for Nym in The Merry Wives. He is never on by himself, and all he has to do is good, without being difficult. If you could screw yourself up to the doing of that part in Scotland, it would prevent our taking some new man, and would cover you all over with glory. Faithfully yours always. P.S. I am fully persuaded that an amateur manager has more correspondence than the Home Secretary. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. 1 Devonshire Terrace, Regent's Park. July 27th, 1848. My dear Mrs. Watson, I thought to have been at Rockingham long ago. It seems a century since I, standing in big boots on the Haymarket stage, saw you come into a box upstairs and look down on the humbled Bobadil. Since then, I have had the kindest of notes from you, since then the finest of venison, and yet I have not seen the Rockingham flowers, and they are withering, I dare say. But we have acted at Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, Edinburgh, and Glasgow, and the business of all this, and graver and heavier daily occupation in going to see a dying sister at Hornsey, has so worried me that I have hardly had an hour, far less a week. I shall never be quite happy, in a theatrical point of view, until you have seen me play in an English version of the French piece, El Homme Blasé, which fairly turned the head of Glasgow last Thursday night as ever was. Neither shall I be quite happy, in a social point of view, until I have been to Rockingham again. When the first event will come about, heaven knows. The latter will happen about the end of the November fogs and wet weather. For am I not going to Broadstairs now, to walk about on the seashore? Why don't you bring your rosy children there? And think what is to be done for Christmas. An idea occurs to me all at once. I must come down and read you that book before it's published. Shall it be a bargain? Were you all in Switzerland? I don't believe I ever was. It is such a dream now. I wonder sometimes whether I ever disputed with a Haldimand, whether I ever drank mulled wine on the top of the Great St. Bernard, or was jovial at the bottom with company that have stolen into my affection, whether I ever was merry and happy in that valley on the Lake of Geneva, or saw you one evening, when I didn't know you, walking down among the green trees outside Élysée, arm in arm with a gentleman in a white hat. I am quite clear that there is no foundation for these visions, but I should like to go somewhere too and try it all over again. I don't know how it is, but the ideal world in which my lot is cast has an odd effect on the real one, and makes it chiefly precious for such remembrances. I get quite melancholy over them sometimes, especially when, as now, those great piled-up semicircles of bright faces, at which I have lately been looking, all laughing, earnest, and intent, have faded away like dead people. They seem a ghostly moral of everything in life to me. Kate sends her best love, in which Georgie would as heartily unite, I know, but that she is already gone to Broadstairs with the children. We think of following on Saturday morning, but that depends on my poor sister. Pray give my most cordial remembrances to Watson, and tell him they include a great deal. I meant to have written you a letter. I don't know what this is. There is no word for it. So if you will still let me owe you one, I will pay my debt, on the smallest encouragement, from the seaside. Here, there, and elsewhere, I am, with perfect truth, believe me. Very faithfully yours, Mr. W. C. Macready. Broadstairs, Kent, Saturday, August 26, 1848. My dear Macready, I was about to write to you when I received your welcome letter. You knew I should come from a somewhat longer distance than this to give you a hearty Godspeed and farewell on the eve of your journey. What do you say to Monday, the 4th, or Saturday, the 2nd? Fix either day, let me know which suits you best, at what hour you expect the inimitable, and the inimitable will come up to the scratch like a man and a brother. Permit me, in conclusion, to nail my colors to the mast. Stars and stripes are so showy, perhaps, but my colors is the Union Jack, which I am told has the remarkable property of having braved 1,000 years the battle and the breeze. Likewise, it is the flag of Albion, the standard of Britain, and Britons, as I am informed, never will be slaves. My sentiment is, success to the United States as a golden campaigning ground, but blow the United States to tarnal smash as an Englishman's place of residence. Gentlemen, are you all charged? Affectionately, ever, Miss Dickens. Devonshire Terrace, Friday, Sept. 8th, 1848. My dearest Mamie, we shall be very glad to see you all again, and we hope you will be very glad to see us. Give my best love to dear Katie, also to Frankie, Allie, and the Peck. I have had a nice note from Charlie just now. He says it is expected at school that when Walter puts on his jacket, all the Miss Kings will fall in love with him to desperation and faint away. Ever, my dear Mamie, most affectionately yours, Mr. Effingham William Wilson. 1 Devonshire Terrace, York Gate, Regent's Park. North, 1848. A National Theatre. Sir, I beg you to accept my best thanks for your pamphlet and your obliging note. That such a theatre as you describe would be but worthy of this nation, and would not stand low upon the list of its instructors, I have no kind of doubt. I wish I could cherish a stronger faith than I have in the probability of its establishment on a rational footing within 50 years. Faithfully yours, Mr. Frank Stone. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday, Nost, 1848. My dear Stone, I send you herewith the second part of the book, which I hope may interest you. If you should prefer to have it read to you by the inimitable rather than to read it, I shall be at home this evening, loin of mutton at 5:30, and happy to do it. The proofs are full of printers' errors, but with the few corrections I have scrawled upon it, you will be able to make out what they mean. I send you, on the opposite side, a list of the subjects already in hand from this second part. If you should see no other in it that you like, I think it important that you should keep Milly, as you have begun with her. I will, in a day or two, describe you an unwritten subject for the third part of the book. Ever faithfully. Subjects in hand for the second part. 1 illuminated page, Tenniel, representing Redlaw going upstairs and the Tetterby family below. 2 the Tetterby supper, Leach. 3 the boy in Redlaw's room, munching his food and staring at the fire. Mr. Frank Stone. Brighton, Thursday night, Nord, 1848. My dear Stone, we are unanimous. The drawing of Milly on the chair is charming. I cannot tell you how much the little composition and expression please me. Do that, by all means. I fear she must have a little cap on. There is something coming in the last part about her having had a dead child, which makes it yet more desirable than the existing text does that she should have that little matronly sign about her. Unless the artist is obdurate indeed, and then he'll do as he likes. I am delighted to hear that you have your eye on her in the student's room. You will really, pictorially, make the little woman whom I love. Kate and Georgie send their kindest remembrances. I write hastily to save the post. Ever, my dear Stone. Faithfully yours, Mr. Frank Stone. Bedford Hotel, Brighton, Monday night, North, 1848. My dear Stone, you are a trump, emphatically a trump, and such are my feelings towards you at this moment that I think, but I am not sure, that if I saw you about to place a card on a wrong pack at Bibec, I wouldn't breathe a word of objection. Sir, there is a subject I have written today for the third part that I think and hope will just suit you. Scene, Tetterby's, time, morning. The power of bringing back people's memories of sorrow, wrong, and trouble has been given by the ghost to Millie, though she don't know it herself. As she comes along the street, Mr. and Mrs. Tetterby recover themselves and are mutually affectionate again, and embrace, closing rather a good scene of quarrel and discontent. The moment they do so, Johnny, who has seen her in the distance and announced her before, from which moment they begin to recover, cries, "Here she is." And she comes in, surrounded by the little Tetterbys, the very spirit of mourning, gladness, innocence, hope, love, domesticity, etc., 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 etc. I would limit the illustration to her and the children, which will make a fitness between it and your other illustrations, and give them all a character of their own. The exact words of the passage I endorsed on another slip of paper. Note: there are 6 boy Tetterbys present. Young Dolphus is not there, including Johnny, and in Johnny's arms is Moloch, the baby, who is a girl. I hope to be back in town next Monday, and will lose no time in reporting myself to you. Don't wait to send me the drawing of this. I know how pretty she will be with the children in your hands, and should be a stupendous jackass if I had any distrust of it. The Duke of Cambridge is staying in this house, and they are driving me mad by having lifeguards' bands under our windows, playing our overtures. I have been at work all day, and am going to wander into the theatre, where, for the comic man's benefit, 2 gentlemen of Brighton are performing 2 counts in a melodrama. I was quite addle-headed for the time being, and think an amateur or so would revive me. No tone, I don't in the abstract approve of Brighton. I couldn't pass an autumn here, but it is a gay place for a week or so, and when one laughs and cries, and suffers the agitation that some men experience over their books, it's a bright change to look out of window, and see the gilt little toys on horseback going up and down before the mighty sea, and thinking nothing of it. Kate's love, and Georgie's, they say you'll contradict every word of this letter. Faithfully ever. Hurrah, here's Mrs. Williams, cried Johnny. So she was, and all the Tetterby children with her, and as she came in, they kissed her and kissed one another, and kissed the baby, and kissed their father and mother, and then ran back and flocked and danced about her, trooping on with her in triumph. After which she is going to say, "What, are you all glad to see me too? Oh, how happy it makes me to find everyone so glad to see me this bright morning." Mr. Mark Lemon. Bedford Hotel, Brighton, North, 1848. My dear Mark, I assure you most unaffectedly and cordially that the dedication of that book to Mary and Kate, not Catherine, will be a real delight to me and to all of us. I know well that you propose it in affectionate regard, and value and esteem it, therefore, in a way not easy of expression. You are talking of coming down, and now in a mean and dodging way you write about sending the second act. I have a proposition to make. Come down on Friday. There is a train leaves London Bridge at 2, gets here at 4. By that time I shall be ready to strike work. We can take a little walk, dine, discuss, and you can go back in good time next morning. I really think this ought to be done, and indeed must be done. Write and say it shall be done. A little management will be required in dramatizing the third part, where there are some things I describe for effect's sake, and as a matter of art, which must be said on the stage. Redlaw is in a new condition of mind, which fact must be shot point-blank at the audience, I suppose, as from the deadly level of a gun. By anybody who knew how to play Millie, I think it might be made very good. Its effect is very pleasant upon me. I have also given Mr. and Mrs. Tetterby another innings. I went to the play last night, 5th act of Richard III. Richmond by a stout lady with a particularly well-developed bust, who finished all the speeches with the soubrette simper. Also, at the end of the tragedy, she came forward, still being Richmond, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday next the entertainments will be for my benefit, when I hope to meet your approbation and support." Then, having bowed herself into the stage door, she looked out of it and said winningly, "Won't you come?" which was enormously applauded. Ever affectionately. 1849. Narrative. This, as far as correspondence is concerned, was an uneventful year. In the spring, Charles Dickens took one of his holidays at Brighton, accompanied by his wife and sister-in-law and 2 daughters, and they were joined in their lodgings by Mr. and Mrs. Leach. From Brighton he writes the letter as a song, which we give to Mr. Mark Lemon, who had been ill, asking him to pay them a visit. In the summer, Charles Dickens went with his family, for the first time, to Bonchurch, Isle of Wight, having hired for 6 months the charming villa, Winterbourne, belonging to the Rev. James White, and now began that close and loving intimacy which for the future was to exist between these 2 families. Mr. Leach also took a house at Bonchurch. All through this year, Charles Dickens was at work upon David Copperfield. As well as giving eccentric names to his children and friends, he was also in the habit of giving such names to himself, that of Sparkler being one frequently used by him. Miss Jowell herself gives us the explanation of the letter to her on capital punishment. Soon after the appearance of his Household Words, some friends were discussing an article in it on private executions. They contended that it went to prove Mr. Dickens was an advocate of capital punishment. I, however, took a different view of the matter and ventured to write and inquire his views on the subject, and to my letter he sent me a courteous reply. Mr. Dudley Costello. Devonshire Terrace, Friday night, Jan. 26, 1849. My dear Costello, I am desperate, engaged in links of adamant to a monster in human form, a remarkable expression I think I remember to have once met with in a newspaper, whom I encountered at Franconi's, whence I have just returned. Otherwise I would have done all 3 things right heartily and with my accustomed sweetness. Think of me another time when chops are on the carpet, figuratively speaking, and see if I won't come and eat 'em. Ever faithfully yours. P.S. I find myself too despondent for the flourish. Miss Dickens. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday night, Feb. 27th, 1849. My dearest Mamie, I am not engaged on the evening of your birthday, but even if I had an engagement of the most particular kind, I should excuse myself from keeping it, so that I might have the pleasure of celebrating at home, and among my children, the day that gave me such a dear and good daughter as you. Ever affectionately yours, Mr. Clarkson Stanfield. Devonshire Terrace, May 25th, 1849. My dear Stanfield, No, murder, madness and misconception, any one of the subjects, not the whole. O blessed star of early morning, what do you think I am made of, that I should, on the part of any man, prefer such a pig-headed, calf-eyed, donkey-eared, imp-hoofed request? Says my friend to me, will you ask your friend, Mr. Stanfield, what the damage of a little picture of that size would be, that I may treat myself with the same, if I can afford it? Says I will. Says he, will you suggest that I should like it to be one of those subjects? Says I will. I am beating my head against the door with grief and frenzy, and I shall continue to do so until I receive your answer. Ever heartily yours, The Misconceived One. Mr. Frank Stone. Devonshire Terrace, Monday, June 4th, 1849. My dear Stone, Leach and Sparkler, having promised their ladies to take them to Ascot, and having failed in their truths, propose to take them to Greenwich instead, next Wednesday. Will that alteration in the usual arrangements be agreeable to Gaffin? S. If so, the place of meeting is the Sparklers' Bower, and the hour, 1 exactly. Ever yours, Mrs. Charles Dickens. Shanklin, Isle of Wight, Monday night, June 16th, 1849. My dear Kate, I have but a moment, just got back in post going out. I have taken a most delightful and beautiful house, belonging to White, at Barnchurch, cool, airy, private bathing, everything delicious. I think it is the prettiest place I ever saw in my life, at home or abroad, and may begin to dismantle Devonshire Terrace. I have arranged for carriages, luggage, and everything. The man with the postbag is swearing in the passage. Ever affectionately. P.S. A waterfall on the grounds, which I have arranged with a carpenter to convert into a perpetual shower bath. Mr. Mark Lemon. Devonshire Terrace, Monday, June 25th, 1849. My dear Lemon, I am very unwilling to deny Charlie the pleasure you so kindly offer him, but as it is just the close of the half-year when they are getting together all the half-year's work, and as that day's pleasure would weaken the next day's duty, I think I must be more like an ancient Roman than a sparkler, and that it will be wisest in me to say nothing about it. Get a clean pocket handkerchief ready for the close of Copperfield No. 3, simple and quiet, but very natural and touching. Evening Bore. Ever affectionately. New song. Tune, Lesbia hath a beaming eye. 1. Lemon is a little hipped. And this is Lemon's true position. He is not pale, he's not white-lipped, yet wants a little fresh condition. Sweeter 'tis to gaze upon old oceans rising, falling billows, than on the houses, every one, that form the street called St. Anne's Willows. Oh, my lemon, round and fat. Oh, my bright, my right, my tight un. Think a little what you're at. Don't stay at home, but come to Brighton. 2. Lemon has a coat of frieze, but also seldom Lemon wears it, that it is a prey to fleas, and every moth that's hungry tears it. Oh, that coat's the coat for me, that braves the railway sparks and breezes, leaving every engine free, to smoke it till its owner sneezes. Then my lemon, round and fat, my bright, my right, my tight un. Think a little what you're at. On Tuesday first, come down to Brighton. T. Sparkler. Also signed, Catherine Dickens, Annie Leach, Georgina Hogarth, Mary Dickens, Katie Dickens, John Leach, Rev. James White. Winterbourne, Sunday evening, Sept. 23rd, 1849. My dear White, I have 100 times at least wanted to say to you how good I thought those papers in Blackwood, how excellent their purpose, and how delicately and charmingly worked out. Their subtle and delightful humor and their grasp of the whole question were something more pleasant to me than I can possibly express. How comes this lumbering inimitable to say this, on this Sunday night of all nights in the year? You naturally ask. Now hear the inimitable's honest avowal. I make so bold, because I heard that morning service better read this morning than ever I have heard it read in my life. And because, for the soul of me, I cannot separate the two things, or help identifying the wise and genial man out of church with the earnest and unaffected man in it. Midsummer madness, perhaps, but a madness, I hope, that will hold us true friends for many and many a year to come. The madness is over as soon as you have burned this letter. See the history of the gunpowder plot. But let us be friends much longer for these reasons, and many included in them not herein expressed. Affectionately, always, Miss Jowl. Rockingham Castle, Northamptonshire. North, 1849. Mr. Charles Dickens presents his compliments to Miss Jowl. He is, on principle, opposed to capital punishment, but believing that many earnest and sincere people who are favorable to its retention in extreme cases would unite in any temperate effort to abolish the evils of public executions, and that the consequences of public executions are disgraceful and horrible, he has taken the course with which Miss Jowl is acquainted as the most hopeful, and as one undoubtedly calculated to benefit society at large. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Devonshire Terrace, Friday night, North, 1849. 10:15. My dear Mrs. Watson, plunged in the deepest gloom, I write these few words to let you know that, just now, when the bell was striking 10, I drank too. HDR. And to all the rest of Rockingham, as the wine went down my throat, I felt distinctly that it was changing those thoughts to madness. On the way here, I was a terror to my companions, and I am at present a blight and mildew on my home. Think of me sometimes, as I shall long think of our glorious dance last night. Give my most affectionate regards to Watson, and my kind remembrances to all who remember me and believe me. Ever faithfully yours. P.S. I am in such an incapable state that after executing the foregoing usual flourish I swooned and remained for some time insensible. Ha ha ha, why was I ever restored to consciousness? P.P.S. Changing, those thoughts ought to be driving, but my recollection is incoherent and my mind wanders. M. Surjat. Devonshire Terrace, Saturday, Death, 1849. My dear Surjat, I received your letter at breakfast time this morning with a pleasure my eloquence is unable to express and your modesty unable to conceive. It is so delightful to be remembered at this time of the year in your house, where we have been so happy, and in dear old Lausanne, that we always hope to see again, that I can't help pushing away the first page of Copperfield No. 10, now staring at me with what I may literally call a blank aspect, and plunging energetically into this reply. What a strange coincidence that is about Blunderstone House. Of all the odd things I have ever heard, and their name is legion, I think it is the oddest. I went down into that part of the country on the 7th of January last year, when I was meditating the story, and chose Blunderstone for the sound of its name. I had previously observed much of what you say about the poor girls. In all you suggest with so much feeling about their return to virtue being cruelly cut off, I concur with a sore heart. I have been turning it over in my mind for some time, and hope, in the history of little Emily who must fall, there is no hope for her, to put it before the thoughts of people in a new and pathetic way, and perhaps to do some good. You will be glad to hear, I know, that Copperfield is a great success. I think it is better liked than any of my other books. We had a most delightful time at Watson's. For both of them we have preserved and strengthened a real affection, and were the gayest of the gay. There was a Miss Boyle staying in the house, who is an excellent amateur actress, and she and I got up some scenes from the School for Scandal and from Nickleby with immense success. We played in the old hall, with the audience filled up and running over with servants. The entertainments concluded with feats of legerdemain, for the performance of which I have a pretty good apparatus, collected at divers times and in divers places, and we then fell to country dances of a most frantic description, and danced all night. We often spoke of you and Mrs. Surjat and of Haldimand, and wished you were all there. Watson and I have some 50 times registered a vow, like O'Connell, to come to Lausanne together, and have even settled in what month and week. Something or other has always interposed to prevent us, but I hope, please God, most certainly to see it again, when my labours Copperfieldian shall have terminated. You have no idea what that hanging of the Mannings really was. The conduct of the people was so indescribably frightful that I felt for some time afterwards almost as if I were living in a city of devils. I feel, at this hour, as if I never could go near the place again. My letters have made a great to-do and led to a great agitation of the subject, but I have not a confident belief in any change being made, mainly because the total abolitionists are utterly reckless and dishonest, generally speaking, and would play the deuce with any such proposition in Parliament unless it was strongly supported by the government, which it would certainly not be, the Whig motto in office being laissez aller. I think Peel might do it if he came in. 2 points have occurred to me as being a good commentary to the objections to my idea. The first is that a most terrific uproar was made when the hanging processions were abolished, and the ceremony shrunk from Tyburn to the prison door. The second is that, at this very time, under the British government in New South Wales, executions take place within the prison walls, with decidedly improved results. I am waiting to explode this fact on the first man of mark who gives me the opportunity. Unlike you, we have had no marriages or giving in marriage here. We might have had, but a certain young lady, whom you know, is hard to please. The children are all well, thank God. Charlie is going to Eton the week after next, and has passed a first-rate examination. Kate is quite well, and unites with me and Georgina in love to you and Mrs. Surgett and Haldimand, whom I would give a good deal, tell him, to have several hours' contradiction of at his own table. Good heavens, how obstinate we would both be. I see him leaning back in his chair, with his right forefinger out, and saying, "Good God," in reply to some proposition of mine, and then laughing. All in a moment, a feeling comes over me, as if you and I have been still talking, smoking cigars outside the inn at Martigny, the piano sounding inside, and Lady Mary Taylor singing. I look into my garden, which is covered with snow rather dolefully, but take heart again, and look brightly forward to another expedition to the great St. Bernard, when Mrs. Surgett and I shall laugh as I fancy I have never laughed since, in one of those one-sided cars, and when we shall again learn from Haldimand, in a little dingy cabaret, at lunchtime, how to secure a door in traveling, do you remember, by balancing a chair against it on its two hind legs. I do hope that we may all come together again once more, while there is a head of hair left among us, and in this hope remain, my dear Surgett, your faithful friend. Narrative. In the spring, Charles Dickens took a short holiday again, with his wife and sister-in-law, at Brighton, from whence he wrote to Mr. Wills on household words business. The first number of this journal appeared on the 30th March. This autumn he succeeded, for the first time, in getting possession of the Fort House, Broadstairs, on which he had always set his affections. He was hard at work on the closing numbers of David Copperfield during all the summer and autumn. The family moved to Broadstairs in July, but as a third daughter was born in August, they were not joined by Mrs. Dickens until the end of September. David Copperfield was finished in October. The beginning of his correspondence with Mrs. Gaskell is in his asking her to contribute to household words, which she did from the first number, and very frequently afterwards, both to household words and all the year round. The letter to Mr. David Roberts, R.A., is one thanking him for a remembrance of his, Mr. Roberts's, travels in the East, a picture of a simoom in the desert, which was one of Charles Dickens's most highly prized possessions. A letter to Mr. Sheridan Knowles contains allusions which we have no means of explaining, but we publish it, as it is characteristic, and addressed to a literary celebrity. Its being inscribed to Daddy Knowles illustrates a habit of Charles Dickens, as does a letter later in this year to Mr. Stone, beginning, "My dear P," of giving nicknames to the friends with whom he was on the most affectionate and intimate terms. Mr. Stone, especially included in this category, was the subject of many such names, Pump or Pumpian being one by which he was frequently addressed, a joke as good-humoredly and gladly received as it was kindly and pleasantly intended. There were no public amateur theatricals this year, but in November, the greater part of the amateur company played for 3 nights at Nebworth Park, as the guests of Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton, afterwards Lord Lytton, who entertained all his county neighbours to witness the performances. The play was every man in his humour, and farces varied each night. This year we have our first letter to Miss Mary Boyle, a cousin of Mrs. Watson, well known as an amateur actress and an accomplished lady. Miss Boyle was to have acted with the amateur company at Nebworth, but was prevented by domestic affliction. Early in the following year, there was a private play at Rockingham Castle, when Miss Boyle acted with Charles Dickens, the play being used up, in which Mrs. Dickens also acted, and the farce, Animal Magnetism, in which Miss Boyle and Miss Hogarth played. The letters to Mrs. Watson in this year refer chiefly to the preparations for the play in her house. The accident mentioned in the letter addressed to Mr. Henry Bicknell, son-in-law of Mr. David Roberts, R.A., and a much-esteemed friend of Charles Dickens, was an accident which happened to Mrs. Dickens while rehearsing at a theatre. She fell through a trapdoor, spraining her ankle so badly as to be incapacitated from taking her part in the theatricals at Nebworth. Mr. David Roberts, R.A. Devonshire Terrace, January 3, 1850. My dear Roberts, I am more obliged to you than I can tell you for the beautiful mark of your friendly remembrance which you have sent me this morning. I shall set it up among my household gods with pride. It gives me the highest gratification, and I beg you to accept my most cordial and sincere thanks. A little bit of the tissue paper was sticking to the surface of the picture and has slightly marked it. It requires but a touch, as one would dot an I or cross a T, to remove the blemish, but as I cannot think of a recollection so full of poetry being touched by any hand but yours, I have told Green the framer, whenever he shall be on his way with it, to call on you by the road. I enclose a note from Mrs. Dickens, which I hope will impress you into a country dance, with which we hope to dismiss Christmas merrily. Ever, my dear Roberts, faithfully yours, Mr. James Sheridan Knowles. Devonshire Terrace, January 3rd, 1850. My dear good Knowles, many happy New Years to you, and to all who are near and dear to you. Your generous heart unconsciously exaggerates, I am sure, my merit in respect of that most honorable gentleman who has been the occasion of our recent correspondence. I cannot sufficiently admire the dignity of his conduct, and I really feel indebted to you for giving me the gratification of observing it. As to that cross note, which, rightly considered, was nothing of the sort, if ever you refer to it again, I'll do, I don't exactly know what, but something perfectly desperate and ferocious. If I have ever thought of it, it has only been to remember with delight how soon we came to a better understanding, and how heartily we confirmed it with a most expressive shake of the hand, one evening down in that mouldy little den of Miss Kelly's. Heartily and faithfully yours, Daddy Knowles. Mrs. Gaskell. Devonshire Terrace, January 31st, 1850. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, you may perhaps have seen an announcement in the papers of my intention to start a new cheap weekly journal of general literature. I do not know what your literary vows of temperance or abstinence may be, but as I do honestly know that there is no living English writer whose aid I would desire to enlist in preference to the authoress of Mary Barton, a book that most profoundly affected and impressed me, I venture to ask you whether you can give me any hope that you will write a short tale or any number of tales for the projected pages. No writer's name will be used, neither my own nor any other. Every paper will be published without any signature, and all will seem to express the general mind and purpose of the journal, which is the raising up of those that are down, and the general improvement of our social condition. I should set a value on your help which your modesty can hardly imagine, and I am perfectly sure that the least result of your reflection or observation in respect of the life around you would attract attention and do good. Of course, I regard your time as valuable, and consider it so when I ask you if you could devote any of it to this purpose. If you could and would prefer to speak to me on the subject, I should be very glad indeed to come to Manchester for a few hours and explain anything you might wish to know. My unaffected and great admiration of your book makes me very earnest in all relating to you. Forgive my troubling you for this reason, and believe me ever faithfully yours. P.S. Mrs. Dickens and her sister send their love. Rev. James White. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday, Feb. 5th, 1850. My dear White, I have been going to write to you for a long time, but have always had in my mind that you might come here with Lottie any day. As Lottie has come without you, however, witness a tremendous rampaging and ravaging now going on upstairs. I dispatch this note to say that I suppose you have seen the announcement of the new weekly thing, and that if you would ever write anything for it, you would please me better than I can tell you. We hope to do some solid good, and we mean to be as cheery and pleasant as we can. And putting our hands in our breeches pockets, we say complacently that our money is as good as Blackwood's any day in the week. Now the murder's out. Are you never coming to town any more? Must I come to Bonchurch? Am I born for the 830th time next Thursday at 5:30? And do you mean to say you are not coming to dinner? Well, well, I can always go over to Puseyism to spite my friends, and that's some comfort. Poor dear Geoffrey, I had heard from him but a few days, and the unopened proof of number 10 was lying on his table when he died. I believe I have lost as affectionate a friend as I ever had or ever shall have in this world. Ever heartily yours, my dear White. Mr. Charles Knight. Devonshire Terrace, February 8, 1850. My dear Knight, let me thank you in the heartiest manner for your most kind and gratifying mention of me in your able pamphlet. It gives me great pleasure, and I sincerely feel it. I quite agree with you in all you say so well of the injustice and impolicy of this excessive taxation. But when I think of the condition of the great mass of the people, I fear that I could hardly find the heart to press for justice in this respect before the window duty is removed. They cannot read without light. They cannot have an average chance of life and health without it. Much as we feel our wrong, I fear that they feel their wrong more, and that the things just done in this wise must bear a new physical existence. I never see you, and begin to think we must have another play, say in Cornwall, expressly to bring us together. Very faithfully yours. Suggestions for Titles of Household Words. The Forge. A weekly journal. Conducted by Charles Dickens. Thus, at the glowing forge of life, our actions must be wrought. Thus on its sounding anvil shaped. Each burning deed and thought, Longfellow. The hearth, home music. The forge, chain. The crucible, time and tide. The anvil of the time, twopence. Charles Dickens's own, English bells. Seasonable leaves, weekly bells. Evergreen leaves, the rocket. Home good-humored. Mr. W. H. Wills. 148, King's Road, Brighton. Tuesday night, March 12, 1850. My dear Wills, I have made a correction or two in my part of the post office article. I still observe the top-heavy household words in the title. The title of The Amusements of the People has to be altered as I have marked it. I would as soon have my hair cut off as an intolerable Scotch shortness put into my titles by the elision of little words. The Seasons wants a little punctuation. Will the incident in the life of Mademoiselle Clairon go into those 2 pages? I fear not, but one article would be infinitely better, I am quite certain, than 2 or 3 short ones. If it will go in with it. I shall be back, please God, by dinner time tomorrow week. I will be ready for Smithfield either on the following Monday morning at 4, or any other morning you may arrange for. Would it do to make up number 2 on Wednesday, the 20th, instead of Saturday? If so, it would be an immense convenience to me. But if it be distinctly necessary to make it up on Saturday, say by return, and I am to be relied upon, don't fail in this. I really can't promise to be comic. Indeed, your note put me out a little, for I had just sat down to begin. It will last my time. I will shake my head a little and see if I can shake a more comic substitute out of it. As to 2 comic articles, or 2 any sort of articles out of me, that's the intensest extreme of no-goism. Ever faithfully, Rev. James White. Devonshire Terrace, July 13, 1850. My dear White, being obliged, sorely against my will, to leave my work this morning and go out, and having a few spare minutes before I go, I write a hasty note, to hint how glad I am to have received yours, and how happy and tranquil we feel it to be for you all, that the end of that long illness has come. Kate and Georgie send best loves to Mrs. White, and we hope she will take all needful rest and relief after those arduous, sad, and weary weeks. I have taken a house at Broadstairs from early in August until the end of October, as I don't want to come back to London until I shall have finished Copperfield. I am rejoiced at the idea of your going there. You will find it the healthiest and freshest of places, and there are Canterbury and all varieties of what Leigh Hunt calls greenery within a few minutes' railroad ride. It is not very picturesque ashore, but extremely so seaward, all manner of ships continually passing close inshore. So come, and we'll have no end of sports, please God. I'm glad to say, as I know you will be to hear, that there seems a bright unanimity about Copperfield. I am very much interested in it and pleased with it myself. I have carefully planned out the story for some time past to the end and am making out my purposes with great care. I should like to know what you see from that tower of yours. I have little doubt you see the real objects in the prospect. Household Words goes on thoroughly well. It is expensive, of course, and demands a large circulation, but it is taking a great and steady stand, and I have no doubt already yields a good round profit. Tomorrow week I shall expect you. You shall have a bottle of the 20. I have kept a few last lingering caskets with the gem enshrined therein, expressly for you. Ever, my dear White. Cordially yours, Mr. W. H. Wills. Hotel Windsor, Paris, Thursday, July 27, 1850. After post time. My dear Wills, I have had much ado to get to work, the heat here being so intense that I can do nothing but lie on the bare floor all day. I never felt it anything like so hot in Italy. There is nothing doing in the theaters, and the atmosphere is so horribly oppressive there that one can hardly endure it. I came out of the franchise last night half dead. I am writing at this moment with nothing on but a shirt and pair of white trousers, and have been sitting 4 hours at this paper, but am as faint with the heat as if I had been at some tremendous gymnastics, and yet we had a thunderstorm last night. I hope we are doing pretty well in Wellington Street. My anxiety makes me feel as if I had been away a year. I hope to be home on Tuesday evening or night at latest. I have picked up a very curious book of French statistics that will suit us, and an odd proposal for a company connected with the gambling in California, of which you will also be able to make something. I saw a certain Lord Spleen mentioned in a playbill yesterday, and will look after that distinguished English nobleman tonight, if possible. Rachel played last night for the last time before going to London, and has not so much in her as some of our friends suppose. The English people are perpetually squeezing themselves into courtyards, blind alleys, closed edifices, and other places where they have no sort of business. The French people, as usual, are making as much noise as possible about everything that is of no importance, but seem, as far as one can judge, pretty quiet and good-humored. They made a mighty hullabaloo at the theatre last night, when Brutus, the play was Lucretia, declaimed about liberty. Ever faithfully, Mr. W. H. Wills. Devonshire Terrace, August 9, 1850. My dear Wills, I shall be obliged to you if you will write to this man, and tell him that what he asks I never do, firstly, because I have no kind of connection with any manager or theatre. Secondly, because I am asked to read so many manuscripts that compliance is impossible, or I should have no other occupation or relaxation in the world. Left hand a foreign gentleman, with a beard, name unknown, but signing himself a fellow man, and dating from nowhere, declined, twice yesterday, to leave this house for any less consideration than the insignificant one of £20. I have had a policeman waiting for him all day. Faithfully yours, Mrs. Charles Dickens. Broadstairs, Tuesday, Sept. 3rd, 1850. My dearest Kate, I enclose a few lines from Georgie, and write these to say that I purpose going home at some time on Thursday, but I cannot say precisely when, as it depends on what work I do tomorrow. Yesterday Charles Knight, White, Forster, Charlie, and I walked to Richborough Castle and back. Knight dined with us afterwards, and the Whites, the Bicknells, and Mrs. Gibson came in the evening and played Ving-Teton. Having no news, I must tell you a story of Sydney. The children, Georgie, and I were out in the garden on Sunday evening. By the by, I made a beautiful passage down, and got to Margate a few minutes after 1, when I asked Sydney if he would go to the railroad and see if Forster was coming. As he answered very boldly, yes, I opened the garden gate, upon which he set off alone as fast as his legs would carry him, and being pursued, was not overtaken until he was through the lawn house archway, when he was still going on at full speed, I can't conceive where. Being brought back in triumph, he made a number of fictitious starts, for the sake of being overtaken again, and we made a regular game of it. At last, When he and ally had run away, instead of running after them, we came into the garden, shut the gate, and crouched down on the ground. Presently we heard them come back and say to each other with some alarm, "Why, the gate's shut, and they're all gone." Ally began in a dismayed way to cry out, but the phenomenon shouting, "Open the gate," sent an enormous stone flying into the garden, among our heads, by way of alarming the establishment. I thought it a wonderful piece of character, showing great readiness of resource. He would have fired a perfect battery of stones, or very likely have broken the pantry window, I think, if we hadn't let him in. They are all in great force, and send their loves. They are all much excited with the expectation of receiving you on Friday, and would start me off to fetch you now if I would go. Our train on Friday will be 12:30. I have spoken to Georgie about the partridges, and hope we may find some. Ever, my dearest Kate. Most affectionately, Miss Mary Boyle. Broadstairs, Kent, Monday night, Sept. 16th, 1850. My dear Miss Boyle, your letter having arrived in time for me to write a line by the evening post, I came out of a paroxysm of Copperfield to say that I am perfectly delighted to read it, and to know that we are going to act together in that merry party. We dress, every man, in Queen Elizabeth's time. The acting copy is much altered from the old play, but we still smooth down phrases when needful. I don't remember anyone that is changed. Georgina says she can't describe the dress Mrs. Kitely used to wear. I shall be in town on Saturday, and will then get Maclise to make me a little sketch of it, carefully explained, which I will post to you. At the same time I will send you the book. After consideration of forces, it has occurred to me, old Ben being, I dare say, rare, but I do know rather heavy here and there, that Mrs. Inchbald's Animal Magnetism, which we have often played, will go with a greater laugh than anything else. That book I will send you on Saturday too. You will find your part, Lisette, I think it is called, but it is a waiting maid, a most admirable one, and I have seen people laugh at the piece until they have hung over the front of the boxes like ripe fruit. You may dress the part to please yourself after reading it. We wear powder. I will take care, bringing a theatrical hairdresser for the company of your wig. We will rehearse the two pieces when we go down, or at least anything with which you have to do, over and over again. You will find my company so well used to it, and so accustomed to consider it a grave matter of business, as to make it easy. I am now awaiting the French books with a view to Rockingham, and I hope to report of that too, when I write to you on Saturday. My dear Miss Boyle, very faithfully yours. Miss Mary Boyle. Devonshire Terrace, Friday, Sept. 20th, 1850. My dear Miss Boyle, I enclose you the book of Animal Magnetism, and the book of Every Man in His Humour, also a sketch by Mr. Maclise of a correct and picturesque Mrs. Kitely. Mr. Forster is Kitely, Mr. Lemon, Brainworm, Mr. Leach, Master Matthew, Mr. Gerald, Master Stephen, Mr. Stone, Downright. Kitely's dress is a very plain purple gown, like a bluecoat boy's. Downright's dress is also very sober, chiefly brown and grey. All the rest of us are very bright. I am flaming red. Georgina will write you about your colour and hers in Animal Magnetism. The gayer the better. I am the doctor in black with red stockings. Mr. Lemon, an excellent actor, the valet as far as I can remember, in blue and yellow and a chintz waistcoat. Mr. Leach is the Marquis, and Mr. Egg the one-eyed servant. What do you think of doing Animal Magnetism as the last piece? We may play 3 in all, I think, at Rockingham. If so, we might make Quin the one-eyed servant and beat up with Mrs. Watson for a Marquis. Will you tell me what you think of this, addressed to Broadstairs? I have not heard from Bulwer again. I dare say I have crossed a letter from him by coming up today, but I have every reason to believe that the last week in October is the time. Ever very faithfully yours. P.S. This is quite a managerial letter, which I write with all manner of appointments and business discussions going on about me, having my pen on the paper and my eye on household words, my head on Copperfield and my ear nowhere particularly. I will let you know about a day after the wedding. I have sent for the book on Monday. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Broadstairs, Kent, September 24th, 1850. My dear Mrs. Watson, coming out of Copperfield into a condition of temporary and partial consciousness, I plunge into histrionic duties and hold enormous correspondence with Miss Boyle, between whom and myself the most portentous packets are continually passing. I send you a piece we purpose playing last at Rockingham, which my company played in London, Scotland, Manchester, Liverpool, and I don't know where else. It is one of the most ridiculous things ever done. We purpose, as I have said, playing it last. Why do I send it to you? Because there is an excellent part, played in my troupe by George Cruikshank, for your brother in it, Geoffrey, with a black patch on his eye and a lame leg. He would be charming, noble. If he has come home, give him my love and tell him so. If he has not come home, do me that favor when he does come. And add that I have a wig for him belonging to the part, which I have an idea of sending to the Exposition of 51 as a triumph of human ingenuity. I am the doctor, Miss Boyle, Lysette, Georgie, the other little woman. We have nearly arranged our bill for Rockingham. We shall want one more reasonably good actor, besides your brother and Miss Boyle's, to play the Marquis in this piece. Do you know a being endowed by nature with the requisite qualities? There are some things in the next Copperfield that I think better than any that have gone before. After I have been believing such things with all my heart and soul, two results always ensue. First, I can't write plainly to the eye. Secondly, I can't write sensibly to the mind. So Copperfield is to blame, and I am not, for this wandering note, and if you like it, you'll forgive me, with my affectionate remembrances to Watson. Ever, my dear Mrs. Watson. Very faithfully yours. P.S. I find I am not equal to the flourish. Miss Mary Boyle. Devonshire Terrace, Wednesday, Oct. 30th, 1850. My dear Miss Boyle, we are all extremely concerned and distressed to lose you, but we feel that it cannot be otherwise, and we do not, in our own expectation of amusement, forget the sad cause of your absence. Bulwer was here yesterday, and if I were to tell you how earnestly he and all the other friends, whom you don't know, have looked forward to the projected association with you, and in what a friendly spirit they all express their disappointment, you would be quite moved by it, I think. Pray don't give yourself the least uneasiness on account of the blank in our arrangements. I did not write to you yesterday, in the hope that I might be able to tell you today that I had replaced you in however poor a way. I cannot do that yet, but I am busily making out some means of filling the parts before we rehearse tomorrow night, and I trust to be able to do so in some out-of-the-way manner. Mrs. Dickens and Bridget send you their kindest remembrances. They are bitterly disappointed at not seeing you today, but we all hope for a better time. Dear Miss Boyle, faithfully yours always. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Devonshire Terrace, Saturday evening, Nord, 1850. My dear Mrs. Watson, being well home from Nebworth, where everything has gone off in a whirl of triumph and fired the whole length and breadth of the county of Hertfordshire, I write a short note to say that we are yours any time after 12th night, and that we look forward to seeing you. With the greatest pleasure. I should have made this reply to your last note sooner, but that I have been waiting to send you Copperfield in a new waistcoat. His tailor is so slow that it has not yet appeared, but when the resplendent garment comes home, it shall be forwarded. I have not your note at hand, but I think you said any time after Christmas. At all events, and whatever you said, we will conclude a treaty on any terms you may propose, and if it should include any of Charlie's holidays, perhaps you would allow us to put a brass collar round his neck and chain him up in the stable. Kate and Georgina, who has covered herself with glory, join me in best remembrances and regards to Watson and you and all the house. I have stupendous proposals to make concerning Switzerland in the spring. I promised Bulwer to make inquiry of you about Miss Watson, whom he once knew and greatly wished to hear of. He associated her, but was not clear how, with Lady Palmer. My dear Mrs. Watson, ever faithfully yours, Mr. Henry Bicknell. Devonshire Terrace, November 28th, 1850. My dear Mr. Bicknell, if I ever did such a thing, believe me I would do it at your request, but I don't, and if you could see the ramparts of letters from similar institutions with which my desk bristles every now and then, you would feel that nothing lies between total abstinence in this regard, and utter bewilderment and lecturation. Mrs. Dickens and her sister unite with me in kind regards to you and Mrs. Bicknell. The consequences of the accident are fast fading, I am happy to say. We all hope to hear shortly that Mrs. Bicknell has recovered that other little accident, which, as you and I know, will occasionally happen in well-regulated families. Very faithfully yours, Mr. Walter Savage Landor. Office of Household Words. Wednesday, Death, 1850. My dear Landor, I have been a strange thing for me, so very unwell since Sunday that I have hardly been able to hold up my head. A bilious attack, I believe, and a very miserable sort of business. This, my dear friend, is the reason why I have not sooner written to you in reference to your noble letter, which I read in the Examiner, and for which, as it exalts me, I cannot thank you in words. We had been following up the blow in Kinkle's favor, and I was growing sanguine in the hope of getting him out, having enlisted strong and active sympathy in his behalf, when the news came of his escape. Since then, we have heard nothing of him. I rather incline to the opinion that the damnable powers that be connived at his escape, but know nothing. Whether he be retaken, or whether he appear, as I am not without hope he may, in the streets of London, I shall be a party to no step whatever without consulting you, and if any scrap of intelligence concerning him shall reach me, it shall be yours immediately. Horn wrote the article. I shall see him here tonight, and know how he will feel your sympathy and support, but I do not wait to see him before writing, lest you should think me slow to feel your generosity. We said at home, when we read your letter, that it was like the opening of your whole munificent and bare heart. Ever most affectionately yours, my dear Landor. The Hun, Mrs. Watson left hand. This is number 2. Devonshire Terrace, Monday morning, death, 1850. My dear Mrs. Watson, your note to me of Saturday has crossed mine to you, I find. If you open both of mine together, please to observe this is number 2. You may rely on Mr. Tucker's doing his work thoroughly well and charging a fair price. It is not possible for him to say aforehand, in such a case, what it will cost, I imagine, as he will have to adapt his work to the place. Nathan's stage knowledge may be stated in the following figures: 0. Therefore, I think you had best refer Mr. Tucker to me, and I will apply all needful screws and tortures to him. I have thought of 1 or 2 very ingenious little contrivances for adapting the difficulties of used up to the small stage. They will require to be so exactly explained to your carpenter, though very easy little things in themselves, that I think I had better, before Christmas, send my servant down for an hour. He is quite an old stager now, to show him precisely what I mean. It is not a day's work, but it would be extremely difficult to explain in writing. I developed these wonderful ideas to the master carpenter at one of the theaters, and he shook his head with an intensely mournful air and said, "Ah, sir, it's a universal observation in the profession, sir, that it was a great loss to the public when you took to writing books," which I thought complimentary to Copperfield. Ever faithfully yours. The same. Devonshire Terrace, Saturday, death, 1850. My dear Mrs. Watson, I shall be delighted to come on the 7th instead of the 8th. We consider it an engagement. Over and above the pleasure of a quiet day with you, I think I can greatly facilitate the preparations. That's the way, you see, in which we cheat ourselves into making duties of pleasures by being at Rockingham a day earlier. So that's settled. I was quite certain when that child of Israel mentioned those dimensions that he must be wrong, for which wooden-headedness the child shall be taken to task on Monday morning, when I am going to look at his preparations, by appointment, about the door. Don't you observe that the scenery not being made expressly for the room, it may be impossible to use it as you propose. There is a scene before that wall, and unless the door in the scene, supposing there to be one, which I am not sure of, should come exactly into the place of the door of the room might as well be in Africa. If it could be used, it would still require to be backed, excuse professional technicality, by another scene in the passage. And if it be rather in the side of the bottom of the room, as I seem to remember it, it would be shut out of sight, or partially, by the side scenes. Do you comprehend these stage managerial sagacities? That piece of additional room in so small a stage would be of immense service if we could avail ourselves of it. If we can't, I have another means. I think of discovering Leach, Saville, and Coldstream at table. I am constantly turning over in my mind the capacities of the place, and hope by one means or other to make something more than the best of it. As to the fireplace, you will never be able to use that. The heat of the lamp will be very great, and ventilation will be the thing wanted. 13 feet and a half of depth, diminished by stage fittings and furniture, is a small space. I think the doorway could be used in the last scene, with the castle steps and platform for the staircase running straight through it toward the hall. Nous verrons. I will write again about my visit of inspection, probably on Monday. Will you let them know that Messrs. Nathan of Tichborne Street, Haymarket, will dress them, please, and that I will engage for their doing it thoroughly well. Also that Mr. Wilson, theatrical hairdresser, Strand, near St. Clement's Churchyard, will come down with wigs, etc. To make up everybody, that he has a list of the pieces from me, and that he will be glad to measure the heads and consult the tastes of all concerned if they will give him the opportunity beforehand. I should like to see Sir Adonis Leach and the Hun, T. Saville if I can, for they ought to be wonderfully made up, and to be as unlike themselves as possible, and to contrast well with each other and with me. I rather grudge Caro Sposo coming into the company. I should like him so much to see the play. If we do it all well together, it ought to be so very pleasant. I never saw a great mass of people so charmed with a little story as when we acted it at the Glasgow Theatre. But I have no other reason for faltering when I take him to my arms. I feel that he is the man for the part. I see him with a blue bag, a flaxen wig, and green spectacles. I know what it will be. I foresee how all that sessional experience will come out. I reconcile myself to it, in spite of the selfish consideration of wanting him elsewhere. And while I have a heavy sense of a light being snuffed out in the audience, perceive a new luminary shining on the stage. Your brother would make a capital tiger too. Very short tight surtout, doeskins, bright top boots, white cravat, bouquet and buttonhole, close wig, very good, very good. It clearly must be so. The thing is done. I told you we were opening a tremendous correspondence when we first began to write on such a long subject. But do let me tell you, once and for all, that I am in the business heart and soul, and that you cannot trouble me respecting it, and that I wouldn't willingly or knowingly leave the minutest detail unprovided for. It cannot possibly be a success if the smallest peppercorn of arrangement be omitted. And a success it must be. I couldn't go into such a thing or help to bring you poorly out of it for any earthly consideration. Talking of forgetting, isn't it odd? I doubt if I could forget words I had learned so long as I wanted them. But the moment the necessity goes, they go. I know my place and everybody's place in this identical piece of used up perfectly, and could put every little object on its own square inches of room exactly where it ought to be. But I have no more recollection of my words now. I took the book up yesterday than if I had only seen the play as one of the audience at a theatre. Perhaps not so much. With cordial remembrances. Ever, dear Mrs. Watson. Faithfully yours. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Devonshire Terrace, December 19th, 1850. My dear Mrs. Watson, I am sorry to say that business, household words business, will keep me in town tomorrow, but on Monday I propose coming down and returning the same day. The train for my money appears to be the 6:30 a.m. horrible initials, and to that invention for promoting early rising I design to commit myself. I am shocked if I also made the mistake of confounding those two similar names, but I think Mr. Stfford had better do the Marquis. I am glad to find that we agree, but we always do. I have closely overhauled the little theatre and the carpenter and painter. The whole has been entirely repainted, I mean the proscenium and scenery, for this especial purpose, and is extremely pretty. I don't think, the scale considered, that anything better could be done. It is very elegant. I have brought the child to this. For the hire of the theatre, £15, the carriage to be extra, the child's fares and expenses, which will be very moderate, to be extra, the stage carpenter's wages to be extra, 7 shillings a day. I don't think, when you see the things, that you will consider this too much. It is as good as the Queen's Little Theatre at Windsor, raised stage excepted. I have had an extraction made, which will enable us to use the door. I am at present breaking my man's heart by teaching him how to imitate the sounds of the smashing of the windows and the breaking of the balcony in used up. In the event of his death from grief, I have promised to do something for his mother, thinking it possible that you might not see the enclosed until next month, and hoping that it is seasonable for Christmas, I send it, being, with cordial regards and all seasonable good wishes, ever, dear Mrs. Watson, faithfully yours. P.S. This is a tear over the devotion of Captain Boyle, who, as I learned from the Child of Israel this morning, would not decide upon Farmer Wurzel's coat without referring the question of buttons to managerial approval. Mr. John Poole. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday night, Christmas Eve, 1850. My dear Poole, on the Sunday when I last saw you, I went straight to Lord John's with the letter you read. He was out of town, and I left it with my card. On the following Wednesday, I received a note from him, saying that he did not bear in mind exactly what I had told him of you before, and asking me to tell it again. I immediately replied, of course, and gave him an exact description of you and your condition, and your way of life in Paris and everything else, a perfect diorama in little, with you pervading it. Today I got a letter from him, announcing that you have a pension of 100 a year, of which I heartily wish you joy. He says, I am happy to say that the Queen has approved of a pension of £100 a year to Mr. Poole. The Queen, in her gracious answer, informs me that she meant to have mentioned Mr. Poole to me, and that she had wished to place him in the Charter House, but found the society there was not such as he could associate with. Be so good as to inform Mr. Poole that directions are given for his pension, which will date from the end of June last. I have lost no time in answering this, but you must brace up your energies to write him a short note too, and another for the Queen. If you are in Paris, shall I ascertain what authority I shall need from you to receive the half-year, which I suppose will be shortly due? I can receive it as usual. With all good wishes and congratulations, seasonable and unseasonable. Always faithfully yours. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Devonshire Terrace, Monday morning, death, 1850. My dear Mrs. Watson, as your letter is decided, the scaffolding shall be re-erected round Charlie's boots. It has been taken down, and the workmen had retired to their respective homes in various parts of England and Wales, and his dressing proceeded with. I have been very much pleased with him in the matter, as he has never made the least demonstration of disappointment or mortification, and was perfectly contented to give in. Here I break off to go to Vauxhall. Here I return much exhausted. Your time shall be stated in the bills for both nights. I propose to rehearse on the day, on Thursday and Friday, and in the evening on Saturday, that we may try our lights. Therefore, Nathan and stage carpenter Brackett will come on Tuesday, 7th January, as there must be a responsible person to anathematize, and as the company seems so slow about their dresses, that I foresee the strong probability of Nathan having a good deal to do at Rockingham without respect. Wilson will come on Saturday, 11th January. Tucker will come on Saturday, 11th January. I shall be delighted to see your brother, and so no more at present from yours ever, Coldstream Freelove, Dr. Dickens. P.S. As Vauxhall, with his head very much on one side and his spectacles on, danced backward from the canvas incessantly with great nimbleness, and returned, and made little digs at it with his pencil, with a horrible grin on his countenance, I augur that he pleased himself this morning. Tag added by Mr. Dickens to Animal Magnetism, played at Rockingham Castle. Animal Magnetism, tag. Doctor, I'm cheated, robbed, I don't believe I hate. Wand, Marquis, Doctor, Ward, Lisette, and Fate. La Fleur, not me. Doctor, you worse, you rascal, than the rest. La Fleur, bowing, to merit it, good sir, I've done my best. Lisette, sharply, and I. Constance, I fear that I too have a claim upon your anger. Lisette, anger, madam, shame. He's justly treated, as he might have known. And if the wand were a divining one, it would have turned within his very hands, point blank to where your handsome husband stands. Constance, glancing at Doctor, I would it with a wand of harlequin, to change his temper and his favor win. Geoffrey, peeping in that case, mistress, you might be so kind as wave me back the eye of which I'm blind. Marquis, laughing and examining it, tease nothing but a piece of senseless wood, and has no influence for harm or good. Yet stay, it surely draws me towards those indulgent, pleasant, smiling, beaming rose. It surely charms me, all and us too. Marquis, to bend before their generous efforts to commend, to cheer us on through these few happy hours, and strew our mimic way with real flowers. 1851. Narrative. In February this year, Charles Dickens made a short bachelor excursion with Mr. Leach and the Hun, Spencer Littleton, to Paris, from whence we give a letter to his wife. She was at this time in very bad health, and the little infant Dora had a serious illness during the winter. The child rallied for the time, but Mrs. Dickens continued so ill that she was advised to try the air and water of Malvern. And early in March, she and her sister were established in lodgings there, the children being left in London, and Charles Dickens dividing his time between Devonshire Terrace and Malvern. He was busily occupied before this time in superintending the arrangements for Mr. Macready's last appearance on the stage at Drury Lane, and for a great dinner which was given to Mr. Macready after it on the 1st March, at which the chair was taken by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. With him Charles Dickens was then engaged in maturing a scheme which had been projected at the time of the amateur play at Nebworth of a guild of literature and art, which was to found a provident fund for literary men and artists, and to start which a series of dramatic performances by the amateur company was proposed. Sir E.B. Lytton wrote a comedy, Not So Bad As We Seem, for the purpose, to be played in London and the provinces, and the Duke of Devonshire turned one of the splendid rooms in Devonshire House into a theatre for the first occasion of its performance. It was played early in May before Her Majesty and the Prince Consort and a large audience. Later in the season, there were several representations of the comedy, with a farce, Mr. Nightingale's Diary, written by Charles Dickens for himself and Mr. Mark Lemon in the Hanover Square Rooms. But in the interval between the Macready banquet and the play at Devonshire House, Charles Dickens underwent great family trouble and sorrow. His father, whose health had been declining for some time, became seriously ill, and Charles Dickens was summoned from Malvern to attend upon him. Mr. John Dickens died on the 31st March. On the 14th April, Charles Dickens had gone from Malvern to preside at the annual dinner of the General Theatrical Fund, and found his children all well at Devonshire Terrace. He was playing with his baby, Dora, before he went to the dinner. Soon after he left the house, the child died suddenly in her nurse's arms. The sad news was communicated to the father after his duties at the dinner were over. The next day, Mr. Forster went to Malvern to break the news to Mrs. Dickens, and she and her sister returned with him to London, and the Malvern lodgings were given up. But Mrs. Dickens being still out of health, and London being more than usually full, this being the year of the Great Exhibition, Charles Dickens decided to let the town house again for a few months, and engaged the Fort House, Broadstairs, from the beginning of May until November. This, which was his longest sojourn at Broadstairs, was also the last, as the following summer he changed his seaside resort and never returned to that pretty little watering place, although he always retained an affectionate interest in it. The lease of the Devonshire Terrace house was to expire this year. It was now too small for his family, so he could not renew it, although he left it with regret. From the beginning of the year, he had been in negotiation for a house in Tavistock Square, in which his friend Mr. Frank Stone had lived for some years. Many letters which follow are on the subject of this house and the improvements Charles Dickens made in it. His brother-in-law, Henry Austen, himself an architect, superintended the works at Tavistock House, as he did afterwards those at Gad's Hill, and there are many characteristic letters to Mr. Austen while these works were in progress. In the autumn, as a letter written in August to Mr. Stone will show, an exchange of houses was made, Mr. Stone removing with his family to Devonshire Terrace until his own new house was ready, while the alterations in Tavistock House went on, and Charles Dickens removed into it from Broadstairs in November. His eldest son was now an Eton boy. He had been one of the party and had played a small part in the play at Rockingham Castle in the Christmas holidays, and his father's letters to Mrs. Watson at the beginning of this year have reference to this play. This year he wrote and published The Haunted Man, which he had found himself unable to finish for the previous Christmas. It was the last of the Christmas books. He abandoned them in favor of a Christmas number of Household Words, which he continued annually for many years in Household Words and all the year round, and in which he had the collaboration of other writers. The Haunted Man was dramatized and produced at the Adelphi Theatre under the management of Mr. Benjamin Webster. Charles Dickens read the book himself at Tavistock House to a party of actors and actresses. At the end of the year, he wrote the first number of Bleak House, although it was not published until March of the following year. With the close attention and the hard work he gave, from the time of its starting to his weekly periodical, he found it to be most desirable, now, in beginning a new monthly serial, that he should be ready with some numbers in advance before the appearance of the first number. A provincial tour for the Guild took place at the end of the year. A letter to his wife from Clifton in November gives a notion of the general success and enthusiasm with which the plays were attended. The new hardman, to whom he alludes as taking that part in Sir E.B. Lytton's comedy in the place of Mr. Forster, was Mr. John Tenniel, who was a new addition and a very valuable and pleasant one to the company. Mr. Topham, the delightful watercolor painter, Mr. Dudley Costello, and Mr. Wilkie Collins were also new recruits to the company of splendid strollers about this time. A letter to Mr. Wills, asking him to take a part in the comedy, is given here. He never did act with the company, but he complied with Charles Dickens's desire that he should be in the scheme by giving it all sorts of assistance, and almost invariably being one of the party in the provincial tour. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Devonshire Terrace, January 24th, 1851. My dear Mrs. Watson, Kate will have told you, I dare say, that my despondency on coming to town was relieved by a talk with Lady John Russell, of which you were the subject, and in which she spoke of you with an earnestness of old affection and regard that did me good. I date my recovery, which has been slow, from that hour. I am still feeble, and liable to sudden outbursts of causeless rage and demoniacal gloom, but I shall be better presently. What a thing it is that we can't be always innocently merry and happy with those we like best without looking out at the back windows of life. Well, one day perhaps, after a long night, the blinds on that side of the house will be down forever, and nothing left but the bright prospect in front. Concerning supper toast, of which I feel bound to make some mention, you did, as you always do, write, and exactly what was most agreeable to me. My love to your excellent husband. I wonder whether he and the dining-room have got to rights yet, and to the jolly little boys and the calm little girl. Somehow I shall always think of Lord Spencer as eternally walking up and down the platform at Rugby in a high chill wind with no apparent hope of a train, as I left him. And somehow I always think of Rockingham, after coming away, as if I belonged to it and had left a bit of my heart behind, which it is so very odd to find wanting 20 times a day. Ever, dear Mrs. Watson, faithfully yours and his. The same. Devonshire Terrace, Tuesday night, Jan. 28th, 1851. My dear, dear Mrs. Watson, I presume you mean Mr. Stafford and Mr. Stopford to pay Wilson, as I have instructed him, a guinea each. Am I right? In that just case, I still owe you a guinea for my part. I was going to send you a post-office order for that amount, when a faint sense of absurdity mantled my ingenuous visage with a blush, and I thought it better to owe you the money until we met. I hope it may be soon. I believe I may lay claim to the mysterious inkstand, also to a volume lettered on the back, Shipwrecks and Disasters at Sea, II, which I left when I came down at Christmas. Will you take care of them as hostages until we effect an exchange? Charlie went back in great spirits, threatening to write to George. It was a very wet night, and John took him to the railway. He said on his return, "Master Charles went off very gay, sir. He found some young gentlemen as was his friends in the train, sir." "Come," said I'm glad of that. How many were there? 2 or 3? "Oh dear, sir, there was a matter of 40, sir, all with their heads out o' the coach windows, sir, a hallowing Dickens, all over the station. Her ladyship and the ward of the physician send their best loves, in which I heartily join. If you and your dear husband come to town before we bring out Bulwer's comedy, I think we must have a snug reading of it. Ever, dear Mrs. Watson, faithfully yours, Mr. Mark Lemon. Devonshire Terrace, Friday, Jan. 31st, 1851. My dear Lemon, we are deeply sorry to receive the mournful intelligence of your calamity, but we know you will both have found comfort in that blessed belief, from which the sacred figure with the child upon his knee is, in all stages of our lives, inseparable, for of such is the kingdom of God. We join in affectionate loves to you and your dear wife. She well deserves your praise, I am sure. Ever affectionately yours, Mr. W. H. Wills. Devonshire Terrace, Monday, Feb. 10th, 1851. My dear Wills, there is a small part in Bulwer's comedy, but very good what there is, not much, my servant, who opens the play, which I should be very glad if you would like to do. Pray understand that there is no end of men who would do it, and that if you have the least objection to the trouble, I don't make this the expression of a wish even. Otherwise, I would like you to be in the scheme, which is a very great and important one, and which cannot have too many men who are steadily, not flightily, like some of our friends, in earnest, and who are not to be lightly discouraged. If you do the part, I would like to have a talk with you about the secretarial duties. They must be performed by someone I clearly see, and will require good business direction. I should like to put some young fellow, to whom such work and its remuneration would be an object, under your eye, if we could find one entire and perfect chrysolite anywhere. Let me know whether I am to rate you on the ship's books or not. If yes, consider yourself called to the reading by Macready at Forster's rooms on Wednesday the 19th at 3. And in the meantime, you shall have a proof of the plan. Ever yours, Mrs. Charles Dickens. Hotel Wagram, Paris, Thursday, Feb. 12th, 1851. My dearest Kate, I received your letter this morning, on returning from an expedition to a market 13 miles away, which involved the necessity of getting up at 5, and am delighted to have such good accounts of all at home. We had D'Orsay to dinner yesterday, and I am hurried to dress now in order to pay a promised visit to his atelier. He was very happy with us, and is much improved both in spirits and looks. Lord and Lady Castlereagh live downstairs here, and we went to them in the evening, and afterwards brought him upstairs to smoke. Tonight we are going to see Lemaitre in the renowned Belphegor piece. Tomorrow at noon we leave Paris for Calais. The Boulogne boat does not serve our turn, and unless the weather for crossing should be absurd, I shall be at home, please God, early on the evening of Saturday. It continues to be delightful weather here, gusty, but very clear and fine. Leach and I had a charming country walk before breakfast this morning at Poissy, and enjoyed it very much. The rime was on the grass and trees, and the country most delicious. Spencer Littleton is a capital companion on a trip, and a great addition to the party. We have got on famously and been very facetious. With best love to Georgina and the darlings. Ever most affectionately, Miss Mary Boyle. Devonshire Terrace, Friday night, late Feb. 21st, 1851. My dear Miss Boyle, I have devoted a couple of hours this evening to going very carefully over your paper, which I had read before, and to endeavoring to bring it closer, and to lighten it, and to give it that sort of compactness which a habit of composition and of disciplining one's thoughts like a regiment and of studying the art of putting each soldier into his right place, may have gradually taught me to think necessary. I hope, when you see it in print, you will not be alarmed by my use of the pruning knife. I have tried to exercise it with the utmost delicacy and discretion, and to suggest to you, especially towards the end, how this sort of writing, regard being had to the size of the journal in which it appears, requires to be compressed, and is made pleasanter by compression. This all reads very solemnly, but only because I want you to read it, I mean the article, with as loving an eye as I have truly tried to touch it with a loving and gentle hand. I propose to call it My Mahogany Friend. The other name is too long, and I think not attractive. Until I go to the office tomorrow and see what is actually in hand, I am not certain of the number in which it will appear, but Georgie shall write on Monday and tell you. We are always a fortnight in advance of the public, or the mechanical work could not be done. I think there are many things in it that are very pretty. The Katie part is particularly well done. If I don't say more, it is because I have a heavy sense, in all cases, of the responsibility of encouraging anyone to enter on that thorny track, where the prizes are so few and the blanks so many. Where? But I won't write you a sermon. With the fire going out, and the first shadows of a new story hovering in a ghostly way about me, as they usually begin to do when I have finished an old one, I am in danger of doing the heavy business and becoming a heavy guardian or something of that sort, instead of the light and airy Joe. So good night, and believe that you may always trust me and never find a grim expression towards you in any that I wear. Ever yours, Mr. David Roberts, R.A. February 21st, 1851. Oh, my dear Roberts, if you knew the trouble we have had and the money we pay for Drury Lane for one night for the benefit, you would never dream of it for the dinner. There isn't possibility of getting a theatre. I will do all I can for your charming little daughter and hope to squeeze in half a dozen ladies at the last, but we must not breathe the idea, or we shall not dare to execute it. There will be such an outcry. Faithfully yours, Mr. W. C. Macready. Devonshire Terrace, February 27th, 1851. My dear Macready, Forster told me today that you wish Tennyson's sonnet to be read after your health is given on Saturday. I am perfectly certain that it would not do at that time. I am quite convinced that the audience would not receive it under these exciting circumstances as it ought to be received. If I had to read it, I would on no account undertake to do so at that period, in a great room crowded with a dense company. I have an instinctive assurance that it would fail. Being with Bulwer this morning, I communicated your wish to him, and he immediately felt as I do. I could enter into many reasons which induce me to form this opinion, but I believe that you have that confidence in me that I may spare you the statement of them. I want to know one thing from you. As I shall be obliged to be at the London Tavern in the afternoon of tomorrow, Friday, I write, observe, on Thursday night, I shall be much helped in the arrangements if you will send me your answer by a messenger, addressed here, on the receipt of this. Which would you prefer, that Auld Lang Syne should be sung after your health is given and before you return thanks, or after you have spoken? I cannot forbear a word about last night. I think I have told you sometimes, my much-loved friend, how when I was a mere boy, I was one of your faithful and devoted adherents in the pit. I believe as true a member of that true host of followers as it has ever boasted. As I improved myself, and was improved by favoring circumstances in mind and fortune, I only became the more earnest, if it were possible, in my study of you. No light portion of my life arose before me when the quiet vision to which I am beholden, in I don't know how great a decree, or for how much, who does, faded so nobly from my bodily eyes last night. And if I were to try to tell you what I felt, of regret for its being past forever, and of joy in the thought that you could have taken your leave of me, but in God's own time, I should only blot this paper with some drops that would certainly not be of ink, and give very faint expression to very strong emotions. What is all this in writing? It is only some sort of relief to my full heart, and shows very little of it to you, but that's something, so I let it go. Ever, my dearest Macready, your most affectionate friend. P.S. My very flourish departs from me for the moment. Mr. David Roberts, R.A. Knutsford Lodge, Great Malvern, March 20th, 1851. My dear Roberts, Mrs. Dickens has been unwell, and I am here with her. I want you to give a quarter of an hour to the perusal of the enclosed prospectus, to consider the immense value of the design, if it be successful, to artists young and old, and then to bestow your favorable consideration on the assistance I am going to ask of you for the sake and in the name of the cause. For the representation of the new comedy Bulwer has written for us, to start this scheme, I am having an ingenious theatre made by Webster's people, for erection on certain nights in the Hanover Square Rooms. But it will first be put up in the Duke of Devonshire's house, where the first representation will take place before a brilliant company, including, I believe, the Queen. Now will you paint us a scene, the scene of which I enclose Bulwer's description from the prompter's book. It will be a cloth with a set piece. It should be sent to your studio or put up in a theatre painting room, as you would prefer. I have asked Stanley to do another scene, Edwin Landseer and Louis Haggs. The Devonshire House performance will probably be on Monday, the 28th of April. I should want to have the scenery complete by the 20th, as it would require to be elaborately worked and rehearsed. You could do it in no time after sending in your pictures, and will you? What the value of such aid would be I need not say. I say no more of the reasons that induce me to ask it, because if they are not in the prospectus, they are nowhere. On Monday and Tuesday nights, I shall be in town for rehearsal, but until then, I shall be here. Will you let me have a line from you in reply? My dear Roberts, ever faithfully yours. Description of the scene proposed. Streets of London in the time of George I. In perspective, an alley inscribed Deadman's Lane, a large, old-fashioned, gloomy, mysterious house in the corner, marked number 1. This number 1, Deadman's Lane, has been constantly referred to in the play as the abode of a mysterious female figure who enters masked and passes into this house on the scene being disclosed. It is night, and there are moonlight mediums. Mrs. Charles Dickens. H.W. Office, Monday, March 26, 1851. My dearest Kate, I reserve all news of the play until I come down. The Queen appoints the 30th of April. There is no end of trouble. My father slept well last night, and is as well this morning, they send word, as anyone in such a state, so cut and slashed, can be. I have been waiting at home for Bulwer all the morning. It is now 2, and am now waiting for Lemon before I go up there. I will not close this note until I have been. It is raining here incessantly. The streets are in a most miserable state. A van, containing the goods of some unfortunate family moving, has broken down close outside, and the whole scene is a picture of dreariness. The children are quite well and very happy. I had Dora down this morning, who was quite charmed to see me. That Miss Ketteridge appointed 2 today for seeing the house, and probably she is at this moment disparaging it. My father is very weak and low, but not worse, I hope, than might be expected. I am going home to dine with the children. By working here late tonight, coming back after dinner, I can finish what I have to do for the play. Therefore I hope to be with you tomorrow, in good time for dinner. Ever affectionately. P.S. Love to Georgie. Mr. W. H. Wills. Devonshire Terrace, Thursday morning, Apud, 1851. My dear Wills, I took my threatened walk last night, but it yielded little but generalities. However, I thought of something for tonight that I think will make a splendid paper. I have an idea that it might be connected with the gas paper, making gas a great agent in an effective police, and made one of the articles. This is it, a night in a station house. If you would go down to our friend Mr. Yardley at Scotland Yard, and get a letter or order to the acting chief authority at that station house in Bow Street, to enable us to hear the charges, observe the internal economy of the station house all night, go round to the cells with the visiting policeman, etc. I would stay there, say from 12 tonight to 4 or 5 in the morning. We might have a nightcap, a fire, and some tea at the office hard by. If you could conveniently borrow an hour or two from the night, we could both go. If not, I would go alone. It would make a wonderful good paper at a most appropriate time, when the back slums of London are going to be invaded by all sorts of strangers. You needn't exactly say that I was going in propria, unless it were necessary, and of course, you wouldn't say that I propose tonight, because I am so worn by the sad arrangements in which I am engaged, and by what led to them, that I cannot take my natural rest. But tomorrow night we go to the gasworks. I might not be so disposed for this station-house observation as I shall be tonight for a long time, and I see a most singular and admirable chance for us in the descriptive way not to be lost. Therefore, if you will arrange the thing before I come down at 4 this afternoon, any of the Scotland Yard people will do it, I should think. If our friend by any accident should not be there, I will go into it. If they should recommend any other station house as better for the purpose, or would think it better for us to go to more than one under the guidance of some trustworthy man, of course we will pay any man and do as they recommend. But I think one topping station house would be best. Faithfully ever. P.S. I write from my bed. Mr. W. C. Macready. Saturday, May 24th, 1851. My dear Macready, we are getting in a good heap of money for the Guild. The comedy has been very much improved in many respects since you read it. The scene to which you refer is certainly one of the most telling in the play, and there is a farce to be produced on Tuesday next, wherein a distinguished amateur will sustain a variety of assumption parts, and in particular Samuel Weller and Mrs. Gamp, of which I say no more. I am pining for Broadstairs, where the children are at present. I lurk from the sun during the best part of the day in a villainous compound of darkness, canvas, sawdust, general dust, stale gas, involving a vague smell of pepper and disenchanted properties, but I hope to get down on Wednesday or Thursday. Ah, you country gentlemen who live at home at ease, how little do you think of us among the London fleas? But they tell me you are coming in for Dorsetshire. You must be very careful, when you come to town to attend to your parliamentary duties, never to ask your way of people in the streets. They will misdirect you for what the vulgar call a lark, meaning, in this connection, a jest at your expense. Always go into some respectable shop or apply to a policeman. You will know him by his being dressed in blue, with very dull silver buttons, and by the top of his hat being made of sticking plaster. You may perhaps see in some odd place an intelligent-looking man, with a curious little wooden table before him and 3 thimbles on it. He will want you to bet, but don't do it. He really desires to cheat you, and don't buy at auctions where the best plated goods are being knocked down for next to nothing. These too are delusions. If you wish to go to the play to see real good acting, though a little more subdued than perfect tragedy should be, I would recommend you to see at the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane. Anybody will show it to you. It is near the Strand, and you may know it by seeing no company whatever at any of the doors. Cab fares are 8d. a mile. A mile London measure is half a Dorsetshire mile, recollect. Porter is 2d. per pint. What is called stout is 4d. The Zoological Gardens are in the Regent's Park, and the price of admission is 1 shilling. Of the streets, I would recommend you to see Regent Street and the Quadrant, Bond Street, Piccadilly, Oxford Street, and Cheapside. I think these will please you after a time, though the tumult and bustle will at first bewilder you. If I can serve you in any way, pray command me, and with my best regards to your happy family, so remote from this Babel. Believe me, my dear friend, ever affectionately yours. P.S. I forgot to mention just now that the black equestrian figure you will see at Charing Cross, as you go down to the house, is a statue of King Charles I. The Earl of Carlisle. Broadstairs, July 8, 1851. My dear Lord Carlisle, we shall be delighted to see you if you will come down on Saturday. Mr. Lemon may perhaps be here with his wife, but no one else, and we can give you a bed that may be surpassed with a welcome that certainly cannot be. The general character of Broadstairs as to size and accommodation was happily expressed by Miss Eden when she wrote to the Duke of Devonshire, as he told me, saying how grateful she felt to a certain sailor who asked leave to see her garden for not plucking it bodily up and sticking it in his buttonhole. As we think of putting mignonette boxes outside the windows for the younger children to sleep in by and by, I am afraid we should give your servant the cramp if we heartily undertook to lodge him. But in case you should decide to bring one, he is easily disposable hard by. Don't come by the boat. It is rather tedious, and both departs and arrives at inconvenient hours. There is a railway train from the Dover terminus to Ramsgate at 12:30 in the day, which will bring you in 3 hours. Another at 4:30 in the afternoon. If you will tell me by which you come, I hope the former, I will await you at the terminus with my little brougham. You will have for a night light in the room we shall give you the North Foreland Lighthouse. That and the sea and air are our only lions. It is a very rough little place, but a very pleasant one, and you will make it pleasanter than ever to me. Faithfully yours always. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Broadstairs, Kent, July 11th, 1851. My dear Mrs. Watson, I am so desperately indignant with you for writing me that short apology for a note, and pretending to suppose that under any circumstances I could fail to read with interest anything you wrote to me, that I have more than half a mind to inflict a regular letter upon you. If I were not the gentlest of men, I should do it. Poor dear Haldimand, I have thought of him so often. That kind of decay is so inexpressibly affecting and piteous to me that I have no words to express my compassion and sorrow. When I was at Abbotsford, I saw in a vile glass case the last clothes Scott wore. Among them an old white hat, which seemed to be tumbled and bent and broken by the uneasy, purposeless wandering, hither and thither, of his heavy head. It so embodied Lockhart's pathetic description of him when he tried to write, and laid down his pen and cried, that it associated itself in my mind with broken powers and mental weakness from that hour. I fancy Haldimand in such another, going listlessly about that beautiful place, and remembering the happy hours we have passed with him and his goodness and truth. I think what a dream we live in, until it seems for the moment the saddest dream that ever was dreamed. Pray tell us if you hear more of him. We really loved him. To go to the opposite side of life, let me tell you that a week or so ago I took Charlie and 3 of his schoolfellows down the river gypsying. I secured the services of Charlie's godfather, an old friend of mine, and a noble fellow with boys, and went down to Slough, accompanied by 2 immense hampers from Fortnum and Mason, on, I believe, the wettest morning ever seen out of the tropics. It cleared before we got to Slough, but the boys, who had got up at 4, we being due at 11, had horrible misgivings that we might not come, in consequence of which we saw them looking into the carriages before us, all face. They seemed to have no bodies whatever, but to be all face, their countenances lengthened to that surprising extent. When they saw us, the faces shut up as if they were upon strong springs, and their waistcoats developed themselves in the usual places. When the first hamper came out of the luggage van, I was conscious of their dancing behind the guard. When the second came out with bottles in it, they all stood wildly on one leg. We then got a couple of flies to drive to the boat house. I put them in the first, but they couldn't sit still a moment, and were perpetually flying up and down like the toy figures in the sham snuff boxes. In this order we went on to Tom Brown's, the tailor's, where they all dressed in aquatic costume, and then to the boat house, where they all cried in shrill chorus for Mahogany, a gentleman, so called by reason of his sunburnt complexion, a waterman by profession. He was likewise called during the day Hog and Hogany, and seemed to be unconscious of any proper name whatsoever. We embarked, the sun shining now, in a galley with a striped awning, which I had ordered for the purpose, and all rowing hard, went down the river. We dined in a field. What I suffered for fear those boys should get drunk, the struggles I underwent in a contest of feeling between hospitality and prudence, must ever remain untold. I feel, even now, old with the anxiety of that tremendous hour. They were very good, however. The speech of one became thick, and his eyes too like lobsters, to be comfortable, but only temporarily. He recovered, and I suppose outlived the salad he took. I have heard nothing to the contrary, and I imagine I should have been implicated on the inquest if there had been one. We had tea and rashers of bacon at a public house and came home, the last 5 or 6 miles, in a prodigious thunderstorm. This was the great success of the day, which they certainly enjoyed more than anything else. The dinner had been great, and Mahogany had informed them, after a bottle of light champagne, that he never would come up the river with Ginger company any more. But the getting so completely wet through was the culminating part of the entertainment. You never in your life saw such objects as they were, and their perfect unconsciousness that it was at all advisable to go home and change, or that there was anything to prevent their standing at the station 2 mortal hours to see me off, was wonderful. As to getting them to their dames with any sort of sense that they were damp, I abandoned the idea. I thought it a success when they went down the street as civilly as if they were just up and newly dressed, though they really looked as if you could have rubbed them to rags with a touch, like saturated curl paper. I am sorry you have not been able to see our play, which I suppose you won't now, for I take it you are not going on Monday, the 21st, our last night in town. It is worth seeing, not for the getting up, which modesty forbids me to approve, but for the little bijou it is, in the scenery, dresses, and appointments. They are such as never can be got together again, because such men as Stanfield, Roberts, Grieve, Hagg, Egg, and others never can be again combined in such a work. Everything has been done at its best from all sorts of authorities, and it is really very beautiful to look at. I find I am used up by the exhibition. I don't say there is nothing in it, there's too much. I have only been twice, so many things bewildered me. I have a natural horror of sights, and the fusion of so many sights in one has not decreased it. I'm not sure that I have seen anything but the fountain and perhaps the Amazon. It is a dreadful thing to be obliged to be false, but when anyone says, "Have you seen?" I say, "Yes," because if I don't, I know he'll explain it, and I can't bear that. Took all the school one day. The school was composed of 100 infants, who got among the horses' legs in crossing to the main entrance from the Kensington gate, and came reeling out from between the wheels of coaches undisturbed in mind. They were clinging to horses, I am told, all over the park. When they were collected and added up by the frantic monitors, they were all right. They were then regaled with cake, etc., and went tottering and staring all over the place, the greater part wetting their forefingers and drawing a wavy pattern on every accessible object. One infant strayed. He was not missed. 99 were taken home, supposed to be the whole collection, but this particular infant went to Hammersmith. He was found by the police at night, going round and round the turnpike, which he still supposed to be a part of the exhibition. He had the same opinion of the police, also of Hammersmith Workhouse, where he passed the night. When his mother came for him in the morning, he asked when it would be over. It was a great exhibition, he said, but he thought it long. As I begin to have a foreboding that you will think the same of this act of vengeance of mine, this present letter, I shall make an end of it, with my heartiest and most loving remembrances to Watson. I should have liked him of all things to have been in the Eton expedition, tell him, and to have heard a song by the by. I have forgotten that, sung in the thunderstorm, solos by Charlie, chorus by the Friends, describing the career of a booby who was plucked at college, every verse ending, "I don't care a fig what the people may think, but what will the governor say?" which was shouted with a deferential jollity towards myself, as a governor who had that day done a creditable action and proved himself worthy of all confidence. With love to the boys and girls. Ever, dear Mrs. Watson. Most sincerely yours, Mr. Frank Stone. Household Words, Sunday, July 20th, 1851. My dear Stone, I have been considering the great house question since you kindly called yesterday evening, and come to the conclusion that I had better not let it go. I am convinced it is the prudent thing for me to do, and that I am very unlikely to find the same comforts for the rising generation elsewhere for the same money. Therefore, as Robbins no doubt understands that you would come to me yesterday, passing his life, as he does, amidst every possible phase of such negotiations, I think it hardly worth while to wait for the receipt of his coming letter. If you will take the trouble to call on him in the morning and offer the £1,450, I shall be very much obliged to you. If you will receive from me full power to conclude the purchase, subject, of course, to my solicitor's approval of the lease, pray do. I give you carte blanche to £1,500, but I think the £1,450 ought to win the day. I don't make any apologies for thrusting this honor upon you, knowing what a thoroughgoing old pump you are. Lemon and his wife are coming here, after the rehearsal, to a gypsy sort of cold dinner. Time, 3:30. Viands, pickled salmon and cold pigeon pie. Occupation afterwards, lying on the carpet as a preparation for histrionic strength. Will you come with us from the Hanover Square rooms? Ever affectionately, Mr. Charles Knight. Broadstairs, Kent, Sunday, July 27th, 1851. My dear Knight, a most excellent shadow. I have sent it up to the printer, and Wills is to send you a proof. Will you look carefully at all the earlier part, where the use of the past tense instead of the present a little hurts the picturesque effect? I understand each phase of the thing to be always a thing present before the mind's eye, a shadow passing before it. Whatever is done must be doing. Is it not so? For example, if I did the shadow of Robinson Crusoe, I should not say he was a boy at Hull, when his father lectured him about going to sea, and so forth, but he is a boy at Hull. There he is, in that particular shadow, eternally a boy at Hull. His life to me is a series of shadows, but there is no was in the case. If I choose to go to his manhood, I can. These shadows don't change as realities do. No phase of his existence passes away. If I choose to bring it to this unsubstantial and delightful life, the only death of which, to me, is my death, and thus he is immortal to unnumbered thousands. If I am right, will you look at the proof through the first third or half of the papers, and see whether the factor comes before us in that way? If not, it is merely the alteration of the verb here and there that is requisite. You say you are coming down to look for a place next week. Now, Gerald says he is coming on Thursday, by the cheap express at 12:30, to return with me for the play early on Monday morning. Can't you make that holiday too? I have promised him our only spare bed, but will find you a bed hard by, and shall be delighted to eat and drink you, as an American once wrote to me. We will make expeditions to Herne Bay, Canterbury, where not, and drink deep draughts of fresh air. Come, they are beginning to cut the corn. You will never see the country so pretty. If you stay in town these days, you'll do nothing. I feel convinced you'll not buy the Memoirs of a Man of Quality. Say you'll come. Ever affectionately, Mr. Frank Stone. Broadstairs, Kent, Saturday, August 23rd, 1851. My dear Stone, a dim vision occurs to me, arising out of your note, also presents itself to the brains of my other half. Supposing you should find, on looking onward, a possibility of your being houseless at Michaelmas, what do you say to using Devonshire Terrace as a temporary encampment? It will not be in its usual order, but we would take care that there should be as much useful furniture of all sorts there, as to render it unnecessary for you to move a stick. If you should think this a convenience, then I should propose to you to pile your furniture in the middle of the rooms at Tavistock House, and go out to Devonshire Terrace 2 or 3 weeks before Michaelmas, to enable my workmen to commence their operations. This might be to our mutual convenience, and therefore I suggest it. Certainly, the sooner I can begin on Tavistock House the better, and possibly your going into Devonshire Terrace might relieve you from a difficulty that would otherwise be perplexing. I make this suggestion, I need not say to you, solely on the chance of its being useful to both of us. If it were merely convenient to me, you know I shouldn't dream of it. Such an arrangement, while it would cost you nothing, would perhaps enable you to get your new house into order comfortably and do exactly the same thing for me. Ever affectionately. P.S. I anticipated your suggestion some weeks ago when I found I couldn't build a stable. I said I ought to have permission to take the piece of ground into my garden, which was conceded. Loudon writes me this morning that he thinks he can get permission to build a stable 1 story high without a chimney. I reply that on the whole I would rather enlarge the garden than build a stable with those restrictions. Mr. Henry Austen. Broadstairs, Sunday, September 7th, 1851. My dear Henry, I am in that state of mind which you may once have seen described in the newspapers as bordering on distraction. The house given up to me, the fine weather going on, soon to break, I dare say, the painting season oozing away, my new book waiting to be born, and No workmen on the premises. Along of my not hearing from you, I have torn all my hair off and constantly beat my unoffending family. Wild notions have occurred to me of sending in my own plumber to do the drains. Then I remember that you have probably written to prepare your man and restrain my audacious hand. Then Stone presents himself with a most exasperatingly mysterious visage and says that a rat has appeared in the kitchen, and it's his opinion, Stone's, not the rat's, that the drains want compoing, for the use of which explicit language I could fell him. Without remorse, in my horrible desire to compo everything, the very postman becomes my enemy because he brings no letter from you, and in short, I don't see what's to become of me unless I hear from you tomorrow, which I have not the least expectation of doing. Going over the house again, I have materially altered the plans, abandoned conservatory and front balcony, decided to make Stone's painting room the drawing room. It is nearly 6 inches higher than the room below, to carry the entrance passage right through the house to a back door, leading to the garden, and to reduce the once intended drawing room, now schoolroom, to a manageable size, making a door of communication between the new drawing room and the study. Curtains and carpets, on a scale of awful splendor and magnitude, are already in preparation, and still. No workmen on the premises. To pursue this theme is madness. Where are you? When are you coming home? Where is the man who is to do the work? Does he know that an army of artificers must be turned in at once, and the whole thing finished out of hand? Oh, rescue me from my present condition. Come up to the scratch, I entreat and implore you. I send this to L. Atisha to forward. Being, as you well know why, completely floored by N.W. I. Sleep. I hope you may be able to read this. My state of mind does not admit of coherence. Ever affectionately. P.S. No workmen on the premises. Ha ha ha, I am laughing demoniacally. Mr. Henry Austen. Broadstairs, Sunday, September 21st, 1851. My dear Henry, it is quite clear we could do nothing else with the drains than what you have done. Will it be at all a heavy item in the estimate? If there be the least chance of a necessity for the pillar, let us have it. Let us dance in peace, whatever we do, and only go into the kitchen by the staircase. Have they cut the door between the drawing room and the study yet? The foreman will let Shoolbred know when the feat is accomplished. Oh, and did you tell him of another brass ventilator in the dining room, opening into the dining room flue? I don't think I shall come to town until you want to show the progress, whenever that may be. I shall look forward to another dinner, and I think we must encourage the Oriental for the goodness of its wine. I am getting a complete set of a certain distinguished author's works prepared for a certain distinguished architect, which I hope he will accept as a slight, though very inadequate, etc., affectionate, etc., so heartily and kindly taking so much interest, etc. Love to L. Atisha. Ever affectionately, Mr. Henry Austen. Broadstairs, Kent, October 7th, 1851. My dear Henry. The Pantechnicon O. I will be at Tavistock House at 12 on Saturday, and then will wait for you until I see you. If we return together, as I hope we shall, our express will start at 4:30, and we ought to dine somewhere about Temple Bar at 3. The infamous says the stoves shall be fixed tomorrow. Oh, if this were to last long, the distraction of the new book, the whirling of the story through one's mind, escorted by workmen, the imbecility, the wild necessity of beginning to write, the not being able to do so, the oh, I should go, oh. Ever affectionately. P.S. None, I have torn it off. Miss Mary Boyle. Broadstairs, Kent, October 10th, 1851. On the death of her mother. My dear Miss Boyle, your remembrance at such a time, not thrown away upon me, trust me, is a sufficient assurance that you know how truly I feel towards you, and with what an earnest sympathy I must think of you now. God be with you. There is indeed nothing terrible in such a death, nothing that we would undo, nothing that we may remember otherwise than with deeply thankful, though with softened hearts. Kate sends you her affectionate love. I enclose a note from Georgina. Pray give my kindest remembrances to your brother Cavendish, and believe me now and ever. Faithfully, your friend, Mr. Eales. Household Words, Office. Wednesday evening, Oct. 22nd, 1851. Dear Mr. Eales, I send you the list I have made for the book backs. I should like the history of a short chancery suit to come at the bottom of one recess, and the catalogue of statues of the Duke of Wellington at the bottom of the other. If you should want more titles, and will let me know how many, I will send them to you. Faithfully yours. List of Imitation, Book BACKS. Tavistock House, 1851. 5 Minutes in China, 3 vols. 40 Winks at the Pyramids, 2 vols. Abernethy on the Constitution, 2 vols. Mr. Green's Overland, ma vols. Captain Cook's Life of Savage, 2 vols. A Carpenter's Bench of Bishops, 2 vols. Toots Universal, Letter Writer, 2 vols. Orson's Art of Etiquette. Downester's Complete Calculator. History of the Middling Ages, 6 vols. Jonah's Account of the Whale. Captain Perry's Virtues of Cold Tar. Kant's Ancient Humbugs, 10 vols. Bowoudham, A Poem. The Quarterly Review, 4 vols. The Gunpowder Magazine, 4 vols. Steel by the author of Iron. The Art of Cutting the Teeth. Matthew's Nursery Songs, 2 vols. Paxton's Bloomers, 5 vols. On the Use of Mercury by the Ancient Poets. Drowsy's Recollections of Nothing, 3 vols. Heaviside's Conversations with Nobody, 3 vols. Commonplace Book of the Oldest Inhabitant, 2 vols. Growler's Graphiology with a pen, vols. The Books of Moses and Sons, 2 vols. Burke of Edinburgh on the Sublime and Beautiful, vols. Teaser's Commentaries. King Henry VIII's Evidences of Christianity, 5 vols. Miss Biffin on Deportment. Morrison's Pill's Progress, 2 vols. Lady Godiva on the Horse. Munchaussen's Modern Miracles, 4 vols. Richardson's Show of Dramatic Literature, 12 vols. Hansard's Guide to Refreshing Sleep, as many volumes as possible. Mr. Henry Austen. Office of Household Words. Saturday, Oct. 25th, 1851. My dear Henry, on the day of our departure, I thought we were going backward at a most triumphant pace, but yesterday we rather recovered. The painters still mislaid their brushes every 5 minutes, and chiefly whistled in the intervals, and the carpenters, especially the pantechnicon, continued to look sideways with one eye down pieces of wood, as if they were absorbed in the contemplation of the perspective of the Thames Tunnel and had entirely relinquished the vanities of this transitory world. But still there was an improvement, and it is confirmed today. White lime is to be seen in kitchens. The bathroom is gradually resolving itself from an abstract idea into a fact, youthful, extremely youthful, but a fact. The drawing room encourages no hope whatever, nor the study. Staircase painted. Irish labourers howling in the schoolroom, but I don't know why, I see nothing. Gardener vigorously lopping the trees and really letting in the light and air. Foreman sweet-tempered but uneasy. Inimitable hovering gloomily through the premises all day, with an idea that a little more work is done when he flits, bat-like, through the rooms than when there is no one looking on. Catherine all over paint. Mr. McCann, encountering inimitable in doorways, fades obsequiously into areas, and there encounters him again, and swoons with confusion. Several reams of blank paper constantly spread on the drawing-room walls and sliced off again, which looks like insanity. Two men still clinking at the new stair rails. I think they must be learning a tune. I cannot make out any other object in their proceedings. Since writing the above, I have been up there again and found the young paper-hanger putting on his slippers and looking hard at the walls of the servants' room at the top of the house, as if he meant to paper it one of these days. May heaven prosper his intentions. When do you come back? I hope soon. Ever affectionately, Mrs. Charles Dickens. Clifton, November 13th, 1851. My dearest Kate, I have just received your second letter, and am quite delighted to find that all is going on so vigorously, and that you are in such a methodical, businesslike, and energetic state. I shall come home by the express on Saturday morning, and shall hope to be at home between 11 and 12. We had a noble night last night. The room, which is the largest but one in England, was crammed in every part. The effect of from 13 to 1400 people, all well dressed, and all seated in one unbroken chamber, except that the floor rose high towards the end of the hall, was most splendid, and we never played to a better audience. The enthusiasm was prodigious, the place delightful for speaking in, no end of gas, another hall for a dressing room, an immense stage, and every possible convenience. We were all thoroughly pleased, I think, with the whole thing, and it was a very great and striking success. Tomorrow night, having the new hardman, I am going to try the play with all kinds of cuts, taking out, among other things, some half-dozen printed pages of Will's Coffee House. We are very pleasant and cheerful. They are all going to Matthew Davenport Hills to lunch this morning and to see some woods about 6 or 7 miles off. I prefer being quiet and shall go out at my leisure and call on Elliot. We are very well lodged and boarded, and living high up on the downs, are quite out of the filth of Bristol. I saw old Landor at Bath, who has bronchitis. When he was last in town, Kenyon drove him about, by God, half the morning, under a most damnable pretense of taking him to where Walter was at school, and they never found the confounded house. He had in his pocket on that occasion a souvenir for Walter in the form of a Union shirt-pin, which is now in my possession and shall be duly brought home. I am tired enough and shall be glad when tomorrow night is over. We expect a very good house. Forster came up to town after the performance last night and promised to report to you that all was well. Gerald is in extraordinary force. I don't think I ever knew him so humorous, and this is all my news, which is quite enough. I am continually thinking of the house in the midst of all the bustle, but I trust it with such confidence to you that I am quite at my ease about it. With best love to Georgie and the girls. Ever, my dearest Kate, most affectionately yours. P.S. I forgot to say that Topham has suddenly come out as a juggler and swallows candles and does wonderful things with the poker very well indeed, but with a bashfulness and embarrassment extraordinarily ludicrous. Mr. Eels. Tavistock House, Tavistock Square, North, 1851. Dear Mr. Eels, I must thank you for the admirable manner in which you have done the book-backs in my room. I feel personally obliged to you, I assure you, for the interest you have taken in my whim and the promptitude with which you have completely carried it out. Faithfully yours, Mrs. Gaskell. Tavistock House, Thursday afternoon, death, 1851. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, I write in great haste to tell you that Mr. Wills, in the utmost consternation, has brought me your letter, just received 4 o'clock, and that it is too late to recall your tale. I was so delighted with it that I put it first in the number, not hearing of any objection to my proposed alteration by return of post, and the number is now made up and in the printer's hands. I cannot possibly take the tale out, it has departed from me. I am truly concerned for this, but I hope you will not blame me for what I have done in perfect good faith. Any recollection of me from your pen cannot, as I think you know, be otherwise than truly gratifying to me, but with my name on every page of Household Words, there would be, or at least I should feel, an impropriety in so mentioning myself. I was particular in changing the author to make it Hood's Poems in the most important place, I mean where the captain is killed, and I hope and trust that the substitution will not be any serious drawback to the paper in any eyes but yours. I would do anything rather than cause you a minute's vexation arising out of what has given me so much pleasure, and I sincerely beseech you to think better of it, and not to fancy that any shade has been thrown on your charming writing by the unfortunate but innocent. P.S. I write at a gallop, not to lose another post. Mrs. Gaskell. Tavistock House, Sunday, December 21st, 1851. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, if you were not the most suspicious of women, always looking for soft solder in the purest metal of praise, I should call your paper delightful and touched in the tenderest and most delicate manner. Being what you are, I confine myself to the observation that I have called it a love affair at Cranford, and sent it off to the printer. Faithfully yours ever, Mr. Peter Cunningham. Tavistock House, December 26, 1851. My dear Cunningham, about the 3 papers. First, with Mr. Ploughman of Oxford, Wills will communicate. Second, now returned. I have seen, in nearly the same form before, the list of names is overwhelming. Third, I'm not at all earnest in the savage matter. Firstly, because I think so tremendous a vagabond never could have obtained an honest living in any station of existence or at any period of time. And secondly, because I think it of the highest importance that such an association as our guild should not appear to resent upon society the faults of individuals who were flagrantly impracticable. At its best, it is liable to that suspicion, as all such efforts have been on the part of many jealous persons to whom it must look for aid, and any stop that in the least encourages it is one of a fatal kind. I do not think myself, but this is merely an individual opinion, that Savage was a man of genius, or that anything of his writing would have attracted much notice but for the bastard's reference to his mother. For these reasons combined, I should not be inclined to add my subscription of 2 guineas to yours, unless the inscription were altered as I have altered it in pencil. But in that case, I should be very glad to respond to your suggestion and to snuff out all my smaller disinclination. Faithfully yours ever. 1852. Narrative. In the summer of this year, Charles Dickens hired a house at Dover for 3 months, whither he went with his family. At the end of this time, he sent his children and servants back to Tavistock House and crossed over to Boulogne with his wife and sister-in-law to inspect that town and its neighborhood with a view of making it his summer quarters in the following year. Many amateur performances were given in the provinces in aid of the Fund for the Guild of Literature and Art, Charles Dickens, as usual, taking the whole management on his own shoulders. In March, the first number of Bleak House appeared, and he was at work on this book all through the year, as well as being constantly occupied with his editorship of Household Words. We have in the letters for this year Charles Dickens's first to Lord John Russell, afterwards the Earl Russell, a friend whom he held in the highest estimation, and to whom he was always grateful for many personal kindnesses. We have also his first letter to Mr. Wilkie Collins, with whom he became most intimately associated in literary work. The affectionate friendship he had for him, the high value in which he held him as a brother artist, are constantly expressed in Charles Dickens's own letters to Mr. Collins and in his letters to other friends. Those gallant men, in the letter to Mr. J. Crofton Croker, had reference to an antiquarian club, called the Nova Imagines, who were about to give a dinner in honor of Sir Edward Belcher and Captain Kellett, the officers in command of the Arctic exploring expedition, to which Charles Dickens was also invited. Mr. Crofton Croker was the president of this club, and to denote his office, it was customary to put on a cocked hat after dinner. The lost character he writes of in a letter to Mrs. Watson refers to 2 different decipherings of his handwriting, this sort of study being in fashion then, and he and his friends at Rockingham Castle deriving much amusement from it. The letter dated July 9th was in answer to an anonymous correspondent who wrote to him as follows: I venture to trespass on your attention with one serious query touching a sentence in the last number of Bleak House. Do the supporters of Christian missions to the heathen really deserve the attack that is conveyed in the sentence about Joe, seated in his anguish on the doorstep of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts? The allusion is severe, but is it just? Are such boys as Joe neglected? What are ragged schools, town missions, and many of those societies I regret to see sneered at in the last number of Household Words? The Duke of Middlesex, in the letter we have here to Mr. Charles Knight, was the name of the character played by Mr. F. Stone in Sir E. B. Lytton's comedy of Not So Bad as We Seem. Our last letter in this year to Mr. G. Lynn-Os Banks was in acknowledgement of one from him on the subject of a proposed public dinner to Charles Dickens, to be given by the people of Birmingham, when they were also to present him with a salver and a diamond ring. The dinner was given in the following year, and the ring and salver, the latter an artistic specimen of Birmingham ware, were duly presented by Mr. Banks, who acted as honorary secretary in the names of the subscribers at the rooms of the Birmingham Fine Arts Association. Mr. Banks and the artist, Mr. J. C. Walker, were the originators of this demonstration. Mr. W. C. Macready. Tavistock House, January 31st, 1852. My dear Macready, if the taxes on knowledge mean the stamp duty, the paper duty, and the advertisement duty, they seem to me to be unnecessarily confounded and unfairly too. I have already declined to sign a petition for the removal of the stamp duty on newspapers. I think the reduced duty is some protection to the public against the rash and hasty launching of blackguard newspapers. I think the newspapers are made extremely accessible to the poor man at present, and that he would not derive the least benefit from the abolition of the stamp. It is not at all clear to me, supposing he wants the Times a penny cheaper, that he would get it a penny cheaper if the tax were taken off. If he supposes he would get in competition 2 or 3 new journals as good to choose from, he is mistaken, not knowing the immense resources and the gradually perfective machinery necessary to the production of such a journal. It appears to me to be a fair tax enough, very little in the way of individuals, not embarrassing to the public in its mode of being levied, and requiring some small consideration and pauses from the American kind of newspaper projectors. Further, a committee has reported in favor of the repeal, and the subject may be held to need no present launching. The repeal of the paper duty would benefit the producers of periodicals immensely. It would make a very large difference to me in the case of such a journal as Household Words. But the gain to the public would be very small. It would not make the difference of enabling me, for example, to reduce the price of Household Words by its fractional effect upon a copy, or to increase the quantity of matter. I might, in putting the difference into my pocket, improve the quality of the paper a little, but not 1 man in 1,000 would notice it. It might, though I am not sure even of this, remove the difficulties in the way of a deserving periodical with a small sale. Charles Knight holds that it would. But the case, on the whole, appeared to me so slight, when I went to Downing Street with a deputation on the subject, that I said, in addressing the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I could not honestly maintain it for a moment as against the soap duty or any other pressing on the mass of the poor. The advertisement duty has this preposterous anomaly that a footman in want of a place pays as much in the way of tax for the expression of his want as Professor Holloway pays for the whole list of his miraculous cures. But I think, at this time especially, there is so much to be considered in the necessity the country will be under of having money, and the necessity of justice it is always under, to consider the physical and moral wants of the poor man's home, as to justify a man in saying, I must wait a little, all taxes are more or less objectionable, and so no doubt are these, but we must have some. And I have not made up my mind that all these things that are mixed up together are taxes on knowledge in reality. Kate and Georgie, unite with me in kindest and heartiest love to dear Mrs. Macready. We are always with you in spirit, and always talking about you. I am obliged to conclude very hastily, being beset today with business engagements. Saw the lecture and was delighted, thought the idea admirable. Again, loves upon loves to dear Mrs. Macready, and to Miss Macready also, and Kate and all the house. I saw play O Heaven, Macbeth, the other night, in 3 hours and 50 minutes, which is quick, I think. Ever and always affectionately, Mr. J. Crofton Croker. Tavistock House, March 6, 1852. My dear Sir, I have the greatest interest in those gallant men, and should have been delighted to dine in their company. I feel truly obliged to you for your kind remembrance on such an occasion. But I am engaged to Lord Lansdowne on Wednesday, and can only drink to them in the spirit, which I have often done when they have been farther off. I hope you will find occasion to put on your cocked hat, that they may see how terrific and imposing a fore and after can be made on shore. Faithfully yours always, The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Tavistock House, Apeth, 1852. My dear Mrs. Watson, my lost character was one of those awful documents occasionally to be met with, which will be everywhere. It glared upon me from every drawer I had, fell out of books, lurked under keys, hid in empty inkstands, got into portfolios, frightened me by inscrutably passing into locked dispatch boxes, and was not one character but 1,000. This was when I didn't want it. I look for it this morning, and it is nowhere, probably will never be beheld again. But it was very unlike this one, and there is no doubt that when these ventures come out good, it is only by lucky chance and coincidence. She never mentioned my love of order before, and it is so remarkable, being almost a disorder, that she ought to have fainted with surprise when my handwriting was first revealed to her. I was very sorry to leave Rockingham the other day, and came away in quite a melancholy state. The Birmingham people were very active, and the Shrewsbury gentry quite transcendent. I hope we shall have a very successful and dazzling trip. It is delightful to me to think of your coming to Birmingham, and by the by, if you will tell me in the previous week what hotel accommodation you want, Mr. Wills will look to it with the greatest pleasure. Your bookseller ought to be cashiered. I suppose he, as Rogers calls everybody's husband, went out hunting with the idea of diverting his mind from dwelling on its loss. Abortive effort. Charlie brings this with himself. With kindest regards and remembrances. Ever, dear Mrs. Watson, most faithfully yours, Mr. Charles Knight. Tavistock House, June 29, 1852. My dear Knight, 1,000 thanks for the shadow, which is charming. May you often go out of town, and do likewise. I dined with Charles Kemble yesterday to meet Emil Devrient, the German actor. He said Devrient is my antecedent, that Ophelia spoke the snatches of ballads in their German version of Hamlet, because they didn't know the airs. Tom Taylor said that you had published the airs in your Shakespeare. I said that if it were so, I knew you would be happy to place them at the German service. If you have got them and will send them to me, I will write to Devrient, who knows no English, a French explanation and reminder of the circumstance, and will tell him that you responded like a man, and I was going to say publisher, but you are nothing of the sort, except as Tonson. Then indeed you are every inch a pub. Ever affectionately, the Lord John Russell. Tavistock House, Wednesday, June 30th, 1852. My dear Lord, I'm most truly obliged to you for your kind note, and for your so generously thinking of me in the midst of your many occupations. I do assure you that your ever-ready consideration had already attached me to you in the warmest manner, and made me very much your debtor. I thank you unaffectedly and very earnestly, and am proud to be held in your remembrance. Believe me always, yours faithfully and obliged, Anonymous Correspondent. Tavistock House, Tavistock Square, July 9th, 1852. Sir, I have received your letter of yesterday's date, and shall content myself with a brief reply. There was a long time during which benevolent societies were spending immense sums on missions abroad, when there was no such thing as a ragged school in England, or any kind of associated endeavor to penetrate to those horrible domestic depths in which such schools are now to be found, and where they were, to my most certain knowledge, neither placed nor discovered by the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in foreign parts. If you think the balance between the home mission and the foreign mission justly held in the present time, I do not. I abstain from drawing the strange comparison that might be drawn between the sums even now expended in endeavors to remove the darkest ignorance and degradation from our very doors, because I have some respect for mistakes that may be founded in a sincere wish to do good. But I present a general suggestion of the still existing anomaly in such a paragraph as that which offends you, in the hope of inducing some people to reflect on this matter and to adjust the balance more correctly. I am decidedly of opinion that the two works, the home and the foreign, are not conducted with an equal hand, and that the home claim is by far the stronger and the more pressing of the two. Indeed, I have very grave doubts whether a great commercial country, holding communication with all parts of the world, can better Christianize the benighted portions of it than by the bestowal of its wealth and energy on the making of good Christians at home, and on the utter removal of neglected and untaught childhood from its streets before it wanders elsewhere. For if it steadily persist in this work, working downward to the lowest, the travelers of all grades whom it sends abroad will be good, exemplary, practical missionaries, instead of undoers of what the best professed missionaries can do. These are my opinions, founded, I believe, on some knowledge of facts and some observation. If I could be scared out of them, let me add in all good humor, by such easily impressed words as anti-Christian or irreligious, I should think that I deserved them in their real signification. I have referred in vain to page 312 of Household Words for the sneer to which you call my attention, nor have I assure you, the least idea where else it is to be found. I am, sir, your faithful servant, Miss Mary Boyle. 10 Camden Crescent, Dover, July 22nd, 1852. My dear Mary, this is indeed a noble letter. The description of the family is quite amazing. I must return it myself to say that I have appreciated it. I am going to do Used Up at Manchester on the 2nd of September. Oh, think of that. With another Mary, how can I ever say, Dear Joe, if you like? The voice may fully frame the falsehood, but the heart, Mr. Wurzel, will have no part in it. My dear Mary, you do scant justice to Dover. It is not quite a place to my taste, being too bandy, I mean musical, no reference to its legs, and infinitely too genteel. But the sea is very fine, and the walks are quite remarkable. There are two ways of going to Folkestone, both lovely and striking in the highest degree, and there are heights and downs and country roads, and I don't know what everywhere. To let you into a secret, I am not quite sure that I ever did like, or ever shall like, anything quite so well as Copperfield. But I foresee, I think, some very good things in Bleak House. I shouldn't wonder if they were the identical things that Disraeli sees looming in the distance. I behold them in the months ahead and weep. Watson seemed, when I saw him last, to be holding on as by a sheet anchor to theatricals at Christmas. Then, oh rapture, but be still, my fluttering heart. This is one of what I call my wandering days before I fall to work. I seem to be always looking at such times for something I have not found in life, but may possibly come to a few thousands of years hence in some other part of some other system. God knows. At all events, I won't put your pastoral little pipe out of tune by talking about it. I'll go and look for it on the Canterbury Road among the hop gardens and orchards. Ever faithfully, your friend, Joe. Mr. Charles Knight. 10 Camden Crescent, Dover, Sunday, Aug. 1st, 1852. My dear Knight, I don't see why you should go to the ship, and I won't stand it. The state apartment will be occupied by the Duke of Middlesex, whom I think you know, but we can easily get a bed for you hard by. Therefore you will please to drive here next Saturday evening. Our regular dinner hour is 5:30. If you are later, you will find something ready for you. If you go on in that way about your part, I shall think you want to play Mr. Gabblewig. Your role, though a small one on the stage, is a large one off it, and no man is more important to the guild, both on and off. My dear friend Watson, dead after an illness of 4 days, He dined with us this day 3 weeks. I loved him as my heart, and cannot think of him without tears. Ever affectionately, Mr. Mark Lemon. Dover, August 5th, 1852. My dear Mark, poor dear Watson was dead when the paragraph in the paper appeared. He was buried in his own church yesterday. Last Sunday, 3 weeks, the day before he went abroad, he dined with us and was quite well and happy. She has come home, is at Rockingham with the children, and does not weekly desert his grave, but sets up her rest by it from the first. He had been wandering in his mind a little before his death, but recovered consciousness, and fell asleep, she says, quite gently and peacefully in her arms. I loved him very much, and God knows he deserved it. Ever affectionately, the Earl of Carlisle. 10 Camden Crescent, Dover, Thursday, Aug. 5th, 1852. My dear Lord Carlisle, paired to me, as Uncle Tom would say, until within these last few days, that I should be able to write to you, joyfully accepting your Saturday's invitation after Newcastle in behalf of all whom it concerned. But the Sunderland people rushed into the field to propose our acting there on that Saturday, the only possible night. And as it is the concluding Guild expedition, and the Guild has a paramount claim on us, I have been obliged to knock my own inclinations on the head, cut the throat of my own wishes, and bind the company hand and foot to the Sunderland lieges. I don't mean to tell them now of your invitation until we shall have got out of that country. There might be rebellion. We are staying here for the autumn. Is there any hope of your repeating your visit to these coasts? Ever faithfully yours, the Hun, Mrs. Watson. 10 Camden Crescent, Dover, August 5th, 1852. On the death of Mr. Watson. My dear, dear Mrs. Watson, I cannot bear to be silent longer, though I know full well, no one better I think, how your love for him, and your trust in God, and your love for your children will have come to the help of such a nature as yours, and whispered better things than any friendship can, however faithful and affectionate. We held him so close in our hearts, all of us here, and have been so happy with him, and so used to say how good he was, and what a gentle, generous, noble spirit he had, and how he shone out among commoner men as something so real and genuine, and full of every kind of worthiness, that it has often brought the tears into my eyes to talk of him. We have been so accustomed to do this when we looked forward to years of unchanged intercourse, that now, when everything but truth goes down into the dust, those recollections which make the sword so sharp pour balm into the wound. And if it be a consolation to us to know the virtues of his character and the reasons that we had for loving him, oh, how much greater is your comfort who were so devoted to him, and were the happiness of his life. We have thought of you every day and every hour. We think of you now in the dear old house, and know how right it is, for his dear children's sake, that you should have bravely set up your rest in the place consecrated by their father's memory, and within the same summer shadows that fall upon his grave. We try to look on, through a few years, and to see the children brightening it, and George a comfort and a pride and an honor to you. And although it is hard to think of what we have lost, we know how something of it will be restored by your example and endeavors, and the blessing that will descend upon them. We know how the time will come when some reflection of that cordial, unaffected, most affectionate presence, which we can never forget, and never would forget if we could, such is God's great mercy, will shine out of your boy's eyes upon you, his best friend and his last consoler, and fill the void there is now. May God, who has received into his rest through this affliction as good a man as ever I can know and love and mourn for on this earth, be good to you, dear friends, through these coming years. May all those compassionate and hopeful lessons of the great teacher who shed divine tears for the dead bring their full comfort to you. I have no fear of that. My confidence is certainty. I cannot write what I wish. I had so many things to say, I seem to have said none. It is so with the remembrances we send. I cannot put them into words. If you should ever set up a record in the little church, I would try to word it myself, and God knows out of the fullness of my heart if you should think it well. My dear friend, yours with the truest affection and sympathy. Mr. W. C. Macready, Hotel des Bains, Boulogne. Tuesday night, Oct. 5th, 1852. On the death of Mrs. Macready. My dearest Macready, I received your melancholy letter while we were staying at Dover a few days after it was written, but I thought it best not to write to you until you were at home again, among your dear children. Its tidings were not unexpected to us, had been anticipated in many conversations, often thought of under many circumstances, but the shock was scarcely lessened by this preparation. The many happy days we have passed together came crowding back, all the old cheerful times arose before us, and the remembrance of what we had loved so dearly and seen under so many aspects, all natural and delightful and affectionate and ever to be cherished, was, how pathetic and touching you know best. But my dear, dear Macready, this is not the first time you have felt that the recollection of great love and happiness associated with the dead soothes while it wounds. And while I can imagine that the blank beside you may grow wider every day for many days to come, I think, that from its depths such comfort will arise as only comes to great hearts like yours, when they can think upon their trials with a steady trust in God. My dear friend, I have known her so well, have been so happy in her regard, have been so light-hearted with her, have interchanged so many tender remembrances of you with her when you were far away, and have seen her ever so simply and truly anxious to be worthy of you, that I cannot write as I would, and as I know I ought. As I would press your hand in your distress, I let this note go from me. I understand your grief, I deeply feel the reason that there is for it, yet in that very feeling find a softening consolation that must spring up 100,000-fold for you. May heaven prosper it in your breast, and the spirits that have gone before, from the regions of mercy to which they have been called, smooth the path you have to tread alone. Children are left you, your good sister, God bless her, is by your side. You have devoted friends, and more reasons than most men to be self-reliant and steadfast. Something is gone that never in this world can be replaced, but much is left, and it is a part of her life, her death, her immortality. Catherine and Georgina, who are with me here, send you their overflowing love and sympathy. We hope that in a little while, and for a little while at least, you will come among us, who have known the happiness of being in this bond with you, and will not exclude us from participation in your past and future. Ever, my dearest Macready, with unchangeable affection. Yours in all love and truth, Mr. W. H. Wills. Hotel des Bains, Boulogne, Tuesday, Oct. 12th, 1852. My dear Wills, H.W. I have thought of the Christmas number, but not very successfully, because I have been, and still am, constantly occupied with Bleak House. I purpose returning home either on Sunday or Monday, as my work permits, and we will, immediately thereafter, dine at the office and talk it over, so that you may get all the men to their work. The fault of this poem, besides its intrinsic meanness as a composition, is that it goes too glibly with the comfortable ideas, of which we have had a great deal too much in England since the continental commotions, that a man is to sit down and make himself domestic and meek, no matter what is done to him. It wants a stronger appeal to rulers in general to let men do this fairly by governing them well. As it stands, it is at about the track mark, dairyman's daughter, etc., of political morality, and don't think that it is necessary to write down to any part of our audience. I always hold that to be as great a mistake as can be made. I wish you would mention to Thomas that I think the paper on hops extremely well done. He has quite caught the idea we want, and caught it in the best way. In pursuing the bridge subject, I think it would be advisable to look up the Thames Police. I have a misty notion of some capital papers coming out of it. Will you see to this branch of the tree among the other branches? Myself. To Chapman I will write. My impression is that I shall not subscribe to the Hood Monument, as I am not at all favorable to such posthumous honors. Ever faithfully, Mr. W. H. Wills. Hotel des Bains, Boulogne. Wednesday night, Oct. 13th, 1852. My dear Wills, the number coming in after dinner, since my letter was written and posted, I have gone over it. I am grievously depressed by it. It is so exceedingly bad. If you have anything else to put first, don't put paper first. There is nothing better for a beginning in the number as it stands, but this is very bad. It is a mistake to think of it as a first article. The article itself is in the main a mistake. Firstly, the subject requires the greatest discretion and nicety of touch. And secondly, it is all wrong and self-contradictory. Nobody can for a moment suppose that sporting amusements are the sports of the people. The whole gist of the best part of the description is to show that they are the amusements of a peculiar and limited class. The greater part of them are at a miserable discount, horse racing excepted, which has been already sufficiently done in H.W., and there is no reason for running amuck at them at all. I have endeavored to remove much of my objection, and I think have done so, but both in purpose and in any general address, it is as wide of a first article as anything can well be. It would do best in the opening of the number. About Sunday in Paris, there is no kind of doubt. Take it out. Such a thing as that crucifixion, unless it were done in a masterly manner, we have no business to stagger families with. Besides, the name is a comprehensive one and should include a quantity of fine matter. Lord bless me, what I could write under that head. Strengthen the number, pray, by anything good you may have. It is a very dreary business as it stands. The proofs want a thorough revision. In haste going to bed. Ever faithfully. P.S. I want a name for Miss Martineau's paper. Triumphant carriages or triumphal. Dublin stout-heartedness. Patience and prejudice. Take which you like best. Mr. John Watkins. Monday, October 18th, 1852. Sir, on my return to town, I find the letter awaiting me which you did me the favor to address to me, I believe, for it has no date, some days ago. I have the greatest tenderness for the memory of Hood, as I had for himself, but I am not very favorable to posthumous memorials in the monument way, and I should exceedingly regret to see any such appeal as you contemplate made public, remembering another public appeal that was made and responded to after Hood's death. I think that I best discharge my duty to my deceased friend, and best consult the respect and love with which I remember him, by declining to join in any such public endeavors as that which you, in all generosity and singleness of purpose, I am sure, advance. I shall have a melancholy gratification in privately assisting to place a simple and plain record over the remains of a great writer that should be as modest as he was himself. But I regard any other monument in connection with his mortal resting place as a mistake. I am, sir, your faithful servant, Rev. James White. Office of Household Words, Tuesday, Oct. 19th, 1852. My dear White, we are now getting our Christmas extra number together, and I think you are the boy to do, if you will, one of the stories. I propose to give the number some fireside name, and to make it consist entirely of short stories supposed to be told by a family sitting round the fire. I don't care about their referring to Christmas at all, nor do I design to connect them together otherwise than by their names, as The Grandfather's Story, The Father's Story, The Daughter's Story, The Schoolboy's Story, The Child's Story, The Guest's Story, The Old Nurse's Story. The grandfather might very well be old enough to have lived in the days of the highwaymen. Do you feel disposed, from fact, fancy, or both, to do a good Winterhearth story of a highwayman? If you do, I embrace you per post, and throw up a cap I have purchased for the purpose into mid-air. Think of it and write me a line in reply. We are all well and blooming. Are you never coming to town any more? Never going to drink port again, metropolitaneously, but always with Fielden? Love to Mrs. White and the children, if Lottie be not out of the list long ago. Ever faithfully, my dear White. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Athen Elm, Monday, November 22nd, 1852. My dear Mrs. Watson, having just now finished my work for the time being, I turn in here in the course of a rainy walk to have the gratification of writing a few lines to you. If my occupations with this same right hand were less numerous, you would soon be tired of me. I should write to you so often. You asked Catherine a question about Bleak House. Its circulation is half as large again as Copperfield. I have just now come to the point I have been patiently working up to in the writing, and I hope it will suggest to you a pretty and affecting thing. In the matter of Uncle Tom's Cabin, I partly though not entirely agree with Mr. James. No doubt a much lower art will serve for the handling of such a subject in fiction than for a launch on the sea of imagination without such a powerful bark. But there are many points in the book very admirably done. There is a certain St. Clair, a New Orleans gentleman, who seems to me to be conceived with great power and originality. If he had not a Grecian outline of face, which I began to be a little tired of in my earliest infancy, I should think him unexceptionable. He has a sister too, a maiden lady from New England, in whose person the besetting weaknesses and prejudices of the abolitionists themselves, on the subject of the blacks, are set forth in the liveliest and truest colors and with the greatest boldness. I have written for Household Words of this next publication day an article on the state funeral, showing why I consider it altogether a mistake to be temperately but firmly objected to, which I dare say will make a good many of the admirers of such things highly indignant. It may have right and reason on its side, however, none the less. Charlie and I had a great talk at Dover about his going into the army, when I thought it right to set before him fairly and faithfully the objections to that career, no less than its advantages. The result was that he asked, in a very manly way, for time to consider. So I appointed to go down to Eton on a certain day at the beginning of this month, and resume the subject. We resumed it accordingly at the White Hart at Windsor, and he came to the conclusion that he would rather be a merchant and try to establish some good house of business, where he might find a path perhaps for his younger brothers, and stay at home and make himself the head of that long, small procession. I was very much pleased with him indeed. He showed a fine sense and a fine feeling in the whole matter. We have arranged, therefore, that he shall leave Eton at Christmas and go to Germany after the holidays to become well acquainted with that language, now most essential in such a walk of life as he will probably tread. And I think this is the whole of my news. We are always talking of you at home. Mary Boyle dined with us a little while ago. You look out, I imagine, on a waste of water. When I came from Windsor, I thought I must have made a mistake and got into a boat in the dark instead of a railway carriage. Catherine and Georgina send their kindest loves. I am ever, with the best and truest wishes of my heart, my dear Mrs. Watson, your most affectionate friend, Rev. James White. Office of Household Words, Monday, Nand, 1852. My dear White, first and foremost, there is no doubt whatever of your story suiting Household Words. It is a very good story indeed, and would be serviceable at any time. I am not quite so clear of its suiting the Christmas number, for this reason. You know what the spirit of the Christmas number is. When I suggested the story's being about a highwayman, I got hold of that idea as being an adventurous one, including various kinds of wrong, expressing a state of society no longer existing among us, and pleasant to hear, therefore, from an old man. Now, your highwayman not being a real highwayman after all, the kind of suitable Christmas interest I meant to awaken in the story is not in it. Do you understand? For an ordinary number, it is quite unobjectionable. If you should think of any other idea, narratable by an old man, which you think would strike the chord of the season, and if you should find time to work it out during the short remainder of this month, I should be greatly pleased to have it. In any case, this story goes straightway into type. What tremendous weather it is! Our best loves to all at home. I have just bought 30 bottles of the most stunning port on earth, which Ellis of the Star and Garter, Richmond, wrote to me of. I think you will find some good going in the next Bleak House. I write shortly, having been working my head off. Ever affectionately yours, Mrs. Gaskell. Office of Household Words, Wednesday, Dest, 1852. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, I send you the proof of the old nurse's story with my proposed alteration. I shall be glad to know whether you approve of it. To assist you in your decision, I send you also enclosed the original ending, and I have made a line with ink across the last slip but one where the alteration begins. Of course, if you wish to enlarge, explain, or re-alter, you will do it. Do not keep the proof longer than you can help, as I want to get to press with all dispatch. I hope I address this letter correctly. I am far from sure. In haste. Ever faithfully yours, Mr. W. H. Wills. Tavistock House, Thursday, December 9th, 1852. My dear Wills, I am driven mad by dogs who have taken it into their accursed heads to assemble every morning in the piece of ground opposite, and who have barked this morning for 5 hours without intermission, positively rendering it impossible for me to work, and so making what is really ridiculous quite serious to me. I wish, between this and dinner, you would send John to see if he can hire a gun, with a few caps, some powder, and a few charges of small shot. If you duly commission him with a card, he can easily do it. And if I get those implements up here tonight, I'll be the death of some of them tomorrow morning. Ever faithfully, Rev. James White. Tavistock House, Thursday evening, death, 1852. My dear White, I hear you are not going to poor Macready's. Now, don't you think it would do you good to come here instead? I say it would, and I ought to know. We can give you everything but a bed. All hours are occupied in consequence of the boys being at home, and shall all be delighted to see you. Leave the bed to us, and we'll find one hard by. I say nothing of the last day of the old year, and the dancing out of that good old worthy that will take place here, for you might like to hear the bells at home. But after the 20th, I shall be comparatively at leisure, and good for anything or nothing. Don't you consider it your duty to your family to come? I do, and I again say that I ought to know. Our best love to Mrs. White and Lottie, happily so much better, we rejoice to hear, and all. So no more at present from the inimitable B. Mrs. Gaskell. Tavistock House, Friday, death, 1852. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, I received your kind note yesterday morning with the truest gratification, for I am the writer of the child's story as well as of the poor relations. I assure you, you have given me the liveliest and heartiest pleasure by what you say of it. I don't claim for my ending of the nurse's story that it would have made it a bit better. All I can urge in its behalf is that it is what I should have done myself. But there is no doubt of the story being admirable as it stands, and there is some doubt, I think, whether Forster would have found anything wrong in it if he had not known of my hammering over the proofs in making up the number, with all the 3 endings before me. With kindest regards to Mr. Gaskell. Ever faithfully yours, Mr. W. Wilkie Collins. Tavistock House, Monday, death, 1852. My dear Collins, if I did not know that you are likely to have a forbearing remembrance of my occupation, I should be full of remorse for not having sooner thanked you for Basil. Not to play the sage or the critic, neither of which parts, I hope, is at all in my line, but to say what is the friendly truth, I may assure you that I have read the book with very great interest, and with a very thorough conviction that you have a call to this same art of fiction. I think the probabilities here and there require a little more respect than you are disposed to show them, and I have no doubt that the prefatory letter would have been better away, on the ground that a book, of all things, should speak for and explain itself. But the story contains admirable writing and many clear evidences of a very delicate discrimination of character. It is delightful to find throughout that you have taken great pains with it besides, and have gone at it with a perfect knowledge of the jolter-headedness of the conceited idiots who suppose that volumes are to be tossed off like pancakes, and that any writing can be done without the utmost application, the greatest patience, and the steadiest energy of which the writer is capable. For all these reasons, I have made Basil's acquaintance with great gratification and entertain a high respect for him, and I hope that I shall become intimate with many worthy descendants of his, who are yet in the limbo of creatures waiting to be born. Always faithfully yours. P.S. I am open to any proposal to go anywhere any day or days this week. Fresh air and change in any amount I am ready for. If I could only find an idle man, this is a general observation, he would find the warmest recognition in this direction. Mr. Frank Stone, A.R.A. Tavistock House, Monday evening, death, 1852. My dear Stone, every appearance of brightness, shall I expect you tomorrow morning? If so, at what hour? I think of taking train afterwards and going down for a walk on Chatham lines. If you can spare the day for fresh air and an impromptu bit of fish and chop, I can recommend you one of the most delightful of men for a companion. Oh, he is indeed refreshing. Ever affectionately yours, Mr. W. H. Wills. Office of Household Words, Christmas Eve, 1852. My dear Wills, I have gone carefully through the number, an awful one for the amount of correction required, and have made everything right. If my mind could have been materialized and drawn along the tops of all the spikes on the outside of the Queen's Bench prison, it could not have been more agonized than by the which, for imbecility, carelessness, slovenly composition, relatives without antecedents, universal chaos, and one absorbing whirlpool of jolter-headedness, beats anything in print and paper I have ever gone at in my life. I shall come and see how you are tomorrow. Meantime, everything is in perfect trim in these parts, and I have sent down to Stacy to come here and top up with a final interview before I go. Just after I had sent the messenger off to you yesterday concerning the toll-taker memoranda, the other idea came into my head, and in the most obliging manner came out of it. Ever faithfully yours. P.S. Here is perpetually flitting about Bridges Street and hovering in the neighborhood with a veil of secrecy drawn down over his chin, so ludicrously transparent that I can't help laughing while he looks at me. Mr. G. Lynn, Banks. Tavistock House, Sunday, death, 1852. My dear sir, I will not attempt to tell you how affected and gratified I am by the intelligence your kind letter conveys to me. Nothing would be more welcome to me than such a mark of confidence and approval from such a source, nothing more precious, or that I could set a higher worth upon. I hasten to return the gauges, of which I have marked one as the size of the finger, from which this token will never more be absent as long as I live. With feelings of the liveliest gratitude and cordiality towards the many friends who so honor me, and with many thanks to you for the genial earnestness with which you represent them. I am, my dear sir, very faithfully yours. P.S. Will you do me the favor to inform the dinner committee that a friend of mine, Mr. Clement of Shrewsbury, is very anxious to purchase a ticket for the dinner, and that if they will be so good as to forward one for him to me, I shall feel much obliged. Narrative. In this year Charles Dickens was still writing Bleak House, and went to Brighton for a short time in the spring. In May he had an attack of illness, a return of an old trouble of an inflammatory pain in the side, which was short but very severe while it lasted. Immediately on his recovery, early in June, a departure from London for the summer was resolved upon. He had decided upon trying Boulogne this year for his holiday sojourn, and as soon as he was strong enough to travel, he, his wife, and sister-in-law went there in advance of the family, taking up their quarters at the Hotel des Bains to find a house, which was speedily done. The pretty little Villa des Moulineaux and its excellent landlord at once took his fancy, and in that house, and in another on the same ground, also belonging to M. Beaucourt, he passed 3 very happy summers, and he became as much attached to our French watering place as to our English one. Having written a sketch of Broadstairs under that name in Household Words, he did the same of Boulogne under the former title. During the summer, besides his other work, he was employed in dictating The Child's History of England, which he published in Household Words, and which was the only book he ever wrote by dictation. But as at Broadstairs and other seaside homes, He had always plenty of relaxation and enjoyment in the visits of his friends. In September, he finished Bleak House, and in October he started with Mr. Wilkie Collins and Mr. Egg from Boulogne on an excursion through parts of Switzerland and Italy, his wife and family going home at the same time, and he himself returning to Tavistock House early in December. His eldest son, Charles, had left Eton some time before this, and had gone for the completion of his education to Leipzig. He was to leave Germany at the end of the year, therefore it was arranged that he should meet the travellers in Paris on their homeward journey, and they all returned together. Just before Christmas, he went to Birmingham in fulfillment of an offer which he had made at the dinner given to him at Birmingham on the 6th of January, of which he writes to Mr. Macready in the first letter that follows here, to give 2 readings from his own books for the benefit of the New Midland Institute. They were his first public readings. He read The Christmas Carol on one evening and The Cricket on the Hearth on the next, before enormous audiences. The success was so great, and the sum of money realized for the Institute so large, that he consented to give a second reading of The Christmas Carol, remaining another night in Birmingham for the purpose, on the condition that seats were reserved, at prices within their means, for the working men. And to his great satisfaction, they formed a large proportion, and were among the most enthusiastic and appreciative of his audience. He was accompanied by his wife and sister-in-law, and on this occasion a breakfast was given to him after his last reading, at which a silver flower basket, duly inscribed, was very gracefully presented to Mrs. Charles Dickens. The letters in this year require little explanation. Those to his wife and sister-in-law and Mr. Wills give a little history of his Italian journey. At Naples, he found his excellent friend Sir James Emerson Tennant, with his wife and daughter, with whom he joined company in the ascent of Vesuvius. The 2 letters to M. Rignier, the distinguished actor of the Théâtre Français, with whom Charles Dickens had formed a sincere friendship during his first residence in Paris, on the subject of a projected benefit to Miss Kelly, need no further explanation. Mr. John Delane, editor of the Times, and always a highly esteemed friend of Charles Dickens, had given him an introduction to school at Boulogne, kept by 2 English gentlemen, one a clergyman and the other a former Eton master, the Rev. W. Boucher and Mr. Gibson. He had at various times 4 boys at this school, and very frequently afterwards he expressed his gratitude to Mr. Delane for having given him the introduction, which turned out so satisfactory in every respect. The letter of grateful acknowledgment from Mr. Poole and Charles Dickens to Lord Russell was for the pension for which the old dramatic author was indebted to that nobleman, and which enabled him to live comfortably until the end of his life. A note to Mr. Marcus Stone was sent with a copy of the Child's History of England. The sketch referred to was one of Joe in Bleak House, which showed great feeling and artistic promise, since fully fulfilled by the young painter, but very remarkable in a boy so young as he was at that time. The letter to Mr. Stanfield, in seafaring language, is a specimen of a playful way in which he frequently addressed that dear friend. Mr. W. H. Wills. A curiosity from him, no date, no signature, W. H. My dear Wills, I have not a shadow of a doubt about Miss Martineau's story. It is certain to tell. I think it very effectively, admirably done, a fine plain purpose in it, quite a singular novelty. For the last story in the Christmas number, it will be great. I couldn't wish for a better. Mrs. Gaskell's ghost story I have got this morning, have not yet read. It is long. Mr. Clarkson, Stanfield. HMS Tavistock, January 2nd, 1853. Yo-ho, old salt. Neptune, ahoy. You don't forget, messmate, as you was to meet Dick Sparkler and Mark Porpoise on the forecastle of the good ship Osel Words, Wednesday next, 4:30. Not you, for when did Stanfield ever pass his word to go anywheres and not come? Well, belay, my heart of oak, belay, come alongside the Tavistock same day and hour, stead of Osel Words. Hail your shipmates, and they'll drop over the side and join you, like 2 new shillings a droppin', into the purser's pocket. Damn all lubberly boys and swabs, and give me the lad with the tarry trousers, which shines to me like dimmings bright. Mr. W. C. Macready. Tavistock House, Friday night, Jan. 14th, 1853. My dearest Macready, I have been much affected by the receipt of your kindest and best of letters, for I know out of the midst of what anxieties it comes to me, and I appreciate such remembrance from my heart. You and yours are always with us, however. It is no new thing for you to have a part in any scene of my life. It very rarely happens that a day passes without our thoughts and conversation traveling to Sherborne. We are so much there that I cannot tell you how plainly I see you as I write. I know you would have been full of sympathy and approval if you had been present at Birmingham, and that you would have concurred in the tone I tried to take about the eternal duties of the arts to the people. I took the liberty of putting the court and that kind of thing out of the question, and recognizing nothing but the arts and the people. The more we see of life and its brevity, and the world and its varieties, the more we know that no exercise of our abilities in any art, but the addressing of it to the great ocean of humanity in which we are drops, and not to buy ponds, very stagnant, here and there, ever can or ever will lay the foundations of an endurable retrospect. Is it not so? You should have as much practical information on this subject now, my dear friend, as any man. My dearest Macready, I cannot forbear this closing word. I still look forward to our meeting as we used to do in the happy times we have known together, so far as your old hopefulness and energy are concerned. And I think I never in my life have been more glad to receive a sign than I have been to hail that which I find in your handwriting. Some of your old friends at Birmingham are full of interest and inquiry. Kate and Georgina send their dearest loves to you and to Miss Macready and to all the children. I am ever, and no matter where I am, and quite as much in a crowd as alone, my dearest Macready. Your affectionate and most attached friend, Mrs. Gaskell. Tavistock House, May 3rd, 1853. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, the subject is certainly not too serious, so sensibly treated. I have no doubt that you may do a great deal of good by pursuing it in household words. I thoroughly agree in all you say in your note, have similar reasons for giving it some anxious consideration, and shall be greatly interested in it. Pray decide to do it. Send the papers, as you write them, to me. Meanwhile, I will think of a name for them and bring it to bear upon yours, if I think yours improvable. I am sure you may rely on being widely understood and sympathized with. Forget that I called those two women my dear friends. Why, if I told you a 50th part of what I have thought about them, you would write me the most suspicious of notes, refusing to receive the 50th part of that. So I don't write, particularly as you laid your injunctions on me concerning Ruth. In revenge, I will now mention one word that I wish you would take out whenever you reprint that book. She would never, I am ready to make affidavit before any authority in the land, have called her seducers sir, when they were living at that hotel in Wales. A girl pretending to be what she really was would have done it, but she never. Ever most faithfully yours, Monsieur Regnier. Tavistock House, Monday, May 9th, 1853. My dear Regnier, I meant to have spoken to you last night about a matter in which I hope you can assist me, but I forgot it. I think I must have been quite bouleversé by your supposing, as you pretended to do, when you went away, that it was not a great pleasure and delight to me to see you act. There is a certain Miss Kelly, now 62 years old, who was once one of the very best of English actresses in the greater and better days of the English theatre. She has much need of a benefit, and I am exerting myself to arrange one for her, on about the 9th of June, if possible, at the St. James's Theatre. The first piece will be an entertainment of her own, and she will act in the last. Between these two, and at the best time of the night, it would be a great attraction to the public, and a great proof of friendship to me, if you would act. If we could manage, through your influence and with your assistance, to present a little French vaudeville, such as Le Bon Homme Jadis, it would make the night a grand success. Mitchell's permission, I suppose, would be required. That I will undertake to apply for, if you will tell me that you are willing to help us, and that you could answer for the other necessary actors in the little French piece, whatever the piece might be, that you would choose for the purpose. Pray write me a short note in answer on this point. I ought to tell you that the benefit will be under distinguished patronage. The Duke of Devonshire, the Duke of Leinster, the Duke of Beaufort, etc., etc., are members of the committee with me, and I have no doubt that the audience will be of the elite. I have asked Mr. Chapman to come to me tomorrow to arrange for the hiring of the theatre. Mr. Harley, a favorite English comedian whom you may know, is our secretary, and if I could assure the committee tomorrow afternoon of your cooperation, I am sure they would be overjoyed. Votre tout dévoué. Monsieur Regnier. Tavistock House, May 20th, 1853. My dear Regnier, I am heartily obliged to you for your kind letter respecting Miss Kelly's benefit. It is to take place on Thursday, the 16th June, Thursday the 9th, the day originally proposed, being the day of Ascot races, and therefore a bad one for the purpose. Mitchell, like a brave garçon as he is, most willingly consents to your acting for us. Will you think what little French piece it will be best to do, in order that I may have it ready for the bills? Ever faithfully yours, my dear Regnier. Mr. W. H. Wills. Boulogne, Monday, June 13th, 1853. My dear Wills, you will be glad, I know, to hear that we had a delightful passage yesterday and that I made a perfect phenomenon of a dinner. It is raining hard today and my back feels the draught, but I am otherwise still mending. I have signed, sealed, and delivered a contract for a house, once occupied for 2 years by a man I knew in Switzerland, which is not a large one, but stands in the middle of a great garden, with what the landlord calls a forest at the back, and is now surrounded by flowers, vegetables, and all manner of growth. A queer, odd French place, but extremely well supplied with all table and other conveniences, and strongly recommended. The address is Château des Moulineaux, Rue Beaurepaire, Boulogne. There is a coach house, stabling for half a dozen horses, and I don't know what. We take possession this afternoon, and I am now laying in a good stock of creature comforts, so no more at present from yours ever faithfully. P.S. Mrs. Dickens and her sister unite in kindest regards. Mr. W. H. Wills. Château des Moulineaux, Boulogne. Saturday night, June 18th, 1853. My dear Wills. Bleak House. Thank God, I have done half the number with great care, and hope to finish on Thursday or Friday next. Oh, how thankful I feel to be able to have done it, and what a relief to get the number out. General movements of inimitable. I don't think, I am not sure, I shall come to London until after the completion of Bleak House, number 18, the number after this now in hand, for it strikes me that I am better here at present. I have picked up in the most extraordinary manner, and I believe you would never suppose to look at me that I had had that week, or barely an hour of it. If there should be any occasion for our meeting in the meantime, a run over here would do you no harm, and we should be delighted to see you at any time. If you suppose this place to be in a street, you are much mistaken. It is in the country, though not more than 10 minutes' walk from the post office, and is the best doll's house of many rooms, in the prettiest French grounds, in the most charming situation I have ever seen, the best place I have ever lived in abroad, except at Genoa. You can scarcely imagine the beauty of the air in this richly wooded hillside. As to comforts in the house, there are all sorts of things, beginning with no end of the coldest water and running through the most beautiful flowers down to English footbaths and a Parisian liqueur stand. Your parcel, frantic enclosures and all, arrived quite safely last night. This will leave by steamer tomorrow, Sunday evening. There is a boat in the morning, but having no one to send tonight I can't reach it, and tomorrow being Sunday, it will come to much the same thing. I think that's all at present. Ever, my dear Wills, faithfully yours. Mr. Frank Stone, A.R.A. Château des Moulineaux, Rue Beaurepaire, Boulogne. Thursday, June 23rd, 1853. My dear Pumpian, I take the earliest opportunity, after finishing my number to write you a line, and to report myself, thank God, brown, well, robust, vigorous, open to fight any man in England of my weight, and growing a mustache. Any person of undoubted pluck, in want of a customer, may hear of me at the bar of Bleak House, where my money is down. I think there is an abundance of places here that would suit you well enough, and Georgina is ready to launch on voyages of discovery and observation with you. But it is necessary that you should consider for how long a time you want it, as the folks here let much more advantageously for the tenant when they know the term, don't like to let without. It seems to me that the best thing you can do is to get a paper of the southeastern tidal trains, fix your day for coming over here in 5 hours, when you will pay through to Boulogne at London Bridge. Let me know the day, and come and see how you like the place. I like it better than ever. We can give you a bed, 2 to spare, at a pinch 3, and show you a garden and a view or so. The town is not so cheap as places farther off, but you get a great deal for your money, and by far the best wine at 10p a bottle that I have ever drank anywhere. I really desire no better. I may mention for your guidance, for I count upon your coming to overhaul the general aspect of things, that you have nothing on earth to do with your luggage when it is once in the boat, until after you have walked ashore, that you will be filtered with the rest of the passengers through a hideous, whitewashed, quarantine-looking custom house, where a stern man of a military aspect will demand your passport, that you will have nothing of the sort, but will produce your card with this addition: Restant à Boulogne, chez M. Charles Dickens, Château des Moulineaux, that you will then be passed out at a little door, like one of the ill-starred prisoners on the bloody September night, into a yelling and shrieking crowd, cleaving the air with the names of the different hotels, exactly 7,654 in number, and that your heart will be on the point of sinking with dread. Then you will find yourself in the arms of the Sparkler of Albion. All unite in kindest regards. Ever affectionately. P.S. I thought you might like to see the flourish again. Mr. W. H. Wills. Boulogne, Wednesday, July 27, 1853. My dear Wills, I have thought of another article to be called Frauds upon the Ferries, apropos of George Cruikshank's editing. Half playfully and half seriously, I mean to protest most strongly against alteration, for any purpose, of the beautiful little stories which are so tenderly and humanly useful to us in these times, when the world is too much with us, early and late, and then to rewrite Cinderella according to total abstinence, peace society, and bloomer principles, and expressly for their propagation. I shall want his book of Hop o' My Thumb. Forster noticed it in the last Examiner, and the most simple and popular version of Cinderella you can get me. I shall not be able to do it until after finishing Bleak House, but I shall do it the more easily for having the books by me. So send them, if convenient, in your next parcel. Ever faithfully, Mr. W. C. Macready. Château des Moulineaux, Boulogne. Sunday, Aug. 24th, 1853. My dearest Macready, some unaccountable delay in the transmission here of the parcel which contained your letter caused me to come into the receipt of it a whole week after its date. I immediately wrote to Miss Coutts, who has written to you, and I hope some good may come of it. I know it will not be her fault if none does. I was very much concerned to read your account of poor Mrs. Warner, and to read her own plain and unaffected account of herself. Pray assure her of my cordial sympathy and remembrance, and of my earnest desire to do anything in my power to help to put her mind at ease. We are living in a beautiful little country place here, where I have been hard at work ever since I came, and am now, after an interval of a week's rest, going to work again to finish Bleak House. Kate and Georgina send their kindest loves to you and Miss Macready and all the rest. They look forward, I assure you, to their Sherborne visit, when I, a mere forlorn wanderer, shall be roaming over the Alps into Italy. I saw the Midsummer Night's Dream of the Opera Comique, done here very well last night. The way in which a poet named William Shakespeare gets drunk in company with Sir John Falstaff, fights with a noble knight, Lord Latimer, who is in love with a maid of honor you may have read of in history, called Mies Olivia, and promises not to do so any more on observing symptoms of love for him in the Queen of England, is very remarkable. Queen Elizabeth, too, in the profound and impenetrable disguise of a black velvet mask, 2 inches deep by 3 broad, following him into taverns and worse places, and inquiring of persons of doubtful reputation for the sublime Williams was inexpressibly ridiculous, and yet the nonsense was done with a sense quite admirable. I have been very much struck by the book you sent me. It is one of the wisest, the manliest, and most serviceable I ever read. I am reading it again with the greatest pleasure and admiration. Ever most affectionately yours. My dear Macready. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Villa des Moulineaux, Boulogne. Saturday, Aug. 27th, 1853. My dear Mrs. Watson, I received your letter, most welcome and full of interest to me, when I was hard at work finishing Bleak House. We are always talking of you, and I had said but the day before that one of the first things I would do on my release would be to write to you. To finish the topic of Bleak House at once, I will only add that I like the conclusion very much and think it very pretty indeed. The story has taken extraordinarily, especially during the last 5 or 6 months, when its purpose has been gradually working itself out. It has retained its immense circulation from the first, beating dear old Copperfield by around 10,000 or more. I have never had so many readers. We had a little reading of the final double number here the night before last, and it made a great impression, I assure you. We are all extremely well, and like Boulogne very much indeed. I laid down the rule before we came that we would know nobody here, and we do know nobody here. We evaded callers as politely as we could, and gradually came to be understood and left to ourselves. It is a fine bracing air, a beautiful open country, and an admirable mixture of town and country. We live on a green hillside out of the town, but are in the town on foot in 10 minutes. Things are tolerably cheap and exceedingly good, the people very cheerful, good-looking, and obliging, the houses very clean, the distance to London short and easily traversed. I think if you came to know the place, which I never did myself until last October, often as I have been through it, you could be but in one mind about it. Charlie is still at Leipzig. I shall take him up somewhere on the Rhine to bring him home for Christmas as I come back on my own little tour. He has been in the Harz Mountains on a walking tour and has written a journal thereof, which he has sent home in portions. It has cost about as much in postage as would have bought a pair of ponies. I contemplate starting from here on Monday, the 10th of October. Catherine, Georgina, and the rest of them will then go home. I shall go first by Paris and Geneva to Lausanne, for it has a separate place in my memory. If the autumn should be very fine, just possible after such a summer, I shall then go by Chamonix and Martigny over the Simplon to Milan, thence to Genoa, Leghorn, Pisa, and Naples, thence, I hope, to Sicily. Back by Bologna, Florence, Rome, Verona, Mantua, etc., to Venice, and home by Germany, arriving in good time for Christmas Day. 3 nights in Christmas week, I have promised to read in the town hall at Birmingham, for the benefit of a new and admirable institution for working men projected there. The Friday will be the last night, and I shall read the carol to 2,000 working people, stipulating that they shall have that night entirely to themselves. It just occurs to me that I mean to engage, for the 2 months odd, a traveling servant. I have not yet got one. If you should happen to be interested in any good foreigner, well acquainted with the countries and the languages, who would like such a master, how delighted I should be to like him. Ever since I have been here, I have been very hard at work, often getting up at daybreak to write through many hours. I have never had the least return of illness, thank God, though I was so altered in a week when I came here that I doubt if you would have known me. I am redder and browner than ever at the present writing, with the addition of a rather formidable and fierce mustache. Lowestoft I know, by walking over there from Yarmouth, when I went down on an exploring expedition previous to Copperfield. It is a fine place. I saw the name, Blunderstone, on a direction post between it and Yarmouth, and took it from the said direction post for the book. We imagined the captain's ecstasies when we saw the birth of his child in the papers. In some of the descriptions of Chesney Wold, I have taken many bits, chiefly about trees and shadows, from observations made at Rockingham. I wonder whether you have ever thought so. I shall hope to hear from you again soon, and shall not fail to write again before I go away. There seems to be nothing but I in this letter, but I know, my dear friend, that you will be more interested in that letter in the present connection than in any other I could take from the alphabet. Catherine and Georgina send their kindest loves, and more messages than this little sheet would hold. If I were to give you a hint of what we feel at the sight of your handwriting, and at the receipt of a word from yourself about yourself, and the dear boys, and the precious little girls, I should begin to be sorrowful, which is rather the tendency of my mind at the close of another long book. I heard from Surjet 2 or 3 days since. Gough, by the by, lived in this house 2 years. Ever, my dear Mrs. Watson, yours with true affection and regard, Mr. Peter Cunningham, Château des Moulineaux, Rue Beaurepaire, Boulogne. My dear Cunningham, a note Cerberus-like of 3 heads. First, I know you will be glad to hear that the manager is himself again, vigorous, brown, energetic, muscular, the pride of Albion and the admiration of Gaul. Secondly, I told Wills when I left home that I was quite pained to see the end of your excellent bowl of punch altered. I was unaffectedly touched and gratified by the heartiness of the original, and saw no earthly, celestial, or subterranean objection to its remaining, as it did not so unmistakably apply to me as to necessitate the observance of my usual precaution in the case of such references, by any means. Thirdly, if you ever have a holiday that you don't know what to do with, do come and pass a little time here. We live in a charming garden in a very pleasant country, and should be delighted to receive you. Excellent light wines on the premises, French cookery, millions of roses, 2 cows for milk punch, vegetables cut for the pot, and handed in at the kitchen window, 5 summer houses, 15 fountains with no water in 'em, and 37 clocks keeping, as I conceive, Australian time, having no reference whatever to the hours on this side of the globe. I know, my dear Cunningham, that the British nation can ill afford to lose you, and that when the audit office mice are away, the cats of that great public establishment will play. But pray consider that the bow may be sometimes bent too long, and that ever arduous application, even in patriotic service, is to be avoided. No one can more highly estimate your devotion to the best interests of Britain than I. But I wish to see it tempered with a wise consideration for your own amusement, recreation, and pastime. All work and no play may make Peter a dull boy as well as Jack. And if I may claim the privilege of friendship to remonstrate, I would say that you do not take enough time for your meals. Dinner, for instance, you habitually neglect. Believe me, this rustic repose will do you good. Winkles also are to be obtained in these parts, and it is well remarked by poor Richard that a bird in the handbook is worth 2 in the bush. Ever cordially yours, Mr. Walter Savage Landor. Tavistock House, London, Sept. 8th, 1853. My dear Landor, I am in town for a day or 2, and Forster tells me I may now write to thank you for the happiness you have given me by honoring my name with such generous mention, on such a noble place, in your great book. I believe he has told you already that I wrote to him from Boulogne, not knowing what to do, as I had not received the precious volume, and feared you might have some plan of sending it to me, with which my premature writing would interfere. You know how heartily and inexpressibly I prize what you have written to me, or you never would have selected me for such a distinction. I could never thank you enough, my dear Landor, and I will not thank you in words any more. Believe me, I receive the dedication like a great dignity, the worth of which I hope I thoroughly know. The Queen could give me none in exchange that I wouldn't laughingly snap my fingers at. We are staying at Boulogne until the 10th of October, when I go into Italy until Christmas, and the rest come home. Kate and Georgina would send you their best loves if they were here, and would never leave off talking about it if I went back and told them I had written to you without such mention of them. Walter is a very good boy, and comes home from school with honorable commendation. He passed last Sunday in solitary confinement, in a bathroom, on bread and water, for terminating a dispute with the nurse by throwing a chair in her direction. It is the very first occasion of his ever having got into trouble, for he is a great favorite with the whole house, and one of the most amiable boys in the boy world. He comes out on birthdays in a blaze of shirtpin. If I go and look at your old house, as I shall if I go to Florence, I shall bring you back another leaf from the same tree as I plucked the last from. Ever, my dear Landor, heartily and affectionately yours, Mr. John Delane. Villa des Moulineaux, Boulogne. Monday, Sept 12th, 1853. My dear Delane, I am very much obliged to you, I assure you, for your frank and full reply to my note. Nothing could be more satisfactory, and I have today seen Mr. Gibson and placed my two small representatives under his charge. His manner is exactly what you describe him. I was greatly pleased with his genuineness altogether. We remain here until the 10th of next month, when I am going to desert my wife and family and run about Italy until Christmas. If I can execute any little commission for you or Mrs. Delane in the Genoa Street of Silversmiths or anywhere else, I shall be delighted to do so. I have been in the receipt of several letters from Macready lately and rejoice to find him quite himself again, though I have great misgivings that he will lose his eldest boy before he can be got to India. Mrs. Dickens and her sister are proud of your message and beg their kind regards to be forwarded in return, my other half being particularly comforted and encouraged by your account of Mr. Gibson. In this charge I am to include Mrs. Delane, who, I hope, will make an exchange of remembrances and give me hers for mine. I never saw anything so ridiculous as this place at present. They expected the Emperor 10 or 12 days ago, and put up all manner of triumphal arches made of evergreens, which look like tea leaves now, and will take a withered and weird appearance hardly to be foreseen long before the 25th, when the visit is vaguely expected to come off. In addition to these faded garlands all over the leading streets, there are painted eagles hoisted over gateways and sprawling across 100 ways, which have been washed out by the rain and are now being blistered by the sun, until they look horribly ludicrous. And a number of our benighted compatriots, who came over to see a perfect blaze of fêtes, go wandering among these shriveled preparations and staring at 10,000 flagpoles without any flags upon them, with a kind of indignant curiosity and personal injury quite irresistible. With many thanks. Very faithfully yours, Mr. W. H. Wills. Boulogne, Sunday, Sept 18th, 1853. My dear Wills, Courier. Edward Cobb will bring this. He turned up yesterday, accounting for his delay by waiting for a written recommendation and having at the last moment, as a foreigner, not being an Englishman, a passport to get. I quite agree with you as to his appearance and manner and have engaged him. It strikes me that it would be an excellent beginning if you would deliver him a neat and appropriate address, telling him what in your conscience you can find to tell of me favorably as a master, and particularly impressing upon him readiness and punctuality on his part as the great things to be observed. I think it would have a much better effect than anything I could say in this stage, if said from yourself. But I shall be much obliged to you if you will act upon this hint forthwith. W. H. Wills. No letter having arrived from the popular author of the Larboard Fin by this morning's post, I rather think one must be on the way in the pocket of Gordon's son. If Cobb calls for this before young Scotland arrives, you will understand if I do not herein refer to an unreceived letter, but I shall leave this open until Cobb comes for it. Ever faithfully, the Lord John Russell. Villa des Moulineaux, Boulogne. Wednesday, Sept 21st, 1853. My dear Lord, your note having been forwarded to me here, I cannot forbear thanking you with all my heart for your great kindness. Mr. Forster had previously sent me a copy of your letter to him, together with the expression of the high and lasting gratification he had in your handsome response. I know he feels it most sincerely. I became the prey of a perfect spasm of sensitive twinges when I found that the close of Bleak House had not penetrated to the wilds of the north when your letter left those parts. I was so very much interested in it myself when I wrote it here last month that I have a fond sort of faith in its interesting its readers, but for the hope that you may have got it by this time, I should refuse comfort. That supports me. The book has been a wonderful success, its audience enormous. I fear there is not much chance of my being able to execute any little commission for Lady John anywhere in Italy, but I am going across the Alps, leaving here on the 10th of next month, and returning home to London for Christmas Day, and should indeed be happy if I could do her any dwarf service. You will be interested, I think, to hear that Poole lives happily on his pension and lives within it. He is quite incapable of any mental exertion, and what he would have done without it, I cannot imagine. I send it to him at Paris every quarter. It is something, even amid the estimation in which you are held, which is but a foreshadowing of what shall be by and by as the people advance, to be so gratefully remembered as he, with the best reason, remembers you. Forgive my saying this, but the manner of that transaction, no less than the matter, is always fresh in my memory in association with your name, and I cannot help it. My dear Lord, yours very faithfully and obliged. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Boulogne, Wednesday, Sept. 21st, 1853. My dear Mrs. Watson. The courier was unfortunately engaged. He offered to recommend another, but I had several applicants, and begged Mr. Wills to hold a grand review at the Household Words office and select the man who is to bring me down as his victim. I am extremely sorry the man you recommend was not to be had. I should have been so delighted to take him. I am finishing the child's history and clearing the way through Household Words in general before I go on my trip. I forget whether I told you that Mr. Egg, the painter, and Mr. Collins are going with me. The other day I was in town. In case you should not have heard of the condition of that deserted village, I think it worth mentioning. All the streets of any note were unpaved, mountains high, and all the omnibuses were sliding down alleys and looking into the upper windows of small houses. At 11 o'clock one morning, I was positively alone in Bond Street. I went to one of my tailors, and he was at Brighton. A smutty-faced woman among some gorgeous regimentals, half-finished, had not the least idea when he would be back. I went to another of my tailors, and he was in an upper room, with open windows and surrounded by mignonette boxes, playing the piano in the bosom of his family. I went to my hosier's, and two of the least presentable of the young men of that elegant establishment were playing at draughts in the back shop. Likewise, I beheld a porter-pot hastily concealed under a Turkish dressing-gown of a golden pattern. I then went wandering about to look for some ingenious portmanteau, and near the corner of St. James's Street saw a solitary being sitting in a trunk shop, absorbed in a book which, on a close inspection, I found to be Bleak House. I thought this looked well, and went in. And he really was more interested in seeing me, when he knew who I was, than any face I had seen in any house, every house I knew being occupied by painters, including my own. I went to the Athen Elm that same night to get my dinner, and it was shut up for repairs. I went home late, and had forgotten the key and was locked out. Preparations were made here, about 6 weeks ago, to receive the Emperor, who is not come yet. Meanwhile our countrymen, deluded in the first excitement, go about staring at these arrangements, with a personal injury upon them which is most ridiculous, and they will persist in speaking an unknown tongue to the French people, who will speak English to them. Kate and Georgina send their kindest loves. We are all quite well, going to drop 2 small boys here at school with a former Eton tutor highly recommended to me. Charlie was heard of a day or 2 ago. He says his professor is very short-sighted, always in green spectacles, always drinking weak beer, always smoking a pipe, and always at work. The last qualification seems to appear to Charlie the most astonishing one. Ever, my dear Mrs. Watson. Most affectionately yours, Miss Hogarth. Hotel de la Villa, Milan, Tuesday, Oct. 25th, 1853. My dear Georgie, I have walked to that extent in Switzerland, walked over the Simplon on Sunday, as an addition to the other feats, that one pair of the new strong shoes has gone to be mended this morning, and the other is in but a poor way, the snow having played the mischief with them. On the Swiss side of the Simplon, we slept at the beastliest little town, in the wildest kind of house, where some 50 cats tumbled into the corridor outside our bedrooms all at once in the middle of the night. Whether through the roof or not, I don't know, for it was dark when we got up, and made such a horrible and terrific noise that we started out of our beds in a panic. I strongly objected to opening the door lest they should get into the room and tear at us, but Edward opened his, and laid about him until he dispersed them. At Domo da Sola, we had 3 immense bedrooms, eggs bed 12 feet wide, and a sala of imperceptible extent in the dim light of 2 candles and a wood fire, but were very well and very cheaply entertained. Here we are, as you know, housed in the greatest comfort. We continue to get on very well together. We really do admirably. I lose no opportunity of inculcating the lesson that it is of no use to be out of temper in traveling, and it is very seldom wanted for any of us. Egg is an excellent fellow and full of good qualities. I am sure a generous and staunch man at heart, and a good and honorable nature. I shall send Catherine from Genoa a list of the places where letters will find me. I shall hope to hear from you too, and shall be very glad indeed to do so. No more at present. Ever most affectionately, Miss Hogarth. Croce di Malta, Genoa, Saturday, Oct. 29th, 1853. My dearest Georgie, we had 31 hours consecutively on the road between this and Milan, and arrived here in a rather damaged condition. We live at the top of this immense house, overlooking the port and sea, pleasantly and airily enough, though it is no joke to get so high, and though the apartment is rather vast and faded. The old walks are pretty much the same as ever, except that they have built behind the Peschiere on the San Bartolomeo Hill, and changed the whole town towards San Pietro de Rena, where we seldom went. The Bisagno looks just the same, strong just now, and with very little water in it. Vicoli stink exactly as they used to, and are fragrant with the same old flavor of very rotten cheese kept in very hot blankets. The Mezzaro pervades them as before. The old Jesuit college in the Strada Nuova is under the present government the Hotel de Ville, and a very splendid café with a terrace garden has arisen between it and Pallavicini's old palace. Another new and handsome café has been built in the Piazza Carlo Fellis, between the old café of the Bay Arti, where Fletcher stopped for the bouquets in the green times when we went to the party, and the Strada Carlo Fellis. The old beastly gate and guardhouse on the Albaro Road are still in their dear old beastly state, and the whole of that road is just as it was. The man without legs is still in the Strada Nuova, but the beggars in general are all cleared off, and our old one-armed Belisario made a sudden evaporation a year or 2 ago. I am going to the Peschiere today. The puppets are here, and the opera is open, but only with a buffo company and without a buffet. We went to the Scala, where they did an opera of Verdi's called Il Trovatore and a poor enough ballet. The whole performance miserable indeed. I wish you were here to take some of the old walks. It is quite strange to walk about alone. Goodbye, my dear Georgie. Pray tell me how Kate is. I rather fancy from her letter, though I scarcely know why, that she is not quite as well as she was at Boulogne. I was charmed with your account of the Plornischkante and everything and everybody else. Kiss them all for me. Ever most affectionately yours, Miss Hogarth. Hotel des Etrangers, Naples. Friday night, North, 1853. My dearest Georgie, instead of embarking on Monday at Genoa, we were delayed, in consequence of the boats being a day later when there are 31 days in the month, until Tuesday. Going aboard that morning at 9:30, we found the steamer more than full of passengers from Marseille, and in a state of confusion not to be described. We could get no places at the table, got our dinners how we could on deck, had no berths or sleeping accommodation of any kind, and had paid heavy first-class fares. To add to this, we got to Leghorn too late to steam away again that night, getting the ship's papers examined first, as the authorities said so, not being favorable to the new express English ship, English officered, and we lay off the lighthouse all night long. The scene on board beggars description. Ladies on the tables, gentlemen under the tables, and ladies and gentlemen lying indiscriminately on the open deck, arrayed like spoons on a sideboard. No mattresses, no blankets, nothing. Towards midnight, attempts were made by means of an awning and flags to make this latter scene remotely approach an Australian encampment, and we 3 lay together on the bare planks covered with overcoats. We were all gradually dozing off when a perfectly tropical rain fell, and in a moment drowned the whole ship. The rest of the night was passed upon the stairs, with an immense jumble of men and women. When anybody came up for any purpose, we all fell down, and when anybody came down, we all fell up again. Still, the good humor in the English part of the passengers was quite extraordinary. There were excellent officers aboard, and the first mate lent me his cabin to wash in the morning, which I afterwards lent to Egg and Collins. Then we and the Emerson tenants, who were aboard, and the captain, the doctor, and the second officer went off on a jaunt together to Pisa, as the ship was to lie at Leghorn all day. The captain was a capital fellow, but I led him facetiously such a life all day that I got almost everything altered at night. Emerson Tennant, with the greatest kindness, turned his son out of his state-room, who, indeed, volunteered to go in the most amiable manner, and I got a good bed there. The storeroom down by the hold was opened for Egg and Collins, and they slept with the moist sugar, the cheese in cut, the spices, the cruets, the apples and pears, in a perfect chandler's shop, in company with what the sis would call a hold gent, who had been so horribly wet through overnight that his condition frightened the authorities, a cat, and the steward, who dozed in an armchair and all night. Long fell head foremost, once in every 5 minutes, on Egg, who slept on the counter or dresser. Last night I had the steward's own cabin, opening on deck, all to myself. It had been previously occupied by some desolate lady who went ashore at Civita Vecchia. There was little or no sea, thank heaven, all the trip, but the rain was heavier than any I have ever seen, and the lightning very constant and vivid. We were, with the crew, some 200 people, with boats, at the utmost stretch, for 100 perhaps. I could not help thinking what would happen if we met with any accident, the crew being chiefly Maltese, and evidently fellows who would cut off alone in the largest boat on the least alarm. The speed, it being the crack express ship for the India mail, very high, also the running through all the narrow rocky channels. Thank God, however, here we are, though the more sensible and experienced part of the passengers agreed with me this morning that it was not a thing to try often. We had an excellent table after the first day, the best wines and so forth, and the captain and I swore eternal friendship. Ditto the first officer and the majority of the passengers. We got into the bay about 7 this morning, but could not land until noon. We towed from Civita Vecchia the entire Greek navy, I believe, consisting of a little brig of war with great guns, fitted as a steamer, but disabled by having burst the bottom of her boiler in her first run. She was just big enough to carry the captain and a crew of 6 or so, but the captain was so covered with buttons and gold that there never would have been room for him on board to put these valuables away if he hadn't worn them, which he consequently did all night. Whenever anything was wanted to be done, as slackening the tow rope or anything of that sort, our officers roared at this miserable potentate, in violent English, through a speaking trumpet, of which he couldn't have understood a word under the most favorable circumstances, so he did all the wrong things first, and the right things always last. The absence of any knowledge of anything not English on the part of the officers and stewards was most ridiculous. I met an Italian gentleman on the cabin steps yesterday morning, vainly endeavoring to explain that he wanted a cup of tea for his sick wife. And when we were coming out of the harbor at Genoa, and it was necessary to order away that boat of music you remember, the chief officer, called aft for the purpose, as knowing something of Italian, delivered himself in this explicit and clear manner to the principal performer. "Now, signora, if you don't sheer off, you'll be run down, so you had better trice up that guitar of yours and put about." We get on as well as possible, and it is extremely pleasant and interesting, and I feel that the change is doing me great and real service after a long continuous strain upon the mind. But I am pleased to think that we are at our farthest point, and I look forward with joy to coming home again, to my old room and the old walks and all the old pleasant things. I wish I had arranged, or could have done so, for it would not have been easy to find some letters here. It is a blank to stay for 5 days in a place without any. I don't think Edward knows 50 Italian words, but much more French is spoken in Italy now than when we were here, and he stumbles along somehow. I am afraid this is a dull letter, for I am very tired. You must take the will for the deed, my dear, and good night. Ever most affectionately, Miss Hogarth. Rome, Sunday night, North, 1853. My dearest Georgie, we arrived here yesterday afternoon at between 3 and 4. On sending to the post office this morning, I received your pleasant little letter and one from Miss Coutts, who is still at Paris. But to my amazement, there was none from Catherine. You mention her writing, and I cannot but suppose that your 2 letters must have been posted together. However, I received none from her, and I have all manner of doubts respecting the plainness of its direction. They will not produce the letters here as at Genoa, but persist in looking them out at the post office for you. I shall send again tomorrow, and every day until Friday, when we leave here. If I find no letter from her tomorrow, I shall write to her nevertheless, by that post which brings this, so that you may both hear from me together. One night at Naples, Edward came in, open-mouthed, to the table d'hôte where we were dining with the tenants, to announce the Marchese Garofalo. I at first thought it must be the little parrot Marquis who was once your escort from Genoa, but I found him to be a man married to an Englishwoman whom we used to meet at Ridgway's. He was very glad to see me, and I afterwards met him at dinner at Mr. Lowther's chargé d'affaires. Mr. Lowther was at the Rockingham play and is a very agreeable fellow. We had an exceedingly pleasant dinner of 8, preparatory to which I was near having the ridiculous adventure of not being able to find the house and coming back dinnerless. I went in an open carriage from the hotel in all state, and the coachman, to my surprise, pulled up at the end of the Chiaja. "Behold the house," says he, "of il Signor Larthor," at the same time pointing with his whip into the 7th heaven where the early stars were shining. "But the Signor Larthor," returns the inimitable darling, "lives at Posilippo." "It is true," says the coachman, still pointing to the evening star, "but he lives high up the Salita Sant' Antonio, where no carriage ever yet ascended, and that is the house, evening star as aforesaid, and one must go on foot. Behold the Salita Sant' Antonio. I went up it, 1.5 miles I should think. I got into the strangest places, among the wildest Neapolitans, kitchens, washing places, archways, stables, vineyards, was baited by dogs, answered in profoundly unintelligible Neapolitan, from behind lonely locked doors, in cracked female voices, quaking with fear, could hear of no such Englishman or any Englishman. By and by I came upon a polenta shop in the clouds, where an old Frenchman, with an umbrella like a faded tropical leaf, it had not rained for 6 weeks, was staring at nothing at all, with a snuff-box in his hand. To him I appealed concerning the Signor Larthor. "Sir," said he, with the sweetest politeness, "can you speak French?" "Sir," said I, "a little." "Sir," said he, "I presume the Signor Luther, you will observe that he changed the name according to the custom of his country, is an Englishman." I admitted that he was the victim of circumstances and had that misfortune. "Sir," said he, "one word more. Has he a servant with a wooden leg?" "Great heaven, sir," said I, "how do I know? I should think not, but it is possible." "It is always," said the Frenchman, "possible. Almost all the things of the world are always possible." "Sir," said I, "you may imagine my condition and dismal sense of my own absurdity by this time. That is true." He then took an immense pinch of snuff, wiped the dust off his umbrella, led me to an arch commanding a wonderful view of the Bay of Naples, and pointed deep into the earth from which I had mounted. Below there, near the lamp, one finds an Englishman, with a servant with a wooden leg. It is always possible that he is the Signor Luther. I had been asked at 6, and it was now getting on for 7. I went down again in a state of perspiration and misery not to be described, and without the faintest hope of finding the place. But as I was going down to the lamp, I saw the strangest staircase up a dark corner, with a man in a white waistcoat, evidently hired, standing on the top of it, fuming. I dashed in at a venture, found it was the place, made the most of the whole story, and was indescribably popular. The best of it was that as nobody ever did find the place, he had put a servant at the bottom of the Salita to wait for an English gentleman. The servant, as he presently pleaded, deceived by the mustache, had allowed the English gentleman to pass unchallenged. The night before we left Naples we were at the San Carlo, where, with the Verdi rage of our old Genoa time, they were again doing the Traviata. It seemed rubbish on the whole to me, but was very fairly done. I think La Tenco, the prima donna, will soon be a great hit in London. She is a very remarkable singer and a fine actress, to the best of my judgment on such premises. There seems to be no opera here at present. There was a festa in St. Peter's today, and the Pope passed to the cathedral in state. We were all there. We leave here, please God, on Friday morning, and post to Florence in 3 days and a half. We came here by Vettorino. Upon the whole, the roadside inns are greatly improved since our time. 3:30 and 4:30 have been, however, our usual times of rising on the road. I was in my old place at the Colosseum this morning, and it was as grand as ever. With that exception, the ruined part of Rome, the real original Rome, looks smaller than my remembrance made it. It is the only place on which I have yet found that effect. We are in the old hotel. You are going to Bonchurch, I suppose. Will be there, perhaps, when this letter reaches you. I shall be pleased to think of you as at home again, and making the commodious family mansion look natural and homelike. I don't like to think of my room without anybody to peep into it now and then. Here is a world of traveling arrangements for me to settle, and here are Collins and Egg looking sideways at me with an occasional imploring glance, as beseeching me to settle it. So I leave off. Good night. Ever, my dearest Georgie. Most affectionately yours, Sir James Emerson Tennant. Hotel des Îles Britanniques, Piazza del Popolo, Rome. Monday, North, 1853. My dear Tennant, as I never made a good bargain in my life, except once, when, on going abroad, I let my house on excellent terms to an admirable tenant, who never paid anything. I sent Edward into the Casa Dies yesterday morning, while I invested the premises from the outside and carefully surveyed them. It is a very clean, large, bright-looking house at the corner of the Via Gregoriana, not exactly in a part of Rome I should pick out for living in, and on what I should be disposed to call the wrong side of the street. However, this is not to the purpose. Signor Dies has no idea of letting an apartment for a short time, scouted the idea of a month, signified that he could not be brought to the contemplation of 2 months, was by no means clear that he could come down to the consideration of 3. This, of course, settled the business speedily. This hotel is no longer kept by the Meloni I spoke of, but is even better kept than in his time, and is a very admirable house. I have engaged a small apartment for you to be ready on Thursday afternoon, at 2 piasters and a half, 2.5 per day, sitting room and 3 bedrooms, 1 double-bedded and 2 not. If you would like to change to ours, which is a very good one, on Friday morning, you can of course do so. As our dining room is large, and there is no table d'hôte here, I will order dinner in it for our united parties at 6 on Thursday. You will be able to decide how to arrange for the remainder of your stay, after being here and looking about you, 2 really necessary considerations in Rome. Pray make my kind regards to Lady Tennant and Miss Tennant and your good son, who became homeless for my sake. Mr. Egg and Mr. Collins desire to be also remembered. It has been beautiful weather since we left Naples, until today, when it rains in a very dogged, sullen, downcast, and determined manner. We have been speculating at breakfast on the possibility of its raining in a similar manner at Naples, and of your wandering about the hotel, refusing consolation. I grieve to report the Orvieto considerably damaged by the general vine failure, but still far from despicable. Montefiascone, the Est wine you know, is to be had here, and we have had 1 bottle in the very finest condition, and 1 in a second-rate state. The Colosseum, in its magnificent old decay, is as grand as ever, and with the electric telegraph darting through one of its ruined arches like a sunbeam and piercing direct through its cruel old heart, is even grander. Believe me always, very faithfully yours, Mrs. Charles Dickens. Rome, Monday, North, 1853. My dearest Catherine, as I have mentioned in my letter to Georgie, written last night but posted with this, I received her letter without yours, to my unbounded astonishment. This morning, on sending again to the post office, I at last got yours, and most welcome it is with all its contents. I found Layard at Naples, who went up Vesuvius with us, and was very merry and agreeable. He is travelling with Lord and Lady Somers, and Lord Somers being laid up with an attack of malaria fever, Layard had a day to spare. Craven, who was Lord Normanby's Secretary of Legation in Paris, now lives at Naples and is married to a French lady. He is very hospitable and hearty, and seemed to have vague ideas that something might be done in a pretty little private theatre he has in his house. He told me of Fanny Kemble and the Sartorises being here. I have also heard of Thackeray's being here, I don't know how truly. Lockhart is here, and I fear very ill. I mean to go and see him. We are living in the old hotel, which is not now kept by Meloni, who has retired. I don't know whether you recollect an apartment at the top of the house, to which we once ran up with poor Roch to see the horses start in the race at the carnival time. That is ours, in which I at present write. We have a large back dining room, a handsome front drawing room looking into the Piazza del Popolo, and 3 front bedrooms all on a floor. The whole costs us about 4 shillings a day each. The hotel is better kept than ever. There is a little kitchen to each apartment where the dinner is kept hot. There is no house comparable to it in Paris, and it is better than Mivart's. We start for Florence, post, on Friday morning, and I am bargaining for a carriage to take us on to Venice. Edward is an excellent servant, and always cheerful and ready for his work. He knows no Italian, except the names of a few things, but French is far more widely known here now than in our time. Neither is he an experienced courier as to roads and so forth, but he picks up all that I want to know, here and there, somehow or other. I am perfectly pleased with him, and would rather have him than an older hand. Poor dear Roch comes back to my mind, though, often. I have written to engage the courier from Turin into France, from Tuesday, the 6th December. This will bring us home some 2 days after the 10th, probably. I wrote to Charlie from Naples, giving him his choice of meeting me at Lyon, in Paris, or at Boulogne. I gave him full instructions what to do if he arrived before me, and he will write to me at Turin, saying where I shall find him. I shall be a day or so later than I supposed, as the nearest calculation I could make when I wrote to him, but his waiting for me at an hotel will not matter. We have had delightful weather, with 1 day's exception, until today, when it rained very heavily and suddenly. Egg and Collins have gone to the Vatican, and I am going to try whether I can hit out anything for the Christmas number. Give my love to Forster, and tell him I won't write to him until I hear from him. I have not come across any English whom I know except Layard and the Emerson tenants, who will be here on Thursday from Civita Vecchia and are to dine with us. The losses up to this point have been 2 pairs of shoes, 1 mine and 1 Egg's, Collins's snuff-box, and Egg's dressing-gown. We observe the managerial punctuality in all our arrangements, and have not had any difference whatever. I have been reserving this side all through my letter, in the conviction that I had something else to tell you. If I had, I cannot remember what it is. I introduced myself to Salvator at Vesuvius, and reminded him of the night when poor Legros fell down the mountains. He was full of interest directly, remembered the very whole, put on his gold-banded cap, and went up with us himself. He did not know that Legros was dead, and was very sorry to hear it. He asked after the ladies, and hoped they were very happy, to which I answered, very. The cone is completely changed since our visit, is not at all recognizable as the same place, and there is no fire from the mountain, though there is a great deal of smoke. Its last demonstration was in 1850. I shall be glad to think of your all being at home again, as I suppose you will be soon after the receipt of this. Will you see to the invitations for Christmas Day, and write to El Atasha? I shall be very happy to be at home again myself, and to embrace you, for of course I miss you very much, though I feel that I could not have done a better thing to clear my mind and freshen it up again than make this expedition. If I find Charlie much ahead of me, I shall start on through a night or so to meet him, and leave the others to catch us up. I look upon the journey as almost closed at Turin. My best love to Mamie and Katie and Sidney and Harry and the darling Plornischkinter. We often talk about them, and both my companions do so with interest. They always send all sorts of messages to you, which I never deliver. God bless you. Take care of yourself. Ever most affectionately, Mr. W. H. Wills. Rome, Thursday afternoon, Noth, 1853. My dear Wills, just as I wrote the last words of the enclosed little story for the Christmas number just now, Edward brought in your letter. Also one from Forster, tell him, which I have not yet opened. I will write again, and write to him from Florence. I am delighted to have news of you. The enclosed little paper for the Christmas number is in a character that nobody else is likely to hit, and which is pretty sure to be considered pleasant. Let Forster have the MS, with the proof, and I know he will correct it to the minutest point. I have a notion of another little story, also for the Christmas number. If I can do it at Venice, I will, and send it straight on. But it is not easy to work under these circumstances. In traveling, we generally get up about 3, and in resting we are perpetually roaming about in all manner of places, not to mention my being laid hold of by all manner of people. Keep household words imaginative is the solemn and continual conductorial injunction. Delighted to hear of Mrs. Gaskell's contributions. Yes, by all manner of means to Lady Holland. Will you ask her whether she has Sydney Smith's letters to me, which I placed, at Mrs. Smith's request, either in Mrs. Smith's own hands or in Mrs. Austen's? I cannot remember which, but I think the latter. In making up the Christmas number, don't consider my paper or papers with any reference saving to where they will fall best. I have no liking, in the case, for any particular place. All perfectly well. Companion mustaches, particularly eggs, dismal in the extreme. Kindest regards to Mrs. Wills. Ever faithfully, Mr. W. H. Wills. Florence, Monday, Nast, 1853. H. W. My dear Wills, I sent you by post from Rome, on Wednesday last, a little story for the Christmas number called The Schoolboy's Story. I have an idea of another short one to be called Nobody's Story, which I hope to be able to do at Venice, and to send you straight home before this month is out. I trust you have received the first safely. Edward continues to do extremely well. He is always, early and late, what you have seen him. He is a very steady fellow, a little too bashful for a courier even, settles prices of everything now as soon as we come into an hotel, and improves fast. His knowledge of Italian is painfully defective, and in the midst of a howling crowd at a post-house or railway station, this deficiency perfectly stuns him. I was obliged last night to get out of the carriage and pluck him from a crowd of porters who were putting our baggage into wrong conveyances, by cursing and ordering about in all directions. I should think about 10 substantives, the names of 10 common objects, form his whole Italian stock. It matters very little at the hotels, where a great deal of French is spoken now, but on the road, if none of his party knew Italian, it would be a very serious inconvenience indeed. Will you write to Ryland, if you have not heard from him, and ask him what the Birmingham reading nights are really to be, for it is ridiculous enough that I positively don't know. Can't a Saturday night in a truck district, or a Sunday morning among the ironworkers, a fine subject, be knocked out in the course of the same visit? If you should see any managing man you know in the Oriental and Peninsular Company, I wish you would very gravely mention to him from me that if they are not careful what they are about with their steamship Valletta, between Marseille and Naples, they will suddenly find that they will receive a blow one fine day in the Times, which it will be a very hard matter for them ever to recover. When I sailed in her from Genoa, there had been taken on board, with no caution in most cases from the agent or hint of discomfort, at least 40 people of both sexes for whom there was no room whatever. I'm a pretty old traveler, as you know, but I never saw anything like the manner in which pretty women were compelled to lie among the men in the great cabin and on the bare decks. The good humor was beyond all praise, but the natural indignation very great, and I was repeatedly urged to stand up for the public in household words, and to write a plain description of the facts to the Times. If I had done either, and merely mentioned that all these people paid heavy first-class fares, I will answer for it that they would have been beaten off the station in a couple of months. I did neither, because I was the best of friends with the captain and all the officers, and never saw such a fine set of men, so admirable in the discharge of their duty, and so zealous to do their best by everybody. It is impossible to praise them too highly, but there is a strong desire at all the ports along the coast to throw impediments in the way of the English service, and to favor the French and Italian boats. In those boats, which I know very well, great care is taken of the passengers, and the accommodation is very good. If the Peninsular and Oriental add to all this the risk of such an exposure as they are certain to get, if they go on so, in the Times, they are dead sure to get a blow from the public which will make them stagger again. I say nothing of the number of the passengers and the room in the ship's boats, though the frightful consideration the contrast presented must have been in more minds than mine. I speak only of the taking people for whom there is no sort of accommodation as the most decided swindle, and the coolest I ever did with my eyes behold. Kindest regards from fellow travelers. Ever, my dear Wills, faithfully yours. Miss Hogarth. Venice, Friday, November 25th, 1853. My dearest Georgie, we found an English carriage from Padua at Florence and hired it to bring it back again. We traveled post with 4 horses all the way. From Padua to this place there is a railroad and traveled all night. We left Florence at 6:30 in the morning and got to Padua at 11 next day, yesterday. The cold at night was most intense. I don't think I have ever felt it colder. But our carriage was very comfortable, and we had some wine and some rum to keep us warm. We came by Bologna, where we had tea and Ferrara. You may imagine the delays in the night when I tell you that each of our passports, after receiving 6 vises at Florence, received in the course of the one night 9 more, every one of which was written and sealed, somebody being slowly knocked out of bed to do it every time. It really was excruciating. Landor had sent me a letter to his son, and on the day before we left Florence, I thought I would go out to Fisali and leave it. So I got a little 1-horse open carriage and drove off alone. We were within half a mile of the Villa Landoro, and were driving down a very narrow lane like one of those at Albaro, when I saw an elderly lady coming towards us, very well dressed in silk of the Queen's blue, and walking freshly and briskly against the wind at a good round pace. It was a bright, cloudless, very cold day, and I thought she walked with great spirit, as if she enjoyed it. I also thought perhaps that was having him in my mind, that her ruddy face was shaped like Landor's. All of a sudden the coachman pulls up and looks inquiringly at me. "What's the matter?" says I. "Ecco la signora Landoro," says he. "For the love of heaven, don't stop," says I. "I don't know her, I am only going to the house to leave a letter, go on." Meanwhile she still coming on looked at me and I looked at her, and we were both a good deal confused, and so went our several ways. Altogether, I think it was as disconcerting a meeting as I ever took part in, and as odd a one. Under any other circumstances, I should have introduced myself, but the separation made the circumstances so peculiar that I didn't like. The Plornischkinte is evidently the greatest, noblest, finest, cleverest, brightest, and most brilliant of boys. Your account of him is most delightful, and I hope to find another letter from you somewhere on the road, making me informed of his demeanor on your return. On which occasion, as on every other, I have no doubt he will have distinguished himself as an irresistibly attracting, captivating Maroon Tigrunter. Give him a good many kisses for me. I quite agree with Sid as to his ideas of paying attention to the old gentleman. It's not bad, but deficient in originality. The usual deficiency of an inferior intellect with so great a model before him. I am very curious to see whether the Plorn remembers me on my reappearance. I meant to have gone to work this morning, and to have tried a second little story for the Christmas number of Household Words, but my letters have most pleasantly put me out, and I defer all such wise efforts until tomorrow. Egg and Collins are out in a gondola with a servitor di piazza. You will find this but a stupid letter, but I really have no news. We go to the opera whenever there is one, see sights, eat and drink, sleep in a natural manner 2 or 3 nights, and move on again. Edward was a little crushed at Padua yesterday. He had been extraordinarily cold all night in the rumble, and had got out our clothes to dress, and I think must have been projecting a 5 or 6 hours' sleep, when I announced that he was to come on here in an hour and a half to get the rooms and order dinner. He fell into a sudden despondency of the profoundest kind, but was quite restored when we arrived here between 8 and 9. We found him waiting at the custom house with a gondola in his usual brisk condition. It is extraordinary how few English we see. With the exception of a gentlemanly young fellow, in a consumption I am afraid, married to the tiniest little girl, in a brown straw hat, and travelling with his sister and her sister, and a consumptive single lady, travelling with a maid and a Scotch terrier christened Trotty Veck, we have scarcely seen any, and have certainly spoken to none, since we left Switzerland. These were aboard the Valletta, where the captain and I indulged in all manner of insane suppositions concerning the straw hat, the little matron, we called her, by which name she soon became known all over the ship. The day we entered Rome, and the moment we entered it, there was the little matron, alone with Antiquity and Murray on the wall. The very first church I entered, there was the little matron. On the last afternoon, when I went alone to St. Peter's, there was the little matron and her party. The best of it is that I was extremely intimate with them invited them to Tavistock House when they come home in the spring and have not the faintest idea of their name. There was no table d'hôte at Rome or at Florence, but there is one here, and we dine at it today, so perhaps we may stumble upon somebody. I have heard from Charlie this morning, who appoints wisely Paris as our place of meeting. I had a letter from Coote at Florence, informing me that his volume of household songs was ready and requesting permission to dedicate it to me, which of course I gave. I am beginning to think of the Birmingham readings. I suppose you won't object to be taken to hear them. This is the last place at which we shall make a stay of more than one day. We shall stay at Parma 1, and at Turin 1, supposing de la Rue to have been successful in taking places with the courier into France for the day on which we want them. He was to write to bankers at Turin to do it, and then we shall come hard and fast home. I feel almost there already, and shall be delighted to close the pleasant trip and get back to my own piccola camera, if being English, you understand what that is. My best love and kisses to Mamie, Katie, Sidney, Harry, and the noble Plorn. Last, not least, to yourself and many of them. I will not wait over tomorrow, tell Kate, for her letter, but will write then, whether or no. Ever, my dearest Georgie. Most affectionately yours, Mr. Marcus Stone. Tavistock House, December 19th, 1853. My dear Marcus, you made an excellent sketch from a book of mine which I have received and have preserved with great pleasure. Will you accept from me, in remembrance of it, this little book? I believe it to be true, though it may be sometimes not as genteel as history has a habit of being. Faithfully yours, 1854. Narrative. The summer of this year was also spent at Boulogne, M. Beaucourt being again the landlord. But the house, though still on the same property, stood on the top of the hill above the Moulineau and was called the Villa du Camp de Droit. In the early part of the year, Charles Dickens paid several visits to the English provinces, giving readings from his books at many of the large manufacturing towns, and always for some good and charitable purpose. He was still at work upon Hard Times, which was finished during the summer, and was constantly occupied with household words. Many of our letters for this year are to the contributors to this journal. The last is an unusually interesting one. He had for some time past been much charmed with the writings of a certain Miss Berwick, who he knew to be a contributor under a feigned name. When at last the lady confided her real name, and he discovered in the young poetess the daughter of his dear friends, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, the new sensation caused him intense surprise and the greatest pleasure and delight. Miss Adelaide Proctor was, from this time, a frequent contributor to household words, more especially to the Christmas numbers. There are really very few letters in this year requiring any explanation from us, many explaining themselves, and many having allusion to incidents in the past year, which have been duly noted by us for 1853. The portrait mentioned in the letter to Mr. Collins, for which he was sitting to Mr. E. M. Ward, R.A., was to be one of a series of oil sketches of the then celebrated literary men of the day in their studies. We believe this portrait to be now in the possession of Mrs. Ward. In explanation of the letter to Mr. John Saunders on the subject of the production of the latter's play called Love's Martyrdom, we will give the dramatist's own words. Having printed for private circulation a play entitled Love's Martyrdom, and for which I desired to obtain the independent judgment of some of our most eminent literary men, before seeking the ordeal of the stage, I sent a copy to Mr. Dickens, and the letter in question is his acknowledgment. He immediately took steps for the introduction of the play to the theatre. At first he arranged with Mr. Phelps of Sadler's Wells, but subsequently, with that gentleman's consent, removed it to the Haymarket. There it was played with Miss Helen Fawcett in the character of Margaret, Miss Swanborough, who shortly after married and left the stage as Julia, Mr. Barry Sullivan as Franklin, and Mr. Howe as Laneham. As far as the play itself was concerned, it was received on all sides as a genuine dramatic and poetic success, achieved, however, as an eminent critic came to my box to say, through greater difficulties than he had ever before seen a dramatic work pass through. The time has not come for me to speak freely of these, but I may point to two of them, the first being the inadequate rehearsals, which caused Mr. Dickens to tell me on the stage, 4 or 5 days only before the first performance, that the play was not then in as good a state as it would have been in at Paris 3 weeks earlier. The other was the breakdown of the performer of a most important secondary part, a collapse so absolute that he was changed by the management before the second representation of the piece. This ill luck of the beginning pursued the play to its close. The Haymarket Theatre was at the time in the very lowest state of prostration through the Crimean War. The habitual frequenters were lovers of comedy and enjoyers of farce and burlesque, and there was neither the money nor the faith to call to the theatre by the usual methods, vigorously and discriminatingly pursued, the multitudes that I believed could have been so called to a better and more romantic class of comedy. Even under these and other similarly depressing circumstances, the nightly receipts were about £60, the expenses being £80, and on the last, an author's night, there was an excellent and enthusiastic house yielding, to the best of my recollection, about £140, but certainly between £120 and £140. And with that night, the 6th or 7th, the experiment ended. Mr. Walter Savage Landor. Tavistock House, January 7th, 1854. My dear Landor, I heartily assure you that to have your name coupled with anything I have done is an honor and a pleasure to me. I cannot say that I am sorry that you should have thought it necessary to write to me, for it is always delightful to me to see your hand, and to know, though I want no outward and visible sign as an assurance of the fact, that you are ever the same generous, earnest, gallant man. Catherine and Georgina send their kind loves. So does Walter Landor, who came home from school with high judicial commendation and a prize into the bargain. Ever, my dear Landor, affectionately yours. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Tavistock House, Friday, January 13th, 1854. My dear Mrs. Watson, on the very day after I sent the Christmas number to Rockingham, I heard of your being at Brighton. I should have sent another there, but that I had a misgiving I might seem to be making too much of it. For when I thought of the probability of the Rockingham copy going on to Brighton, and pictured to myself the advent of 2 of those very large envelopes at once at Junction House at breakfast time, a sort of comic modesty overcame me. I was heartily pleased with the Birmingham audience, which was a very fine one. I never saw, nor do I suppose anybody ever did, such an interesting sight as the Working People's Night. There were 2,500 of them there, and a more delicately observant audience it is impossible to imagine. They lost nothing, misinterpreted nothing, followed everything closely, laughed and cried with most delightful earnestness, and animated me to that extent that I felt as if we were all bodily going up into the clouds together. It is an enormous place for the purpose, but I had considered all that carefully, and I believe made the most distant person hear as well as if I had been reading in my own room. I was a little doubtful before I began on the first night whether it was quite practicable to conceal the requisite effort, but I soon had the satisfaction of finding that it was, and that we were all going on together, in the first page, as easily, to all appearance, as if we had been sitting round the fire. I am obliged to go out on Monday at 5 and to dine out, but I will be at home at any time before that hour that you may appoint. You say you are only going to stay 1 night in town, but if you could stay 2, and would dine with us alone on Tuesday, that is the plan that we should all like best. Let me have 1 word from you by post on Monday morning. Few things that I saw when I was away took my fancy so much as the electric telegraph, piercing like a sunbeam right through the cruel old heart of the Colosseum at Rome. And on the summit of the Alps, among the eternal ice and snow, there it was still, with its posts sustained against the sweeping mountain winds by clusters of great beams, to say nothing of its being at the bottom of the sea as we crossed the channel. With kindest loves. Ever, my dear Mrs. Watson. Most faithfully yours, Miss Mary Boyle. Tavistock House, Monday, January 16th, 1854. My dear Mary, It is all very well to pretend to love me as you do. Ah, if you loved as I love, Mary, but when my breast is tortured by the perusal of such a letter as yours, Falkland, madam, becomes my part in the rivals, and I play it with desperate earnestness. As thus, Falkland to Acres, then you see her, sir, sometimes. Acres see her, odds, beams, and sparkles, yes, see her acting, night after night. Falkland aside and furious, death and the devil, acting and I not there, pray, sir, with constrained calmness, what does she act? Acres, odds, monthly nurses and babbies, Sary Gamp and Betsy Prigg, which wote for it is, my dear, mimicking, I likes it brought reglar and drawed mild. That's very like her. Falkland, confusion, laceration, perhaps, sir, perhaps she sometimes acts, ha ha, perhaps she sometimes acts, I say, sir, ha ha ha, a fairy, with great bitterness. Acres, odds, gauzy pinions and spangles, yes, you should hear her sing as a fairy, you should see her dance as a fairy. Tal de ral lal la lal little diddle, sings and dances, that's very like her. Falkland misery, while I devoted to her image, can scarcely write a line now and then or pensively read aloud to the people of Birmingham, to him. And they applaud her, no doubt they applaud her, sir, and she, I see her, curtsies and smiles, and they curses on them, they laugh and ha ha ha, and clap their hands and say it's very good. Do they not say it's very good, sir? Tell me, do they not? Acres, odds, thunderings and pealings, of course they do, and the third fiddler, little Tweaks of the county town, goes into fits. Ho ho ho, I can't bear it, mimicking, take me out. Ha ha ha, oh what a one she is, she'll be the death of me. Ha 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 ha, that's very like her. Falkland, damnation, heartless Mary, rushes out. Scene opens and discloses coals of fire, heaped up into form of letters, representing the following inscription. When the praise thou meetest, to thine ear is sweetest. Oh then, remember Joe. Curtain falls. M. de Surget. Tavistock House, Monday, Jan. 16th, 1854. My dear Surget. Guilty, the accused pleads guilty, but throws himself upon the mercy of the court. He humbly represents that his usual hour for getting up, in the course of his travels, was 3 o'clock in the morning, and his usual hour for going to bed, 9 or 10 the next night. That the places in which he chiefly deviated from these rules of hardship were Rome and Venice, and that at those cities of fame he shut himself up in solitude and wrote Christmas papers for the incomparable publication known as Household Words. That his correspondence at all times, arising out of the business of the said Household Words alone, was very heavy. That his offense, though undoubtedly committed, was unavoidable, and that a nominal punishment will meet the justice of the case. We had only 3 bad days out of the whole time. After Naples, which was very hot, we had very cold, clear, bright weather. When we got to Chamonix, we found the greater part of the inns shut up and the people gone. No visitors whatsoever and plenty of snow. These were the very best circumstances under which to see the place, and we stayed a couple of days at the Hotel de Londres, hastily refurbished for our entertainment, and climbed through the snow to the Mer de Glace, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Then we went, in mule procession, I walking, to the old hotel at Martigny, where Collins was ill, and I suppose I bored Egg to death by talking all the evening about the time when you and I were there together. Naples, a place always painful to me, in the intense degradation of the people, seems to have only 3 classes of inhabitants left in it: priests, soldiers, standing army 100,000 strong, and spies. Of macaroni we ate very considerable quantities everywhere. Also, for the benefit of Italy, we took our share of every description of wine. At Naples I found Layard, the Nineveh traveler, who is a friend of mine and an admirable fellow. So we fraternized and went up Vesuvius together and ate more macaroni and drank more wine. At Rome, the day after our arrival, they were making a saint at St. Peter's, on which occasion I was surprised to find what an immense number of pounds of wax candles it takes to make the regular, genuine article. From Turin to Paris, over the Mont Cenis, we made only 1 journey. The Rhone, being frozen and foggy, was not to be navigated, so we posted from Lyon to Chalons, and everybody else was doing the like. and there were no horses to be got, and we were stranded at midnight in amazing little cabarets, with nothing worth mentioning to eat in them, except the iron stove, which was rusty, and the billiard table, which was musty. We left Turin on a Tuesday evening, and arrived in Paris on a Friday evening, where I found my son Charlie, hot, or I should rather say cold, from Germany, with his arms and legs so grown out of his coat and trousers that I was ashamed of him, and was reduced to the necessity of taking him, under cover of night, to a ready-made establishment in the Palais Royal, where they put him into balloon-waisted pantaloons and increased my confusion. Leaving Calais on the evening of Sunday, the 10th of December, fact of distinguished authors being aboard, was telegraphed to Dover. Thereupon authorities of Dover Railway detained train to London for distinguished authors' arrival, rather to the exasperation of British public. D.A. arrived at home between 10 and 11 that night, thank God, and found all well and happy. I think you see the Times, and if so, you will have seen a very graceful and good account of the Birmingham readings. It was the most remarkable thing that England could produce, I think, in the way of a vast intelligent assemblage, and the success was most wonderful and prodigious, perfectly overwhelming and astounding altogether. They wound up by giving my wife a piece of plate, having given me one before, and when you come to dine here, may it be soon, it shall be duly displayed in the center of the table. Tell Mrs. Surgett, to whom my love and all our loves, that I have highly excited them at home here by giving them an account in detail of all your daughters. Further, that the way in which Catherine and Georgina have questioned me and cross-questioned me about you all, notwithstanding, is maddening. Mrs. Watson has been obliged to pass her Christmas at Brighton alone with her younger children, in consequence of her two eldest boys coming home to Rockingham from school with the whooping cough. The quarantine expires today, however, and she drives here on her way back into Northamptonshire tomorrow. The sad affair of the Preston strike remains unsettled, and I hear on strong authority that if that was settled, the Manchester people are prepared to strike next. Provisions very dear, but the people very temperate and quiet in general. So ends this jumble, which looks like the index to a chapter in a book, I find, when I read it over. Ever, my dear Surgett, heartily your friend, Mr. Arthur Ryland. Tavistock House, January 18th, 1854. My dear Sir, I am quite delighted to find that you are so well satisfied and that the enterprise has such a light upon it. I think I never was better pleased in my life than I was with my Birmingham friends. That principle of fair representation of all orders carefully carried out, I believe, will do more good than any of us can yet foresee. Does it not seem a strange thing to consider that I have never yet seen, with these eyes of mine, a mechanic in any recognized position on the platform of a mechanics institution? Mr. Wills may be expected to sink shortly under the ravages of letters from all parts of England, Ireland, and Scotland, proposing readings. He keeps up his spirits, but I don't see how they are to carry him through. Mrs. Dickens and Miss Hogarth beg their kindest regards, and I am, my dear sir, with much regard too, very faithfully yours, Mr. Charles Knight. Tavistock House, January 30th, 1854. My dear Knight, indeed there is no fear of my thinking you the owner of a cold heart. I am more than 3 parts disposed, however, to be ferocious with you for ever writing down such a preposterous truism. My satire is against those who see figures and averages and nothing else, the representatives of the wickedest and most enormous vice of this time, the men who, through long years to come, will do more to damage the real useful truths of political economy than I could do, if I tried, in my whole life. The addled heads who would take the average of cold in the Crimea during 12 months as a reason for clothing a soldier in nankeens on a night when he would be frozen to death in fur, and who would comfort the laborer in traveling 12 miles a day to and from his work, by telling him that the average distance of one inhabited place from another in the whole area of England is not more than 4 miles. Bah, what have you to do with these? I shall put the book upon a private shelf, after reading it by Once Upon a Time. I should have buried my pipe of peace and sent you this blast of my war horn 3 or 4 days ago, but that I have been reading to a little audience of 3,500 at Bradford. Ever affectionately yours, Rev. James White. Tavistock House, Tuesday, March 7th, 1854. My dear White, I am tardy in answering your letter, but hard times and an immense amount of enforced correspondence are my excuse. To you a sufficient one, I know. As I should judge from outward and visible appearances, I have exactly as much chance of seeing the Russian fleet reviewed by the Tsar as I have of seeing the English fleet reviewed by the Queen. Club law made me laugh very much when I went over it in the proof yesterday. It is most capitally done, and not, as I feared it might be, too directly. It is in the next number but one. Mrs. has gone stark mad and stark naked on the spirit-trapping imposition. She was found t'other day in the street, clothed only in her chastity, a pocket handkerchief and a visiting card. She had been informed, it appeared by the spirits, that if she went out in that trim she would be invisible. She is now in a madhouse, and I fear, hopelessly insane. One of the curious manifestations of her disorder is that she can bear nothing black. There is a terrific business to be done, even when they are obliged to put coals on her fire. Has a thing called a psychographer, which writes at the dictation of spirits. It delivered itself, a few nights ago, of this extraordinarily lucid message. XYZ. Upon which it was gravely explained by the true believers that the spirits were out of temper about something. Said, had a great party on Sunday, when it was rumored a count was going to raise the dead. I stayed till the ghostly hour, but the rumor was unfounded, for neither count nor plebeian came up to the spiritual scratch. It is really inexplicable to me that a man of his caliber can be run away with by such small deer. Apropos of spiritual messages comes in Georgina, and hearing that I am writing to you, delivers the following enigma to be conveyed to Mrs. White. Wyon of the Mint lives at the Mint. Feeling my brain going after this, I only trust it with loves from all to all. Ever faithfully, Mr. Charles Knight. Tavistock House, March 17th, 1854. My dear Knight, I have read the article with much interest. It is most conscientiously done, and presents a great mass of curious information condensed into a surprisingly small space. I have made a slight note or two here and there, with a soft pencil, so that a touch of India rubber will make all blank again. And I earnestly entreat your attention to the point. I have been working upon it, weeks past, in hard times, which I have jocosely suggested on the last page but one. The English are, so far as I know, the hardest worked people on whom the sun shines. Be content if in their wretched intervals of pleasure they read for amusement and do no worse. They are born at the oar, and they live and die at it. Good God, what would we have of them? Affectionately yours always, Mr. W. H. Wills. Office of Household Words, Number 16, Wellington Street, North Strand. Wednesday, Apeth, 1854. I know all the walks for many and many miles round about Malvern, and delightful walks they are. I suppose you are already getting very stout, very red, very jovial, in a physical point of view altogether. Mark and I walked to Dartford from Greenwich last Monday, and found Mrs. acting the stranger, with a strolling company from the Standard Theatre in Mr. Munn's schoolroom. The stage was a little wider than your table here, and its surface was composed of loose boards laid on the school forms. Dogs sniffed about it during the performances, and the carpenter's highlows were ostentatiously taken off and displayed in the proscenium. We stayed until 9:45, when we were obliged to fly to the railroad, but we sent the landlord of the hotel down with the following articles. 1 bottle superior, old port. 1 do, golden sherry. 1 do, best French brandy. 1 do, first quality old Tom gin. 1 bottle superior, prime Jamaica rum. 1 do, small still Isla whiskey. 1 kettle boiling water, £2 finest white lump sugar. Our cards, 1 lemon. And our compliments. The effect we had previously made upon the theatrical company by being beheld in the first 2 chairs, there was nearly £1 in the house, was altogether electrical. My ladies send their kindest regards, and are disappointed at your not saying that you drink 22 tumblers of the limpid element every day. The children also unite in loves, and the Plornishkinter, on being asked if he would send his, replies, "Yes, man," which we understand to signify cordial acquiescence. Forster, just come back from lecturing at Sherborne, describes said lecture as blaze of triumph. H.W. again. Mrs. Bell's story very nice. I have sent it to the printer and entitled it The Green Ring and the Gold Ring. This apartment looks desolate in your absence, but oh heavens, how tidy. F.W. Mrs. Will's supposed to have gone into a convent at Somers Town. My dear Wills, ever faithfully yours, Mr. B. W. Proctor. Tavistock House, Saturday night, Apeth, 1854. My dear Proctor, I have read The Fatal Revenge. Don't do what the minor theatrical people call dispicer me, but I think it's very bad. The concluding narrative is by far the most meritorious part of the business. Still, the people are so very convulsive and tumble down so many places, and are always knocking other people's bones about in such a very irrational way that I object. The way in which earthquakes won't swallow the monsters and volcanoes in eruption won't boil them is extremely aggravating. Also their habit of bolting when they are going to explain anything. You have sent me a very different and a much better book, and for that I am truly grateful. With the dust of Maturin in my eyes, I sat down and read The Death of Friends, and the dust melted away in some of those tears it is good to shed. I remember to have read The Backroom Window some years ago, and I have associated it with you ever since. It is a most delightful paper, but the 2 volumes are all delightful, and I have put them on a shelf where you sit down with Charles Lamb again, with Talfourd's vindication of him hard by. We never meet. I hope it is not irreligious, but in this strange London I have an inclination to adapt a portion of the church service to our common experience. Thus, we have left unmet the people whom we ought to have met, and we have met the people whom we ought not to have met, and there seems to be no help in us. But I am always, my dear Proctor, at a distance, very cordially yours, Mrs. Gaskell. Tavistock House, Apest, 1854. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, I safely received the paper from Mr. Sheen, welcomed it with 3 cheers, and instantly dispatched it to the printer, who has it in hand now. I have no intention of striking. The monstrous claims at domination made by a certain class of manufacturers, and the extent to which the way is made easy for working men to slide down into discontent under such hands, are within my scheme. But I am not going to strike, so don't be afraid of me. But I wish you would look at the story yourself, and judge where and how near I seem to be approaching what you have in your mind. The first 2 months of it will show that. I will make my will on the first favorable occasion. We were playing games last night, and were fearfully clever. With kind regards to Mr. Gaskell, always, my dear Mrs. Gaskell. Faithfully yours, Mr. Frank Stone, A.R.A. Tavistock House, May 30th, 1854. My dear Stone, I cannot stand a total absence of ventilation, and I should have liked, in an amiable and persuasive manner, to have punched his head and opened the register stoves. I saw the supper tables, sir, in an empty state, and was charmed with them. Likewise, I recovered myself from a swoon, occasioned by long contact with an unventilated man of a strong flavor from Copenhagen, by drinking an unknown species of celestial lemonade in that enchanted apartment. I am grieved to say that on Saturday I stand engaged to dine, at 3 weeks' notice, with a man who has read every book that ever was written and is a perfect gulf of information. Before exploding a mine of knowledge, He has a habit of closing one eye and wrinkling up his nose, so that he seems perpetually to be taking aim at you and knocking you over with a terrific charge. Then he looks again and takes another aim. So you are always on your back, with your legs in the air. How can a man be conversed with, or walked with, in the county of Middlesex, when he is reviewing the Kentish militia on the shores of Dover, or sailing every day for 3 weeks between Dover and Calais? Ever affectionately, P.S. Humphrey Clinker is certainly Smollett's best. I am rather divided between Peregrine Pickle and Roderick Random, both extraordinarily good in their way, which is a way without tenderness, but you will have to read them both, and I send the first volume of Peregrine as the richer of the two. Mr. Peter Cunningham. Tavistock House, June 7, 1854. My dear Cunningham, I cannot become one of the committee for Wilson's statue, after entertaining so strong an opinion against the expediency of such a memorial in poor dear Talfourd's case. But I will subscribe my 3 guineas, and will pay that sum to the account at Coutts's when I go there next week, before leaving town. The Goldsmiths, admirably done throughout. It is a book I have long desired to see done, and never expected to see half so well done. Many thanks to you for it. Ever faithfully yours. P.S. Please to observe the address at Boulogne, Villa du Camp de Droit. Mr. W. H. Wills. Villa du Camp de Droit, Thursday, June 22, 1854. My dear Wills, I have nothing to say, but having heard from you this morning, think I may as well report all well. We have a most charming place here. It beats the former residence all to nothing. We have a beautiful garden, with all its fruits and flowers, and a field of our own, and a road of our own away to the column, and everything that is airy and fresh. The great Beaucourt hovers about us like a guardian genius, and I imagine that no English person in a carriage could by any possibility find the place. Of the wonderful inventions and contrivances with which a certain inimitable creature has made the most of it, I will say nothing, until you have an opportunity of inspecting the same. At present, I will only observe that I have written exactly 72 words of hard times since I have been here. The children arrived on Tuesday night, by London boat, in every stage and aspect of seasickness. The camp is about a mile off, and huts are now building for, they say, 60,000 soldiers. I don't imagine it to be near enough to bother us. If the weather ever should be fine, it might do you good sometimes to come over with the proofs on a Saturday, when the tide serves well, before you and Mrs. W. make your annual visit. Recollect, there is always a bed, and no sudden appearance will put us out. Kind regards. Ever faithfully, Mr. W. Wilkie Collins. Villa du Camp de Droit, Boulogne. Wednesday night, July 12, 1854. My dear Collins, bobbing up corkwise from a sea of hard times, I beg to report this tenement, amazing, range of view and air, most free and delightful, hillside garden, delicious, field, stupendous, speculations in haycocks already effected by the undersigned, with the view to the keeping up of a home at Rounders. I hope to finish and get to town by next Wednesday night, the 19th. What do you say to coming back with me on the following Tuesday? The interval I propose to pass in a career of amiable dissipation and unbounded license in the metropolis. If you will come and breakfast with me about midnight, anywhere, any day, and go to bed no more until we fly to these pastoral retreats, I shall be delighted to have so vicious an associate. Will you undertake to let Ward know that if he still wishes me to sit to him, he shall have me as long as he likes, at Tavistock House, on Monday, the 24th, from 10 a.m. I have made it understood here that we shall want to be taken the greatest care of this summer, and to be fed on nourishing meats. Several new dishes have been rehearsed and have come out very well. I have met with what they call in the city a parcel of the celebrate champagne. It is a very fine wine, and calculated to do us good when weak. The camp is about a mile off. Voluptuous English authors reposing from their literary fatigues on their laurels are expected, when all other things fail, to lie on straw in the midst of it when the days are sunny, and stare at the blue sea until they fall asleep. About 150 soldiers have been at various times billeted on Beaucourt since we have been here, and he has clinked glasses with them every one, and read a MS book of his father's on soldiers in general to them all. I shall be glad to hear what you say to these various proposals. I write with the Emperor in the town, and a great expenditure of tricolour floating thereabouts, but no stir makes its way to this inaccessible retreat. It is like being up in a balloon. Lionizing Englishmen and Germans start to call, and are found lying imbecile in the road halfway up. Ha, ha, ha. Kindest regards from all. The Plornishkanter adds Mr. and Mrs. Goose's duty. Ever faithfully. P.S. The cobbler has been ill these many months, and unable to work, has had a carbuncle in his back, and has it cut 3 times a week. The little dog sits at the door so unhappy and anxious to help, that I every day expect to see him beginning a pair of top boots. Miss Hogarth. Office of Household Words, Saturday, July 22nd, 1854. My dear Georgina, neither you nor Catherine did justice to Collins's book. I think it far away the cleverest novel I have ever seen written by a new hand. It is in some respects masterly. Valentine Blythe is as original and as well done as anything can be. The scene where he shows his pictures is full of an admirable humour. Old Matt is admirably done. In short, I call it a very remarkable book, and have been very much surprised by its great merit. Tell Kate, with my love, that she will receive tomorrow in a little parcel the complete proofs of Hard Times. They will not be corrected, but she will find them pretty plain. I am just now going to put them up for her. I saw Grissy the night before last in Lucrezia Borgia, finer than ever. Last night I was drinking gin slings till daylight, with Buxton of all people, who saw me looking at the Spanish dancers, and insisted on being convivial. I have been in a blaze of dissipation altogether, and have succeeded, I think, in knocking the remembrance of my work out. Loves to all the darlings, from the Plornish maroon upward. London is far hotter than Naples. Ever affectionately, Mrs. Gaskell. Villa du Camp de Droit, Boulogne. Thursday, Aug. 17th, 1854. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, I sent your MS off to Will's yesterday, with instructions to forward it to you without delay. I hope you will have received it before this notification comes to hand. Usual festivity of this place at present, which is the blessing of soldiers by the 10,000, has just now been varied by the baptizing of some new bells, lately hung up to my sorrow and lunacy in a neighbouring church. An English lady was godmother, and there was a procession afterwards, wherein an English gentleman carried the relics in a highly suspicious box, like a barrel organ, and innumerable English ladies in white gowns and bridal wreaths walked 2 and 2, as if they had all gone to school again. At a review on the same day, I was particularly struck by the commencement of the proceedings, and its singular contrast to the usual military operations in Hyde Park. Nothing would induce the general commanding-in-chief to begin until chairs were brought for all the lady spectators, and a detachment of about 100 men deployed into all manner of farmhouses to find the chairs. Nobody seemed to lose any dignity by the transaction either. With kindest regards, my dear Mrs. Gaskell. Faithfully yours always, Rev. William Harness. Villa du Camp de Droit, Boulogne. Saturday, Aug. 19th, 1854. My dear Harness, yes, the book came from me. I could not put a memorandum to that effect on the title page, in consequence of my being here. I am heartily glad you like it. I know the piece you mention, but am far from being convinced by it. A great misgiving is upon me that in many things, this thing among the rest, too many are martyrs to our complacency and satisfaction, and that we must give up something thereof for their poor sakes. My kindest regards to your sister, and my love, if I may send it, to another of your relations. Always very faithfully yours, Mr. Henry Austen. Villa du Camp de Droit, Boulogne. Wednesday, Sept. 6th, 1854. Any Saturday on which the tide serves your purpose, next Saturday excepted, will suit me for the flying visit you hint at, and we shall be delighted to see you. Although the camp is not above a mile from this gate, we never see or hear of it unless we choose. If you could come here in dry weather, you would find it as pretty, airy, and pleasant a situation as you ever saw. We illuminated the whole front of the house last night, 18 windows, and an immense palace of light was seen sparkling on this hilltop for miles and miles away. I rushed to a distance to look at it, and never saw anything of the same kind half so pretty. The town looks like one immense flag. It is so decked out with streamers, and as the royal yacht approached yesterday, the whole range of the cliff tops lined with troops, and the artillery matches in hand, all ready to fire the great guns the moment she made the harbor, the sailors standing up in the prow of the yacht, the prince in a blazing uniform, left alone on the deck for everybody to see, a stupendous silence, and then such an infernal blazing and banging as never was heard. It was almost as fine a sight as one could see under a deep blue sky. In our own proper illumination I laid on all the servants, all the children now at home, all the visitors. It is the annual household words time, one to every window, with everything ready to light up on the ringing of a big dinner bell by your humble correspondent. St. Peter's on Easter Monday was the result. Best love from all. Ever affectionately, Mr. W. Wilkie Collins. Boulogne, Tuesday, Sept. 26, 1854. My dear Collins, first I have to report that I received your letter with much pleasure. Secondly, that the weather has entirely changed. It is so cool that we have not only a fire in the drawing-room regularly, but another to dine by. The delicious freshness of the air is charming, and it is generally bright and windy besides. Thirdly, that intellectual faculties appear to have developed suddenly. He has taken to borrowing money, from which I infer, as he has no intention whatever of repaying, that his mental powers are of a high order. Having got a franc from me, he fell upon Mrs. Dickens for 5 sous. She declining to enter into the transaction, he beleaguered that feeble little couple, Harry and Sidney, into paying 2 sous each for tickets, to behold the ravishing spectacle of an utterly non-existent and therefore impossible to be produced toy theatre. He eats stony apples, and harbors designs upon his fellow creatures until he has become light-headed. From the couch rendered uneasy by this disorder, he has arisen with an excessively protuberant forehead, a dull, slow eye, a complexion of a leaden hue, and a croaky voice. He has become a horror to me, and I resort to the most cowardly expedients to avoid meeting him. He, on the other hand, wanting another franc, dodges me round those trees at the corner and at the back door, and I have a presentiment upon me that I shall fall a sacrifice to his cupidity at last. On the Sunday night after you left, or rather on the Monday morning at 1:30, Mary was taken very ill, English cholera. She was sinking so fast, and the sickness was so exceedingly alarming, that it evidently would not do to wait for Eliotson. I caused everything to be done that we had naturally often thought of, in a lonely house so full of children, and fell back upon the old remedy, though the difficulty of giving even it was rendered very great by the frightful sickness. Thank God she recovered so favorably that by breakfast time she was fast asleep. She slept 24 hours, and has never had the least uneasiness since. I heard, of course afterwards, that she had had an attack of sickness 2 nights before. I think that long ride and those late dinners had been too much for her. Without them, I am inclined to doubt whether she would have been ill. Last Sunday, as ever was, the theatre took fire at 11:30 in the forenoon. Being close by the English church, it showered hot sparks into that temple through the open windows, whereupon the congregation shrieked and rose and tumbled out into the street, benignly observing to the only ancient female who would listen to him, I fear we must part, and afterwards being beheld in the street, in his robes, and with a kind of sacred wildness on him, handing ladies over the kennel into shops, and other structures where they had no business whatever, or the least desire to go. I got to the back of the theatre, where I could see in through some great doors that had been forced open, and whence the spectacle of the whole interior, burning like a red-hot cavern, was really very fine, even in the daylight. Meantime the soldiers were at work. saving the scenery by pitching it into the next street, and the poor little properties, one spinning wheel, a feeble imitation of a watermill, and a basketful of the dismalest artificial flowers very conspicuous, were being passed from hand to hand with the greatest excitement, as if they were rescued children or lovely women. In 4 or 5 hours, the whole place was burnt down, except the outer walls. Never in my days did I behold such feeble endeavors in the way of extinguishment. On an average, I should say, it took 10 minutes to throw half a gallon of water on the great roaring heap, and every time it was insulted in this way it gave a ferocious burst, and everybody ran off. Beaucourt has been going about for 2 days in a clean collar, which phenomenon evidently means something, but I don't know what. Eliotson reports that the great conjurer lives at his hotel, has extra wine every day, and fares expensively. Is he the devil? I have heard from the colonel, while Sir saying, as he minded to locate himself with us for a week, I expected to have heard from him again this morning, but have not. Beard comes tomorrow. Kindest regards and remembrances from all. Ward lives in a little street between the 2 Tintelleries. The Plornish Maroon desires his duty. He had a fall yesterday through overbalancing himself in kicking his nurse. Ever faithfully, Mr. Frank Stone, A.R.A. Boulogne, Friday, Oct. 13th, 1854. My dear Stone, having some little matters that rather press on my attention to see to in town, I have made up my mind to relinquish the walking project and come straight home by way of Folkestone on Tuesday. I shall be due in town at midnight, and shall hope to see you next day with the top of your coat collar mended. Everything that happens here we suppose to be an announcement of the taking of Sebastopol. When a church clock strikes, we think it is the joy bell, and fly out of the house in a burst of nationality to sneak in again. If they practice firing at the camp, we are sure it is the artillery celebrating the fall of the Russian, and we become enthusiastic in a moment. I live in constant readiness to illuminate the whole house. Whatever anybody says I believe. Everybody says every day that Sebastopol is in flames. Sometimes the commander-in-chief has blown himself up with 75,000 men. Sometimes he has cut his way through Lord Raglan and has fallen back on the advancing body of the Russians, 142,000 strong, whom he is going to bring up, I don't know where from, or how, or when, or why, for the destruction of the Allies. All these things, in the words of the Catechism, I steadfastly believe, until I become a mere driveler, a moonstruck, babbling, staring, credulous, imbecile, greedy, gaping, wooden-headed, addle-brained, wool-gathering, dreary, vacant, obstinate civilian. Ever my fellow countryman, affectionately, Mr. John Saunders. Tavistock House, October 26, 1854. Dear Sir, I have had much gratification and pleasure in the receipt of your obliging communication. Allow me to thank you for it, in the first place, with great cordiality. Although I cannot say that I came without any prepossessions to the perusal of your play, for I had favorable inclinings towards it before I began, I can say that I read it with the closest attention, and that it inspired me with a strong interest and a genuine and high admiration. The parts that involve some of the greatest difficulties of your task appear to me those in which you shine most. I would particularly instance the end of Julia as a very striking example of this. The delicacy and beauty of her redemption from her weak, rash lover are very far, indeed, beyond the range of any ordinary dramatist, and display the true poetical strength. As your hopes now center in Mr. Phelps, and in seeing the child of your fancy on his stage, I will venture to point out to you not only what I take to be very dangerous portions of love's martyrdom, as it stands, for presentation on the stage, but portions which I believe Mr. Phelps will speedily regard in that light when he sees it before him in the persons of live men and women on the wooden boards. Knowing him, I think he will be then as violently discouraged as he is now generously exalted, and it may be useful to you to be prepared for the consideration of those passages. I do not regard it as a great stumbling block that the play of modern times best known to an audience proceeds upon the main idea of this, namely, that there was a hunchback who, because of his deformity, mistrusted himself. But it is certainly a grain in the balance when the balance is going the wrong way, and therefore it should be most carefully trimmed. The incident of the ring is an insignificant one to look at over a row of gaslights, is difficult to convey to an audience, and the least thing will make it ludicrous. If it be so well done by Mr. Phelps himself as to be otherwise than ludicrous, it will be disagreeable. If it be either, it will be perilous, and doubly so, because you revert to it. The quarrel scene between the two brothers in the third act is now so long that the justification of blind passion and impetuosity, which can alone bear out Franklin before the bodily eyes of a great concourse of spectators in plunging at the life of his own brother, is lost. That the two should be parted, and that Franklin should again drive at him, and strike him, and then wound him, is a state of things to set the sympathy of an audience in the wrong direction, and turn it from the man you make happy to the man you leave unhappy. I would on no account allow the artist to appear, attended by that picture, more than once. All the most sudden inconstancy of Clarence I would soften down. Margaret must act much better than any actress I have ever seen if all her lines fall in pleasant places. Therefore, I think she needs compression too. All this applies solely to the theatre. If you ever revise the sheets for readers, will you note in the margin the broken laughter and the appeals to the deity? If, on summing them up, you find you want them all, I would leave them as they stand by all means. If not, I would blot accordingly. It is only in the hope of being slightly useful to you by anticipating what I believe Mr. Phelps will discover, or what, if ever he should pass it, I have a strong conviction the audience will find out, that I have ventured on these few hints. Your concurrence with them generally, on reconsideration, or your preference for the poem as it stands, cannot in the least affect my interest in your success. On the other hand, I have a perfect confidence in your not taking my misgivings ill. They arise out of my sincere desire for the triumph of your work. With renewed thanks for the pleasure you have afforded me, I am, dear sir, faithfully yours, Mr. W. C. Macready. Tavistock House, November 1st, 1854. And a constitutionally foggy day. My dearest Macready, I thought it better not to encumber the address to working men with details. Firstly, because they would detract from whatever fiery effect the words may have in them. Secondly, because writing and petitioning and pressing a subject upon members and candidates are now so clearly understood. And thirdly, because the paper was meant as an opening to a persistent pressure of the whole question on the public, which would yield other opportunities of touching on such points. In the number for next week, not this, is one of those following up articles called A Home Question. It is not written by me, but is generally of my suggesting, and is exceedingly well done by a thorough and experienced hand. I think you will find in it generally what you want. I have told the printers to send you a proof by post as soon as it is corrected, that is to say, as soon as some insertions I made in it last night are in type and in their places. My dear old Pa, I don't believe a word you write about King John. That is to say, I don't believe you take into account the enormous difference between the energy summonable up in your study at Sherborne and the energy that will fire up in you, without so much as saying, with your leave, or by your leave, in the town hall at Birmingham. I know you, you ancient codger, I know you. Therefore I will trouble you to be so good as to do an act of honesty after you have been to Birmingham, and to write to me, ingenuous boy, you were correct. I find I could have read 'em, King John, with the greatest ease. In that vast hole in the busy town of Sherborne, in which our illustrious English novelist is expected to read next month, though he is strongly of opinion that he is deficient in power and too old, I wonder what accommodation there is for reading. Because our illustrious countryman likes to stand at a desk breast high, with plenty of room about him, a sloping top, and a ledge to keep his book from tumbling off. If such a thing should not be there, however, on his arrival, I suppose even a Sherborne carpenter could knock it up out of a deal board. Is there a deal board in Sherborne, though? I should like to hear Katie's opinion on that point. In this week's Household Words, there is an exact portrait of our Boulogne landlord, which I hope you will like. I think of opening the next long book I write with a man of juvenile figure and strong face, who is always persuading himself that he is infirm. What do you think of the idea? I should like to have your opinion about it. I would make him an impetuous, passionate sort of fellow, devilish, grim upon occasion, and of an iron purpose. Droll, I fancy. Is getting a little too fat, but appears to be troubled by the great responsibility of directing the whole war. He doesn't seem to be quite clear that he has got the ships into the exact order he intended, on the sea point of attack at Sebastopol. We went to the play last Saturday night with Stanfield, whose high lights, as Maclise calls those knobs of brightness on the top of his cheeks, were more radiant than ever. We talked of you, and I told Stanny how they are imitating his Assis and Galatea sea in Pericles at Phelps's. He didn't half like it, but I added, in nautical language, that it was merely a piratical effort achieved by a handful of porpoise-faced swabs, and that brought him up with a round turn, as we say at sea. We are looking forward to the 20th of next month with great pleasure. All Tavistock House send love and kisses to all Sherborne House. If there is anything I can bring down for you, let me know in good course of time. Ever, my dearest Macready. Most affectionately yours. The Hun, Mrs. Watson. Tavistock House, Wednesday Nast, 1854. My dear Mrs. Watson, I take upon myself to answer your letter to Catherine, as I am referred to in it. The walk is not my writing. It is very well done by a close imitator. Why I found myself so used up, after hard times, I scarcely know, perhaps because I intended to do nothing in that way for a year, when the idea laid hold of me by the throat in a very violent manner, and because the compression and close condensation necessary for that disjointed form of publication gave me perpetual trouble. But I really was tired, which is a result so very incomprehensible that I can't forget it. I have passed an idle autumn in a beautiful situation, and am dreadfully brown and big. For further particulars of Boulogne, see Our French Watering Place, in this present week of Household Words, which contains a faithful portrait of our landlord there. If you carry out that bright Croydon idea, rely on our glad co-operation. Only let me know all about it a few days beforehand, and if you feel equal to the contemplation of the mustache, which has been cut lately, it will give us the heartiest pleasure to come and meet you. This in spite of the terrific duffery of the Crystal Palace. It is a very remarkable thing in itself, but to have so very large a building continually crammed down one's throat, and to find it a new page in the whole duty of man to go there, is a little more than even I, and you know how amiable I am, can endure. You always like to know what I am going to do, so I beg to announce that on the 19th of December I am going to read the Carol at Reading, where I undertook the presidency of the literary institution on the death of poor dear Talfourd. Then I am going on to Sherborne, in Dorsetshire, to do the like for another institution, which is one of the few remaining pleasures of Macready's life. Then I am coming home for Christmas Day. Then I believe I must go to Bradford in Yorkshire to read once more to a little fireside party of 4,000. Then I am coming home again to get up a new little version of The Children in the Wood, yet to be written, by the by, for the children to act on Charlie's birthday. I am full of mixed feeling about the war, admiration of our valiant men, burning desires to cut the Emperor of Russia's throat, and something like despair to see how the old cannon smoke and blood mists obscure the wrongs and sufferings of the people at home. When I consider the patriotic fund on the one hand, and on the other the poverty and wretchedness engendered by cholera, of which in London alone an infinitely larger number of English people than are likely to be slain in the whole Russian war have miserably and needlessly died, I feel as if the world had been pushed back 500 years. If you're reading new books just now, I think you will be interested with a controversy between Whewell and Brewster on the question of the shining orbs about us being inhabited or no. Whewell's book is called On the Plurality of Worlds, Brewster's More Worlds Than One. I shouldn't wonder if you know all about them. They bring together a vast number of points of great interest in natural philosophy and some very curious reasoning on both sides, and leave the matter pretty much where it was. We had a fine absurdity in connection with our luggage when we left Boulogne. The barometer had within a few hours fallen about a foot in honor of the occasion, and it was a tremendous night, blowing a gale of wind and raining a little deluge. The luggage, pretty heavy, as you may suppose, in a cart drawn by 2 horses, stuck fast in a rut in our field, and couldn't be moved. Our man, made a lunatic by the extremity of the occasion, ran down to the town to get 2 more horses to help it out. When he returned with those horses, and Carter B., the most beaming of men, Carter A., who had been soaking all the time by the disabled vehicle, descried in Carter B., the acknowledged enemy of his existence, took his own 2 horses out and walked off with them, after which the whole set-out remained in the field all night, and we came to town, 13 individuals, with 1 comb and a pocket handkerchief. I was upside down during the greater part of the passage. Dr. Ray's account of Franklin's unfortunate party is deeply interesting, but I think hasty in its acceptance of the details, particularly in the statement that they had eaten the dead bodies of their companions, which I don't believe. Franklin, on a former occasion, was almost starved to death, had gone through all the pains of that sad end, and lain down to die, and no such thought had presented itself to any of them. In famous cases of shipwreck, it is very rare indeed that any person of any humanizing education or refinement resorts to this dreadful means of prolonging life. In open boats, the coarsest and commonest men of the shipwrecked party have done such things, but I don't remember more than 1 instance in which an officer had overcome the loathing that the idea had inspired. Dr. Ray talks about their cooking these remains too. I should like to know where the fuel came from. Kindest love and best regards. Ever, my dear Mrs. Watson, affectionately yours. Mr. Clarkson Stanfield, R.A. Tavistock House, Friday night, Nord, 1854. My dear Stanley, first of all, here is enclosed a letter for Mrs. Stanfield, which, if you don't immediately and faithfully deliver, you will hear of in an unpleasant way from the station house at the curve of the hill above you. Secondly, this is not to remind you that we meet at the Athen Elm next Monday at 5, because none but a mouldy swab as never broke biscuit or lay out on the Fuseliardarm in a gale of wind ever forgot an appointment with a messmate. But what I want you to think of at your leisure is this. When our dear old Macready was in town last, I saw it would give him so much interest and pleasure if I promised to go down and read my Christmas Carol to the little Sherborne institution, which is now one of the few active objects he has in the life about him, that I came out with that promise in a bold, I may say a swaggering way. Consequently, on Wednesday, the 20th of December, I am going down to see him, with Kate and Georgina, returning to town in good time for Christmas, on Saturday, the 23rd. Do you think you could manage to go and return with us? I really believe there is scarcely anything in the world that would give him such extraordinary pleasure as such a visit. And if you would empower me to send him an intimation that he may expect it, he will have a daily joy in looking forward to the time, I am seriously sure, which we, whose light has not gone out, and who are among our old dear pursuits and associations, can scarcely estimate. I don't like to broach the idea in a careless way, and so I propose it thus, and ask you to think of it. Ever most affectionately yours, Miss Proctor. Tavistock House, Sunday, Death, 1854. My dear Miss Proctor, you have given me a new sensation. I did suppose that nothing in this singular world could surprise me, but you have done it. You will believe my congratulations on the delicacy and talent of your writing to be sincere. From the first, I have always had an especial interest in that Miss Berwick, and have over and over again questioned Wills about her. I suppose he has gone on gradually building up an imaginary structure of life and adventure for her, but he has given me the strangest information. Only yesterday week, when we were making up The Poor Travellers, as I sat meditatively poking the office fire, I said to him, Wills, have you got that Miss Berwick's proof back of the little sailor's song? No, he said. Well, but why not? I asked him. Why, you know, he answered, as I have often told you before, she don't live at the place to which her letters are addressed, and so there's always difficulty and delay in communicating with her. Do you know what age she is? I said. Here he looked unfathomably profound and returned, rather advanced in life. You said she was a governess, didn't you? Said I, to which he replied in the most emphatic and positive manner, a governess. He then came and stood in the corner of the hearth, with his back to the fire, and delivered himself like an oracle concerning you. He told me that early in life, conveying to me the impression of about a quarter of a century ago, You had had your feelings desperately wounded by some cause, real or imaginary. It does not matter which, said I, with the greatest sagacity, and that you had then taken to writing verses, that you were of an unhappy temperament, but keenly sensitive to encouragement, that you wrote after the educational duties of the day were discharged, that you sometimes thought of never writing any more, that you had been away for some time with your pupils, that your letters were of a mild and melancholy character, and that you did not seem to care as much as might be expected about money. All this time I sat poking the fire, with a wisdom upon me absolutely crushing, and finally I begged him to assure the lady that she might trust me with her real address, and that it would be better to have it now, as I hoped our further communications, etc., etc., etc. You must have felt enormously wicked last Tuesday, when I, such a babe in the wood, was unconsciously prattling to you. But you have given me so much pleasure, and have made me shed so many tears, that I can only think of you now in association with the sentiment and grace of your verses. So pray accept the blessing and forgiveness of Richard Watts, though I am afraid you come under both his conditions of exclusion. Very faithfully yours. 1855. Narrative. In the beginning of this year, Charles Dickens gave public readings at Reading, Sherborne, and Bradford in Yorkshire, to which reference is made in the first following letters. Besides this, he was fully occupied in getting up a play for his children, which was acted on the 6th January. Mr. Planchet's fairy extravaganza of Fortunio and his 7 gifted servants was the play selected, the parts being filled by all his own children and some of their young friends, and Charles Dickens, Mr. Mark Lemon, and Mr. Wilkie Collins playing with them, the only grown-up members of the company. In February, he made a short trip to Paris with Mr. Wilkie Collins, with an intention of going on to Bordeaux, which was abandoned on account of bad weather. Out of the success of the children's play at Tavistock House rose a scheme for a serious play at the same place, Mr. Collins undertaking to write a melodrama for the purpose, and Mr. Stanfield to paint scenery and drop scene. Charles Dickens turned one of the rooms of the house into a very perfect little theatre, and in June, The Lighthouse was acted for 3 nights, with Mr. Nightingale's Diary and Animal Magnetism as farces, the actors being himself and several members of the original amateur company, the actresses, his 2 daughters and his sister-in-law. Mr. Stanfield, after entering most heartily into the enterprise and giving constant time and attention to the painting of his beautiful scenes, was unfortunately ill and unable to attend the first performance. We give a letter to him, reporting its great success. In this summer, Charles Dickens made a speech at a great meeting at Drury Lane Theatre on the subject of administrative reform, of which he writes to Mr. Macready. On this subject of administrative reform, too, we give 2 letters to the great Nineveh traveller Mr. Layard, now Sir Austin H. Layard, for whom, as his letters show, he conceived at once the affectionate friendship which went on increasing from this time for the rest of his life. Mr. Layard also spoke at the Drury Lane meeting. Charles Dickens had made a promise to give another reading at Birmingham for the funds of the Institute which still needed help, and in a letter to Mr. Arthur Ryland, asking him to fix a time for it, he gives the first idea of a selection from David Copperfield, which was afterwards one of the most popular of his readings. He was at all times fond of making excursions for a day, or 2 or 3 days, to Rochester and its neighborhood, and after one of these, this year, he writes to Mr. Wills that he has seen a small freehold to be sold, opposite the house on which he had fixed his childish affections, and which he calls in this letter the Hermitage, its real name being Gad's Hill Place. The latter house was not at that time to be had, and he made some approach to negotiations as to the other little freehold, which, however, did not come to anything. Later in the year, however, Mr. Wills, by an accident, discovered that Gad's Hill Place, the property of Miss Lynn, the well-known authoress and a constant contributor to Household Words, was itself for sale, and a negotiation for its purchase commenced, which was not, however, completed until the following spring. Later in the year, the performance of The Lighthouse was repeated for a charitable purpose at the Campden House Theatre. This autumn was passed at Folkestone. Charles Dickens had decided upon spending the following winter in Paris, and the family proceeded there from Folkestone in October, making a halt at Boulogne, from whence his sister-in-law preceded the party to Paris to secure lodgings with the help of Lady Olive. He followed to make his choice of apartments that had been found, and he writes to his wife and to Mr. Wills, giving a description of the Paris house. Here he began Little Dorrit. In a letter to Mrs. Watson from Folkestone, he gives her the name which he had first proposed for this story, Nobody's Fault. During his absence from England, Mr. and Mrs. Hogarth occupied Tavistock House, and his eldest son, being now engaged in business, remained with them, coming to Paris only for Christmas. 3 of his boys were at school at Boulogne at this time, and one, Walter Landor, at Wimbledon, studying for an Indian Army appointment. M. de Surjet. Tavistock House, January 3, 1855. My dear Surjet, when your Christmas letter did not arrive according to custom, I felt as if a bit of Christmas had fallen out and there was no supplying the piece. However, it was soon supplied by yourself, and the bowl became round and sound again. The Christmas number of Household Words, I suppose, will reach Lausanne about midsummer. The first 10 pages or so, all under the head of The First Poor Traveller, are written by me, and I hope you will find, in the story of the soldier which they contain, something that may move you a little. It moved me not a little in the writing, and I believe has touched a vast number of people. We have sold 80,000 of it. I am but newly come home from reading at Reading, where I succeeded poor Talfourd as the president of an institution, and at Sherborne in Dorsetshire, and at Bradford in Yorkshire. Wonderful audiences, and the number at the last place 3,700. And yet, but for the noise of their laughing and cheering, they went like one man. The absorption of the English mind in the war is, to me, a melancholy thing. Every other subject of popular solicitude and sympathy goes down before it. I fear I clearly see that for years to come domestic reforms are shaken to the root. Every miserable red tapist flourishes war over the head of every protester against his humbug, and everything connected with it is pushed to such an unreasonable extent that however kind and necessary it may be in itself, it becomes ridiculous. For all this it is an indubitable fact, I conceive, that Russia must be stopped, and that the future peace of the world renders the war imperative upon us. The Duke of Newcastle lately addressed a private letter to the newspapers, entreating them to exercise a larger discretion in respect of the letters of our own correspondence, against which Lord Raglan protests as giving the Emperor of Russia information for nothing which would cost him, if indeed he could get it at all, 50 or 100,000 pounds. Here, the communication has not been attended with much effect, so far as I can see. In the meantime, I do suppose we have the wretchedest ministry that ever was, in whom nobody not in office of some sort believes, yet whom there is nobody to displace. The strangest result, perhaps, of years of reformed parliaments that ever the general sagacity did not foresee. Let me recommend you, as a brother reader of high distinction, 2 comedies, both Goldsmith's, She Stoops to Conquer and The Good-Natured Man. Both are so admirable and so delightfully written that they read wonderfully. A friend of mine, Forster, who wrote The Life of Goldsmith, was very ill a year or so ago, and begged me to read to him one night as he lay in bed, something of Goldsmith's. I fell upon She Stoops to Conquer, and we enjoyed it with that wonderful intensity that I believe he began to get better in the first scene and was all right again in the 5th act. I am charmed by your account of Haldimand, to whom my love. Tell him Sidney Smith's daughter has privately printed a life of her father with selections from his letters, which has great merit, and often presents him exactly as he used to be. I have strongly urged her to publish it, and I think she will do so about March. My eldest boy has come home from Germany to learn a business life at Birmingham. I think, first of all, the whole 9 are well and happy. Ditto Mrs. Dickens, ditto Georgina. My 2 girls are full of interest in yours, and one of mine, as I think I told you when I was at Elise, is curiously like one of yours in the face. They are all agog now about a great fairy play, which is to come off here next Monday. The house is full of Spangles, Gas, Jew theatrical tailors, and pantomime carpenters. We all unite in kindest and best loves to dear Mrs. Surjet and all the blooming daughters. And I am, with frequent thoughts of you and cordial affection, ever, my dear Surjet. Your faithful friend, Miss Mary Boyle. Tavistock House, January 3rd, 1855. My dear Mary, this is a word of heartfelt greeting, in exchange for yours, which came to me most pleasantly and was received with a cordial welcome. If I had leisure to write a letter, I should write you, at this point, perhaps the very best letter that ever was read. But being in the agonies of getting up a gorgeous fairy play for the postboys on Charlie's birthday, besides having the work of half a dozen to do as a regular thing, I leave the merits of the wonderful epistle to your lively fancy. Enclosing a kiss, if you will have the kindness to return it when done with. I have just been reading my Christmas Carol in Yorkshire. I should have lost my heart to the beautiful young landlady of my hotel, age 29, dress, black frock and jacket, exquisitely braided, if it had not been safe in your possession. Many, many happy years to you. My regards to that obstinate old Wurzel and his dame, when you have them under lock and key again. Ever affectionately yours, Mrs. Gaskell. Tavistock House, January 27th, 1855. My dear Mrs. Gaskell, let me congratulate you on the conclusion of your story, not because it is the end of a task to which you had conceived a dislike, for I imagine you to have got the better of that delusion by this time, but because it is the vigorous and powerful accomplishment of an anxious labor. It seems to me that you have felt the ground thoroughly firm under your feet, and have strided on with a force and purpose that must now give you pleasure. You will not, I hope, allow that not lucid interval of dissatisfaction with yourself and me, which beset you for a minute or two once upon a time, to linger in the shape of any disagreeable association with household words. I shall still look forward to the large sides of paper, and shall soon feel disappointed if they don't begin to reappear. I thought it best that Will should write the business letter on the conclusion of the story, as that part of our communications had always previously rested with him. I trust you found it satisfactory. I refer to it, not as a matter of mere form, but because I sincerely wish everything between us to be beyond the possibility of misunderstanding or reservation. Dear Mrs. Gaskell, very faithfully yours, Mr. Arthur Ryland. Tavistock House, Monday, Jan. 29th, 1855. My dear Mr. Ryland, I have been in the greatest difficulty, which I am not yet out of, to know what to read at Birmingham. I fear the idea of next month is now impracticable. Which of 2 other months do you think would be preferable for your Birmingham objects? Next May or next December? Having already read 2 Christmas books at Birmingham, I should like to get out of that restriction and have a swim in the broader waters of one of my long books. I have been poring over Copperfield, which is my favorite, with the idea of getting a reading out of it, to be called by some such name as Young Housekeeping and Little Emily. But there is still the huge difficulty that I constructed the whole with immense pains, and have so woven it up and blended it together, that I cannot yet so separate the parts as to tell the story of David's married life with Dora, and the story of Mr. Peggotty's search for his niece within the time. This is my object. If I could possibly bring it to bear, it would make a very attractive reading, with a strong interest in it and a certain completeness. This is exactly the state of the case. I don't mind confiding to you that I never can approach the book with perfect composure. It had such perfect possession of me when I wrote it, and that I no sooner begin to try to get it into this form than I begin to read it all, and to feel that I cannot disturb it. I have not been unmindful of the agreement we made at parting, and I have sat staring at the backs of my books for an inspiration. This project is the only one that I have constantly reverted to, and yet I have made no progress in it. Faithfully yours always, Monsieur Regnier. Tavistock House, London, Saturday evening, Feb. 3rd, 1855. My dear Regnier, I am coming to Paris for a week, with my friend Collins, son of the English painter who painted our green lanes and our cottage children so beautifully. Do not tell this to Livia. Unless I have the ill fortune to stumble against him in the street, I shall not make my arrival known to him. I purpose leaving here on Sunday, the 11th, but I shall stay that night at Boulogne to see 2 of my little boys who are at school there. We shall come to Paris on Monday, the 12th, arriving there in the evening. Now, mon cher, do you think you can, without inconvenience, engage me for a week an apartment, cheerful, light, and wholesome, containing a comfortable salon et 2 chambers à coucher? I do not care whether it is an hotel or not, but the reason why I do not write for an apartment to the Hotel Brighton is that there they expect one to dine at home, I mean in the apartment generally, whereas, as we are coming to Paris expressly to be always looking about us, we want to dine wherever we like every day. Consequently, what we want to find is a good apartment, where we can have our breakfast, but where we shall never dine. Can you engage such accommodation for me? If you can, I shall feel very much obliged to you. If the apartment should happen to contain a little bed for a servant, I might perhaps bring one, but I do not care about that at all. I want it to be pleasant and gay, and to throw myself en garçon on the festive diableries de Paris. Mrs. Dickens and her sister send their kindest regards to Madame Regnier and you, in which I heartily join. All the children send their loves to the 2 brave boys and the Normandy bonds. I shall hope for a short answer from you one day next week, my dear Regnier. Always faithfully yours, Mr. W. H. Wills. Office of Household Words, Friday, Feb. 9th, 1855. My dear Wills, I want to alter the arrangements for tomorrow and put you to some inconvenience. When I was at Gravesend t'other day, I saw at Gad's Hill, just opposite to the Hermitage, where Miss Lynn used to live, a little freehold to be sold. The spot and the very house are literally a dream of my childhood, and I should like to look at it before I go to Paris. With that purpose I must go to Strood by the North Kent at 10:15 tomorrow morning, and I want you strongly booted to go with me. I know the particulars from the agent. Can you let me know? If you can you manage so that we can take the proofs with us? If you can't, will you bring them to Tavistock House at dinner time tomorrow, 5:30? Forster will dine with us, but no one else. I am uncertain of your being in town tonight, but I send John up with this. Ever faithfully, Miss Hogarth. Hotel Muris, Paris, Friday, Feb. 16th, 1855. My dear Georgie, I heard from home last night, but the posts are so delayed and put out by the snow that they come in at all sorts of times except the right times and utterly defy all calculation. Will you tell Catherine with my love that I will write to her again tomorrow afternoon? I hope she may then receive my letter by Monday morning, and in it I purpose telling her when I may be expected home. The weather is so severe and the roads are so bad that the journey to and from Bordeaux seems out of the question. We have made up our minds to abandon it for the present and to return about Tuesday night or Wednesday. Collins continues in a queer state, but is perfectly cheerful under the stoppage of his wine and other afflictions. We have a beautiful apartment, very elegantly furnished, very thickly carpeted, and as warm as any apartment in Paris can be in such weather. We are very well waited on and looked after. We breakfast at 10, read and write till 2, and then I go out walking all over Paris, while the invalid sits by the fire or is deposited in a café. We dine at 5 in a different restaurant every day, and at 7 or so go to the theatre, sometimes to 2 theatres, sometimes to 3. We get home about 12, light the fire, and drink lemonade, to which I add rum. We go to bed between 1 and 2. I live in peace, like an elderly gentleman, and regard myself as in a negative state of virtue and respectability. The theatres are not particularly good, but I have seen Lemaitre act in the most wonderful and astounding manner. I am afraid we must go to the Opéra Comique on Sunday. Tomorrow we dine with Regnier, and today with the Oliphs. La Joie faite pour, at the Française, delighted me, exquisitely played and beautifully imagined altogether. Last night we went to the Porte Saint-Martin to see a piece English subject called Jane Osborne, which the characters pronounce Jan Osborne. The seducer was Lord Nottingham. The comic Englishwoman's name, she kept lodgings and was a very bad character, was Mrs. Christmas. She had begun to get into great difficulties with a gentleman of the name of Mr. Cornhill, when we were obliged to leave, at the end of the first act, by the intolerable stench of the place. The whole theatre must be standing over some vast cesspool. It was so alarming that I instantly rushed into a café and had brandy. My ear has gradually become so accustomed to French that I understand the people at the theatres, for the first time, with perfect ease and satisfaction. I walked about with Rignier for an hour and a half yesterday and received many compliments on my angelic manner of speaking the celestial language. There is a winter Franconis now, high up on the boulevards, just like the Round Theatre on the Champs-Élysées, and as bright and beautiful. A clown from Astley's is all in high favor there at present. He talks slang English, being evidently an idiot, as if he felt a perfect confidence that everybody understands him. His name is Boswell, and the whole cirque rang last night with cries for Boswellul, 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 etc., 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 etc. I must begin to look out for the box of bonbons for the noble and fascinating Plornish maroon. Give him my love and 1,000 kisses. Loves to Mamie, Katie, Sydney, Harry, and the following stab to Anne. She forgot to pack me any shaving soap. Ever, my dear Georgie, most affectionately yours. P.S. Collins sends kind regards. Mr. W. H. Wills. Hotel Muris, Paris, Friday, Feb. 16th, 1855. My dear Wills, I received your letter yesterday evening. I have not yet seen the lists of trains and boats, but propose arranging to return about Tuesday or Wednesday. In the meantime, I am living like Gil Blas and doing nothing. I am very much obliged to you, indeed, for the trouble you have kindly taken about the little freehold. It is clear to me that its merits resolve themselves into the view and the spot. If I had more money, these considerations might, with me, overtop all others. But as it is, I consider the matter quite disposed of, finally settled in the negative, and to be thought no more about. I shall not go down and look at it, as I could add nothing to your report. Paris is finer than ever, and I go wandering about it all day. We dine at all manner of places and go to 2 or 3 theatres in the evening. I suppose, as an old farmer said of Scott, I am Mackin Meisel all the time, but I seem to be rather a free and easy sort of superior vagabond. I live in continual terror of, and am strongly fortified within doors, with a means of retreat into my bedroom always ready. Up to the present blessed moment, his staggering form has not appeared. As to yesterday's post from England, I have not, at the present moment, the slightest idea where it may be. It is under the snow somewhere, I suppose, but nobody expects it, and Galignani reprints every morning leaders from the Times of about a fortnight or 3 weeks old. Collins, who is not very well, sends his penitent regards, and says he is enjoying himself as much as a man with the weight of a broken promise on his conscience can. Ever, my dear Wills, faithfully yours. Mr. Arthur Ryland. Tavistock House, February 26, 1855. My dear Mr. Ryland, Charlie came home, I assure you, perfectly delighted with his visit to you and rapturous in his accounts of your great kindness to him. It appears to me that the first question in reference to my reading, I have not advanced an inch in my Copperfield trials by the by, is whether you think you could devise any plan in connection with the room at D's, which would certainly bring my help in money up to £500. That is what I want. If it could be done by a subscription for 2 nights, for instance, I would not be chary of my time and trouble. But if you cannot see your way clearly to that result in that connection, then I think it would be better to wait until we can have the town hall at Christmas. I have promised to read about Christmas time at Sheffield and at Peterborough. I could add Birmingham to the list, then, if need were. But what I want is to give the institution in all £500. That is my object, and nothing less will satisfy me. Will you think it over, taking counsel with whomsoever you please, and let me know what conclusion you arrive at? Only think of me as subservient to the institution. My dear Mr. Ryland, always very faithfully yours. Mr. David Roberts, R.A. Tavistock House, February 28, 1855. My dear David Roberts, I hope to make it quite plain to you, in a few words, why I think it right to stay away from the Lord Mayor's dinner to the club. If I did not feel a kind of rectitude involved in my non-acceptance of his invitation, your note would immediately induce me to change my mind. Entertaining a strong opinion on the subject of the city corporation as it stands, and the absurdity of its pretensions in an age perfectly different, in all conceivable respects, from that to which it properly belonged as a reality, I have expressed that opinion on more than one occasion, within a year or so, in household words. I do not think it consistent with my respect for myself, or for the art I profess, to blow hot and cold in the same breath, and to laugh at the institution in print, and accept the hospitality of its representative, while the ink is staring us all in the face. There is a great deal too much of this among us, and it does not elevate the earnestness or delicacy of literature. This is my sole consideration. Personally, I have always met the present Lord Mayor on the most agreeable terms, and I think him an excellent one. As between you and me and him, I cannot have the slightest objection to your telling him the truth. On a more private occasion, when he was not keeping his state, I should be delighted to interchange any courtesy with that honorable and amiable gentleman, Mr. Moon.